Yeah, how you been doing?
I'm good. I'm
That's
good.
good. That's good. Good. Good.
What about yourself?
No, I'm hanging in there. Yeah, like I said, I finally got my I got my truck out, but um, I took a position because I don't know they offered me a pretty high paying position to come back to to a Honda dealership. So I went on ahead and took it. So I'm gonna put my truck up over at Peterbilt on consignment and get rid of it. And plus, that'll set my
Wow,
pockets back fat again. Yes, I'm gonna do that.
that sounds good.
All right. Welcome to the YouTube fam. Hello. Uh, Give me just a second because I got the wrong one up. It's not 18 and up. It is 21 and up. And I don't know how I
How
did
everybody
that.
doing in the chat and on YouTube?
What's up to the YouTube fam? Hey, Brian. What's up, Tilting Windmill? Absurdist Atheist. Hello. Make sure y'all smash the like button over there. We are in a crunch to satisfy this new TikTok algorithm who wants us to work our asses off in order for us to keep having good conversations in here. Hey, girl. Hey.
Hey, how y'all doing? Hey,
Good. How are
Thinker.
you?
Hey, Nelly. Hey, Lala. I just
Hey,
wanted to come up because I know it's traditional, but I'm excited to let you know that I am finally a dragon.
Yeah. W.
congratulations.
Who said that? AG.
No, I did.
Oh, you did. I was say that's
I
the way
saw when
AG
he did it the
announces,
last time.
huh?
Yes. I saw how AG did it the last time. So I was like, okay, I like
Yeah,
that.
I like that. Congratulations. Are you gonna be coming up?
um, yeah,
She said, I don't know.
yeah,
Well,
I'm
whenever.
getting better at I'm doing the thing. I do want to say, Thinker, we got them scared in these streets, in these TikTok streets. They're saying that we're recruiting people into atheism. The that's what I was
How do you
told.
recruit?
That's listen. I held a live tonight to just debunk that theory because I was like, can you all just talk about your deconstruction journey? No one cursed you. No one shamed you into deconstruction, and no one has that
But hold
experience.
on. Let's say we were. Let's say we were. Aren't they recruiting people into their religions?
Yeah, they say we're taking the young people away.
The
We're
what?
the younger people, the younger generation.
This is what I'm talking about. Like they're whining. They're whining. They're insecure. Like what makes them think that they can go out, knock on doors, pass out pamphlets? They can put up billboards. They can go into people's neighborhoods. They could go into the schools. Like what makes them think that they're the only ones that can recruit or evangelize? Like we're not doing that. But let's say we were.
Right,
Why aren't we entitled to do that? Like what the fuck is
right,
this?
right. A guy even told me on one of them told me that we needed to do it in silent. We don't need to be doing it
Why?
on TikTok.
Why?
Exactly. I'm like, if your faith, if you really truly believe in this word, like you say, and you love the Lord, like you say, and you love the word, doesn't the word tell you that nothing shall offend you or cause you to stumble? So what's the problem? What's the beef? Like,
Because they
I'm
know they
not
can't defend
understanding.
it. Yeah, they can't defend it. This is what I'm. I was talking about this at the beginning of the live. Like they're insecure, and there was a live of a guy saying that atheism shouldn't be protected by the First Amendment, which means that they want us to shut up because they can't
Mhm.
defend it.
Right, right. And we won't be silenced at all. So keep doing it. I appreciate everything that I've learned from being in this community. I think that is an amazing community. I learned a lot about myself. I see how you handle each person up here. You treat everyone like an individual. You hold space, and I saw how you hold space for even people that's deconstructing. It helped me understand, that we all are on a journey, and it doesn't matter, if you're atheist, agnostic, or a spiritualist. You're deconstructing the harmful beliefs and reconstructing what is aligning to you and most healthier for you. And I just think that's so dope.
Thank
I
you. Hey
love
girl, hey, I appreciate you.
it. You're welcome. I'll see y'all later in these TikTok streets. I'll be in the comments.
All right, have a good one.
All right,
Amen.
thank you. And thank you everyone for the gifts.
Deleted and Neuro Spicy Libra. I see you in the guest box, but I don't see a nerd emoji. So I don't know if you're in there on purpose or on accident. Welcome in, everybody. Make sure you grab your heart me as soon as you come in. That will help us get on the TikTok street so that we can have some good conversations in here tonight. Like, I actually want to know why Christians think atheists should be silent. Like, why is your belief system why do you think your belief system deserves to be loud and proud, but we have to go in the closet? And this is the same thing y'all did to people who are of the LGBTQIA community. All right? Like, you think that you are the default. Big Wink.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. How old are you? Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yes. Hold on. Sorry if I sound weird. I'm kind of sick right now. But yes, and I am 23.
You're 23. Okay. I hope you feel better. It kind of sounds like you're trying to make your voice sound deep, so you sound older than you are.
No, I promise. I promise.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer in the God of the Bible.
Okay. Why do atheists need to be quiet?
I don't agree with that
You don't? Why not?
because I think that everyone should have a freedom to express their own opinions.
Even if an atheist is saying that your God is evil
Yes.
and that your God is a supremacist.
Yes.
Interesting. How many conversations have you had with atheists?
Actually, a lot. A
Really?
lot. Yeah.
How many times have you voted for an atheist?
What do you mean?
When you vote, like, have you ever voted for an atheist?
I've actually never voted.
Why not?
I'm not very political.
I guess you are if you believe in the God of the Bible.
Well, I guess I mean like I never been into like government politics.
Why not? Like, you believe in the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is heavily involved in politics and government. In fact, in antiquity, the government was the God. In Israel, the government was the God. In Rome, the
Yeah, that's
government
true.
was the God. Everything that you're reading is political.
Yeah, that's true. I guess that's an area that I haven't got into.
That's so weird. That's how I know believers don't know what they're reading. They don't understand what they're reading. When they say they don't do politics, when their whole worldview is political. What,
Well, I
like,
wouldn't say my worldview is not political. I'm just saying like politics and the way that people understand it, which is like Republican versus Democrat, stuff like that. I haven't got into anything like that.
you don't think that there were conservatives and progressives in the Bible?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, that's Republican and Democrat.
Yeah, but I didn't say that. I didn't say what you're saying, so I don't understand why you're saying
That's
that.
because you just said that you wouldn't say that your worldview isn't political. You just don't do the Republican Democrat thing. And so
No, I didn't say I didn't do it like I oppose it. I just haven't got into it.
that means you don't do it.
Yeah, but it's not like I'm against it.
I didn't say you were against it. I said you don't do
okay.
it.
Okay, then yeah.
Yeah. But there are conservatives and progressives in the Bible.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Which one was your Jesus?
You said what?
Which one was Jesus?
I don't know, honestly. I feel like he was revolutionary. I don't know. I don't think he was on either side that people would try to frame him as.
What
He
is
was his own.
revolutionary?
He went against. He revolted against the ideology and philosophy of the time.
Of what?
And
What ideology and philosophy?
well, like for example, the people in the Bible in the New Testament times, they had wrong beliefs, and he would come and set them straight. Like for example, love your enemies. Like they would say, don't love your enemies, and Jesus came and said, no, actually, you should come and love your enemies.
So are preachers revolutionary?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, aren't preachers telling people to love people that they shouldn't love?
Yeah, there are. Yeah.
So preachers are revolutionary.
If you think that that is
That's
revolutionary
what
what
you
they're
just
saying, then
described as revolutionary.
yeah,
You
yeah,
said
so
it's
yeah,
revolutionary that your Jesus told you to love your enemies, people that want to kill you. He's telling you to love them. People that want to enslave you, love them. People that want to take your land, love them. People that want to rape your daughters, love them. Like, that's revolutionary. That's what you just said.
yeah, that is revolutionary, but I don't know if that would be revolutionary today since a lot of people are Christian now.
Why wouldn't it be revolutionary today?
Because, like I
Like,
just said, there's a lot of people that are Christian and accept Jesus' teaching.
just because a lot of people does doesn't mean that everybody does. What do
Yeah,
you
but it's
mean?
enough people to where it's not as revolutionary as it was
To
back then
love
when
people
Jesus was.
that it's not revolutionary to love people that want to rape your daughters?
I didn't say that. You're putting words
Yeah,
in my
okay, so
mouth.
do people want to rape people's daughters today?
Yes.
Okay, and so when a pastor tells you to still love them, that's not revolutionary?
Yeah, yeah, I would say that's revolutionary. Yeah.
Okay, so what do you mean it's not revolutionary today then?
I said it could not be, but
You
seeing
just
your
said it
point,
was.
well, seeing your point now, I agree.
Right. So Jesus telling people to love harmful people was revolutionary. That's
Yeah,
the biggest thing that he did. It made
I
him
didn't. I didn't say
revolutionary.
that. I didn't say that.
Okay, so Jesus tells people to love harmful people, and what else? What else makes him revolutionary?
Well, that was just one example, but like, I mean, the way that he loved and the things that he taught are revolutionary. Like I mean, I would say love, the idea of love that he had probably is the biggest revolutionary thing. I mean, he literally died for sinners, and so it's like that's no one would do that, but he did that.
I mean,
That's
there are a lot of
revolutionary.
people that died for sinners. There's people that died for sinners today. But like you already mentioned love, right? You already said
Yeah,
love your enemy. Like, and I
yeah.
asked, is that the biggest thing he did? You said no. So what else made him revolutionary?
Well, I mean, I would actually say yeah, love probably is the biggest. Like love overall, not just specifically the thing about loving harmful people. I think just his overall view of love.
So Jesus comes in and he says, love people who hurt you. And that's revolutionary, and that makes him worthy of being worshiped. Like he put people in a harmful position. Actually, if you think about it, that Jesus was more on the side of the people who was doing the harm because he softened or lessened the fight for those that are coming in to do you harm. Because if they're coming to harm you, you're not going to fight back. He made it easier for them to harm you. He made a lot of people victims and a lot of people abusers because they know that when people are trying to follow Jesus, they're going to be more likely agreeable to allow them to abuse them, to take from them. Like there was a video that I saw of a man who was a pastor, a minister, I guess, and he was he had commented on one of my mutuals videos and said she was struggling. And she responded back and told him, it looks like you're struggling because your lungs are bad with that big fat ass cigar that you have. And then all of these ribs and sausages that you eat. He responded back and said, hold on, I'm gonna put you on mute. He responded back and he said, it don't, he said, it don't matter if you're struggling. I know one thing, you better pay your tithes and offering. That man thought that was so funny that he has a church full of people who don't know that he smokes cigars, who don't know that he's on social media talking down to women, but as they better pay their tithes and offering. Like that's a pastor that knows that he has a church full of people who are just going to allow him to take from him. To take from them because they want to be like Jesus. They want to love people who harm them. And they tell themselves, well, Jesus is going to forgive him or Jesus is going to fix his heart. Like Jesus just created victims with that.
Okay, well, what I would say to that is like this is and this is just like me seeing the overall position that you have. It seems like what you're saying is that there are things that you don't agree with that are bad that Jesus taught and promoted. But I don't
Are you even
understand.
listening?
Yeah, I'm
What
listening,
did I
but I
just talk?
don't.
What did I just respond to?
You're talking about the bad thing, like for example, you brought up the pastor that is trying to get people to
No, why
tithe
did I
and stuff
bring
like
that up?
that.
What was I responding to that you said?
Jesus said to love your enemies.
Huh? So am I talking about the bad things, or am I talking about that one thing that you brought up and said it was the greatest thing Jesus did?
No, I'm saying, like, do you think that Jesus saying love your enemies is bad?
I literally just said to you, your Jesus created victims and abusers with that. Like, I just gave you an entire explanation for my thoughts on that command, to love people who want to harm you, to love people who are your enemy.
And so you think
And
that,
that, big wink, would you love someone who wants to rape your mom?
would you say that's bad? That's my
Big
question.
wink, would you want to love someone who wants to rape your mom?
I feel like you're not answering my question.
Big
Do you think it's
wink.
bad?
Yes, that's a dumbass question. There's no reason for me to answer that. If you didn't listen to what I said, you wouldn't be asking that question. Would you want to love someone who wants to rape your mom?
Well, what I would say to that is, how can you account for
Would you
bad
want
when you,
to rape someone who wants to, would you want to love someone who wants to rape your mom, Big Wing? I know you're trying to get into this stupid ass philosophical conversation where you want to debate about what bad means. Answer the question. Do you want to love someone who wants to rape your mom?
why is that a stupid
Answer the question. You know why
conversation?
you're not answering the question? Because you know yourself that is a dumbass command. That's why you won't answer it. You're not going to love someone who wants to kidnap your child. You're not going to love someone who wants to come in and exercise eminent domain and take your land from you just because they can. You all, I think the only reason a lot of you are Christian is because you just want to argue about shit. Like, you don't think about this shit, and you're only on here so that you can participate in a damn debate. I don't care about arguing about what does bad mean, what does good mean, how can you ground your morals if you don't believe in God? Like, you can't even be honest with yourself because you believe in a God. You can't ask basic logical questions because you believe in a God. And if you need to go down that road, that philosophical road of debating about what the fuck words mean that we already have decided as a community what they mean, this is not the live for you, because you are just here to waste our time.
I think that I have a good argument and you
You
just
don't
don't
give
want
a
to hear
fuck
it.
about arguing about what does bad mean.
That's because you know it
Okay,
defeats your
cool.
position.
Okay, cool.
So that's why you don't want to have the
All right,
conversation.
great. Cool.
So you don't want to have the conversation
No,
about it.
no.
All right, then I'm just going
All
to
right,
leave because
bye.
you know that disproves you,
Okay,
bro.
cool. Why are you still here? Fuck. I mean, how do you know what's bad? How could you say something is bad? Shut the fuck up. Hey, Deja.
Hi, Thinker.
How are you?
I'm good. I had a question, but I totally forgot it. Like, it just slipped my whole mind. I should have wrote it down so that I could ask. But, yeah, I just want, since I forgot it, I'm just going to say hey and let you know that next month, September 30th, is
It's
when
the
I apply for my
month.
visa. Yeah, it's when I apply. Because it's like a certain time or a certain date that you have to apply within. So September 30th is my day.
A month feeling like Christmas is crazy. Like, you're going to be excited. You're going to wake up in the middle of the night and be like, isn't another day yet? Isn't another day?
I think I'm going to be extremely nervous, kind of scared.
Why are you scared? I
'Cause
understand the nervousness.
I think
Have you been over
because
there yet?
no, I've never been out of the country. Like, I wanted to when I was in the military. It never happened because my my security clearance didn't come through in time. Otherwise, I would have ended up in Japan. But so yeah.
Well, I think you're gonna love it. Everybody that are mutuals with me that have moved over there absolutely loves it. So, yeah, I think you'll be good. Did you connect with the other person?
I didn't get the chance to connect with them.
Okay.
But yeah, I've been like just preparing for the most part, saving money. My friend, she's gonna take everything that's in my apartment. Yeah, so it seems like it's moving really fast. Like my cats.
Hold on for a second. Eli, first off, I just woke the fuck up an hour ago. Second off, if I can't sleep because the devil's attached to me, then that means you can't sleep because the devil's attached to you because your dumbass is awake too. And you be awake in my live all fucking night, Eli. Because y'all say stupid shit. I don't like stupid shit. Y'all are irritating. Sorry, Deja. God damn.
I know you're good. But my cats are robbing all my money from me because they also cost money for them, and they're super freaking expensive. I never knew that cats were so expensive to take overseas. So
Oh, really?
yes, it's like for their cat plane ticket, it's $1,000 for both of them, and then for their documents, it's like another $1,000. But I've already paid like $600 for like some medical things, and then they have another appointment coming up that's going to cost me like $800. So I
Damn.
think if I didn't have cats, I probably wouldn't have to spend all this money. But I have
Why
cats,
is it more expensive for a cat to fly than for a human?
that's the part. It's so crazy, but like I have 2 cats, so I really don't have a choice, and I have to find a specific airline because most airlines, if you're solo traveling, you're only supposed to solo travel with 1 cat. But since I have 2, I had to find a specific airline. It's so crazy. Like I've been through so much with these 2 cats to find the airline and everything else, and refunds and cancels and reschedules. It's insane.
Oh my gosh. Cats only fly first class. Oh my gosh.
But I think it'll be worth it in the end. I think I do want to make a video just for anybody like going forward who wants to move overseas, just to like let them know if they have like 2 cats or 2 animals in general, to make it easy for people going after me and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that would be some helpful content. There's a lot of people who are preparing to leave the U.S. I need to figure out how people got their older kids to go so they could bring your grandkids can move with you.
I'll be trying to convince
That's
some of
what
my
I
friends
need.
to come with me because I think it's a lot easier. Like there are things in the U.S. that's not affordable, that's extremely affordable over there. Like if you want to, hire somebody to come pick up your laundry and do it and all that stuff like that, it's super cheap. Having somebody come clean your condo is super cheap. Like it's just a lot of things that are extremely affordable there that's not here. But obviously I'm moving because the US has completely lost their mind.
Yes, they have. And I've talked to my kids about leaving. Everybody wants to leave except my oldest son. And I'm like, and he's the one with the kids. And so I don't want to leave him or my grandkids here. So we're wearing them down.
It's definitely a work in progress, but I think if they have the chance or to go visit and experience it, that might help towards
He
like
didn't
maybe
even want to go
changing
to the
their mind.
DR. He wouldn't
Oh
even go get a
wow.
passport.
No.
Yes, he's the only one without a passport. He doesn't plan on leaving America at all. And so I don't know. Like we're wearing them down though.
Gotcha. But yeah, I appreciate it. I'm definitely gonna update you once I hear back on the visa update. Once I hear back from them to find out what's good or not. But yeah, I'm super excited, nervous, and scared. But yeah.
Well, I appreciate you, Deja, and keep us updated, okay?
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you so much. Love you. Have a good night.
You too. Love you too. There's my smoke coming from hell, you believers, scary believers in the comments. Remember, if you are a super nerd and you're in the guest box, to put a nerd emoji. Turn your camera off, please. I don't allow cameras on stage. Thank you. Remember, if you are a nerd, a fan club member, or a super nerd, to put a nerd emoji in the chat if you're trying to come on stage. Johnny Flicks, hi. How old are you?
Hey, I'm 20.
You're how old?
Oh, I'm just now reading it's 21 plus. No, I'm 20. I'm sorry. I'll get down.
That's how long till you're 21?
December.
Okay, you can stay.
Okay,
Are you a
cool.
believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
So I actually align with deconstructing atheist.
Okay.
I was actually listening for a while. Am I Can I speak, or is it like strictly believers right now?
No. Yeah, you can speak. Can you pick one of the topics that what you want to say falls in line with on the screen?
Okay. All right.
Hold on.
I'll
Eli,
do.
stop fucking lying on me. You have never heard me say shit about blaming your fucking God about my marriage. I actually thought your God helped me get out the fucking marriage when my husband committed adultery, you dumb fuck. I was actually praising God and thought I was scared. You are a fucking liar. I was scared to divorce because I didn't want to disappoint God. And when I found out, when he told me that he had a baby on the way, I praised God and I thanked the lady. You a fucking lie. Go ahead, Johnny.
All right.
Yes, because y'all
So,
irritate the fuck out of me. You non-thinking ass believers irritate the living fuck out of me. Y'all come in here and y'all say the dumbest shit night after night. And I have asked y'all to stop coming in here. But y'all keep creating fake ass accounts and you keep coming back because you're fucking obsessed. Y'all are irritating. I can't stand dumb shit. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, you're good. I was gonna do 2, but I think 3 is a little bit more brain picking for me. I would say that God, or
not eat, please?
the God of the
Excuse me.
Canaanite pantheon
Excuse
of.
me. Can you hear me? Are you eating,
I'm sorry,
please?
I had my phone on the table, so I think the audio was muffled.
Okay.
Okay, but yeah, I think
But can you not eat if that's what you're doing?
I can hear you. So I think the God of the Canaanite pantheon, like like the Christian God, right?
One minute.
I think.
Please don't eat. They could hear you in the chat.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead and finish swallowing what you're.
I'm done. I had some raisin bran. Okay, but yeah, I do think that the God of the Canaanite pantheon of gods would be the great deceiver, contrary to what current believers believe. I would say a lot of Christians use spiritual bypassing as a mechanism to blame their shortcomings on like this invisible devil man that causes for inconveniences in their lives. I don't think that's true. Nor do I think it's responsible. I think it's a little immature. I took a class in college, actually, where we learned about different societies and how they construct their deities, their gods that they pray to. And I thought that was really interesting because every society has a god based off of a need in their life or based off of natural disasters or, circumhappenings that take place in that environment or that biome. And I feel like if it's the case that man made their gods, man, has flaws. Like we're not God, we're not divinely right, we're not like, not, shitting on humans. Like I love being human. But I just do think that there's room for, error and like misinformation. And if people have, ill will or bad intent, they can definitely create a god or they can create what's it called, an egregore to carry out, their will and use it as a tool of control. And I think that's inherently deceptive and underhanded.
I agree.
So I would like, sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
So yeah, I kind of land with that. I do think that God would be the great deceiver. And as, a Black queer man in America, I feel like we're still suffering at the hand of the people who constructed this deity, this egregore. And it's very evil. It's very wicked. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. There's a video that I'm going to respond to of a anthropologist. He made a video talking about the creation of bread and how that tells us more about the human society than we would think, right? Because we started from a horticultural society and moved into agriculture. And when we figured out how to increase the size of wheat and farm it and turn it into bread and other substances, that's when the gods started appearing, when people started creating gods, because they then had to protect this new industry of agriculture. And it was more so about like getting people to fall in line, right, with the idea that a God gave you this land, so you have a right to farm it. A God commanded for you to be a laborer and farm the land. And this is how they used the gods back then. Most of the kings claimed that they were chosen by the God, and the laws that they created to govern their subjects and their nations were said to have come from the God, so that they get the people to obey it. And people were just afraid of divine punishment. And so I do think that that is deceptive within itself. And like today, the God is being used to for political reasons, right? It breeds a lot of hatred, but it also keeps those that are in power, even though we don't have monarchies anymore. We still have the bourgeoisie, right? The wealthy and powerful at the top, and the gods are being used to guilt trip people or influence people into behaving or thinking the way they want them to think. Are you there, Johnny?
I am sorry. I didn't want to open mic, while chewing. No, I agree. And I think that's a very interesting study. Hold on. I really shouldn't have joined eating cereal. Oh my goodness.
Go ahead and go on mute, and then once you swallow, you can come back. I like the Adam and Eve story is about agriculture. Like when the God says that there is no man to till the ground, that is agricultural language. He's saying he doesn't have a human to cultivate the ground. And you cultivate with agriculture and farming and all of that. But then he goes and he builds this garden and places them in the garden where the God does the planting, but the human does the work to pluck it up and harvest it and to keep it. So the language that he uses there for to till and when he says to tend and keep it is a vod, and that is a laborer, right? A servant.
Okay.
And so he needed a servant to cultivate the ground. So, which means that the God anticipated this change from horticulture to agriculture. So he puts them in this garden where it starts off with him doing the planting, and the people just, harvest abundantly the seeds, the fruit from the trees. So like they go from eating fruit, and nuts and berries, to outside the garden, they're doing the planting, and the earth is working against them, right? The God is no longer doing the planting, and they're no longer eating the food that the God provides just from the trees that exist. They're creating, right? And it depends on the rain. It depends on the soil, the ground, right? Whether there are famines. And so that's the hardness of it. And so the language that he uses in the punishments when he's talking to Eve, he tells her that her itzavan, which is her toil in childbirth, Yalad, when she brings forth, that's agricultural language. Eve, the woman, is the like the ground that takes the seed and she brings forth, right? Just like the ground when he tells Adam, and itzavah, you shall toil. So he's planting in the ground, doing the hard work in the ground and bringing forth the bread. She's planting the humans and bringing forth
Right.
right. And so it's all agricultural language. And a lot of people, Christianity reads this as like literal, and they miss the context of it. Like it's an etiological tale that is answering the questions of why and explaining the evolution of humans.
I never thought about it that way. And, growing up Pentecostal, because that's, my ex-Christian background, of the many different, pathways Christians have for the same deity. It was never ever explained that way. And I guess, rightfully so, because it would tell you that you have more power than right? Coming from an apostolic Pentecostal background, you're told that your power comes from sources outside of yourself. And I feel like that inherently keeps you docile, or I would say stagnant. It stagnates your growth and what you believe that you're capable of doing as yourself. And I think that's, another thing that is very oppressive. It's evil, especially considering the fact that many apostolic practices in the United States are heavily Black, right? A lot are mixed biracial in their, I guess, population. But I mean, like, the Black community, like us as a whole, we've already been oppressed for so long. It just seems like these pastors operate as wolves in sheepskin. And I know this for a fact because I actually follow this one ex-pastor who kind of does the deep dives on these conversations. I forget his name. I feel so bad. He's a dark-skinned older man. He doesn't have any hair. Very educated though. So like pastors have to go through these courses to even get, the certification. I mean, all these things. And people still have the nerve to like challenge him on things that he studied. Like a lot of people don't study the Bible that they bring with them to church. And yet they're so brainwashed. I really don't get it.
Well, I mean, they think that there is a ghost called a Holy Spirit that can give them knowledge that they do not have to study or read. Like the King James Bible is on a 12th grade reading level, but most of them have a 7th grade reading level and below. And they think that this Holy Spirit can compensate for that. And they tell themselves that they're talking to this ghost, and whatever they think becomes the word of God. And so I think the religion relies on people being unintelligent, and I'm not trying to put people down, but it targets the less learned, because the more critical thinking that you apply to what you are being told, you're less likely to allow yourself to become indoctrinated into harmful ideologies, whether you believe in a God or not. But they're taught not to question the God. They're taught to stay away from conversations that would cause them to ask logical questions about what they're being taught. They're taught to just simply obey those that claim to have an anointing or a spiritual connection. And that's one thing the anthropologist said that they did, how they used the God. It's like, you should listen to me because I talk to God. And we see that with Moses, right? Moses was the only one that could talk to the God, and the Israelites were required to do whatever Moses said. And I was talking about this the other night. The interesting thing is that in the Bible, these people required like supernatural events to happen so that they can know that whoever is claiming to talk to the God is actually talking to the God. Prophecies had to come to pass. Red seas had to be split. Manna had to come from the sky. People had to be raised from the dead, right? Demons had to be cast out. That was a requirement, right? But today, there is no requirement. These motherfuckers just believe if a person say, hey, I'm a pastor or I'm a prophetess, I'm talking to God, if that motherfucker can make them feel the heebie-jeebies all over their body, then that person is talking to God, right? And like there's no requirement for evidence. It's because they target people who say, I'm a believer. I don't need logic. I don't need skepticism. I cast off needing evidence. If you tell me that God said it, I believe it. Like, they target those type of people.
Yeah, they do. And I feel like capitalism and Christianity are like two sides of the same coin. Because as you're saying that, I don't know why capitalism like jumped in my head, but I think it almost makes sense. Because if we're looking at Christianity as this tool of control, look at how capitalism operates in America. You know, look at how churches operate like businesses nowadays. You know, if they're reliant on the lesser educated, it's easier to collect a recurring fund from those lesser informed communities who are more subject to indoctrination and absorbing misinformation. Because, like we've seen from a previous guest, like he doesn't even vote. They rely on people like him who don't vote, who claim that they're not political, but will politically drive themselves to church, you know?
Right.
So I don't even know why he said that. But you can't be a Christian and say that you're not political. The same way I believe that you can't say that you're Christian and pro-black, right? I think what really jump-started my deconstruction was thinking about how in America right now, young black children are going missing and their deaths are being ruled as, you know, self-unalivings. And it's wrong. And to think that the oppressors of the United States, right, the white people in power who believe that black people are inherently evil and demonic and, you know, are going to hell, right, just for being black, want to share the same heaven in the sky with you. Do you really think that they want you to go in the same heaven as them?
Did you see the video of the white pastor saying that he only wants the good blacks up there? That
I never
he,
saw that.
yeah, he said he only wants the good blacks, that he don't have to worry about stealing his kids' bikes. He
Wow.
said that he fully expects to be near them in heaven, but that doesn't mean he wants them living near him here on earth.
Yeah. That's a
Like,
pastor.
yeah. And it's like, this is the same Jesus. But so many black Christians on that post were saying, I don't care what you say. I know I serve a different God. He's not truly Christian. He don't serve the same God I serve. But they say the same name when they pray. They read the same book. It's the same heaven, the same hell.
Yeah. I actually don't think that white Christians
Hold on, let me say this.
actually.
Have y'all noticed that you've never seen a white racist say, I don't want blacks in hell with me? These motherfuckers never put themselves in hell. Have y'all noticed that?
Mm,
Yeah,
yes, I know.
absolutely.
They're all going to heaven. They're all going to heaven. They have no concern whatsoever of being in hell with black people.
Yeah. I mean, people give Mormons a pass for some reason, and they've rebranded as what? Latter-day Saints? Because Mormon had such a bad rap. No, we still know how y'all feel about people of color. Don't give it a rebrand because y'all can't take the heat. That's ugly. That's dangerous and harmful. If they can just rewrite things like that, they've been doing it all their lives. You know? I actually wrote a prompt on one of my panels. Like, I don't do it often. It's something very new for me, but I think, what was it? Yeah, I just said it. Like, you can't be for the black community. You can't be pro-black and still subscribe to Christianity. I don't think you can, at least not fully, because there's too many deconstructing questions that you have to ask, and there's too much shadow work that you have to discipline yourself to really unpack that faith, because it doesn't make sense, at least not for people of color. And I stand on that.
I agree. We talk about that all the time, but unfortunately, there are so many black believers who don't and refuse to see the harm that it caused that it has caused to the Black community and continues to this day. Like literally, so many of our community are in religious psychosis, and they'll have people around them that will see and know that the things that they say are illogical, and will not recommend that those people go to see a psychiatrist to get help for their mind. Like there are doctors for the mind for a reason, because the mind can get sick. But these people, as long as it's making them believe that a God exists, whether it's that person has a demon or that person is hearing from the Holy Spirit, they're okay with it. They will let their loved ones stay in mental psychosis.
Yeah, and these people aren't even going to non-religiously affiliated psychiatric practices. They're going to Christian counseling. I think that should be illegal. Christian mental health counseling. Those words together just
Hold on,
sound like
Max Man, did you get a good look?
a nasty fruit salad. Did I say something wrong?
No, not you. Did you
Okay,
get a
I'm
good
sorry.
look? Did you see the devil in my eyes, Max Man? Like I swear,
Oh,
like they get on my fucking nerves. They're like little kids. They're like little kids, and they
they're
irritate the
trolls.
fuck out of me. Like I don't want them in here, but they're so fucking obsessed, and it's like they think they're intelligent enough to participate in these conversations, but they're not, and they
No,
irritate the fuck out of me.
I really value spaces like these that you hold, Thinker. I think I've been a watcher of yours for quite some time. I thought I was followed until now. I'm sorry. But it's refreshing, and I want you to know that this space means a lot to me, especially coming from like a still predominantly indoctrinated Christian household. Like I'm Jamaican, right? If you know anything about a lot of the Western Caribbean,
Yes.
it's probably one of the heaviest indoctrinated. A lot of them are Pentecostal or Catholic or some mix in between. I know we're Pentecostal. Well, I'm not, they are. And it's very difficult for me and hard on my mental health bringing up, critical thought around these people, like my own family, and being painted as some black sheep because I'm asking real questions. Like just the other day, right? We were having a discussion about a family member of mine forgetting that the stove was on. That family member was at church. Brother told me, hey, mom, like, it's one of those things. It's already out of your control. There's no need to ponder on that because, you're at church. That's just the devil, in your mind, trying to distract you away from, the message. And things like that really bother me when I know that they don't make any sense. I said, what on earth are you talking about? You burnt this woman's house down years ago because you forgot the oil on the stove.
Oh my gosh.
So it's a natural response for her to worry about things like that because it's traumatizing. But then to spiritually bypass that situation, that natural response that she had on the devil so easily, and then have everyone agree with you. That
Abusive.
and that made me sound crazy for saying like no, like that's not the devil's working. She's traumatized. That's like a normal human function, like that's her survival, and mind you, she did, forget the stove was on, and he conjured up a hypothetical that like, hey, like what if the stove actually wasn't on and she was just rambling, and I said, okay, what if she was? She has every right to think that way. But to then paint me as someone who just like is crazy for not thinking that the devil is responsible for her having a normal human function, like that really bothers me because I'm always at the end of this totem pole where something is seen as like of the devil. Oh my goodness, for example, my mom casually brought up Dragon Con. It's something that they do in Atlanta. She said, like I don't like the costumes, it's demonic. And I know she wasn't joking, but she giggled it off, and I looked at her because I'm getting better at calling out things that make me uncomfortable, right? Because as the only atheist in the household, it's all right to make me uncomfortable so long as it, is justifiable, which none of it is. But I'm doing better at standing up for myself and reapplying the same discomfort that's, placed onto me So, like, Mom, I don't think that's demonic just because you don't understand why those people are dressing up. I said, you know, those people are dressing up because they're representing their favorite characters from fiction. She said, I don't know, but, you know, it's just I'm calling it what it is, and it's demonic. I said, just because you don't understand what they're doing doesn't mean it's demonic automatically. And then she just brushed it off. She said, okay, I don't want to get into an argument because, you know, it's just going to start making sense, I guess. So it's like an immediate shutdown, right? Once I start to like pick her brain about it, like, why do you think that's demonic? Because you don't understand it, you know?
Yeah, like a lot of them don't realize that they're just speaking from hatred, from ignorance, which breeds hatred and bigotry towards other people who don't think like them, who don't live like them, and they don't know how to articulate the reasons why they think what they think and why someone else should agree with them. And so they do shut down. Like, for example, somebody in the comments said, "You're just afraid of being lonely because I don't believe in the God." Logically, what that statement says to me is that
Mhm.
you're saying you're lonely and
Right.
that being with the God would make you feel alone. But what they actually meant to say is that you're lonely. That's why you don't believe in God. They don't understand, they don't know how to articulate what they actually want to say, so much so that they end up invalidating their own belief when they do it.
Mm.
They don't like it's they're told what to say, what to think, and they're not told
Right.
how to think and how
Right.
to contend for their faith so that they can explain to someone why they believe what they believe. They don't know how to do that.
Yeah. And quite frankly, I think that for, you know, people such as my parents, you know, I'm just going to use them as a marker because I have the most experience with them. For them to just out of the blue, after decades of being in this institution, to go on a deconstructive journey, I think it would quite literally just rip the family apart. And I think, unfortunately, in some cases, I think they're better off just sticking with it and governing their lives as decent people because they've admitted, like, you know, without Christianity, they'd be in these god awful places. And I think that's a scary thing. That's horrible. If this is your glue, if this is your bread and butter, stick to it, you know? But at the same time, it's like my heart hurts for them because they'll never know anything outside of that. And it affects me as well, being like their only non-Christian and gay son. It's like, wow, wow.
You'd be
I
surprised how many are watching you. And eventually someone will come to you and start asking you questions and
know they do.
wanting to know more. Like I did not know that I had two brothers that were watching me.
Mm-hmm.
And they did their own research. Like they didn't come to me and ask me questions about the Bible or about the God. They just watched me from afar. And one of them was really mad at me. But
Why?
because I was going against his God. And
Oh,
he
okay.
didn't understand why. So he asked himself the question, why is she doing this? And so he started doing his own research. He started reading the Bible for himself. And he learned quickly why I was doing this. And then, like, I think too, um, they had to take into consideration the type of person that I am. Like, they
Yeah.
know that I'm genuinely someone who cares about other people and that I would not be advocating for things that are harmful. And that
Right.
if for me to go against the God, there had to be a good enough reason. And I think that's what moved them to do their own research. If I was this horrible person to them, and the family, they would have just shrugged it off as, oh, that's just the devil.
Yeah.
But it didn't line up for them. If God is good, then why is she going against it? And that there may be people that in your family that they know your character and the type of person that you are, that it's going to make them wonder, like, why is he so against it if this is, the good thing. Like, this doesn't make sense, and they'll start asking questions or they'll start doing their own research. Just
And I can only hope.
yeah.
Well, it's a lot because like I think for me it's even more so a knack at my character, right? In a lot of spaces, queer people are judged based off of the intimate relations that people assume that they have rather than the person that they see in front of them. And that's a very, like heavy hitting thing to hold against somebody, especially when you don't know anything about that person's intimate life. Like I am very like open book about, myself and, the things like I'm a very honest person, you know. And it wasn't until I like officially just came out that I could feel what the fire on my heels because it's like I wasn't a self-hating gay, when I came out. Like I loved that journey, and of course I didn't receive the support from my family the way that I think I deserved it. But it's like my character took a toll because now I fell into a category susceptible of that stereotyping. And so even if I was the model son up until my coming out and me deconstructing everything that I stand for is pretty much like, null and void. It's invalidated. Like I am probably now like the least respected person in my family because of all of that. And even if they're not willing to admit that verbally, like I feel the energy. I see how you look at me and like I pick up on those things. And I suffer from caring too much, right? And if it's not being reciprocated, it can be like it can really wear at you. It can eat at your spirit. And again, like I circle back to being here on this panel, like it's very refreshing being in spaces like this where you don't sound crazy. And to the people who call you everything but a child of God, I mean, you know what I'm saying, but like everything but your name and what you stand for, to help with them.
Yeah, well, I'm here for people like you. And I know what that feels like when you are the one that everybody knows that they can call on when they need somebody to talk to, when they need an extra dollar. But then when it's time for you, what's thrown up in your face is what you don't believe, right? Or how different you are. And the support just isn't there the same way you give it out. And it makes you feel like there's definitely something wrong with you. And you ask yourself, like, why can't I be like the rest? I used to ask that question all the time. In fact, there's a song that I wrote called Mama Said. And because I used to be called a demon all the time when I was a kid, or Satan the Lord rebuke you. And, I was arguing all the time. There was so much conflict in my life until I set boundaries with them. But in that song, I asked the question, why can't I just be like the rest? Like, why can't I just think like them? My brain just didn't work that way. And I used to beg and pray and ask God, like, why did you make me like this? Like this, I can't help that my brain is like this. And like, I know what it feels like to feel like the black sheep, but at the same time, the one that everybody needs.
Yeah. Oh my God, my voice is so shaky because this is really hitting home for me. No, yeah, it's not at all easy, and I'm actually looking into getting therapy because like I believe in therapy. I'm pro therapy, although like I think my sister is the only other person who actually went through therapy and healed from it. I mean, for reasons I'm not going to disclose, but like I'm proud of her for taking that leap to be vulnerable enough with herself to be like, hey, like I need this help, and she did that. And so like I'm inspired by her to explore that field for myself, just because I know like even if I manage it well, like if you don't have positive release, you can literally like develop like autoimmune diseases from stress and bottling undealt with stress and emotions that you like suppress. It's quite literally like poison to your nervous system. And people, joke about like, oh, my cortisol, but like, yes, your cortisol, you like, it's not until you're sick that you're like, why am I sick out of nowhere? That's why. And I would be damned to be sick because of things that I could have prevented, one, but because of what, I went through indirectly, well, not indirectly, but, because of other people, I would be damned.
Mm-hmm.
So I encourage all people of marginalized communities, like Black people especially, seek therapy. It's not bad. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with you. Everybody is deserving of help. And being vulnerable enough to recognize that is the first step.
I think it takes a strong person to say, I'm not okay. And to say that out loud. Like, there was someone who made a video that was talking about that She Mama made a video, and she was talking about everything that she realizes now that she's deconstructing. She realizes what she was doing and what the church was doing when she was a Christian. And she was saying, you're not seeking to get approval from the God. You're seeking to get approval from the people. It's the people who ask you, how is your walk? How's your walk with God? Have you been in the Word? It's the people who let you know whether or not, God is pleased with you, because you don't hear a God. You hear the voice of other humans saying, God said.
Yeah.
Right? And she was saying that, like, going to therapy, like they basically make you feel bad about not being okay, and that you have to pretend to be happy even when you're not, because because the joy is a fruit of the Spirit, right? And if you don't display that joy, then something is off. You're not of God. You're of the devil. And so even when you're not happy, you have to pretend and put on that happy face so that you get approval from the people, which makes you feel like you're getting approval from the God.
And that's dangerous because, again, these people are relying off of human thought. Every time a pastor, oh my goodness, every time a pastor says, oh, Holy Spirit told me, oh, God told me. And me in my personal time, when I feel like I'm having a positive interaction, like a learning moment with my people, like my parents, my siblings. And then, that darn pastor says a message that just unravels everything I said, because, now they feel that they relate to what he said. It relates too much to our personal situation. It must be like this divine truth. Oh my goodness. It's like I'm set back 10 spaces, that would drive anybody into a psychosis.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, I have the mental fortitude to not let it do that to me. And I do my journaling and all the things to keep me sane. But no, the church has had its foot in the back ends of the Black community for like way too long, and its grip needs to loosen. I don't know by what means. It cannot continue for us to grow spiritually, for us to grow intellectually, for us to grow as people, to love one another. It doesn't matter what branch you're in. It doesn't matter what version of the Bible you're subscribing to. Like, it's all the same dogma. It's I
I
always
think
say
the thing
this.
that we have to do also as Black people is we can love our community, participate in our community, but we have to remember that we're not a monolith, and some of us just will not grow. And if a lot of our ancestors had that mindset that they cannot move forward unless the whole
Yeah.
community comes with them, then there are a
Mhm.
lot of things that would not have gotten accomplished.
Yeah.
You know, don't allow what the univocal voice of the Black community is saying
Right.
to stop you from the personal growth that you're seeking, the change that you're seeking in the world, or that you're seeking to be.
No, you're right. And I think the same way they use their I'd say like their high horse, like I hear myself sounding like Christians the way I'm like, oh, they have to want deconstruction for themselves. Like I can never force it onto them. Like Christians use that same language onto us and be like, oh no, like they have to want Christ for themselves. Like we can't ever force that onto them. You know, that's something that has to harden in their heart. It's funny when I catch on to those parallels because like you feel like you're intrinsically on the right side, and which I'm biased because I'm a deconstructed ex-Christian. Like yeah, I feel like I'm on the right side, but I've learned to be better about withholding judgment and thoughts of discrimination against people who are still Christian, even though it hurts hearing some things from them and seeing things that they do. I know in my heart of hearts that I would hate to be or continue to be discriminated against because of things related to my character. But at the same time, some of the main things that I'd be discriminated against are things that I cannot control. And I feel like a lot of us deconstructed Christians hold grace and hold space for people who wouldn't do the same for us, you know?
Yeah, we do the
And
thing
I'm
that they preach about.
and I'm trying to unlearn that burden because I know it's not a burden that I have to carry. And again, it'll only lead to, unnecessary stress that I should absolve from myself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. That's what I was saying earlier with the Young Don't Fuck that was on earlier. The love your enemy. It sets up room for people to become victims and for people to become abusers, right? Like that command to love people who are harmful to you.
Mm-hmm.
Like I get not doing something like taking justice in your own hands, because then that's just gonna cause you more harm, right? If you go and just because you don't like somebody, you go and assault them, then now you got a court case, right? Like you can practice self-control and stay away from harmful people, but requiring loving them,
Mm-hmm.
the church has taken that, way too far, forcing people to still be in relationships with abusive spouses, or forcing people to still love and hug and eat with people who are sexually abusing you. Not fighting back against harmful practices of oppressive groups or oppressive regimes. That just makes it easier for the abuser to abuse, and it relieves the abuser's conscience, right? Like the requirement to forgive your enemy before they actually do anything to right their wrong, that benefits the abuser.
Yeah.
But the story that they tell you is that it benefits you because you can't heal until you forgive the person that's harming you, and that's not true, because the healing comes from you doing the work. Even when you forgive, that harm, that trauma doesn't just magically go away.
No, it doesn't. Can I ask something? And of course, like you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Like in your journey of deconstruction, have you found a pathway that resonates with you?
Like in what way?
Like in like any like spiritual
No,
pathway of
no,
any capacity?
no. I'm not spiritual in any sense. If I
Mm-hmm.
were, I wouldn't share it. Like I think people should keep their beliefs to themselves.
Right.
One, because if you share it with someone, then you're opening it up for scrutiny. And a lot of
Right.
people get mad when you start poking holes in their worldview. But a lot of people share their worldview because they need validation. They need somebody else to agree with it. So they feel like they've actually found the right thing.
Yeah.
And I think people should keep their beliefs to themselves, because the reality is they have it to help them get through life. And what helps you get through life or death might not necessarily help the next person. Right. And so I even if I did find something, I wouldn't share it.
I like the way you worded that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you have anything else?
No, I think I'm worn out. This is a lengthy panel. Thank you for having me up,
You're
Miss
so welcome.
Thinker. And I will listen from the comments. You can bring the next person up.
All right. Just want to let you know, on Tuesday nights are the nights that we allow 18, 19, and 20-year-olds to come up. Oh, if you're still listening, Johnny, Tuesday nights are the nights we have 18, 19, and 20-year-olds up. We actually have younger co-hosts that you can have these conversations with as well, who may be able to relate with you a little more on within your age range about the things that you're dealing with, especially with parents. Although I do have 23, 22, and 21 and 18-year-old, we have a pretty good relationship because I try to be very open-minded with them, and they all have different. I only have one child that's an atheist. Actually, 3 that's an atheist, 2 that's spiritual, but they don't believe in a God, and then 1 that is a Christian. So, but I don't. We don't talk about their belief systems. Like, I don't pressure them. If they come to me with something, then I'll share, my thoughts, and I'm very upfront with them about it. I don't candy coat, but we do pretty good at keeping that separated from our relationships. So, but so that you can talk to someone in your age group that's dealing with the same thing you're dealing with, come back on Tuesday night. But it was a good conversation. I agree. He was very mature for his age. Thank y'all for being here. Make sure you send your heart me if you're just coming in. That helps us get on the FYP so that we're not sitting here waiting on people to come up. If you are a super nerd or a fan club member, please make sure that you put a nerd emoji in the chat so that I know that you are in there on purpose. All right, y'all. Everybody that was in the guest request was on the wait list. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing your belief or an atheist and you are 21 and up, the guest box is open. I definitely would love to talk to the Christians that's been running their fucking mouth in the chat while I was talking to Mr. Flicks. Where are you at? Why are you not in the request box? Like, y'all are so mad. Y'all were spouting off all kind of judgments. You know so much about me, so much about my soul. Like, why aren't you on stage? Like, it's so crazy. One of them was like, I can see the devil in your eyes. Like, what? Like, y'all are so damn mad that I do not believe in your God and that I'm okay with talking about it openly. Y'all want us to go back in the closet so bad.
Yeah, that's wild.
And you
Anyway,
can see this.
how you doing, Thinker?
I'm doing good. You can see the scariness in their responses. Like, Quan does battles, and she asks questions during the battle. The moment she tells them that she's not a Christian, they drop from the live. Or if she says that she doesn't believe in a God, they get terrified. It's like they think they have just encountered the devil or something. They've been so indoctrinated to believe that atheists just want to eat them or atheists are out to kill them. Like, they are terrified.
That's wild. That is wild.
And that it's the crazy thing is that a lot of them say the most dangerous shit while they are advocating for harmful, dangerous shit, they're calling you the devil or calling you evil because you're saying, hey, you shouldn't do that. That's wrong.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, yeah. I saw that. Yeah, I see the devil in your eyes, and you the devil, this, that, and the other. I just tell them, hey, guys, keep that shit to yourself. I mean, goddamn. Until you can give the devil an identity, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear it. I just don't.
Somebody commented on my post that the devil wanted to steal Jesus's seat as the Son of God. The devil wanted to be the Son of God. And I said, where are you getting this from? And I said, like, it doesn't like bother you that the things that you believe about your devil you can't find anywhere in this book, that someone else is always telling you the devil does this, the devil wants to do this, but you have no record of it?
Mm-mm.
Like, he wanted to take Jesus's place as the Son of God? What?
Yeah, that's a new one for me. I haven't heard that one. I mean, I've
Right.
heard that the devil wanted to be God, and that was the war in heaven and all that bullshit.
Yeah, that's the one I always heard, that the devil wanted to be God. Not that he wanted to take Jesus's place as the Son of God. Like, they just make up stuff. And they're so afraid of this devil character, but they never stop for a second and ask themselves, why do I believe this devil character? Like, everything that they believe the devil wants to do, their God does. Every single thing that they believe their devil wants to do, there is a record of their God doing it in this book.
She's preaching.
I'm sorry, Plants Forever, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am a devotee of La Santa Muerte.
I don't know what that is.
That's okay.
Are you a believer of the God of the Bible?
No,
Are you deconstructing your belief in the God of the Bible?
I'm a pastor's kid. So I definitely am still deconstructing. I mean, that's something that I'll probably be doing till I die. But like, I don't believe in the Christian God the way that it's given in modern day times.
When you say the way it's giving, that sounds like you still have a belief in it, but in a different way.
In the aspect of, I absolutely believe in higher power. I mean, I'm a witch. Like, I definitely believe there's higher powers. Like, yes, but do I believe that there is or was a Jesus in the way that is described in the Bible? Not really, no.
Okay, so I only talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, or people who are deconstructing their belief in that God, or atheists.
Okay. So, can you help me in my deconstruction?
Yeah, if you're deconstructing your belief in the God of the Bible, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something that, I mean, I definitely am.
Okay, and which of the three topics up here are you? And let me stop for a second. I'm not here to help people deconstruct. This is
Okay.
a platform where you take accountability for your own deconstruction. We just have conversations, and
Absolutely.
whatever you get out of the conversation is up to you. So like, I'm not leading people in deconstruction.
No, yeah. The only reason I joined is because I genuinely I really enjoy talking about religion and spirituality and things like that. So, it seemed very, like, I don't know. It pulled me in. So, let me see. 1, 2, or 3. Who's really the greatest deceiver? Oh, God. What do believers
Hold
have
on. Pick
against?
one topic, and we're going to discuss that one topic. Which one do you want to do?
Yeah, that one. Topic 3.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that the Christian God is the biggest deceiver because he we are taught that we have free will. Now, I want to preface: I was raised in a independent fundamentalist Baptist church, so a lot of what I'm going to say is going to come from that. We were taught that we were raised like we were taught that God is he cannot lie, he cannot deceive, he's not negative and things like that. But he gave us free will. You have free will, but if you don't believe in him, then you're going to hell. How is that free will?
Right. It's not. Yeah, humans don't have free will at all, whether they're
Right, that's
believers or not.
deception.
Mm-hmm.
It's like where is that, like, how do Christians validate that to me? Because I would always go to my dad and ask questions and he would never answer them. It was always have faith and just pray. But it's like, have faith in what?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you done or?
I'm just talking. I love talking about stuff like this.
Oh, okay. Well, I agree with you. I don't have much to add to what you're sharing. I also do think that the God of the Bible is the great deceiver, but for different reasons.
Well, also, can I add something?
Mm-hmm.
I think that he was used to deceive slaves. Like it when they were brought over here, and that's where hoodoo comes from, because they tried to. I mean, they hid their practices in Catholicism, and because the YT man was forcing something upon them, like, and that's another form of deception. I don't know. Maybe I'm not in the right, like, I don't know. If I'm not in the right life, just let me know.
No,
But yeah,
I get where you're going. I think that he was used to deceive formerly enslaved people. He was used to deceive the Europeans who agreed to enslave. Like he was used to deceive the whole entire world.
absolutely. And it's crazy to me. Like,
Can y'all mute toxic misogynist for 5 minutes? Do not call me baby. I am not your baby.
oh, girl.
Did you have anything else plans forever?
No, I mean, did you want to talk about anything else?
No. Thank you for coming up though.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Have a good night.
And you too. Well, I don't know.
Thank you, Joshua. Mr. Joe?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. Have a good night, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, do not tag my name in the comments if you're afraid to come up on stage. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. Don't disrespect me and call me babe. I will block your ass on sight. I mean, mute your ass on sight. Yesterday, I was at the gas station getting gas, and this guy tried to holler at me, tried to get my number. I ignored his motherfucking ass, right? I ignored him. I'm not saying anything to him. He gets in his car, pulls up next to me as I'm getting back in the car. He pulls up next to me and stops right next to my car, rolls down his window and goes, hey, baby. Boy, when I tell you I pulled off so motherfucking fast, my tires screeched. And I started cracking up. I started cracking up at the sound of the tires because I did not think, like, I didn't realize that I pulled off that fucking fast. But the tires screeched. Like, leave me the fuck alone. I'm here to get gas. Right, we can't go nowhere. and you get in your car. You supposed to be getting gas, motherfucker. You get in your car and drive over to my station, my pump where I'm at. That's why I said, like, like they try to holler me at the gas station all the fucking time. That's why I always say to a guy who won't leave the stage, I be like, you the type of motherfucker at the gas station. They be like, hey, let me get your number. Oh, you got a man? And you be like, no. Like one time I ran over a man's foot. He came to my window at the dollar store. Mind you, I'm walking out the dollar store. He's trying to holler at me. I tell him I'm good. I tell this motherfucker I'm gay. Okay? I'm getting in the car. This motherfucker comes to my fucking car, stands outside my fucking window, and I backed the fuck off and ran over his fucking foot. Leave me the entire fuck alone. Like I told you I was gay. Toxic misogynist, you gotta wait till your mute is over till you can come on stage. You're gonna have to comment in the comments to let me know your 5-minute mute is over. Telling women to stop wearing short skirts means that you can't control your motherfucking self. What the fuck I wear ain't got shit to do with what you do with your motherfucking body. Control your goddamn eyes. Control your goddamn hands. Control your goddamn mouth. Control your motherfucking body and keep it the fuck away from my shorts. Like they always want to blame somebody else for their fucking behavior. Hold yourself accountable for you not being able to control yourself. All right, y'all, the guest box is open. Y'all know we don't like silence in here. Nelly done bash the fuck out. Like we just gotta call it the bash. Because Nelly and Bash, the other day, Bash came up, asked a question, got us involved in a deep conversation, and just fucking dipped. Like, how you bring up a topic and dip in the middle of us talking to you about it? Like, what? I swear his Bash dads be a motherfucker. Like, Bash, y'all don't understand. Bash is so anti-social. Like, he don't like to be around people for a long period of time. We went out to dinner. One time he came here and we went out to dinner. Like we ate, Bash was he was scoffing down the oysters. We drinking, having fun. Bash gets up, he pays the check for everybody and bounce. And where the fuck did he go?
Really?
How you Bash dash in person?
Damn.
Mind you, I stayed at Bash and Mama Bash house this weekend. We all did. We stayed with them this weekend. We didn't see Bash. We probably saw Bash for a total of 10 minutes. Like we was in the same house and never saw this dude. He came out. He came out the room. Like we leaving for dinner Saturday night. He comes and say, "I enjoyed you." I'm like, when? When, bro? Like, how you Bash dash in your own house, bro? He is something else. Pick a topic, Toxic.
Oh, yeah. So I was going to pick the topic about, who's really the great deceiver, God or the devil?
It wasn't a date. He was out with a bunch of people with the community. It wasn't a date. Go ahead.
I mean, we all know the great deceiver is literally the devil. and you guys know it too. So I don't know why that's even a question.
Like, are you going to give us reasons? Why are you just going to state shit?
Well, because for one, when he was sent to test Christ and tried to deceive him in all those ways, he deceived Adam and Eve as well.
Yeah.
And
In what way did he deceive your Jesus?
oh yeah, he told them, if you bow to me and everything, I can give you all the riches and everything on the earth. The third temptation.
Why couldn't he do it? How is that
Yeah,
deception?
because God himself, when he told Job, I want everything on the earth. So technically, Satan doesn't own all that stuff. Only the Father does. So how can he?
Except it would be your God who told the lie, according to Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9.
And how so?
I just told you, Deuteronomy 32, verse 8 and 9.
Hold up. I'm just trying not to take up too long.
That's the way
So
I'm
you're talking about the scripture that says the Lord giving their inheritance and everything? I don't see where he was deceiving when he gave his allotment and everything. Or where is the deception in that
Like,
scripture?
let me spell it out for you, since I know that a lot of y'all have like low comprehension. You said that your God told Job that he owns everything on the earth. Therefore, when Satan says to your Jesus, it was given to me, therefore I can give it to anyone I please, was a lie. Except according to Deuteronomy, verse 32, chapter 32, verse 8 and 9, the only thing given to your God was Israel. The other parts of the world were given to other gods.
Yeah, but remember, he still gave him he didn't give to other gods, he gave to other nations. So let's just be
The
clear there.
nations were given to other gods. When the Most High apportioned the nations, that means when he divided the nations, when he divided mankind, he fixed the boundaries of the people according to the number of the gods. The Lord's portion was his people, Jacob, his allotted share.
Oh, okay. Which translation are you reading from? Because mine does not say gods; it says sons of Israel. So
Except
people are having confusion
in the
there.
Hebrew, it says gods. It was
Yeah.
the King James, the Masoretic text changed it to sons of Israel.
Okay. Well, then at that point, that's just a discussion on diction, versus
So
what it truly
let me
says.
ask you this: did the sons of Israel rule the nations? Answer that question.
Oh no, they didn't rule the
They
nation.
didn't. So then when this says, when the Most High apportioned the nations, when the Most High divided the nations and divided humankind, he fixed the boundaries according to the sons of Israel. So the sons of Israel got nations.
Well, the sons of Israel, I guess we won't say nations.
This is talking about your God dividing the people, the humans.
Yeah, but I mean, the core point of it is that he has the ability to even divide it in general.
That's not the core point.
So
That's
no,
not
that's
not
my
the core point.
point.
The Most High
That's
here is
my
El
core
Elyon.
point.
The Most High here is El Elyon, not Yahweh.
Where does it say El Elyon?
In Hebrew, and if you hit the reference, you will see that it says El Elyon.
Yeah, when I hit it, it says the Most High, but I guess
That's
I'll
okay.
take
I'll
your word
show
for
you.
it.
That's okay. I'll show you.
Yeah.
I don't need you to take my word for anything. I don't believe in taking word for shit. That's y'all's problem today.
Oh, you do.
So
'cause
as you can see, it
I
says
appreciate it.
it says Most High right there.
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see that.
What does that say?
Heb Elyon.
Hold on. Do you see that?
Yep, I see that
Yeah.
loud and clear.
So it's Elion, not Yahweh. This right here, the Lord's own portion, that's Yahweh. Yahweh got Jacob his allotted share.
Mm-hmm.
The gods got the nations. See that?
Can I see that scripture that says the gods? I want to see that. To see what it says in that way, so I can have a clearer
It's going to
vision.
say the Masoretic text
Well,
says the sons of Israel. You
no,
see
no, no.
that?
I mean,
It says the
the
Masoretic.
line.
It says the Masoretic text, the Israelites. You see
Okay,
that?
so then, yeah, I agree. So it's not really like other gods. It's just talking about Israelites. I
The
don't know why
original
they.
text says gods. The Masoretic text changed it to the Israelites. So I'm going to ask you again. What nations did the Israelites get?
And yeah, I guess in terms of nation, there's only technically one nation of Israel. So I guess if there's probably a bad description in the Bible, then I have to admit that. But that's not my point. My point is that God, the overall point I'm saying is God is the one that gave them. The Father is one
Who
that.
ruled the nations? Did your God rule the nations, or did Satan? Did the
Oh,
nations
those
worship?
are
Did
God.
the nations worship your God, or did they worship a demon gods?
No, I mean they were supposed to worship our God, but we know that never
Did they
happened.
worship your gods, or did they worship demon gods?
I mean, they worship demon gods, but
All
they were
right.
supposed to
So
worship our
did the
gods.
devil control the nations, or did your God control them?
No, our God was supposed to control
No.
nations,
Who
but they.
controlled the nations? The devil or your God? Not supposed to. Who did?
Okay, well, I'll say the devil then.
Like the thing of y'all saying that they were supposed to, when this book clearly says, and your God also says, that the nations, the Gentiles, did not know him. So how is it that they were supposed to worship your God when your God admits they don't know him?
Yeah, but they don't know him because they clearly worship Satan. I mean, after years, generations
But
of
were they
worshiping
supposed to
Satan.
worship? How are they supposed to worship a God they
Yeah,
didn't know?
because in the beginning they did know that, like for example, during Cain
Where
and
does it say
Abel.
the nations knew?
No, Cain and Abel.
Show
During the
me where it
times
says
like
the
God
nations. Show
was
me where
talking
it
to them
says the nations knew your God.
before the flood.
Yes,
And
show
yeah,
me that.
they knew. I mean, okay, I guess you said it doesn't say specifically they should know God,
Right.
but
It doesn't say
before the
it.
flood, we know that God was talking to him because he talked to Cain and Abel,
Right.
and even up until Noah. So technically, he was
So
there, and they
were
all
they
knew God.
nations at the time of Cain and Abel? Were there nations at the
Yeah,
time
there
of the
were
flood?
nations.
What
That's why the whole
nations
world.
existed? What nations existed?
Well, then it doesn't say specifically in the
Oh,
Bible.
wow. So something else that you're
I
just
mean,
making up.
no, but we know that. That's why he
No, we
flooded the
don't
whole
know.
world.
If
He
we
didn't
know,
flood.
then what nations exist?
I mean, we can't find it because even in
Because you
history we
don't
can't even.
know. You can't say we know when you don't know.
We know there was nations. We just don't
Then
know their
what
name.
nations were they?
I don't know. We don't
So
know
we
their
don't
names.
know. If you say we know, that means you should be able to answer that question. The answer is you don't know, and you are assuming, you are inferring. But your God said that the nations did not know him.
Okay, but either way, thinker, it still doesn't disprove my fact that God is the one that's in control, and He can give out nations to anybody He wants
I
to.
mean, sure, he was in control, but he gave it to Satan. And as Satan said to your Jesus, it was given to me, and I can give it to anyone I please. Was that a lie?
No, so it was a lie because it was a lie because in the end it was given to him by the Father. So Christ doesn't need to bow to him. He can just ask the Father.
He didn't
Father.
say you need to bow to me. He
literally said you got to bow to him.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He said if
Yes,
you.
he did.
He did not. He said if.
Let me
He
get the
said
scripture right now
if
for
you bow to me. He didn't say you have to bow to me. That's a lie.
Oh, what does if mean?
If it's giving you an option. He
All
says,
right,
if you bow to me, I will give you the nations. It was given to me, and I can give it to anyone I please. He did not lie.
Yeah, okay. And that no, but God, he was given the option, but Christ knew that he doesn't have to. You're right, it is a choice. He doesn't have to bow to him because in the end, the Father is one that gave him nations, and so he can still choose.
Yeah,
the Father
where was the
instead.
lie? Where was the deception?
Deception was the deception was in the option, saying
What
that
was
if you bow
deceiving
to me and
about the
everything.
option? Are you saying Satan couldn't give Jesus the nations?
No, because the Father is the one that gave Satan the nations as well. So he only gave him a portion. He didn't give him the whole world, right? I mean, he
So
only gave him certain nations.
Satan couldn't convince the kings of the nations to worship Jesus. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I mean, not if the Father doesn't want to. So he can try to, but if the Father, like for example, like the Pharaoh, if the Father can control the heart of Pharaoh, then I mean, what can Satan do in that case?
So Satan can't convince people to worship Jesus. So when y'all come on, when other Christians come on this stage to defend Jesus and they say harmful shit and Christians say that's not Jesus, that's Satan, then what's that?
Oh, that's just, I guess you said when people come on here and they try to say bad things about Jesus
No,
and people.
no, they say harmful things in defense of Jesus, and Christians say that's not Jesus, that's Satan. And I ask, why is Satan defending Jesus on my stage? So Satan can't convince people to worship Jesus. One Christian told me that Satan will convince people to worship Jesus to make Jesus look bad. So that was a lie?
Yeah, that was like, because Satan can't have someone worship him because he needs to be, he himself has an ego. That's why he tried to have the angels rebel against the Lord. So yeah, maybe the Christians lied, but God himself in that case.
It's interesting that Satan can't convince human beings to worship your God, but Satan can convince your God to destroy his most valuable player. That's interesting.
Well, I mean,
is
to
your
be
God
fair,
weak?
no, I mean he loves Satan. I mean, he loves Satan because Satan's still his creation. That's why he
But
loves.
he's weak. Like your God can be convinced by Satan, but humans can't.
No, well, I mean, God himself has more knowledge than Satan, but
But
he
your
loves
God
Satan
can be
enough.
convinced by Satan.
No, I mean, yeah, no. God allows Satan.
Nope. He
He
said Satan
allows Satan.
enticed him. He says Satan moved
Satan
him.
cannot entice God. That doesn't make
He
sense.
literally said that in Job chapter
Wait.
2, verse 3.
Okay, let me. Okay, it does mention that, but I guess
So your God, this is another thing you're learning about your God. So your God can be moved by Satan to do something harmful to his most valuable player, but humans can't be moved by Satan to worship your Christ. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, because I mean, it's like you, like, you do believe the devil can make you become a Christian again?
I don't believe in your devil. This is your story.
No, but I mean, but do you believe the devil
I
can
don't
convince you to
believe
become a
in your
Christian?
devil. Asking me that
It's not.
dumbass question. I don't believe in your
You
devil.
don't have to believe,
Then
right?
stop
The devil
asking
can.
me, do I believe? Don't start the question off with that. This
No,
is
but
not my belief system. It's yours. This is your devil and your God.
no, but the devil doesn't have to. You don't have to be Christian to be influenced by the devil. I'm just asking. Could you?
Yes, you do. This is
No, you
your
don't.
belief system. You and your
But
devil believe in your God. I don't. You share a belief system with your devil.
actually, yeah. Because the thing is that, are you saying evil is just natural then?
No,
Because the devil influences you.
good is natural and bad is natural. Or
No, bad
harm
is
is
more
natural.
natural than good.
It's natural. Human beings do harmful shit. Human beings do good shit. I posted a video today of my grandkids playing and my grandson continuously jumping on his sister's head, taking the book away from her, hitting her, and then 5 minutes later saying, I love you, Nene. I'm sorry, Nene. Like, it's just natural for humans to do stupid shit or good shit. There is no God or demon required for a human to do good or bad.
No, there is, because, like, for example, when you feel the emotion to want to hurt somebody, are you saying that's being influenced by your spirit, right? Because I mean,
It's
naturally,
influenced by a lot of things. It's influenced by biology. It's influenced by emotion. It's influenced by social economical reasons. Like, it's influenced by a lot of things. But it's not a devil, not a demon.
No, so but no, it has to be because when you're like at neutral and you're just normal without anything, what do you think? What do you think causes you to feel that
I
emotion?
just told you that. You have a brain. Your brain sends signals. Sometimes your brain can be sick. Sometimes your signals can misfire. Your environment, how you are raised, how people treat you, your lack of resources. There are several reasons that would move a person to do something harmful. There are several reasons that would move a person to do something good.
And even when you're wherever, you're like, I don't want, like, I guess when you guys talk about emotional intelligence, even though women don't really have emotional intelligence, like you feel the emotion, like, I want to hurt this person, but I don't want to. But it's like, I just got the feeling, the emotion, the inclination to want to just hurt them. Are you saying that even when you're consciously aware that, hey, your brain is triggering all this stuff and you technically should have control over your mind, like, I don't want to hurt this person, but I'm just getting the unction to want to just go and hurt them. Are you telling me that's not spirit
The
behind it?
same reason that you call me babe after I've told you I don't know how many times not to fucking disrespect me like that. Did the devil make you do that, Toxic?
Yeah, so yeah, I believe so. The devil makes you do evil. Yes.
While you were defending your Christ?
Um.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you see why that sounds fucking stupid? You did it because you fucking wanted to. Those were your thoughts, your actions. There's no need for you to be blaming a devil for what you did voluntarily.
No, I mean, we do have moments where, like, it's talk about emotional intelligence, where you feel that emotion, and it's like, but you don't want to do it, but it's just that emotion is so strong, you do it. Like, for example, a lot of guys, we struggle with lust, and lust is a spirit because there are moments
I
where
don't know why the fuck are we talking about lust right now.
Okay, I'm sorry. What I'm saying is like there's a lot of guys who want to hurt somebody. They get angry and they feel that emotion come up. They're like, I don't want to hurt them, but it's just like, I gotta punch something. So they punch something in general, like, punch a wall. Or something.
That's you. And that's you needing to go to get anger management. You need to learn how to practice self-control. You need to go to therapy. And maybe you need some fucking medicine. Or maybe you need to stay away from women.
Well, I don't know about the last part, but I will understand that, hey, you are influenced by something when you don't want to do it. But
No, you're not. You're influenced by something, yes. And that is your environment. That is your lack of knowledge. That is your chemical reactions to certain things. That is your upbringing. That is the people around you that is putting things in your head or how people treat you. You are influenced by things outside of you, but not a demon or a devil or a god.
So you're saying that when people, like, for example, they, like, murderers or serial unalivers and everything like that, when they choose to harm someone, that's not the devil trying to influence. Remember, the devil says he roams one to kill, to unalive, steal, and destroy.
Except
you're saying that
your
they're not
record only
influenced.
shows your God influencing humans to kill. There's no record
My
of
God, God does miracles.
There's no record of your devil influencing anybody to kill anyone, but there's several records of your God influencing humans to kill.
Yeah. So remember, I guess I'm not going to bring up that scripture, but what I was saying is, so you're saying right now when God does miracles, I'll show you the miracles He's done recently.
No,
and
why the
everything.
hell are you on miracles? We're talking about.
Like I'm saying, like, the God He's doing
murderers.
good.
We're talking about murderers. Your God influences humans to kill. That is
No, He
in
does
your record.
not.
Yes, He does. His Holy Spirit was on Samson when Samson killed 30 people. His
No,
Holy
but
Spirit was on Jephthah when he offered to the first thing that came out of his house as a burnt offering, and your God knew that it was going to be his daughter. Your God commanded the Israelites to go and kill Canaanites. When your God
Well, yeah, 'cause they're committing sin.
when your God supposedly has all power of life, if your God is responsible for life, if He didn't want evil people on the world, all He had to do was not wake them up. But instead, your God wanted humans to kill humans to get this so-called evil off of the earth. So He woke up humans so other humans could go and kill them.
Hey. Okay. So you're saying that when Christ came down and, which
I'm
was your
talking
first
about
point.
your God influencing humans to kill humans.
I know. I'm saying, like, so you're saying when I'm saying like this. So when He came to Sodom and Gomorrah and asked them, hey, I want to go and check. And then Abraham said, hey, if you find 10 folks, forget them. He's like, all right, cool. If I find these certain folks, I'll go ahead and forgive them.
What does that have to do with your God influencing humans to kill humans?
No, because He doesn't do that. That's why
I'm sorry. Does Judges 14 and 19 exist? Like, if he doesn't do that, then why does it say in Judges 14, verse 19, that the Spirit of the Lord rushed on him, meaning Samson, and he went down to Ashkelon. He killed 30 men of the town. Did that happen? Yes or no?
Oh yeah, that happened.
All right. Can you show me the equivalent of Satan doing that?
So the equivalent of Satan doing that, the Bible doesn't really mention, like, for example, like Satan directly influence, like
Right.
saying,
You
"Oh,
have
something."
no record of this Satan character
Yeah, but
influencing.
we
You have no record of this Satan character influencing humans to kill other humans. But we have several stories of your God influencing humans to kill other humans.
no, we do. We have records of Baal and Moloch where literally God says, "Don't." They are
Take me
they're
to
literally
take me
unaliving
to the
children.
record of Baal or Molech telling people to kill anybody.
Okay, all right. Well, when God tells the people that do not sacrifice your children to Moloch and
Where does
everything,
it
are you
say
telling?
Molech told them to do that?
So yeah, so you're saying that Moloch can tell them to sacrifice
First
children?
off, there was
And
never a god called Molech in the Middle East.
no, there was.
No, there wasn't.
Let
Then
me get
show
let me
me,
get
show
let
me
me
the
get the scripture right
record.
now.
Show me
Let
the
me get it for
record.
you.
Show me the record of the people. What nation did Molech rule? Show me the record of the people who worshipped Molech outside of the Israelites.
So yeah, go and check 2 Kings 23:10.
No, show me the record of the people who worshipped Molech outside of the Israelites. In
I'm
history, in
I'm
history, in
I'm
history.
that's not a discussion. I'm
No,
talking
yes, it
about
is,
trying
because
to
I
prove
literally
that they
just
were
stated, I'm
influenced
sorry,
by
I literally
Satan.
just stated that there is no God named Molech in the Middle East. There was never a God named
That's a different
Molech in the,
discussion.
no, it's not. There was never a God named Molech in the Middle East.
Okay, well, how does that relate to my point about
Because
Satan
it's a
about Satan
mistranslation.
influencing
Because
folks?
it's either a mistranslation or a lie. MLK in Hebrew can mean messenger, it can mean king, it can mean ruler, but it does not refer to a god named Molech in the Middle East. There was
I'm
no
not worried
God.
about the
There
Molech.
was
I'm just talking
no
about
God.
Molech in
There was
general.
no God named Molech in the Middle East. There was no God named Molech in the Middle East at all.
Let's stay on topic. We're on the Bible here, so
That is the
let's go to
topic.
2
That
Kings
in the
23:10.
Hebrew,
Let's go to
it
let's go to
uses
the
malak.
Bible,
In the Hebrew, it uses malak, and that can mean messenger, that can mean king, that can mean
ma'am.
ruler.
It is
It
a
does
government.
not mean Molech, because there
Let's
is
literally
no
go to the
God. There
scripture.
is
Why are
no
you
Like,
God
talking while she's
named Molech
talking?
in the Middle
I'm just
East.
trying to make sure she calms down.
There is
All right.
no God. How the fuck you gonna make sure I calm down if you're talking while I'm fucking talking?
I'm just trying to just
Talking while I'm
lower your.
talking isn't going to make me calm down. It's
All
going
right,
to
thank
make
you.
me get louder, motherfucker.
I mean, you're a calm
It's going to
person,
make
so
me get loud.
you're not a loud
As
person.
I
So
stated, MLK in Hebrew is either a king, a ruler, or a messenger. It is the same exact construct, root word, that is used for your angels, that is used for your kings. There was never a God named Molech in the Middle East, so that is either a forced translation or a made up lie.
okay. Well, I mean, either way, we don't know, but we know that it's
Yes,
in
we
the
do
text.
know.
No, we do not. No, we
Yes, we do
don't.
know. Archaeologists, biblical archaeologists have looked for this god Molech. They have already been able to, they found funeral urns that was in the Tophet that the Israelites built. And the funeral urns were made out to, it said MLK, to Yahweh and Asherah. The funeral urns were to Yahweh, were to your God, not a god named Molech.
Yeah, that's all cool, nice and handy. But let's just get back to the Bible, because that's where
This is still
we're getting the
Bible.
points from. Yeah, so let's go to Scripture then. Second chapter 23, verse 10, and then we'll continue a discussion from there.
I mean, sure, your Bible says Molech. And as I stated again, show me which nation worshiped Molech in history.
Well, I'll probably have to take time to show that, but I
Yeah, go
don't
ahead,
think.
take time and do it.
No, I mean we'll do it a different time. I
No,
just want to
do
get back
it.
to what we're
Go. It's a
discussing.
quick Google search.
Thinker.
It's a quick
Relax.
Google search.
Relax.
It's a quick
We'll
Google
discuss it
search.
later.
Are you afraid?
Oh no, I'd just
Then
rather
do
stick to
it.
my
It's a
point.
quick Google search.
Thinker, chill. Let's
It's
just
a
get back
quick.
to the
Go
Bible.
ahead. Show us the nation that
Let's
worshipped Molech in history.
right. That's not my point. I'm saying that
That is the point. You want to
my
say
point is that
you want to
Satan
say
influences
Molech.
people
You
to
want
do
to
bad
say
things.
Molech told them to kill. Show us this Molech god in history. What nation
I'll show you
worshipped
in the
him?
Bible. How about showing the
Show us
Bible?
the nation that worshipped him. Do a quick Google
That's not my
search.
point. I'm still talking about scripture there. I'm trying to
Do a
bring it to
quick
Bible.
Google search. Where is this God?
A thinker, like I said.
Yeah,
That's
you're
just
scared
my
to.
point.
You're
I
scared
mean,
to
to
go
be
outside the
fair,
Bible.
I
Like,
probably can't defend
is
my
the Bible
point
true,
as
Toxic?
strong as
Is
I
the Bible
would.
true?
Oh
Is
yeah,
the
it's
is the
definitely
Bible
true.
okay? Then, so you shouldn't be afraid to go to history. Then, can you find Molech?
Yeah.
What
No, it's
nation?
just that I can't defend
Show
my
us,
points
show
as
us,
strongly in
show
that
us
case.
Molech in
So
history.
I just can't defend my point
Show
as
us
strong in that
Molech. You
case.
are defending your point right now. You're whining about it. Show
I'm
us
not
Molech.
whining. I'm
You
telling you,
said
stay.
Molech told people to kill people. First off, does Molech speak in this book?
Oh yeah, it doesn't say like speaks
All
directly in this
right.
book.
So point already debunked because Molech, there's no record of Molech telling anybody to kill anybody. Now the second
clearly,
point.
if
Now the
well, like I
second
said, if
point.
they're
Now
doing
the
it, then
second
where are they
point.
getting it
Now
from?
the second point is if you're going to say, well, they did it to Molech, so then Molech must have told them to do it. Show us Molech in history.
I'd rather just choose the Bible for my source. So let's,
You
like
don't
I said,
have you don't have a source. You don't have Molech
Thinker,
telling anybody to do anything.
let's get back
You
to the
don't
Bible,
have
okay?
Molech telling anybody to
Thinker.
kill anybody. You don't have the spirit of Molech moving on anybody. We have
Okay.
record of your God's spirit telling helping Samson kill people. We have record of your God's spirit on Jephthah as he prayed for victory and made a deal with your God. We have record of your God commanding the Israelites to kill Canaanites. We have record of your God commanding Saul to kill Amalekites. We have record of your God commanding humans to kill other humans. Show me the record of this Baal, of this Molech, commanding humans to kill other humans.
You know, I think let's honestly, since we're probably not going to make too much headways in this case because both of us are at an impasse in terms
No,
of what we're
I'm
going to
not at an
expect.
impasse. I'm not at an impasse. I'm not at an impasse. You are at an impasse because you don't have it. You don't have any record of this Baal character or of this Molech character telling humans to kill anybody.
No, I just rather continue my way. But
You
how
don't
about
have
this?
a record, and you
Thinker.
you don't have a record. You
Hey,
have no
I mean,
record. You have
hey,
no
Thinker,
record.
first off, can you like turn your camera on too?
Because all you're doing is fucking whining and deflecting. Your claim is that the devil influences people to kill, but you are choosing to ignore that in your book, your God influences people to kill. You have no record of this Baal character telling anybody to kill anybody. And let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. This is going to debunk your fucking point. When a Christian says God told them to kill someone, did your God tell them to do it?
No, because they
All
can
right, there
say
we
God
go.
for they
So
can say
if
God
your
for the
God,
devil
okay,
too.
there we go. So if a person can claim that a deity told them to do something, but that doesn't necessarily mean that a deity told them to do it. If a person does something in the name of a deity, that is not the deity saying, yes, that's what. Stop talking. If a person does something in the name of a deity, that does not automatically mean the deity wanted that person to do that. This is why I'm asking you to show me Malek or Baal asking for humans to kill other humans.
Okay. Well, you know what? Let me just choose the first topic then, because I think
No,
I'll probably fare better in that
no, you
case.
do not get to switch topics in the middle of a
I
conversation.
think
No,
it'd be better for
no,
our
you do
discussion.
not get to switch topics in the middle of a conversation. If you can't handle what the fuck you brought up, then you just need to bow the fuck out.
No, I think I'll just choose different
Then
topics.
bow out. You are not picking
Hey,
another topic.
I don't want.
I
I mean, I
said
enjoy
no.
talk. Thinker, I enjoy
I
talking to
said
you. I
no.
enjoy
I
talking to you,
said
Thinker.
no,
So I'd
motherfucker.
rather
I
continue it
said
on.
no. Then continue the same topic that you chose. Either stay on the same topic you chose or get off the stage.
Okay. I probably let me see if I can look up something where Ball told people or Ma told people to offer to him. Hey, let me get back to you on that then.
Go ahead. It's crazy y'all motherfuckers calling me toxic and his name is Toxic Misogyny. I don't know why the fuck y'all think
Yeah,
that
because you are being
I'm
toxic. And
talking right now.
even
I
me as a
am talking. No
misogynist,
one's talking to you. Go
I'm a
back and
misogynist
Google.
behaving
Go
better
back
than
and
you.
Google. I'm not talking to you. I don't know why the fuck y'all expect me to be kind and nice to a toxic motherfucker that keeps crossing my motherfucking boundaries. And this is a clear example of why the fuck I say this guy is motherfucking deceptive. Like, you have someone on stage claiming to be toxic, claiming to be a misogynist, and you motherfuckers are rather judge me for responding to his fucking toxicity, for responding to his disrespect. You rather call me toxic than the motherfucker that named himself toxic.
Yeah,
Fucking
no, that's what I'm
shut the
saying.
fuck
Like,
up. I'm
that's
not
how you
talking
know
to
you're
you.
toxic.
I'm not fucking talking to you. You fucking delusional ass people.
Hey, just calm down, baby girl. Hey.
Don't get the fuck off my stage. Block this bitch. Your disrespectful ass. Y'all whiny asses. Occasionally obsessed.
Stand by for 10,
Occasionally obsessed.
9, 8, 7.
Yeah, that's why he called me that, because he wanted to get kicked.
That shit was highly disrespectful. He knew what he was doing.
Because he knew he couldn't back up that shit. There is no evidence of a god named Molech in the ancient Near East. Renato? Renato? All right. All I see in the guest requests are fans or super fans. If you're in there on purpose, please remember to use the nerd emoji, or else I will not automatically bring you up. Like, they whine so fucking much. And like, you don't know your God. Y'all go by what your pastors tell you. And then you get in here and we actually go to the book, and then y'all start whining. You start deflecting and you start being dishonest.
And that's when the disrespect starts.
Like, I wonder if it ever dawns on them, like after they participate in these conversations, that they are defending a lie. Like everything that you've been told, not everything, but most of what you've been told about your God is not in your book. It is the opposite. What you've been told about your God and your devil. Like, it never dawns on you that you don't have a record of your devil doing the things that you've been told this devil wants to do. But everything that you've been told the devil wants to do, your God does. Now y'all gonna sit in the chat and be scared. We're the ones in the comments that was calling me toxic. Like, why don't y'all come up here? JB, that's the wrong emoji, but I'm gonna bring you up anyway. The can somebody show JB the correct emoji con to use to let me know that he's in the box? What's up, JB?
Hey, Thinker. I just wanted to say hi.
How are
So I'm
you?
actually awake. I'm good. I happened to be awake and saw you was on and said, let me go in and see. But
Joshua, that's the wrong one, but that's the right one. You see the one that they're using, Theo and Semper in the comments?
the one that looks like with the book,
Yeah, that's the one to use
that's
to let me know that you're trying to come on stage.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just wanted to come and say hello and hi, how you doing? I'm on vacation. I'm in Tennessee. I don't know how I got here, but
What
I was
what made you go to Tennessee?
I put on a leather retreat. I'm in the leather community, hence the icon and stuff. But I'm putting on a leather retreat for some people around the country, and
Oh, okay.
so I'm here doing that. We're in Pigeon Forge.
Oh, Pigeon Forge is nice.
It is.
Y'all
It's
staying in a
cute.
cabin?
Yeah, we're staying in like a big old. It's like a big cabin. This thing is huge.
Yeah, they're really nice up there.
Yeah,
You should
I'm
go
like
by
this looks.
Dollywood while you're up there.
We're going to Dollywood on Sunday.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
you're gonna
know,
enjoy it.
we was like we got to go to Dollywood. But no, I just wanted to tell you. I mean, I know that like I'm not really. I don't know if I can start doing this yet, but I listened to you on my drive up here. Like I listened to your whole live from I think last night before last up here, and you said something that I had never really thought about, and that was that like the the God that um, you know us as black folks serve is the same God that white nationalists serve, and had never thought about that.
Did you hear the
Like
man say okay and yeah?
I did, and I was like, wait, like what you want me to do? And I was like, stop. I want you to stop worshiping them.
Mm-hmm.
And like that might be the thing that takes me over from deconstructing to like full on atheist. Just that idea that's like that is the same. It's the same God, and it is the God of our oppressors. Like that to me, like that really like hit me in my chest.
Yeah. In the way that somehow we have convinced ourselves that it is a different God, but yet we can't explain how.
Yeah, yeah. It's like wait, and he was like, well, my God is a God of love and this and that, and I'm like, if you've read the book, then you know that that's not necessarily the case. And like I said, I've been holding on to kind of the that fear of hell and there's all the things that you kind of indoctrinated and taught into as children. Let's be real, children. Just listening to you and like the way that you kind of phrase things just really does take a whole other it's like puts a whole other spin on it that like I had never heard anyone talk like that. And like I've heard other people talk about like this God is a monster and all of that stuff, but like the idea of this God is the same God that white supremacists use, and he is more in line with their views and their values than what we espouse.
And then, like, the thing that disappointed me was once they come to the realization or the acceptance that it is the same God, they choose to hang on to it. Like, it's not enough for them
Yes.
to say, well, damn, wait a minute. Like, even, so there is like a hidden church, what they call the ghost church in history during the antebellum period. And the ghost church is essentially the first God, the first introduction of this God to our ancestors who were enslaved. When they found out what they were worshiping, they were mad. And
Yeah.
they ended up like changing it, like reinterpreting it with liberation theology and all of that. But they were not happy when they found out that they were worshiping the God of white supremacy. And so
Yeah.
they don't talk about that part of history. They call it the ghost religion.
That's wild. Like it's you just like you be opening my eyes, and I really just wanted to come on here and tell you how much I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Because I
Thank
know
you.
you be getting shit from all these motherfuckers, but you were doing good work out here.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Jay.
No problem. But that's all I wanted to say. I'm gonna drop down now.
All right. Enjoy your retreat and enjoy Dolly World.
I will. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Girl, why is this fool starting up the damn truck and his ass all the way in North Carolina?
What?
Like, oh gosh.
Why?
You this
Why is he
stupid
doing
ass
that?
man shit to show off.
Is he like? Is it a new truck? Like, is he playing with a toy?
No, it ain't even a new truck.
Oh my god! Just doing childish shit, like feeling like he's God with powers or something.
I swear, between the dog, the truck, like tonight has just been crazy. I literally am starting a fucking migraine right now.
Hold on, Virgil. That's not true. Malek is not Milcom. Stop making up shit. Like y'all will make up shit to try to hang on to a lie. Molech and Milcom are not the same God. Go ahead, Lala.
Men are just fucking stupid. I'm sorry. They are. I can't. I know my neighbors are probably like, what the hell is going on?
That's hilarious. She said stupid man shit.
It is.
You
Now I
need to
need
look at
something
the
to
resource for
take.
that, Virgil. Google is a search engine. You need to look at the resource for that. And I'm pretty sure it's probably Reddit. Oh, that's a pageant PFP? That's cool. Like, y'all do know that when you go to Google, you need to check the sources, especially the AI. The AI pulls from Reddit a lot on Google. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Don't be afraid to come up and have a conversation. If you're not a toxic misogynist, you won't get cussed out. If you're respectful, you will not get cussed out. It'll be a good conversation. We've had several good conversations with believers on here. Even though we disagree, we were able to keep it civil. If you're deconstructing your belief in the God of the Bible, Or if you are an atheist and you are 21 and up, y'all, the guest box is open. My stomach finna start growling. Although I've eaten all day. I don't know why the fuck I'm still hungry. I feel like I'm burning a lot of calories. Like, I've eaten Alfredo, I've eaten cereal, and Nutri-Grain bars, but for some reason, I'm still hungry. And I can't be pregnant. I've had a hysterectomy.
It's, oh my gosh, the fucking dog. I'm sorry. Anyways, I need some Alfredo. I haven't had it in a while.
This one was really good. My daughter cooked it. She had broccoli, shrimp, chicken. Like, she did really good.
I haven't had it in a while. But I'm still dieting, so
What
can't have it for a
you
few more
dieting for
months.
the cruise?
Girl, yeah, I'm trying to get cute.
You don't look like you need to diet. I swear,
Girl,
women will be 135 pounds talking about they need to diet.
I am not 135 pounds.
Even like my ideal weight is like 150. I need to gain 25 pounds. I'm 125. I need to gain 25 pounds. I think 150 pounds is a good ideal average weight. It's the curves and all of that. That's my goal, yeah.
Oh, listen, you can have some of mine. I have enough to go around.
A lot of people tagged me in this video of this man saying that, have you ever noticed that God's miracles line up with science? What science has figured out in the medical industry, that's where the God's miracles are. But where science can't go, neither can the God. Like, science haven't been able to bring back a miscarriage or grow back a limb, so therefore the God doesn't do miracles in those areas.
That's interesting.
Isn't it?
No, I haven't seen that video yet.
Mm-hmm. Why is it that his miracles line up with science?
Truly interesting. All right,
Like,
where are the Christians?
he won't grow back a limb today for somebody that worships him, but he gonna give everybody a brand new body. They gonna grow limbs like crazy so he could burn them in hell. Make that shit make sense. And then I'm trying to figure out, like, the lady that was like Dolly Parton, she's scared Dolly Parton might be in hell because Dolly Parton didn't speak out against the LGBTQIA community.
Like, why does she have to speak out against it? Like, so where does that say in the Bible that you must speak out against things like that?
Well, it does say to plead the blood and to, if you see your brother sinning, rebuke them, or as you'll incur blood guilt. It says to do that in the text. But because
But
Darlie
not
said,
against LGBTQ, right?
well, against sin, period. Right? So because Dolly said that if people are gay, she said she don't see anything wrong with people being gay. If they're gay, let them be gay. Let people be who they are. And she's like, oh no, I'm so scared for her soul. She's like, I pray to God, like she wasn't a lukewarm Christian, but is looking that way. And she's like, you gotta preach hell. It's not love if you don't preach hell. And I'm like, girl, shut the fuck up. Like, and then
That's what I said.
yeah, like, if Dolly Parton is in hell, what the fuck is burning? Like, if you think Dolly Parton is in hell right now, her body is in the ground. What the fuck is burning right now? Because the answer that they've always given us is that their God is going to give us new bodies so he can burn us for eternity. But if she's already in this eternal fire, what the fuck's burning right now?
Dolly would say, maybe it's one of my wigs.
Like, that's insane. And then she's saying all of this while wearing lashes, makeup, nails. She got on booty shorts. Like the way that she's trying to take away Dolly's Christianity, another Christian who
Hmm.
dresses
Can do the,
modestly, who don't wear
yep,
makeup, who think makeup is Jezebel, will take away hers.
exactly.
They ain't loyal to each other at all. Hey, Drew,
Hello, thinker.
how are you?
I'm doing all right. I just heard you made the comment about like science. I can't remember what you just said, but it was like we use how we use science today. Well, how science is used today to justify like the pretty much the what's taught in the Bible, right? Some to that extent.
Like the God's miracles line
Right,
up with
right, yeah.
science, yeah.
Right. Okay, like tonight was a celestial event. It was a lunar eclipse. You see it?
No, I didn't see it. I didn't know it was supposed to be one.
Oh, you missed it?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, it just passed. It's done now. But I was just thinking, like, what the hell? Get out of here! I'm sorry, it's a cat on my balcony.
I thought an animal got in your house or something.
Right?
or a demon.
Demon.
Y'all see that video of that lady? Get out of my house, you demon!
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, yeah. So like tonight was a lunar eclipse, and that's science, right? Like we know, like today we can literally pinpoint down to the minute, the day, where to go to, see these events. Lunar eclipse. The best ones are there's the solar eclipses when the moon blocks out the sun. But today was a lunar eclipse. But it's like back then, during the biblical days, was like the Iron Age. Maybe was that what it was?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. The Iron Age. The Hebrews, the Israelites. They use the imagery of the sun, like the darkness of the sun going out, or the changes in the moon, as to describe God's judgment. But today we know like that's not the case. But the Bible, it speaks on that like it's a true thing. But we know that wasn't really what it was. They thought like because it was a solar eclipse happening that it was a sign from God that was, he was angry. It's the scripture, Amos. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Amos.
Amos.
Amos. Okay. Amos 8:9. It says, I will make the sun go down at noon and darken the earth in broad daylight. Like, what is that? It's not.
Eclipse.
Exactly. It's nothing. Nothing but a solar eclipse. But they dumbasses back then, they didn't know. They didn't know what. They didn't know what that was. It's ignorance. Like, it's no scientific. There's no science in the Bible whatsoever. And if you really wanted to give out a prophecy, like I would have some type of belief in the God of the Bible if he was able to just give a day today. Like, what's the day? August. What's the day? The 28th, 29th?
28th.
Yeah, August 28th, 2026, there will be a lunar eclipse. Back then, they didn't know that. So it's like they had to.
Babylon did. Babylon had charted all eclipse for years. They had figured out a schedule of the eclipse
But how long after though?
for years. Like it was for decades. Like they did a future, but they didn't know where. The only thing they couldn't figure out is where in the world the eclipse would happen. But they had figured out an entire schedule of the eclipse for years. Like
How did
decades.
they figure it out? I'm sorry. How did they figure it out though?
I don't know how they figured it out, but they made a chart of them.
Right. They made the chart through science.
Yeah.
But right. But
God of the Bible says that I will make the sun go down at noon and darken the earth in broad daylight. But when that was written down, they had no idea of what an eclipse was.
I think that they knew what an eclipse was, and they just
Mhm.
these people, because think about the fact that Babylon is a different nation, and to them,
Okay.
Babylon is the devil.
Uh-huh.
And Babylon had like, while they were misogynist and they had patriarchal ideals, they had more respect for the women in their community than the Hebrews did. They allowed for grace and mercy in their laws and their penal code more than the Hebrews did. They had more knowledge, more like they used science. And so think about the fact that Babylon is their devil.
Mhm.
So it would make sense, like instead of you saying astrology or science did it, it's God. And that's what the Hebrews are saying. So that's why Christians will be like, it ain't, that's God and not science with the eclipse in Amos 8:9.
So this saying is God and not science, right?
Mm-hmm. Like
Right.
it's
So
God causing it. That's like it's not on a cycle, right? Like it's not
right,
science. Yeah, it's not
right.
physics.
Right. So I'm saying what I'm saying is like no real God will will say that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like we
I'm
know.
agreeing with you. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Cool. Yeah. So that was just my thought. And like even like the day of Jesus's crucifixion, like wasn't it like supposed like a solar eclipse doing then?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But like what day was that?
It was sometime in April, they said.
Right, sometime in April. So maybe back then it was an eclipse happening, and then they like it's like drawing like throwing a dart and then like drawing a bullseye around the dart. You gonna make it fit during that day. Like it probably was an eclipse, but you're making the story fit for Jesus's crucifixion.
I mean, it could have been. I can't remember. I think I remember reading something where they were saying during that year, around that time, that there was one.
Yeah, like it was darkness covered from like 3 hours. Like it went from noon to like I think like 3 o'clock or something like that. I was reading like when Jesus was supposedly crucified, like the sky had turned dark, and you know that a day probably was
Look, there you go. There
what's
was
that?
a lunar eclipse on the evening of Friday, April the 3rd, 33 AD.
Right. So they you throw the dart. That's the dart is the lunar eclipse or the solar eclipse, whatever the eclipse it may have been. But then you place the storyline on that date. So you throw the dart and you draw the bullseye around it
Yep.
to make the story fit. You know, just a cherry on the top. You know, so they can say like, oh, this happened during that day. It's like saying like all right, New York is a real place, so Spider-Man exists.
Yeah, like the anthropologist, he said centuries from now, the humans are going to think Santa Claus was one of our gods.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, but
They gonna swear up and down that we worshipped a white fat man with a beard in the sky who had 12 elves.
yeah,
12
and
reindeer.
reindeer.
Yeah,
Yeah, one with a red nose that glue in the dark.
with a
Yeah.
bunch of elf slaves.
Yep.
And we enslaved elves. They gonna be like, they enslaved elves.
Elf slaves is crazy. Yeah. It really was though. When you think about it. Yeah, but that's all I had. I just thought when you said that, I was like, I'm sitting here watching right now, having me a cocky tail, and I'm just finished watching the lunar eclipse, and I was thinking like they was dumb as hell back then. They didn't know absolutely nothing. It's just ignorant to the fact of, well, you know, just the celestial bodies, how to pinpoint it. Like, because I know the next solar eclipse will be like I think in Spain next year, and I think I want to try to make that a possibility for me to see, because they're still, they're so rare.
You remember they were saying that the world was going to end this last total eclipse. They were saying it lined up with something
Oh
with
yeah,
Israel.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still here paying bills and
Uh-huh.
taxes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, what are they going to say? Like, seriously, let's say 500 years from now.
hmm
What do you think the humans who are alive 5 generations from now are going to say about us? Are you going to say, do you think they're going to call us stupid? Call us ignorant?
Yeah, I could say that. Yeah, I could say. Yeah, 5 generations from now, like we don't know it. We don't know everything. I mean, you could possibly prove that God doesn't exist 5 generations from now. They can have concrete evidence of like how the universe came into existence.
I mean, I think the biggest thing is that we refuse to even acknowledge or accept what we do know, and we kept trying to lean on the lack of knowledge of the people 10 generations ago. Like
Right.
we kept saying that those that lacked knowledge had the knowledge, despite the fact that we had the knowledge. Like I think their minds is gonna be blown. Like, how the fuck did they have AI while still saying motherfuckers who was shitting where they slept had all the answers? Like, they're
Yeah.
gonna think something's wrong. Like, I mad if I could be a flower on the wall for those conversations, because they're gonna be funny as fuck.
I agree 1,000%. But that's all I had. Like I'm gonna drop down, but like you got it. You be dog walking. Like that last dude it's just funny. I was just busting up laughing while I was washing my dishes. They just don't. I don't know. It's like it's sad. Like I'm an atheist, of course, but I like to call myself a cradle atheist because I've never really believed in the God. I mean, as a kid, you had some because you was told, but like I remember asking my mom, like, what happened to the dinosaurs? And she didn't know what to tell me. She told me that God got rid of them. I'm like, that don't make no sense. Like, and it then made us. It's just I just never believed. And listening to you and like how you've like deconstructed, and it's a real thing. And people who never believed don't really know the severity and like the trauma behind people who really believed and like come from that type of background. It's a real thing. And like listen to you, like I really understand it's a real thing. But you got it. Thank you. You know that book inside out, and it's absolutely satisfying hearing you destroy people.
Well, thank you. I'm still learning.
No, I think you got everything right now.
Well, I appreciate you, Drew.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Hey, Lala.
What's up? Hey.
All right, y'all have a good night, and I could drop down and continue listening from the comments.
All right. Thank you, Drew. Have a good night.
Have a good one.
You too as well. You too, Lala. All right, bye bye.
Deacon, Miss Kathy, I'm gonna take you out the guest box. I don't think you're in there on purpose. Higher level hair. I'm gonna take you out. Just Cam and Gigi PTO. I don't see nerd emojis from y'all, so I'm gonna take y'all out. N1, are you a troll?
No.
What is your PFP?
So I'm an atheist, a strong one.
Okay. Why you have your face blurred out on your PFP? Are you ashamed of being an atheist?
No, I just don't want to show my face online.
Oh. How old are you?
I'm 21.
All right. What topic did you come up to discuss?
Who is really the great deceiver, good or the evil? Or the devil, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
I think the great deceiver is actually the good, to be honest. Because the devil shows the real stuff, like what will happen if you do not do this or that. But good, it just gives you the easy route and shows that all life is just flowers and giving.
Well, that's not
yeah.
true. The God doesn't do that. Where do you see the God doing that?
So Jesus is the embodiment of God, and Jesus helped a blind man, gave food and bread and wine.
But do
That's
you
one of them.
but do you know, first off, when he healed the blind man, do you know why the man was blind?
No.
It says the man was blind so that Jesus could heal him, so that he could be glorified. That's not helping the man.
Well, that
The
just makes
man
no sense,
suffered.
though.
The man was made to suffer by Jesus so that Jesus could heal him. That's not Jesus doing that man a favor. He intentionally made him blind for that purpose. He caused
I mean, that's
suffering.
fair, yeah.
And then giving them food, he took food from a little boy because Jesus took those people out to a deserted area, kept them too late, didn't want to send them home so they could buy them some food, and he took food from a little boy and just multiplied it. He wasn't doing anything good, like it was out of convenience. Oh, so you're not an atheist. So you're
We
not
tried
an
it.
atheist? Like, why do y'all do that?
That
Do
is a
y'all think I'm just
hardcore
gonna agree
atheist.
with you just because you say you're atheist? Why do y'all do that?
That's probably exactly what they're trying to do.
Like, that's crazy. He said, "I'm a hardcore atheist." Then when you use the words embodiment, Jesus is the embodiment. What? You are not a fucking atheist. Like, that is reverence terminology. Like, you revere this God when you use words like that, terminology like that when speaking about it. And then he said, God makes life easy. He shows all the good things, but the devil shows the real shit. Like, what? Did you think that through?
Of course not. They never do.
Y'all, there's no need for y'all to come up here and engage dishonestly. Like, if you set the expectation knowing that you are talking to people who do not believe in your God, you know that you're going to hear things that might jolt you, things that you don't necessarily believe or agree with, then you won't respond the way that most of you all are responding. Like, you're talking to atheists when you come in here. I don't know, practice in the mirror. Like, y'all go throughout life hearing people say things that you don't like or agree with every day. Like, some people will argue over the dumbest shit. Like, there is a bank in Nashville called Citizens Bank. It is Black owned. Like, I know the guys who bought it. And they one of my mutuals did a video of her basically saying, being the character of every bank. And when she got to Citizens Bank, that's how some people found out that Citizens was Black owned. And somebody commented and was like, "This is how I found out Citizens is Black owned." And I responded, they were always Black owned. A couple of young Black men bought it in 2020. This random person comments to me and says, "Where did I say it wasn't?" I said, "I wasn't talking to you, first off, but y'all just fight about dumb shit. Like, why are you ready to fight about that? Like, y'all disagree with people over dumb shit all day. You know how to engage when you don't agree with something. Why can't you engage here when you don't agree with something? Why does it scare you to talk to people who don't believe in your God?"
That's just silly.
There is no controlling the fucking narrative, especially when you start off. How the fuck do we control the narrative when you start the conversation off? We ask questions based on what the fuck you say. We just don't let y'all lie to us. You just mad that we won't accept your lies as truth. You don't like to be challenged. You don't like pushback. You don't like to be asked for evidence of the shit you say. And y'all just complain. Y'all like little babies. It's like, I can't, I don't want to go my way. You're a fucking lie. Like, y'all motherfuckers will get up here and cut us off, and we constantly say, don't interrupt, don't interrupt, don't interrupt. And then y'all have a hissy fit about that shit. Yes, I fucking ridicule. I sure the fuck do. Yes, I curse, motherfucker. I sure the fuck do. You see how I will take accountability and I will admit to the shit I do, and how I will not allow you to lie on me? That doesn't even make any motherfucking sense.
What?
And that's me ridiculing and stating facts at the same goddamn time. Of course I'm an agent of Satan. Satan is truth. Satan is telling the truth. That's why you think I'm saying, you don't have to tell me bye, motherfucker. I didn't even know you were here. That's all y'all do is whine and cry. Like, goddamn. Y'all are grown-ass adults. Most of you have graduated high school and have gone to college. Like, act like an adult. And then, like, I don't understand why y'all think that people got to walk on eggshells just because you hold a belief. Holding a belief doesn't make you a baby. It doesn't make you, less, more vulnerable. And if people think that we should, walk on eggshells and respect y'all just because you hold a belief, then they need to add that shit to the DSM-5. Because they're obviously saying that there's something wrong with you, that we need to go, oh, poor baby. They need to add it to the DSM-5. And then if y'all don't want to be treated that way, then stop fucking acting like you want it. DJ, me and my iPad, are you in the box on purpose? Sheba, Sheba, are you in the box on purpose on accident?
She dropped out.
Because they've been sheltered. They've been sheltered this long, especially in the Black community. Like, I think atheism is getting a lot of attention right now because Black people are coming out as atheists, or not believers of the spirit of the Christian God. They're either identifying as spiritual, denouncing Jesus, or just outright atheists. And that's scaring a lot of people and pissing a lot of people off, because as long as the Black community stays within these religions and stays religious, the religion will live. But once the Black community starts pulling back from it, that shit's going to die, because it is the Black community that's keeping it alive. DJ, me and my iPad, if you're in the box on purpose, please let me know. Yep, especially Black women. Did y'all see the video of that pastor slapping the shit out of women? Did y'all see that video? I put it in the Discord.
No.
Girl, look at that video on the Discord. They're on the altar and they're lined up. They're on the altar lined up for prayer. He walks up to each of them and beats the shit out of each of them, slapping them, speaking in tongue and praying. And they're just taking it. And you can see the ones that are in line waiting, they're terrified, anticipating the hits. That shit is crazy. Like, I think y'all can hear the hits. I can't show it on live because it'll get me banned. But like, listen to this. I think y'all can hear the hits. Hold on.
Yeah, I can't watch it or it's gonna kick me out.
God damn.
Yeah, it sounded like he was beating the heck out of them.
Like, what the fuck? I can't show it. It's in the Discord. I can't show it on live because like, he's violent. He's violent. Platinum Cat, are you in the request on purpose? Like, what? And the fact that this belief system would make people think that that's what they have to do in order to receive anything from this God is fucking insane. Yeah, but live is different. There's certain things you can do in video that you can't do on live. They have different terms and conditions. Like, where are their family members? Well, never mind. Their family members probably getting slapped too. That shit is
I was about
crazy.
to say right along with them.
Like, what are they getting from that? And what scripture is he using to convince them that that's what the God wants him to do?
He's a pastor. They trust him.
I don't know, Jezebel for president. That's what I'm asking. Like, where the fuck is this in the Bible? Like, the fact that these people can be convinced that a man is so close to this God that he deserves the right to slap the shit out of you. Like, what? Like, he got to be feeding some sick addiction. That's what I thought. I thought it was AI, but it's not.
Man, if he would have tried to slap me, I would have knocked the hell out of his ass. We would have been up in there rumbling.
Like, think about the fact that Yahweh ben Yahweh convinced a shitload of men to let him circumcise them with no anesthesia.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. They lined up and let this man circumcise them without anesthesia.
Yep. Mm-mm. Very much cult activity. That's
But
all it is. One big cult.
yeah. But
In
they
many
refuse
forms.
to acknowledge that it's a cult. Like, they point fingers and say, we're not a cult, they're a cult. Yeah, it's a char. Reach out to one of the mods in the chat so they can send you an invite to the Discord. Like, I could say, I remember while I was still a Christian, I still felt like it was a cult. And my daddy was my fucking pastor, and I loved him to pieces. But it still felt like a cult because we had to obey the leaders. Like, we had everything. Like, we couldn't even stay home from church if we were tired. Even if we got sick, sometimes he'd be like, just come on and make it. You'll be all right. We'll pray for you when you get here. Like, and you'd be like, damn, like mad the whole time getting ready for church. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. It's quiet in here. It's only 2 a.m. We just getting started. We did good tonight. The algorithm has changed. They done took it down. First it was 15 minutes, then it went to 8. Now it's 5. The first 5 minutes.
What are they doing?
I don't know. Strict to the motherfucker. If the live engagement isn't jumping within the first 5 minutes, they don't open up the FYP.
That doesn't make any sense. Oh my gosh.
Huh?
What are they trying to make people compete more or what? Be
I
more
don't know.
competitive?
That to me doesn't make any sense. I have no idea. They took it from 8 minutes to 5. Right? They be like, you went to work. You go to work when you sick. It's like if I don't, they gonna fire me. I worked for
Right.
AT&T. AT&T did not play that shit. If you
Really?
sick, yeah, they did not play that shit. There was no sick days at AT&T because they were an essential company, like the phone company.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you sick, you better come to work because there's no sick days, or you better use your vacation. You have to, if it snowed, ice, during the flood in 2010, we had to work. You couldn't call out. Like they had no imminent weather. I mean, what is it called? Is it, I can't remember what it's called. Is it imminent weather? Inclement. Is it inclement weather? Inclement. God damn.
Yes, inclement.
Inclement. No
Yeah.
inclement weather policy at all. Tornado, bring your ass to work. But they paid good. Like, they disciplined the fuck out of me, I would say. And they trained us so well that other companies didn't want to hire us because they said we were too trained. We were overly trained. And they would have to pay us. They couldn't start us at their starting pay. So if you left AT&T, it was difficult to find a job because they overtrained you. And they paid for your education. So damn near everybody in there had degrees. Cass? Cass, are you there? I see you commenting, like I'm going to take you down. I don't know why you're not saying anything on stage.
Oh, pardon me, ma'am. I didn't know I was on stage. I
Did you request on
genuinely
accident?
didn't.
Did you request
Oh,
on accident?
well, ma'am, I'll talk. I didn't. I did not. I was just. I was commenting. I was getting a lay of the land. I was still reading the options and topics. I didn't mean to. No, I did not intentionally jump in. I don't have a problem being in. I didn't intentionally jump in though.
You're a Christian, Cass?
She said, "Yes, ma'am, I am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, I am."
I can tell, Cass. How old are you?
How so?
That's
I'm
my
of
secret
age.
power. I need you to state an age for TikTok purposes, please.
I'm 40.
Thank you. There are 3 topics on the board. Which one did you come up to talk about? Or do you want to talk about since you're up here now?
Hold on. Let me. I don't know that I do, ma'am. I was scrolling. I really don't know that I do want to and
Okay.
to get this involved this late at night.
Well, okay.
I
Cass.
apologize. I did not mean to intrude or interrupt. I did not mean to intrude or interrupt.
Okay.
I was enjoying the banter. I was
What
enjoying
banter? What
I
banter,
don't know
Cass?
how I even got it.
What banter? Banter with who?
The back and forth between
Between who?
you and the other young lady. Between you and the other young lady, ma'am.
We were
You were
bantering?
speaking with someone. It sounded like it to me. y'all were having a conversation.
Yeah,
I was
we were
enjoying the back and
conversating,
forth.
but we weren't teasing each other. Like, where was the teasing? Like, bantering is like, friendly teasing each other. Where were we doing that?
It seemed as much to me from the time I was here. It seemed like y'all were enjoying each other's conversation and ribbing and jabbing in a playful sense.
Oh, like
So
who? What did I
I
say?
described it as that.
What did I say to her? That was that was a jab.
Ribbing and jabbing in a playful, sisterly way.
Yeah, what did
I
I
didn't say
say?
it was contentious. Oh, I don't know. Ma'am, I don't remember. It was probably more the tone than the actual words.
Like,
It seemed. Hmm?
no, could it
Go
be
ahead.
that? Could it possibly
Pardon me.
be that you just used the word that you were not, like, use it out of context, like in the wrong context? Because there's no banter going on between Lala and
No, I
I.
don't think so.
Like, well, then,
No, I
like, I'm trying to figure out what you
I don't
took
think
as
so.
banter, like exactly what was said that made you think that we were, conversing in that way.
Well, like I said, I don't know that it was so much exactly what you said as the tone. Y'all seemed comfortable and familiar with each other. You've seen sisters, cousins,
Yeah, but
people
what
who
was
are
the
familiar
banter?
with
But
each other.
right, but I'm asking, what
Well,
was
when
the
I said
banter?
that, so y'all just had, I haven't been here long. Y'all have had, before I unknowingly was in the chat, if this is what that is, y'all were conversing back and forth. So whatever
Yeah.
was said between the two of you
Hmm.
seemed bantering and
Well, that's what I'm trying to
ribbing to
figure
me
out.
amongst the two of you.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I know we
So
were we
all
were
you gotta,
conversing, but like the banter, I don't understand. Like, we were having a friendly conversation. We were agreeing with each other.
I thought
Like,
so too.
yeah, but
I thought so too, but that
what
doesn't
was
mean
the
it wasn't.
teasing? Like, the banter is teasing. I'm trying to figure out where was I teasing her, or is she teasing me? Like, I think you're just using the wrong word, is what I'm saying.
Even if I was, which I don't believe I was, even if I was, I told you already that it was the way y'all were talking, not so much the act. You keep saying, "Well,
Well, that's
what
not
did
what
we
banter
say?" I
means.
wasn't listening to. I wasn't listening to the words.
Well, that's not
So,
what banter
well,
means, though, right? Like, I listen to the words that people use when they speak, right? And
mhm.
you are intentionally saying that Lala and I were playfully teasing each other while we were conversing with one another. And I'm saying, no, we were not. Like, that's what bantering
Oh, okay.
is. And so you're saying
Well,
that you don't think
well,
that you're using the
pardon me if
wrong word, but I'm trying to understand the wording that you're using, and I'm asking you, in what way? Like, what did we say in a playful, teasing, joking manner to each other?
well, ma'am. Oh, first and foremost, hello, Miss Lala, and then I don't know who I'm addressing outside of Miss Lala. Who's speaking?
Yeah, if you look at the very top of the screen, it'll tell you whose live you're in.
Thinker.
Mm-hmm.
Thinker.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Miss Thinker.
Yes, hello. I
Good
think I've already
evening,
said
good
hello
night,
to
good
you from the
morning.
beginning.
I didn't say you didn't, but I didn't say hello to you, so I was simply greeting you.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Miss Thinker. Good evening, good night, good morning, wherever time zone you're in. I said y'all were bantering because y'all were going back and forth. Y'all were having discussion, lively, and I was listening. I didn't necessarily intentionally end up where I am, but here we are.
Yeah, but bantering, what you
Hello.
just described was Lala and I having a conversation, but you're using the word banter. And again, you're using it incorrectly, because that's not what took place. We were conversing with each other about a video. We were not bantering.
Well, fair enough. I stand corrected.
I think it's interesting that we went back and forth over that instead of, just admitting that you used the word incorrectly. You asked me earlier, how do I know you were a Christian? And it's this type, like your Bible says that you shall know them by their fruits. And the fruit is supposed to be gentleness, joy, peace, patience, long suffering, except what I notice about people who call themselves Christian is that typically they're dishonest, or they lack accountability, or they don't necessarily know how to admit when they're wrong or take correction. They have a very condescending tone whenever they join this live, in a very moral superiority type way, in a conceited, narcissistic type of a way. And I'm not saying that you had all of those, but when you joined the live and you said that you didn't necessarily mean to join the live and you didn't know that you were on stage while you were commenting, it was the way that you said it that let me know that you were a Christian. You sound like almost every Christian that joins my stage, because I'm starting to be able to recognize you all by your fruit. And it's the fruit that I named, not necessarily what it says in the text. And I'm not saying that you don't have the fruit that's in the text. I'm not saying that you don't have goodness or patience or self-control or all those things. I'm just saying what typically shows is those things that I named earlier.
Well, you've been doing, I don't know how long you've been doing your this live, but if that's been your experience, I'm not going to argue with what has been your experience with the live or even beyond that. You said, I would presume when you say what you're saying, that goes beyond just your live. That's part and parcel to your experience out in just life. So fair enough.
Actually, no. When I started doing these conversations, I actually was shocked by the believers that I was meeting. I did not think that there were believers out here who were narcissistic, who actually think that it's okay for them to sin, but they can't be called sinners because they believe in Jesus, and only non-believers are sinners. I did not think that there were people who advocated for genocide or rape or slavery, people who curse motherfuckers out while they're saying that it's wrong for me to curse. I've never met these type of believers before. I was actually shocked. And honestly, I think I'm still shocked every time it happens, because I do not understand how a person could be dirty while telling another person to wash their ass. I don't. It seems illogical to me.
And maybe I think there are a lot of grays. There's black, there's white. I don't think any of us are perfect. I don't think any of us are beyond reproach. So I think all of us, regardless of what you classify yourself as, Buddha, Krishna, Hindu, Christian, atheist, agnostic, we're all on not just different journeys, but different stages of that journey. So to categorize any grouping as this, that, or the other, that's a tough pill to swallow for me.
Do you realize that you're currently doing the same thing that I'm saying believers do? Like, are you making the claim that Christians have not categorized other humans who are not Christian? Like, you all have categorized yourself. Like, a Christian telling someone who's not a Christian to repent, while you at the same time say that you're not perfect, is crazy as fuck to me. Saying that you're not perfect and we all fall down is like saying my ass stink, but I'm gonna tell you that yours stink and you need to wash yours. But it's okay that mine stinks because we're not perfect.
Hey, look, I done smelled a whole lot of funky in my day. And I promise you, it wasn't just other people's. So I'm still trying to get where I need to be on my journey. And that's where I am. I don't profess to be. Now I hear what you're saying. I guess, I hear what you're saying. I don't profess to be anything more or less than I am. I know I got some growing to do. I know I got some strides to make. I got more to make than I've made. I don't profess to be sinless. I don't profess to be perfect. I'm not sinless. I'm trying to sin less, not sinless.
It's
Even in the
interesting.
moment before, even, I'm probably going to say, I'm perhaps going to say a little too much right there, but Miss Thinker, when I tell you I'm not sinless, believe you me, I have my faults. I am trying to do better.
Uh-huh. Then what was the
Period.
purpose
That's
of your
me, though.
Jesus' sacrifice? Like, you all sin in this contract with your Jesus. Like, what's the purpose of his contract? So that you
Go
can
ahead. Go ahead.
sin freely? Why are you in contract with the God?
No. However many years I
I'm sorry,
have
you
on
cut
this
out. I
life,
couldn't hear you. What did you say?
and you were cutting out too. You were cutting out as well. But I feel like I piecemealed together what you said. What did you hear me say, Miss
I didn't
Thinker?
hear you say anything. It was complete silence. I didn't think you were talking.
Oh, I was. Once you stopped, I started talking.
Yeah, I didn't hear you. So that's why I asked you, what did you say?
You asked. So the question to you was about the contract. What's in it for me, as I understood you? What's in it for me with a contract with Jesus? Did I understand you correctly?
Yes. What did you say?
I said, I'm just simply trying to get to heaven. I'm trying to get to heaven. That's all. That's what I said.
But what gets you to heaven? Is it being sin free or is it just trying not to sin?
I don't think either gets you to heaven. You know the Bible well enough to know what I believe. Neither
No, I
one of those get
don't.
me.
No, I don't. And honestly, your Bible doesn't say you're going to heaven. So you believe you're going to heaven, and that's why you're in this contract with Jesus. So I'm asking, what gets you to heaven in your contract?
Simply believing that God, Jesus is the Son of God. God raised Jesus from the dead.
So just belief is what gets you into heaven. So your God that you worship, and the reason why I'm saying your is because I think all of you have different gods, but your God, the one you worship, only cares about your belief.
When you say your, are you talking about all religions? Are you talking about Christianity? When you
Well,
say your, are just people who believe in God and period. Do you
Well,
believe there
your
is
is
a
a
God?
possessive. Your is a
It is.
possessive, right? And so if I'm saying your and I'm talking to you, that would mean I'm talking about your God, the one you believe in. And I think I even prefaced that in my statement. I think I said that.
What I'm asking, what do you believe there is a God, a supreme being, whatever you so choose to call it?
I
Him,
don't know what
her,
that has to
it.
do with what I stated to you, but also it states what I am on the top of the post there.
Well, ma'am, I stumbled in here. I got called. Look, I didn't
But
read
remember,
all
you
this
read the
mistake.
post when I said pick a topic, and you sat there and you looked over the post and read it and was like, "Oh, I don't think I
But
want
that
to."
doesn't mean I know what you believe.
But it's at the
Oh,
top of the post.
deconstructing atheists, let's discuss. So to me, when I read that deconstructing atheist, that means deconstructing atheism.
It doesn't say
That's what I
deconstructing
read.
atheism though. You're like this is what y'all do even with your Bible. Like you change the words. That doesn't say deconstructing atheism. That says I'm a deconstructing atheist. Like do you see the word a in front of deconstructing?
I don't see I'm.
Do you see the word a there though?
I see, no, I do not. I
What's
genuinely
covering
do not.
the letter A?
I have no idea, my love, because I don't see it.
Do you see the word
I see
deconstructing?
deconstructing atheist.
Okay. What's
Yes, I see deconstructing atheist. Let's discuss. That's all I see.
you don't see the A in white next to it?
Ma'am, ad
Because the word
nauseum.
host is
No,
only
ma'am.
covering the word I'm. And then there's a right next to it. It's only covering the word the host is covering the word
I
I'm.
got you now.
Yeah.
I got you now.
Yeah.
Now that I see there's another. I see there's another leg. I'm like I don't see what you're even saying. No, okay. I see that that's an A now. Okay. I get it.
Yeah. A deconstructing atheist. It doesn't say deconstructing atheism. Those are two different statements.
And there again, look, when I'm looking at this, all right. So you are a deconstructing atheist. Got it.
But
Fair
I think
enough.
people are asking, like, what's the point? This is the point. You all read this book or you
Who are these
listen to
people?
people speak. You and I can't speak at the same time, guys. That's also another fruit of the Christian spirit. But this is the point. When you all do not take words for what they mean or actively listen to a person when they're speaking, you hear what you want to hear and you read what you want to read. You don't stop and think, what is this saying? Right? Do I have a clear understanding before I respond? That's the point. And then you all claim to be able to understand your God or speak for your God. Because you're doing this from a lack of comprehension and a lack of communication. That's the point.
Well, I thought we were communicating. I thought we were working towards an end. I thought we resolved something. Host was above.
Who was I just talking to, Kat?
I thought you were talking to me. Were you talking to Lou?
Here's the problem, Cass. If you heard me when I first started out, if you had not been talking while I was speaking, you would have heard me say, people are asking, what was the point? You would have heard me say that when I started to respond to that point. But you were talking while I was talking and you missed that. That, again, is a lack of communication. Because in order to understand someone, in order to get to an end goal, as you stated, you have to actively listen.
Gotcha.
Are you going to answer the question that I asked you, though? Because you pivoted to, what are you?
Well, I asked, and so please repeat the question that you have for me.
So your God only cares about your belief?
I don't recall that being the question.
That is exactly the question. But if you were not trying to focus on how you were going to pivot the topic to me, you would have heard that.
I was trying to establish, like, what are we even discussing here? So you're asking me, what does my God believe? What does my God want?
Cass, I'm going to give you a quick synopsis of why I am asking you this question. You stated that what's in it for you in this contract with your God is for you to get to heaven. I asked you, how do you get to heaven? You said, just believing that Jesus is the Son of God and that he dies and rose again. And so my next question, Cass, is, so your God only cares about your belief?
No, ma'am. He absolutely cares about how you act, behave. Belief is how you get there. But you do not, that does not carte blanche give you free reign just to do any and everything.
So, Cass, if you believe that Jesus was the Son of God and that he died and rose again, but you do harmful shit, you sin against his laws, will you go to heaven if you believe?
If you believe, you will.
So
You
then
are
that
still
means that your God
qualified.
only cares about belief. Because
Well,
doing
ma'am,
harmful things, Cass,
you
doing
just
harmful
got
things,
upset.
I'm
You
sorry,
just
Cass,
got
you and I
upset
can't
at me for
talk at the
talking
same
over
time.
you.
Like,
But you
yeah, I'm
talked
sorry.
over
Do you
me
remember
when
me
I
saying that a
wasn't
fruit of
finished.
your God spirit is that you don't adjust your bad behavior? Like I've already mentioned once that you and I cannot talk at the same time.
If
We've
you chose
already
to talk, and
discussed
I was
how
still
you are not understanding this conversation because you aren't actively listening. Like, are you going to continue this
talking
bad
over
behavior,
me, Miss
Cass?
Baker. I didn't think I was behaving badly. I thought I was simply talking and you chose to talk over me.
I was speaking first, Cass.
Actually, I was talking. You
Nope.
asked me a question and I was
And you
still answering.
answered that question, Cass. Your answer was
I
no.
wasn't finished.
Yeah,
I
the
was
only thing I
explaining
needed to hear
myself.
was a yes or no because I asked you a yes or no question and I was still talking.
I think you're behaving badly, Miss Binker.
Okay. All you're doing is the same thing that I said that believers do in the beginning. You say your draws stink like a motherfucker. And while you know your draws stink, you want to point at someone else and say, I know my draws stink, but yours stink and you need to wash them. You have no intention whatsoever on changing your behavior at all. In this religion, it gives you the entitlement to point fingers at other people. While you just sat up here and said that what will get you the reward is just you believing in the God. You say your God cares about your behavior and how you treat people, but if you believe in him and you mistreat people, you will still go to heaven, which means that your God only cares about your belief.
I disagree with that. I'm sorry, we finished. I'm sorry, Miss Thinker, were you finished?
Another fruit of the Christian spirit.
Miss Thinker, is it my turn to talk? I'll I don't know whether or not to take your silence as it's my turn or not.
It's like clockwork, ain't it, y'all? Like
Miss
they're
Thinker,
so
I want you to
predictable that I can just play them like
Yes,
a fiddle.
indeedy.
Like it's ridiculous how predictable they are.
I guess I'll start. No, ma'am, I do not think that simply belief and saying, yes, I believe in you is good enough. You need, if you are truly born again and you're trying to live like Christ, then you need to be doing better. You need to be trying to do better. You need to be trying to help the sick and the shut in and the poor. You need to be doing for others, those less fortunate. That's what I believe.
Cass, you said that the reason you are in contract is so that you can get the reward. Well, either of those things make you miss the reward if you do not do them.
Well, either of what things make me miss the reward?
The things you just named.
If I don't believe, will I not get to heaven? If that's what you're asking me, yes. If I do not believe the tenets that I mentioned previously, absolutely, you will not go to heaven.
Cass,
That is
I'm not talking about belief.
okay. Well, I asked you, and you didn't. You chose not to explain. I mean, or clearly say what you were referring to.
I think it's interesting that you need me to explain your own words to you. Did you forget what you said? Did you not listen when you spoke?
I want to make sure you understood what I was saying.
Well, then that's not
I
the
didn't
question.
understand.
That's not the question. The question is, if you don't do the things that you named, will you miss out on the reward?
I explicitly said again, and I'll say it again. If you don't believe, you're not going to heaven.
So belief is all your God cares about.
And I said no.
So
I said no.
so belief plus action.
Yes.
So then if you
Yes,
sin, you do not go to heaven.
You need to be trying to live.
So if you sin, you do not go to heaven.
You need, I didn't say that.
So if you
chose
sin, yet you believe, you still go to heaven.
Yes, ma'am.
So belief is all your God cares about.
No.
Yes, he does. Your God will let you get the
But that's
reward
what you
even if
choose.
you sin. Stop talking while I'm talking. Your God will let you
Keep
go
talking
to
while I'm
heaven. Your
talking,
God
man.
will let you go to heaven even if you sin.
And I said yes. I said
Yes.
But that does not mean you out here willy nilly sinning and trying. Because if you out here using God as a cover, a scapegoat, then them same funky draws that you was talking about earlier, you still wearing them, and that's not true. But you need to be trying to do better. If you haven't changed in any way, and I'm just simply, hey, I'm out here. We don't need to name a bunch of things. You get it. Then do you truly believe? Are you trying to be better? Or you still need to be your faith, your belief gets you to heaven. Your works and your acts upon that gets you your crowns and your rewards while you're in heaven. But if you just out here on some foul stuff, then you're not doing what you're supposed to do. You're not doing what you're supposed to do.
Like, obviously, then you don't believe.
Fair
Like,
enough.
if your Jesus died for your sins, if your God came down here and put himself in a human body and so-called suffered for you so that you could be free of sin and get this reward, then you don't believe.
Well, ma'am, if you want to thrust upon me that I don't believe based on these 5 minutes of our interaction, I'll grant you that. I disagree wholeheartedly, vehemently. However, if that's your position, fair enough.
Those are your words. You just said that
Fair
a
enough.
person who continues to do foul shit, who continues to sin, doesn't truly believe. You came up here and told us that you are a sinner, that you still sin. Therefore, you, by your own words, Cass, are not a true believer.
I said that I am a sinner. No, I didn't say this, but what I am saying is I'm a sinner saved by grace. I did not sit here and say that if I continue to sin, I don't believe. But what I am saying is if your funky draw behind out here wilding out and you don't come on, dog, that is not what Jesus wanted you to do. That's not what he died. If he died for your sins, that is not a free license to get out here and hurt people and do foul stuff. That is not my position at all. Not at all, Mr.
You
Thinker. Not at
you
all, Mr.
identified as a sinner, Cass. You did. And whether you are a sinner saved by grace, meaning that you have grace when you sin, you are a sinner. And you, Cass, said that if a person continues to sin, they are not a true believer. Therefore, logically, Cass is not a true believer.
What I'm saying, Ms. Thinker, is Cass is trying to do better. Will continue to fall short. But I'm not sitting here trying to be like, okay, you know what? I know I can get away with this because I'm saved by grace. I am still striving to be like the Most High. I am not out here. Now, will I fall short? Will I slip up? Will I do some? Do my draws still got a little crust even in the crack? You best show believe it every now and again. I'll need them things washed. I need them things washed by the blood. That's what I'm saying, Miss Thinker. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that means that you
Need the
don't
blood
believe.
to wash
That means
my
that you
draws.
don't believe that Jesus can wash your drawers, and that he can
No,
wash
he
your
washed my
drawers. And that I'm
draws
sorry, you
white.
are
Now
still
I
talking
disagree
while
with
I'm
now.
talking. You are still talking
Yeah,
while I'm
because I
talking.
got
You
Stop
interrupted
are
in you
talking
still
while
watching
talking
my.
she's
while I'm
talking.
talking. You disrespectful motherfucker.
Damn.
Like, I honestly don't give a fuck. Like, you all have given yourselves excuses to be able to do harmful shit and call that shit love. You all have been able to give yourself the entitlement of seeing yourself as the moral standard of humanity while you do fuck shit. You excuse yourself. I don't give a fuck. You're going to excuse yourself even when you leave this fucking stage. I honestly think the reason why y'all hang on to this Jesus is for that very purpose. Like, you know you're doing fuck shit because they're petty. Just like he lied and said he didn't know he was on stage.
But dirty draws are dirty draws. If you ain't took them off, and you still wearing them, then what the heck? I tried to
How
take
much
them
I
off.
want? What you say, Selena?
Oh, I can't hear you. Think I'm sorry.
No, what'd you say?
I said he talking about dirty draws. He didn't even use the analogy right, but anyway. But they still dirty, and you still wearing them. I tried to take them off, but and God knows I've been trying to take them off, but I'm still wearing them.
Like, how much I want to bet that he's talking while he's on mute and he has no idea that he's muted?
I already sent him two invitations.
Yeah, I sent him some too.
I'm done with the conversation. Like, he's not an honest person. Cass, he said he doesn't know how to unmute. Like, this is what I mean, right? Like, when the invitation is sent, it literally says press to unmute.
Hey, okay, got it. I'm back. My bad. My bad, y'all. I apologize, Miss Lala and Miss Thinker.
Like, there really isn't anything else to say. Like, you've shown us that the reason that you're in this contract is to excuse your shit. Like, you believe that as long as you are trying, the fuck ups that you do, the harmful shit that you do, is okay because Jesus knows that you are trying. And therefore, you put yourself into this thing that you call heaven. Like, that's what your contract with Jesus is for. And then you say that other people aren't true believers who are doing the same shit you're doing. You just point fingers at other people while ignoring your own shit. And that's what Jesus died for. Like, Paul says that Jesus bought y'all from a slave master named Sin. And to me, that's funny as fuck because it just sounds like Jesus went shopping for motherfuckers who are willing to do harmful shit and call it good because Jesus needs y'all to do harmful shit so that he can keep his hands clean. Actually, he doesn't have hands. So he needs to use your body to do fuck shit. And then at the same time, blame it on other people and other things. Like, that's what Jesus' contract is for.
Do
Duh.
you feel like okay? And what I was saying is, oh, go ahead, Miss Thinker. Were you finished? Okay. I guess when you don't say anything, you're done. I was simply saying, I know my drawers get dirty. From the rim to the crack, all the way up the back. I'm thankful that I got new mercies every day so I can put them fresh, tidy whiteys on. I'ma try not to sully them things, but by noon, your boy on something else. I'm doing all I can. Now, does that mean that's a free contract, carte blanche to go on out here and do whatever you want? No. No, it does not. If you know you're doing wrong, you foul for that. You foul for that. But which one of us is going to be perfect? Which one of us has the ability to do right all the way through? If there's a creator and the creator has the ability to do all, be all, then that creator deserves, why not align with him? It only makes good sense to align with him. Because if evil was ruling, evil doesn't have to fake it and play and pretend evil ain't evil. Evil only has to pretend to be good if evil ain't winning. I'm gonna roll with what I believe to be the creator of all good, perfect things. That's what I was saying, Miss Thinker and Miss Lala.
Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear the bragging in his voice about the fuck shit he do. And the fact that he believes that he can get away with it and be rewarded. Put a 1 in the chat.
I don't believe I can get away with it. Hey, y'all, you know what? You can believe about me what you so choose. That's y'all's thing. If you want to, well, that's y'all thing. I that's neither here nor there for me. Y'all do y'all thug thizzle.
Well, I guess thank you for not coming up.
I'm sorry?
I said, I guess thank you for not coming up. Have a good night.
Yes, ma'am. You do the same. And thank you for bringing me on. I didn't even know I was here, but it's all love.
Bye.
Oh, y'all still there? Oh, I'll still talk some more. I started watching football.
No, goodbye. We said our salutations.
Oh, okay. So help me, ladies. How do I'm gonna push this X in the top right? Yeah, that's gotta be it. That's an X.
I hate liars. Oh, I hate liars.
Like, and how the shit go over his head when I say thank you for not coming up? Like,
Right.
that shit went way over his head.
Rape, 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 Rape. Why did you rape her? She was 10, man.
All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructed, or an atheist, you must be 21 or up. The guest box is open. I feel sorry for parents of children like that. I don't want to. It's hard because you don't know if it's the parent's fault or if the child is acting out. And sometimes parents are doing the best that they can and they just have a rebellious child. And sometimes parents ain't paying enough attention to their children.
Yep.
Good. Are you going to come on stage, Jonathan? Are you going to sit and cower in the chat? Huh?
Hi.
Hi, how old are you? I already had the disconnect button ready to go. Hello, Julie. Yep. Shadow slaves, they're all like that. Like, you can tell a believer from the moment that they speak. Jonathan, pick a topic.
Hey, I'm 32, by the way.
Okay, pick a topic.
Who's the great deceiver, God or the devil?
Go ahead.
Both, because I believe both are the same person, same thing. And I'm agnostic, but I understand atheists, and I used to be
Hold on,
Christian.
agnostic what?
Just agnostic. I believe there's something that created us.
So agnostic theist?
I don't know, because I've had experience with extraterrestrials, so I can't define it. I just say something created us me. And
So Jonathan, I actually do not have conversations with people who identify just as agnostic.
okay,
The conversations in here are centered around the God of the Bible.
Christian, okay? I'm just gonna say this though.
No, you're not. No, Jonathan, you're not. You're gonna drop. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Have a good one.
Oh my god. Not the aliens.
Huh?
Leave the aliens alone.
You said what?
I said they need to leave the aliens alone.
Jonathan, I did think that was you. I should have known better. I should have known that you would cower and not actually come up and defend yourself. All of you Elijah stands are too fucking afraid of me. I think Elijah fucked y'all up. Y'all are fucking scared of a woman. Like one of you had to encounter me on Mama Bash's live and immediately started trembling once I got on stage and talked to him. Because I wasn't on stage when he got on stage. But the moment that I started talking to him, he started trembling. Another one of you came up and immediately changed your whole entire fucking tune and started singing praises. Like, Elijah fucked y'all up. It's got y'all motherfucking scared of a woman. And infatuated at the same goddamn time. Because I don't understand why y'all leave your master's page to come and look for my ass. What the fuck makes you think I'm talking about you, Bella? I don't know you. What the fuck makes you think I'm talking about you?
Hell,
Like, what the fuck? Like, who the fuck are you, Bella?
just came out of the. He just popped up.
Like, they're not okay. If it was obviously a joke, then we would have known it was a joke. We don't know you. How the fuck would we know it was a joke? Angie, you said when you told your parents, your family, that you were atheist, they pulled out the Bible and started reading the Bible like they were doing an exorcist. Is that what I think I read your comment earlier where you came out as atheist to your family? Oh my gosh. I'm sorry you had to go through that. What did they say when they realized that that didn't work? That didn't make you not atheist? What? Seriously, Ruby? Oh my gosh. Did you see that? She said her dad made her hold the Bible and asked her if the
That's
verses were
fucked
burning her
up.
hands.
That is so fucked up.
And funny at the same time.
He said to my cousins, and they pulled the Bible out, and we never spoke about it again. Oh my goodness. Your grandmother tried to command Satan out of you in her driveway. Oh my God. There was one guy who
Yeah.
he had a blog, and he said he bought groceries for this elderly man, and
Mhm.
the man was like singing his praises, like, you're a good young man. I heard good things about you. They was talking about the college he went to and everything. And he said the man asked him, what church you go to? And he said he told the man he don't go to church. He's an atheist. He said the man wouldn't take the groceries and then started, calling him a demon or devil. Like took back every compliment he gave him.
Damn.
Like,
Damn.
it's not a Christian sitting here bringing you groceries.
Listen,
That's true.
they will lose their fucking mind, man.
And this is the same people who say that Jesus say love your enemies, but that doesn't include atheists. That's crazy. Mind you, Christians were called atheists in antiquity. Like they're a walking bag of hypocrisy.
I heard you say that the other day. I was like, what? I didn't know that.
Yep. Origen actually wrote about it. Origen goes, yes, we are atheists. Like, and he says, in respect to the pagan pantheon, we are atheists, but not in respect to the one true God.
Mm.
Rome actually tried to outlaw atheism.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
To be expected, though.
Because Rome's religious system was the government. It was your civic duty to pay homage to the Roman gods. Any nation that the Roman emperors conquered, they required that nation to add the Roman gods to their pantheon. They could keep the gods that they were worshiping, but they had to pay taxes and worship the Roman god too. So it was their civic duty. It was a part of being Roman. And so if you refused to do that and claimed that you were an atheist and you did not believe in the Roman gods, then that they would execute you. The interesting thing is that Christians try to claim that they are the only ones who were persecuted for not worshiping the Roman gods or for, declaring their God, but they weren't. Rome would execute anybody that didn't follow the law, and the law was that you had to worship the Roman gods. They were not special in antiquity, and they're not special today. Can somebody block Venusi, please? So, and take a screenshot so we can let Venus know why she shouldn't be calling herself that shit. Can somebody block Venusi? And make sure y'all get the screenshot before they're gone. Because I got to let Venus know why she shouldn't be calling herself that. Joshua?
Hello.
Hi. How old are you? Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
29. I guess I would say deconstructing.
Okay. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
I have to look at the topics. I guess I just joined, not really to debate much. So
I don't debate.
This isn't a debate.
yeah.
But did you come up to talk about one of the topics or not?
Yes.
Which one? I can barely hear you. Is it just me? I know my AirPods are messing up.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'll talk about Jesus' unlimited sin, unlimited forgiveness, and if the contract is bad for humanity. I guess I'll speak on that.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, before I give my thoughts, I just like a little explanation on what you mean by it.
Well, it says his contract is bad for humanity. And the contract is unlimited sin and unlimited forgiveness. No, I was a missionary, not a pastor.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd have to say, I don't want to say I disagree, but I guess I have a different understanding, because I look at it from a different perspective. But I don't necessarily view the contract that a lot of conventional Christians would consider Jesus got as being unique to Christ. And I don't think that it equates into unlimited sin or unlimited forgiveness, because within the context of the culture that inspired Christianity, there is parameters. There are conditions that you have to follow. So while a lot of Christians may say, that forgiveness is possible, which yes, it can be, there are also certain conditions that would exempt you from that forgiveness by biblical standards.
What are the conditions in the scripture so that we can find them?
Let me not quote because I'm not sure. But for example, in terms of like blasphemy, when you look at blasphemy, and the act of essentially blaspheming from God, turning against God, and
I'm sorry, can you define blasphemy for me?
okay, so I guess blasphemy in the sense of denouncing of God.
So are Christians denouncing their God?
If Christians are?
No, are they? Are Christians denouncing their God? Someone denounces the God. Are they still Christian? Are they still in the contract with the God?
Well, according to the young Christianity, no, they can't be.
Right, so we wouldn't be talking about people not in the contract, right? Right. So we're not talking about people who are not in this contract. If you denounce your contract with AT&T, are you still going to pay your AT&T bill or expect service from AT&T?
No, you can't expect service.
No. So if a person denounces the God, they are no longer in contract with the God. So we're talking about people in contract with Jesus who benefit from unlimited forgiveness and the opportunity to sin unlimitedly.
Okay. All right, so I should use another analogy, not blasphemy. So yeah, in regards to that same contract, in terms of that unlimited sin or unlimited forgiveness, you are still going to face judgment, and that judgment, one of the things that you will be judged on is again how you treat your fellow man, because in the eyes of God, everyone is supposed to have a chance for salvation.
But Joshua, are we talking about judgment or forgiveness?
We were speaking about forgiveness, yes.
So what are the conditions that they cannot, that state that if you do these things, you cannot be forgiven?
What are the conditions?
You stated that there are conditions biblically that states if you do these things that you cannot be forgiven. And I'm asking, like, what are these conditions? And if you can help me find them in the Bible.
Okay, so as I said, I mean, let's go on that. I know one of them has to do with the act of deception in terms of leading followers astray. But again, all those things, a lot of those things come from Revelation in terms of the final judgment.
Yeah, where does it say that you cannot be forgiven for deceiving someone?
Right. So they said that comes further down in Revelations, and that
It says you can be forgiven. Is that what you're saying?
no.
I'm
saying that
asking I'm asking what can you not be forgiven for? You
that's
said
what I
that
was
there are
saying. We can't.
conditions. What are these conditions that you cannot be forgiven for?
That would be one of those conditions.
So you are saying that deceiving someone is something that you cannot be forgiven for?
That was one of the things, deceiving people in terms of the word of God, in terms of scripture. In Revelations, that was one of the things that people could not be forgiven for.
So I'm going to ask you again. You're saying the Bible says that if you deceive someone and cause them to stray, you cannot get forgiveness?
Yeah, but not just anyone. They were speaking specifically about foundations. So people that are led in terms of leading the church. That's what they were speaking about.
No, I'm asking, are you saying that the Bible says that if you deceive someone and cause them to stray, you cannot be forgiven? You're saying it says that in Revelation?
Yes, there is something to that agree about deceiving others as it
I
relates.
know it talks about deceiving others. I'm asking about the part that says you cannot be forgiven for it. That you're saying Revelation says you cannot be forgiven for that?
Well, that's again my interpretation of it. If it is that they're talking about receiving judgment for that.
But if a person asks for forgiveness, will they be forgiven?
I haven't seen where it's stated that they would be in that case.
Does it say that they will not?
Isn't clear. So as I said, I can't really. That isn't really a fair
So
claim that I can bring up. So
Yes, it is. So when Jesus says in Matthew 12:31, when he talks about the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, he says, therefore I tell you, people will be forgiven for every sin and blasphemy, but blasphemy against the Spirit will not be forgiven. There's another scripture where he says you can blaspheme him and his Father, but you cannot blaspheme the Spirit. I think it's in Mark. So when he says that he would forgive every sin, yet you're telling me that Revelation is saying that you cannot get forgiven for leading someone astray, that goes against what Jesus says. I think it's Mark 3. He says, no, that's not that one. Let me see if it's this one. Luke chapter 12. He says, and everyone who speaks a word against the Son of Man will be forgiven. But whoever blasphemes against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven.
Okay.
So he says, I tell you, everyone who acknowledges me before others, the Son of Man will also acknowledge before the angels of God. But whoever denies me before others will be denied before the angels of God. And everyone who speaks a word against the Son of Man, that's Jesus, will be forgiven. But whoever blasphemes against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven. So Jesus says one thing, but you're saying Revelation says something else.
Okay. I said I'm listening to you because I'm not speaking with authority of knowing everything, so I'm learning.
So is there any other sin that you're saying that they can't be forgiven for?
Not that I know. Not that I know of. Not so I say yeah.
So unlimited forgiveness,
hmm
right? And if unlimited forgiveness is available, then the opportunity to sin an unlimited amount of times is also available in the contract.
Yeah.
Right. And so the contract is unlimited sin, unlimited forgiveness, and I'm saying that's bad for humanity. When people, like we just had a guy on stage who was boasting about how dirty his drawers are in an analogous way of saying that he sins. He says he wakes up in the morning with the intention of being clean, right? Of being a moral person, but by noon, he's dirty as hell. Please don't use caps in the comments. Caps are for mods or for people who have a vision impairment only. Caps will get you'll get warned the first time. The second time you will be muted. It's okay, thank you. You didn't know. The second time you'll be muted 5 minutes, and then the third time you'll be muted the entire live. If you type in caps immediately after the announcement, you will be blocked immediately. But it's okay. I know you didn't know. You're probably new in the space. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the guy was bragging, right, about how he sins. By noon, he's deep in sin, he said. It's okay, Zane.
Okay. I agree with the sentiment though of it being bad for humanity. Because I have heard that there are some people that are of the belief, of again because of that contract that they're willingly exercise as much sin as they can in an attempt to, I don't know, bring us closer to the end. I
What do
know
you
there's
mean
some
by that?
um there's some people that are of the belief that if they exercise a lot of sin or do sinful things or bad things, that
Oh, yeah,
it
I
will bring
agree.
closer movement.
Hmm.
There are cults that are based on that principle that actually engage in a lot of heinous activity because they have this religious idea that it's gonna bring judgment closer. So I agree with that prompt. It's not good for humanity. It doesn't foster personal accountability and responsibility.
Hmm. It allows people to blame a devil or forgive themselves using a god for the harm that they do. There was another guy up here saying that it was the devil that makes him, disrespect women,
Wow.
and that he's not making the conscious choice to disrespect women.
I do wanted to lay something on you. Well, just answer your idea about something. Um, because I'm not I'm not as well versed in terms of scripture as you may be, but I just wanted to answer your opinion on. Sorry, sorry, on Christ. I want to make a comparison to Christ as it relates to other figures in other belief systems. Um, Specifically, the role of the intercessor. Because like in other belief systems, they are beings that work as intercessors between the divine, such as avatars or devas, like in Hinduism, or even like orishas in Ifa. Um, and I wanted to ask, what do you think Christ is in terms of that capacity of being an intercessor?
As far as the Christ character, like I don't believe that.
Yeah, the Christ character.
Yeah, like I don't see him interceding. Where do you see that in the story? Like he's put himself in the same position as the God, and he demands that he is honored like the God. Like, where is he interceding? Like, in fact, doesn't he send a Holy Spirit to be the intercessor and not him himself?
Okay, so that's why I answer, because as I said, my knowledge of scripture is probably not as good as yours. And that's why I just answer that question, because I know certain contexts is like, again, from a Jewish context, they would not, I guess, place him in that same line.
Right. Like, even the early Jewish followers of this Christ didn't put him in a divine role. Like, they didn't
Yeah.
call him
So I guess
God.
that's
They
where,
didn't see him as the Son of God. Like, he was a prophet to them who took
yeah.
on like divine qualities. So, I mean, you are right about that.
I guess that's where my context comes from, because I guess me personally, I kind of disregard a lot of things within the scriptures, because I know that the Bible that exists now it has been edited and reversioned, and a lot of things have been taken out of context um, that have basically led to the deification of Christ, uh, which again goes back to the same thing you're talking about of that contract, which again I don't think is good for humanity. I think it's very far from the original mythos that was associated with the Christ figure.
Like I guess I can agree that the text has been altered. There have been some redactions, edits, and interpolations. But when you say that it's been changed to deify Jesus, like you don't necessarily see the deification of Jesus in the text. A person can like read their interpretation into it when he says "ego and me," when he's saying before Abraham I was or I am. And a believer who thinks that Jesus is God can interpret that to mean that Jesus is saying that he is the Father. But he doesn't claim to be God in the text.
Oh no, he doesn't.
Yeah.
I know that.
Right. So the text wasn't necessarily altered to deify him. The deification happened at the Council of Nicaea when they decided to do away with their Roman pantheon, and what they call it is the acceptance of divinity. They accepted Jesus's divinity at the council, and that's where Jesus becomes divine. But it was actually a decision made by the Senate to deify Jesus. Rome used to deify their Roman emperors by Senate vote. Depending on how the man lived, the Senate would decide on whether or not that person deserved to become a god after they died. And so instead of following the normal deification process, Rome at the Council of Nicaea called it the acceptance of the divinity of Jesus. And that's when Jesus became known as a god. But before that, like the Qumran sect of Jews who had their own version of the Torah and the writings of the prophets. They had, a copy of the book of Luke, and I think they had Matthew. They didn't see Jesus as divine, and they actually pushed back on, I think, the Greek version of the book of Matthew. Some believers claim that the Qumran version is the oldest, but it isn't. The Greek version is the oldest one. But there isn't anything in the text that I would say was taken out in order or added in order to deify Jesus. That was all done extra biblically.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. Just want to say thank you, Thinker, because again, I'm learning a lot.
You're very welcome. I appreciate you for coming up.
Yeah.
Take a look into the Qumran sect. There's a lot of information out there that you can read about the Dead Sea Scrolls and that sect of Jews that'll help give you a little bit more context into how the early followers of this Christ saw this character.
Let me write that down. Very interested in learning more. What do believers have against thinking? I'm not sure.
I actually only allow one question when you come up. Want me one topic?
That's fine.
But I've been running this topic now for probably almost 2 months. it seems to allow us to cover a lot of stuff, so I haven't had to change it. Even when I get new questions, I can formulate that question in one of these topics. So this will be here when we come back on Saturday. We'll be live again on Saturday, and then starting next week, I'll be going live every night. I usually only do Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursdays, but starting next week, I'll be Sunday through Saturday.
Please forgive me. It's late. Could you repeat the
Qumran.
sect?
Qumran. It is Quurum.
Quorum, the Qumran sect.
Sect. SECT.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, YouTube discussed it with Mama Bash. In order to keep our rankings, to make sure that we continue to grow and move up in the ranks, we have to be live every day according to TikTok. So starting next week, I'll be going live every day. It's almost like I have a boss. According to TikTok, we have to be live every day.
Wow. I just want to say that I'm happy to stumble in the light, but I'm happy that you're doing this because I believe this is really important, to have a space to talk about these things and to share knowledge and just develop critical thinking. It's really important.
Well, thank you. I enjoyed the conversation, and this is why we go live, right? So that we can have mutually beneficial conversations, learn from each other, and deconstruct. And again, I say this every night, deconstruction doesn't necessarily mean that you end up without a God or even this God. It just means that you're asking yourself whether what you currently believe is beneficial to you and beneficial to mankind, or is it harmful? And like the harmful parts, you're doing away with. Is it true? Is it logical? You're accepting evidence, you're researching, you're questioning, analyzing, and doing some introspection with self. And if it ends up to you not believing in this God or any God, that's the journey that it takes you. If it ends up to you believing in this God or another God or spirituality, that's the journey that it took you to. Like when I started deconstructing, I went through a lot of processes and I didn't stop. I kept studying like I am now, right? I'm not settled on where I am. I don't know where I'll be in 10 years.
I will say the same for me. It's a constant search. I think, I guess people always expect you to have a defined idea, and I always tell people I'm a very open-minded person. In terms of labeling myself, I don't think I've gotten to a point of a label. Personally, I don't like the label Christian, and I guess my perspective of that is that I'm very against the deification of Christ as a figure. I don't think that it's beneficial for me as a person. While I can understand a lot of the tenets that he may have followed or a lot of the things that were in the Bible, for me, I just don't think it makes sense in my head. So yeah, I'm still on a journey in terms of figuring that out and um, seeing where I stand on things. I'd say I'm agnostic in belief. But yes, I'm still very much figuring stuff out, looking, researching into things. But I always try to find the connective tissues um, in everything, whether that be religion, culture, history. Um, I love to find connective threads uh, instead of just focusing on differences.
Yeah. And it's like enjoy the journey, right? Don't let anyone else guide it. That's the main important thing because you're doing this for you, right? To make sure that you show up as the type of human that you want to show up as in the world, right? And that you're able to make the impact that you want to make during your life. So enjoy it. Monkey business, the reason how they can like tell you how to use the platform is if like they set the criteria for engagement, and if you're wanting to grow, then you have to go live every day because the days that you don't go live, they downgrade your ranking. And if you're not in a specific ranking, then that they don't open up an audience to you. Also because they pay you, right? And there are penalties for not going live at least 15 minutes every day. So, yeah. And then they have this contest thing going on. I think in order to get like access to new audiences, you have to be getting at least like 1,000,000 points. And I don't even know how to calculate the points, but you got to get like 1,000,000 points to get into the A League. And I think I'm at like 379,000 points. So they basically gamify it, and that's how they control it. Yeah. hmm Joshua, did you have anything else?
No, I think that's it for me. As I said, it was a satisfying experience. I think I'm going to drop so that someone else can come on and have an opportunity to interact with the prompt and just share.
All right. Well, thank you, Joshua. It was a great conversation. I hope you have a great rest of the morning now.
Yes. Thank you.
All right.
You as well.
Yeah, I think the way that we can do this, because I know, everybody doesn't have money to gift. One is the heart me's. Make sure that you're sending the heart me's as soon as you come in. And then the second way is commenting, whether you're hashtagging or you're just saying hi, or like comments are worth 2 points. If we can get those points up, then we'll be able to get in the A League. We're B2 right now. So we have, I think it's B3, B1, and then we get to A3. Once we get to the A League, then we'll open up to a broader audience and we'll get like higher quality users. TikTok does classify or categorize their users by engagement. So to get to the high engagement users, we have to get in the A League. And the way to do that is by points. Elijah?
Hello.
Hi. How old are you?
Hello. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
All right.
How old are you, and are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist? Good morning, Kenny.
I'm 47. I'm deconstructing.
Okay, there are 3 topics
Yeah.
on the board. Which one did you want to discuss?
You get me?
No, I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. What did you say?
So, what believers have against thinking, critical thinking, or thinking?
Okay.
The second question.
All right. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts on that is sometimes it doesn't seem like it's so critical because I had this thing where I've been watching a lot of deconstructing panels, Christian panels, and I watch and see what they do. And most of the time when I'm on like the deconstructing, what they think, once people think you're deconstructing, they think you're an atheist. You don't believe in God, which is not true. You know, I believe in God. I just don't believe the way how Christians do it. Because you have to think for yourself. I asked them, like, I'll give you a scripture of Luke 19. In Luke 19, so Jesus said, bring those here who wouldn't serve me and slay them in front of me. So I asked a believer, I said, do you believe the the character of Jesus? He would actually do that to people if he came to save? Oh, but that's the word of God, right? I said, wouldn't that be hypocritical towards the character that is built up? And I'm asking them to think. And they're saying, no, you're gonna go to hell with Satan. There's nowhere in the Bible it says Satan died.
Uh-oh, we lost you. Did he go out for everybody or just me?
Nah, he went out for me too.
Yeah, my phone keeps going back and forth.
Okay, can you say that last part again?
I said, it's nowhere in the Bible they said Satan dies. It say put him in the lake of fire for 1,000 years and he get freed again. So if Satan is the one that's helping and his minions are helping to deceive those who are believers, right? So why doesn't God kill him in the days when shouldn't he have a day coming because he deceives everybody? So they should die? But yet and still he doesn't die?
So I think it says that he is chained up for 1,000 years and then released.
Exactly.
And then in the end, it says that he's thrown in the lake of fire, the lake of everlasting fire.
Exactly. He still doesn't die.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my thing. Think about it. If he's getting everybody, he's the one that, according to belief he's the one that's deceiving everybody. He's the one that's roaming and doing all these things. And at the end, he still doesn't die.
Right.
To me, that's
Like this is just me using logic and applying critical thought.
yeah.
If the Satan character is an angel or a supernatural being, those entities are created to be immortal. And so if Satan is immortal, then like the God, it can't die.
Okay. So then we go back to we're going to be either eternal damnation or eternal everlasting life with Christ and God in heaven, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can't die neither. Energy can never die.
Right.
So, thinking about it, does that actually, to me, it doesn't make sense to do that.
I agree. And
it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Believers hate when I point out that their Jesus lied and told them that in order for you to have eternal life, you must believe in him, because even when you don't believe in him, even if you go to hell, you still have eternal life because you are alive, burning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think it's interesting too that you said you were talking to believers about Luke 19, 37,
Yes.
I think it is. And
yes.
They were agreeing that Jesus would do that. But when we bring it up, they say that's not what Jesus meant.
Exactly.
They say it's a parable.
They will say his ways are not our ways and his thoughts are not our thoughts. I'm like, what? I'm like, look at the contradiction. And I asked one time, right? I was like, okay, you have Matthew chapter 1, where the angel Gabriel goes to Mary and said, hey, you're pregnant. You're going to have a son, and his name's going to be Jesus. You should call him Jesus. And I'm paraphrasing. I'm not giving you word for word. I'm paraphrasing right now. As they said of the old prophets of Israel, he's going to come. He should call him Emmanuel. So I'm reading in Matthew chapter 1, like, why you calling him Jesus when in the prophet of old said call him Emmanuel? So his name, and you shall call him Emmanuel, and his name shall be Emmanuel. So where Jesus come from? Because the critical thinking about Christians is you can't just come and say, "Oh, I believe in the word and it's all about faith," when you don't put some historical content to it. Because when you add the historical content to it and do some research, you understand that the J wasn't even at the time where that character was even presented. There was no J. So when they walk around and say Jesus is the name above all names, what? It wasn't even there at the time. So how is it? But Emmanuel has been there from the beginning. So why you not calling him Emmanuel, which
I
is God is within us?
mhm. The
You know, those
prophecy.
are the questions that I asked him. And they're like, oh no, it's the same thing. No, it's not. The name means something. You
Mhm.
can't tell me this is the name above all names. All names. And then we come back to it and you say, oh, yeah, he's the Lord. How is he the Lord? Think. I said everywhere in the Bible, and I know I'm going from places to places because these are the questions that I ask and I want them to think about. You understand? Where it goes and says, they say Jesus is Lord, so you have to worship him. He's our Lord and Savior. How is he your Lord and Savior when everywhere in the Bible it says he sits on the right hand of the throne? He's on the right hand. If he's on the right hand, who is sitting on the throne? So how is he the Lord and Savior? Where did the God of all get replaced? I say, think how? If God said, I am a jealous God, have no other God before me. When you come and say Jesus Christ is the Lord and Savior, are you not putting Jesus over the God of all? And it go to they're one. Actually, when he went up there, he said he's on the right hand of the throne. So that you can't be one if you're on the right hand of the throne. You're not on the throne. And those are the questions that I ask. That's why I say, why y'all can't think? Think for a second.
The prophecy that's prophesying a child named Emmanuel is not about Jesus. That child, that's about Isaiah's child. And it literally says that before the child knows right from wrong, there are certain things, certain kingdoms that are going to be destroyed. Like even Emmanuel wasn't about this Jesus character.
Enlighten me a little bit.
In Isaiah 14. Wait, is it Isaiah 7 and 14? It says that a woman is pregnant. Actually, it's Isaiah 14 and 7. I had it right. Is it? Nope. Hold on. Yeah, I had it. Isaiah 7 and 14. Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child. Like she was saying, look, she's already pregnant. And this is a sign for Ahaz.
Okay.
Right? So the woman is pregnant and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. The child was Elijah's son. Isaiah's son. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. That's the sign. And this was for Ahaz. How any believer can just extract verse 14 and say that was about their Jesus is insane to me. For one, as you pointed out, the child's name was supposed to be Emmanuel, not Jesus. Right? Second, the woman is already pregnant when this prophecy is given to Ahaz. And they just collapse the context or ignore context by just cherry picking verses from the Hebrew scripture.
You just gave me something I've never came across, to be honest. You said that's Isaiah what again?
Isaiah 7.
Isaiah 7. I just need to know the chapter. I'm going to go and research that and study that for myself again. But I do appreciate that. And I appreciate that. Because okay. So I see where Christians can do it because it's in Matthew chapter 1, verse 18 to 21. When they were talking to Gabriel, and Gabriel kind of linked that as of the prophets of old have said, and they call Emmanuel. So I can see where Christians get that from. When I saw that, I felt like that was, when somebody plagiarized somebody's work and they just inserted something. That's how it looked to me the whole time, ever since I read that. I'm like, why would they? This doesn't make no sense. If you say call him Emmanuel, why not call him Emmanuel if that's the case? But I appreciate what you see. This is, I love it. I love your platform. I think I found my space where deconstructing and going through the word is even better. I appreciate you, Thinker. I appreciate you. Thank you for your time.
You're very welcome. We do sub only lives where we do deep dives into the original text, the archaeology, the historical context. Like in the New Testament, like we researched the prophecies and found what the New Testament authors were using from the Hebrew scriptures to form these prophecies. And they're made up, like they're constructed prophecies. They're scriptures from three different books and three different verses made to be one prophecy. Historical context is collapsed, and like it's a really interesting study. So if you're interested in doing a deeper dive into the text and the original language and his history, we do sub only lives on Saturdays.
Okay.
And so to participate in that, you can become a subscriber. TikTok only
Gotcha.
shows the sub only lives to those that are subscribers.
Subscribers.
Yeah.
For sure. I definitely will do that. I already gave you a follow. I'm definitely going to do that. And I appreciate that. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you
Thank you.
for coming in.
All right. Thank you.
KKK, even though you're not religious, you are suffering from psychosis. And I don't know how the hell you can sit in here and spew the things you're spewing in the chat. Because you're obviously not fucking listening. Like, goodness gracious. Just because you don't believe in a God doesn't mean you're not suffering from some type of psychosis. Jim?
Oh no, I'm doing laundry. I was afraid that this would happen.
No worries. I'll take you down. Have a good morning, okay?
You too. Good morning. Thank you. You're very fun to listen to.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, he's just been in there, like, spamming the chat. Like, I don't know what the heck he's even talking about. Kenny, Jimmy, Searching for Truth, or Amistad, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? I'm not fucking teaching religion, dumb fuck. I'm an atheist. You ain't, like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, even you non-religious people, like, y'all don't fucking listen. I'm a fucking atheist. Sometimes people can think that they have so much motherfucking knowledge that they refuse to listen, and you just start fucking talking. Kenny, what's up, love bug?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, 'cause I got you over my speakers. Thinker, you never cease to amaze me. It's like, is there anything about this book you don't know? Like,
I'm sure
I
there
listen to
is.
you. I listen. All right, this is kind of a personal question, but it's on the topic. Are you still currently studying this thing like daily, or you just this is all the stuff you already knew, like you already studied?
No, yeah, I study every day. There's something to
Wow.
learn every day because I'm not just studying the book, right? I'm studying the history, like getting more
Okay.
fluent with the languages. I learn something new every day. There's a book that the anthropologist recommended that I'm getting ready to start reading. It's called Ishmael, and it goes into the history, like the agricultural history of the ancient Near East and why they started, why they created these gods and how they used that in order to grow the industry of farming and controlling the people and convincing the people that the God wants them to work. So I'm really interested. Can't wait to dig into that book.
Somebody suggested a book to me called Before They Were Gods or something like that. Have you ever heard of that book?
No. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, yeah. It's supposed to be like a history on on how these gods got in particular power, like Yahweh. I haven't yet because I'm always working, but I want to try to find it. But I came up today because I wanted to ask you something. I have a theory that makes sense to you. Before he became a Christian,
Your phone's going in and out, Kenny.
these people. Oh shit.
Superb, yes, a super fan. I think this would be my first seeing my first Hindu and religious psychosis. And saying that you are Hindu and saying that you're not a religion, you're not religious is insane to me. Like Hinduism is a religion. That explains the rambling. Like you're in religious psychosis, KKK. Like, and then immediately after I said that we're atheists, you commented, y'all are nonsense believers. Like you're in psychosis. Yeah, I've never seen a Hindu act like how he's acting. Like he's behaving like a Christian. And then, like, you can't even really trust that he's Hindu because what Christians have been doing is coming in these lives pretending to be other things to try to make those other religions or atheism look bad. So I don't even know. Like, I can't even trust that this person is actually Hindu. Look, he claims that Hinduism was created by Christians. There is no fucking way that person is Hindu for real. Ain't no way. That's a Christian. Kenny, are you? Is your?
Yeah. I was just waiting. I was waiting for you. You can hear me now, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Like on what you was just saying, these people don't have logic. Like logic goes out the window. And if you have to do all of that to validate your beliefs, then you need to take a look at that. Like you got to go through all these hoops and trickery to try to validate just your beliefs. Maybe your beliefs is not really worth believing in if you have to do all of that.
Right. But the thing is that that's the thing that I marvel at is because they don't seem to stop and say, wait a minute, I had to lie to defend Jesus. Why did I have to lie?
Right. I don't understand that part either. Um, I was going to ask you about this theory with the people who made the book, like the Romans or whoever these people was. Didn't they originally like hate Christians? Like, wasn't they thing to unalive Christians, like Constantine and all of them?
Well, they hated anyone who didn't bow or pay taxes to the Roman gods. So not just Christians.
Oh, it wasn't just Christians.
Mm-mm. Like they didn't really care too much about the Christians until they started holding meetings in the public. Like Rome had a law that you could not start a new religion without prior approval from the Roman government. And Christians kept breaking that law. Another law they had was that you could not hold an assembly in public without prior approval from the Roman government. So they kept breaking the law. They were not persecuting them just because they were Christian. They were persecuting them because they were going against the Roman government and breaking the law.
Okay, so you just proved to me that you shouldn't really have a theory until you know everything about it. Because I had a weirdo theory, and now it's just out the window now.
Well, that's what a theory is, right? Until you research it, like you start with a theory.
Yeah, but now I feel silly because now that my theory made zero sense now after listening to you.
No, what was the theory?
Well, I thought that these people were just going after the Christians because they hated them, and I figured maybe they was thinking that they were doing the Christians kind of a favor by unaliving them and sending them to their God. So they decided to like distort the book and give them like separate them from the God. That's why the book is so messed up, and that's why they calling, like they was calling Emmanuel Jesus and stuff like to separate the Christians from the God would be like killing, unaliving them more because now they can't make it to heaven. That's better than, you know.
Well, the Romans actually adopted Christianity and made it the state religion. And then
Right.
it was Roman Christians who were on the councils that decided what would be canonized scripture, based on the authority, building up and solidifying the authority of the church and the kings at the time.
See, and I thought they was like fakers. You know what I mean? Like they was frauds trying to just destroy these people. That was my whole, premise.
I mean, there were a lot of people in Rome who did not like the Christians. They thought that they were weird. They thought that they were a gang of thieves. They thought that they
They
were
wasn't too
eating.
wrong for that.
No, they're not. They thought they were actually eating humans and drinking human blood whenever they would do their Eucharist because they would do it in private and not let anyone see. That people were scared of Christians. They thought that they were like demons. They thought they were weird.
I think like that now.
A lot of
I
us
think
do.
they're weird. God, and these people are really strange. It's like logical thinking and this verbal gymnastics and all of this stuff. It's like stop. Like take a look at what you're doing. Should you really have to be doing all of this to validate your shit? So I don't know. I listen to your show a lot, and I love it to death. I've been listening for a while now. I should support you more, but things is tough. Whenever I get a chance, I will support you because I love the show. You and all your panelists, Fee, all of y'all are great. Fee, she's just as amazing as you. Like you two are just y'all blow my mind when I sit here and listen to y'all. I don't know if it's because I'm a man and I'm like, oh man, these women are great, or I don't know what it is, but I adore this show. This is a great show. I try not to ever miss it.
Well, thank you, Kenny. I don't think it's because you were a man. I think you just allow yourself to think and you enjoy the conversations and agree with it. I don't think gender has anything to do with it.
I know.
That,
Yeah, I
that's
know.
like saying, yeah, that just sounded like saying y'all are smart for women.
No, that
Just
well,
literally
you know what?
sounded like it.
Yes, I wasn't saying that. I was saying yes, I was saying that because men think like that. Some men think misogynistically, and I did too before. Before I listened to this show, I didn't know I was a misogynist. I didn't know I thought like that. You know what I mean? So I was kind of saying that, but I wasn't saying it the way you were saying it. Kind of. It's a little confusing.
I think growth
I was
is
kind of
important.
acknowledging my misogyny. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like,
Yeah. And I think that's an important thing in, accountability, right? Which is something that we talk about in here all the time. And not, shaming the accountability, but accepting the correction of it. And, I recognize that and I appreciate that. But yeah, like it has nothing to
I
do
I
with gender.
appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all because I have 4 daughters, and I noticed my relationship with them. My daughters is different since I've been listening to y'all. And like that,
Your phone is going in and out, Kenny. I couldn't hear you.
these daughters, and I hope they don't look at me like I'm a chauvinist pig or something. I don't want them looking at me like that. So I started recognizing that I may think like this, or I may have these thoughts, or I may, show this response or whatever. I just took a look inside, and it does work because I do notice that I have a better a better relationship with my daughters. Now my wife is a Christian, so our relationship is terrible. We don't really have one anymore because of her Christianity. She's married to Jesus. And I don't want to have a threesome with Jesus. I'm good. So
Yeah. Mm, Hopefully y'all will be able to figure that out, but I know what you mean.
I don't want that. I thank Jesus now for taking her off my hands. Good looking out, Jesus. Now she's your problem.
You sound like I sound when I found out my husband committed adultery. I was thanking Jesus and thanking the woman that he committed adultery with. Like, ooh, I shook her hand. Like, thank you. Like, you set me free.
But you don't realize that shit when you knee deep in it. Like it's like once you away from the relationship, you realize like how effed up it was and how you don't want to do that shit no more. But it takes being away from it because while you in it, you just in it. You ain't looking at it from a different perspective. You're just trying to survive in it. So I'm good with the situation. I'm glad Jesus got her. I hope he treat her well.
That is hilarious.
My phone don't stop ringing. Jeez. I'm like not even at work and my phone's still ringing with work stuff.
Wow.
But anyway, thanks for having me up. Again, I can't compliment you enough. I feel like I missed the mark every time I try to tell you, how important you are. But I'm gonna jump down. I'm getting these phone calls and unfortunately I have to answer them.
Well, thank you, Kenny, and good luck. And I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You too.
All right. Parry for them. Parry. But have y'all noticed that the weddings are more about Jesus nowadays? Like, was it like that when we got married? I cannot remember. I know that there was prayers. I know, it was a religious ritual, but the songs were about love. But today, like the weddings that I've gone to, have all been about Jesus. Like the amount of times they talked about Jesus and Paul at the wedding, I'm like, God damn, like who's getting married, Jesus or them? And then I saw a video on the FYP of this wedding, and when the bride walked out, like every song was a gospel song. And every song was about how the bride loved God, loved Jesus. And I'm like, damn, I just kept waiting for one love song to be about who she's marrying. And it never was. And I'm like, the weddings are about Jesus nowadays. And they never stop to think, like, if they add Jesus so much in these ceremonies, why isn't the marriage protected from divorce or adultery? Like, what's the point of having Jesus in your marriage if it does not stop if it doesn't stop you from getting divorced? Like, I don't understand. But I agree with Kenny. Like, who the hell are y'all marrying? Jesus or the person you're in love with? What was in 2018? Miss Fifi, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? KKK, I'm not bringing you up like you're in psychosis, and plus you claim to be Hindu, so we're not talking about that. Searching TV, I'm gonna take you out. I'm a stat, I'm gonna take you out. I don't see a nerd emoji there. Miss Fifi, are you in the request on purpose? Oh, accident, okay. All right, y'all, the guest box is empty. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing your belief in the God of the Bible, or an atheist, agnostic atheist, the guest box is open. Chico, I see the nerd emoji. Oh, there you go. Kenny, can you send your heart me for me? Y'all, if you have a gray box next to your name, please remember to send your heart me. That helps us out a lot with the rankings. Hey, Chico, how are you?
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, I came up and I wanted to discuss number 3, who really is the great deceiver, God or the devil.
Okay.
I'm thinking like from my perspective over on my side of my brain, I'm thinking like that if the devil was the great deceiver, don't don't we think that the world would be in a more disastrous state at this point? Like I'm just thinking about it. Like if the devil could deceive me right now, you know, he could deceive me to be doing a lot of harmful more stuff than what's going on in this world now, or he could deceive the president, to bomb America. Sorry for using that. Destroy America. Um, the world would be in a much worse uproar if there was a devil to deceive anybody. The devil is supposed to be this mean, nasty person that's against the God, and if it was, and people that was already in a bad mind state, the devil could deceive them more to just turn this world upside down. So it can't. I don't think even is it. It is a devil to deceive. And when we slide over to the God being this deceiver in the book, God would be the deceiver, because if we go back to the garden, you sit up there and let Adam name every beast on the earth. And so that means you would name the serpent. You would name the serpent the name serpent. And how would you name something that's more clever than you? So that means God is the big deceiver in this situation.
I would even say, like, if we go back to like the state of the world, many of the wars are fought in the name of the God, right? Like when you say that if the devil was deceiving, the world would be in a worse place. Like a lot of the harm that we see in the world today is coming from the belief in the God. People are fighting over land, saying that God's chosen are supposed to be in this land, or we have to help fight because Jesus has to come back. We have people, forcing people to self-unalivement because a God doesn't like you, or a God thinks that you are an abomination. We have families being destroyed over a belief or a lack of belief in a God. And so I would say that the world is in a pretty bad place, but mostly because there are 3 gods fighting each other for power, right? For conquering the earth.
I agree. I agree with that. Yeah, I do agree with that because they be doing a lot of, on the other sides of the world. They'll do a lot of, I'm trying to keep it friendly, a lot of destruction, and that's harming kids and little babies and everything, and elderly people have to be unalive, and then they scream their God's name while they're doing it. I understand what you're saying.
And mind you that this is all over. Like, okay, so in antiquity, everybody wanted what Tyre had. Tyre controlled the trade routes. They had all the ships, and they controlled the land and the islands that the ships had to pass through for trade. And so a lot of the wars was about gaining control over that route. And they're still fighting over that same route today. The Persians have the Strait of Hormuz, and America wants it, Israel wants it. Like they're fighting over that still to this day because it controls a lot of the trade.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Wow.
That it's all about greed. It's all about greed, wealth, and power. And the more humans they can get on their side with their God, the better, because then the humans are going to fight for them. The humans are going to, justify or advocate for whatever they want to do in order to achieve their goal of gaining control of this strait.
Yep. You're exactly correct. Absolutely correct on that. Yeah, so the more, so it seemed like they being like an angel with devil horns in a way. So they say they all about God, but they really being the deceivers and destroying stuff.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is that the people, right, who subscribe to these religions of these gods, they really do think that they're fighting for a God, right? They think that that it's the God that's commanding these things to happen. And so that's how, in that way, they've been deceived, because they truly do believe that this is a God commanding this stuff. The people that are fighting, like you made a very valid point. Like in the Middle East, they're willing to blow some shit up. Over in the Middle East, they're willing to do that stuff. You don't see them, bring it out, right, to Europe or to America, right, to India. Like you don't see them taking it anywhere else as often as we see them willing to do this type of stuff over in that area. And it's because that's where, the trade routes are, where most of the oil is, right?
Yeah. Do you think that do you think that they think that the God is telling them to do this, or you think they're doing it in the name of their God?
I think that those in power know that they're the ones making the decisions, but I think the followers think that it is a God. I think that, and then different religions think that it's the devil, right? Think about that video that I showed the other night of the lady who was being reprimanded for the dress she wore to church, and she was dancing. And in her caption, she attributed the reprimand to the devil. But the people reprimanding her were her church leaders, right? They were given the authority to police this type of behavior in the church. And she saw that reprimand as the devil attacking her on Sunday. And the church leaders probably saw her rebellion as the devil. So these three religions, imperialists, that are warring with each other over land and power and trade routes, they probably see each other as the devil. Does that make sense? Like they know that they're making decisions on behalf of their God, and telling the people that they're doing this with the power and the authority of their God. But they also think that the bad that's happening to them, the struggles or the roadblocks, is coming from their devil.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, so it's like you think it's like the mindset is like not indoctrinated, but like brainwashed into this situation.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, yeah, thanks for having me up, and yeah, you enlightened me on some more stuff again. You do it to me every time.
You're welcome, Chico. Thank you for coming up.
Okay, and you have a great one.
Thank you. Same to you.
All right.
Because that person is really a Christian. They lying about being a Hindu. Like they're trying to make Hinduism look bad, or they want to say all of this harmful shit as a different religion and not themselves, not as a Christian. Yeah, they literally claim Christianity started Hinduism. No Hindu would ever say no shit like that. Kenny Dog?
Yeah, Grand Rising, my queen.
I'm not a queen. I'm not a queen.
Okay, Grand Rising, spiritual being.
I'm not a spiritual being either. My name is Thinker, though.
Okay. Hey, Banker.
How are you?
Bless.
Hmm.
Religion is created by man.
Yes, I
You know,
know.
I mean,
Yes,
and
but
spirit.
Kenny, really quickly, how old are you, and are you a believer in a God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm 65, and I want to say that I'm a believer in the divine creator, the
Is that the
universe.
God of the Bible, or
No, that's not the God of the Bible. No, the Bible is really somewhat satanic. I mean, let's be for real. I respect. It's like when you go to college or school, the scriptures of all the biblical religious books are sort of like spirituality 101. Then you elevate or ascend to a higher level once you learn to submit to an understanding that we are small gods here. Yes, true enough. Yet there has to be a system within that dwells out that we respect greater, something's greater than us. If not just saying that we are truly the God. I can't quite grasp that because there is so much that we can manifest and control, yet there is so much and so vast majority out there that we can't. So we can't be the God.
what is a God, Kenny?
Uh that is a $1,000,000 question. I gotta give you that one, young lady. Can I ask you something? Where do you think all this came from?
I don't know. I'm not into science. Why does creation automatically equal worship? Like, why do, just because something is created and you don't necessarily know where it came from, that means you have to worship the thing you think created it? Like, I don't understand this. I'm sorry. I'm so confused by that. A lot of believers ask me that question all the time, as if creation automatically equals God or creation automatically equals worship.
Okay, I can give you a hypothesis, uh, saying or thing that was placed out that now this is out there, so just bear with me. That a fallen race, angels, whatever, the Anunnaki, placed when the DNA was changed, and we know now the possibilities of changing DNA are great because they're doing it now. It was recorded that long time ago. They call it junk DNA. DNA was changed, and they put a worshiping gene within.
That's not
Now
true. Junk DNA
that's
doesn't.
hypothetically. That, like I said, that's hypothetically. You know what I'm saying?
But why?
I
I'm
didn't
sorry.
say
Why are we
I
going to
didn't say it was true.
hypotheticals?
I'm not going to sit here because no man or woman can know everything. See, that's what. If
But
you
I'm
look
sorry.
around,
Hold on, Kenny? Is this your
go
answer?
ahead, baby.
Is this your answer to my question? Like, because
Okay,
this is gonna be the second question that I've asked you that we've not gotten an answer to.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So my question was, why does creation automatically equal worship? Even if you think the Anunnaki created, like, who gives a damn? Like, what makes them worthy of worship or all of this, reverence?
Yeah. When you go to do you let me ask you, do you have a career? Do you have a job, or Have you ever
I
worked?
no, I own my own company.
I mean, have you ever, if you worked and or if you done anything, you were successful, within you want to give yourself credit for your effort.
That doesn't mean worship.
Nah, you're right.
And when
I
you
can't.
say
I can't
you would
dispute
want to
that.
give yourself credit, that I don't see a God or an Anunnaki here taking credit. I see humans giving a God or Anunnaki credit.
Wow, that's for Wow, you're deep, young lady. I'm not gonna lie to you. I give you credit for that. And my dad made a statement because I expressed how I was concerned about my kids and my grandkids and the time we're living. And he made a statement, don't worry about them. They're born they're born for this time of awakening. So congratulations. Congratulations. Right now you're asking the questions that our immediate elders and ancestors would not ask. Because I got in trouble at the church because I asked questions such as, what are you doing? So I commend you. I commend you. I'm not going to sit here, I'm not that individual that's going to, go with all that media, social media, trolling, bull. But I like to thank you for reaching out and communicating and with dignity and an effeminate energy that they talk about. And I'm proud of you. You're the next generation, and I'm proud of you. Sincere.
Well, I appreciate you. I was not able to ask questions growing up either. And also I'm not effeminate.
Well, I'm just speaking of the energy, not
right.
I'm
not sure.
It's not gendered. I'm not talking
I know
about
what
gender.
effeminate means. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not communicating in an effeminate way. I'm just respecting you as a human, right? There's no need for me to yell or curse you out because you've not been disrespectful.
You something else.
What?
I apologize. It's just, I don't want to say defiant. I just see where I would hate to back you in a corner and wasn't prepared for my inner being and understanding of my inner being, because it would probably have me questioning a lot of what I've been blessed to understand. I'm not there. Because let me tell you, I'm from Miami, man. Let me tell you something, young lady. I 305 to the day I die, split to the white meat and rescue king tell and I came up in the 80s and I've done it all. When I say done it all, trust me, straight out of Liberty City. You know what I'm saying? For buying cars off showroom floors and,
Yeah, but you're 12 years older than me. I'm a grandmother.
What?
I'm a grandmother. I'm not a 20-year-old.
Wow. That's amazing. Well, geographically, if you know about Miami in the 80s, it can be a big difference if you're not in an inner city that was fluctuated with drugs and
you can't
what
say
we
that
call
word
it.
on TikTok.
Oh, can't?
No, that it will flag you.
I don't. Well,
You have to say street candy or D-Rugs or something like that.
oh, well. See, you see. I mean, that's why they say you're never too old to learn. Well, I'm not. I'm new at this. I'm not gonna lie to you. My grandson, put me, and I'm gonna try to follow you. I mean, I really intrigued. I'm really intrigued. It's like 5:29 where I'm at right now, and I'm really intrigued with your manner. Now, let me ask you. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Being an atheist, that means you really don't believe in God, and if not believing in God, where do you feel or believe that all this started from? The atom, not Adam, at ATOM. Do you think that's the Big Bang Theory is where everything came from?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm not into science. I do know that there are some really smart people out there that could answer that question for you. One of my co-hosts recommends a site called Khan Academy that explains evolution. Like, I've studied on it, but I don't know enough to intellectually talk about it. I do trust what the scientists say. They have enough evidence to back up the Big Bang Theory and the evolution theory. But I honestly don't care. Like, the Earth is here, the trees are here, the mountains are here, the valleys, humans are here. We have sex and humans are born. It doesn't matter to me to know the answer to that. Well, let me take that back. It doesn't matter to me to worry about the answer to that. There are people who study it, and because they're interested in it, it's cool to find out things or to learn new things. But I don't sit around and base my existence off of needing to know the answer to that. Like, I learned the other day that I think BA had a debate with a believer, and while she was debating, she said that the only thing that science has not figured out yet is the 3/5 of a second that happened right before the Big Bang, and that's the only thing that we don't have evidence of, like what happened 3/5 of a second right before that. And that's the thing that believers are calling God, is saying that 3/5 of a second was the God initiating the expansion. And like, it doesn't make sense to just put a God there because we don't know. And one thing that I love that she said in that debate is that we don't know yet. And the person that she was debating wanted her to either give an answer for it, and if she couldn't give an answer for that 3/5 of a second right before the expansion, then it's God. And I think that's illogical. But also, not knowing what happened right before the expansion isn't going to affect my life one bit at all. And it also doesn't mean that I have to worship whatever that answer is. I don't have to worship it. I don't have to obey it. I don't have to dedicate my life to it. It's not done a damn thing for me with me not knowing what it is. And it's definitely not going to do a damn thing for me knowing what it is. So it's kind of an irrelevant point for me. Some people need to know that. And I'm not saying that, you're wrong for needing to know everything about existence within itself. That if that's what you need, that's what you need, but I don't. Good morning, Fee. And the person that I was talking about, she can answer that question for you. She loves that shit. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna let her do that if she wants to, so I can go get me some coffee and use the bathroom. Do you wanna
Good
talk
morning,
to
y'all.
Good morning, Fee. Do you wanna talk to him about that?
Yeah, I just joined, so I came in on the tail end of it. We were talking about understand or knowing the answers to all of the.
Like about the Big Bang.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. What was your question, Kenny?
No, I was just curious, being an atheist, you know, how do you put into perspective where everything started from? Where, where does this creation started from? I mean, most atheists that what few atheists that I've encountered spoke of, the understanding of a Big Bang theory or, the splitting of the atoms and so forth and whatnot. And I was just curious about her perspective of it. Well, now that you're here, what's your perspective of it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I find this question interesting when believers ask it because the same could be asked of your God. Where did your God come from? And I think most believers don't learn the things that we can know about do you hear echo? I think I'm hearing myself in the background. Do y'all hear that?
Well, you sound great on this yet.
I think I'm hearing the feedback on can you mute if you don't mind? Because it's coming from your box, I think.
I'm new to this, young lady, so if you ask me to do anything, I can't. It's 5:30 in the morning in Miami, and
Okay. Well, I just keep hearing feedback. I hear my voice echoed when out of your box when I speak. So I was just asking if you could mute your mic.
Oh, how do I do that?
You touch your name on the screen. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you don't. No, you don't. At the bottom of your screen, it should be a little
How about
microphone. Do you see it at the bottom? Okay, perfect. Yep, that's exactly what it was. What was I about to say? Oh, I was saying that it's interesting because there are things that we can know about the universe, and we can learn these things through, of course, the tools of science that we have. Khan Academy is one of the resources that I'd like to recommend to people. There's also a course on Audible. It's a series of lectures. They're called the Great Courses. And not only do they tell you, they explain what we know, but it explains how we know it as well. I grew up a Christian, so I didn't learn very much about science beyond what I needed to pass classes in school. But I was taught that, anything they tell us about the Big Bang Theory or evolution is just not true. They're just making it up. And so I didn't really pay much attention to it. So once I started deconstructing, I needed to take a deep dive into it because I had for so long as a believer been saying the things that I believed and the things that I knew without really understanding any of it. And so personally, I just got really interested in what we do know and not only what we know, but how we know it. What is the evidence that makes this true? And what is the systems and what are the processes that scientists go through in order to learn these things? And they're just not telling us that they're true, just like religion does. So those are two really good resources I would recommend to you. But I also would encourage you to ask yourself, what is it that you learn by saying God did it? That does not add any explanatory power at all. It does not explain what he used. It doesn't explain what process. It doesn't explain any of the diversity of life on earth. And also look into what tools and what options we have today that we would not have if things like evolution were not true, for example. The things that we know about germs, the things that we know about, chemotherapy, all of those things. Believers often tell us, well, Big Bang is just a theory. Evolution is just a theory. Well, so is gravity. And so is the idea of a germ. Most believers don't even know what a scientific theory is. So I think it's not necessarily for me, I had to realize it was kind of summed up in this quote that I say all the time from Neil deGrasse Tyson. He says that as the area of our knowledge grows, so too does the perimeter of our ignorance. meaning that there's always something on the cusp or on the horizon for us to learn. But if we get ahead of that knowledge and just say, oh, God did it, then we'll stop learning any of the things that we can learn about the universe that we live in and the planet that we live on, and the diversity of life that we have here. Bash said this one time, I think, and I heard Thinker alluding to it as well, that people will often stick God in gaps in our knowledge. And I heard a person say not too long ago that when believers often accredit God for things like healing, God can't heal anything science hasn't figured out. He that has never happened. So I think this idea of, a God made all this because he was so, he loved us so much. I think that's a story that people made up, and it's not the only one. It's not the only etiological tale that we have here, but there are resources that you can utilize to learn the things that we know. And it's not even that you have to accept them as true, right? I don't think anybody should accept anything as true that they don't fully understand. And I think that putting the effort into understanding these things, learning these things, and seeing pressure test them, see what they're saying and how they figured it out. And if you don't see it that way, or you feel as though they made a miscalculation in the formula or something like that, I think that all of us should put that work in if we're going to say that something is not true, or reject a truth claim. But before we reject it, I think we have to learn it. And I know that as a believer, I didn't put any effort into learning it and understanding what it was really stating and what evidence makes it true, not just accepting that it's true. Did that make any sense?
Young lady, that made a great deal of sense. And I like at this time, because I gotta make a move, but I would love to thank the panel for all your insight. And young lady, both young, well, I don't know, she don't call it that, but I'd like to thank you. It was very enlightening, and I got something that I'm gonna meditate on as I venture out today. And blessings and prosperity and the consciousness of Christ. Not Jesus, but Christ. Christ conscious what dwells within. And have a prosperous day. Thank you all, man. I love you in a agape way. You don't believe in it, but I love you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming up, Kenny. It was a great conversation, and I hope you have a great day as well.
You're beautiful. I'll be back. I promise. I'm gonna follow this just to make sure I come back.
All right. Thank you.
How did I get off?
Yeah, Venus, there was a Venusi in here that was saying some harmful stuff. We had to screenshot it so not to use that name. He was asking for, his name was Venusi, and he was asking for kids under 19. He was asking for girls under 19.
Yep, being very predatory.
See what that name brings? I told them to screenshot it so you can see. Let's see. Tiff is her. Lori. User. I don't bring up accounts without a username. Jim Cupper, are you in the request on purpose this time? All right, y'all, the guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing your belief or an atheist, 21 and up. I'm glad you did it. Jim?
So loud, sorry. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. Are you having a good night?
I'm doing good, thank you. How old are you, and are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm 20. I'm 20. Jesus Christ, I haven't been 20 in 10 years.
Your 20s must have been good.
You know, it was a good time. I actually spent the latter half saying that I was 30. So it's done this weird thing where it's like, no, I'm still 20. I just say I'm 30. I say pagan only because my deconstruction, it didn't involve a whole lot of hard research. So for me to try and have any scientific arguments has not been something that I've tried to do, really, more than anything else.
So are you deconstructing right now? Because I only have conversations with people who believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing their belief in the God of the Bible, or atheists.
I would say I'm in constant deconstruction and construction because to say, ooh, is there an echo on your end?
No.
Okay, good. To say that there is a God is not something that I feel comfortable doing. To say that the God of the Bible isn't real is hard for me to say just because of my parents still being very, very religious. And it is mostly because asking those questions and getting those answers means I have to have that conversation with them too.
Okay. Well, there are 3 topics on the board. Which one did you come up to discuss?
I was looking at The Great Deceiver only because my understanding of God at this point is that he just is the same as the devil, but that...
Can you give me just 1 second? Can you do this one? Because I'm eating and I don't want to eat in her ear.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm actually non-binary.
I'm so sorry. I don't want to eat in their ear. Is it they, them?
Perfect. Yes.
Okay. All right. My apologies.
You didn't know. Now you know. Thank you. I don't remember what I was saying.
You were saying that they're the same.
Oh, yeah, it's hard for me to separate the two, and that flies in the face of everything that I was raised to believe. So that's unfortunate. But you guys did mention earlier that the devil isn't actually mentioned in any real way, and I got kind of lost because I was doing laundry. So if you could go over those references from the Bible and how they're misconstrued, just so that I could have a more linear understanding, that'd be great.
I wasn't here, so I don't know what part of the conversation. Selena or Lala, do you guys remember what was said earlier? I just joined this morning.
I joined late. What are you referencing? Was it?
She was saying that.
Just
Oh, I'm
go
sorry.
by.
They were saying that earlier in the conversation, it was talking about the devil not really being mentioned. In that topic, usually what comes up is that the devil in the Bible doesn't really do anything other than what the God tells it to do. Like it's described as, wanting to kill, steal, and destroy, but all of the murder and genocide and all of the horrible things that's done in the Bible and recounted in the Bible was commands from the God, not the devil. So I'm not sure if that was where the conversation was earlier that you heard, but oftentimes believers will automatically say, yeah, the devil is a great deceiver. He lies constantly. And when asked to point in the Bible where the devil lies or where the devil is deceptive, they struggle to do so. We had a Mama Bash does a live where we put the God on trial. And last week we had Satan versus God for defamation of character. And there were, we had people playing the lawyers and the, people playing the role of Satan and the role of God, of course. And we kind of go through these things where even in the Garden of Eden, the devil really, if you believe that that's the devil, because the Bible does not state that, Satan is not mentioned in that story at all. But ultimately, the serpent just asked the question, is it really true? Or did God really say that? I forget how it's phrased, but what happened, what the serpent said would happen is exactly what happened. So that's not deception. That's not a lie. And if you go through like the major stories that are usually taught from the pulpit or from the altar, the devil is ultimately doing what the God allows. What happened to Job? God brought Job up. Satan didn't bring up Job. God gave permission for Satan to do exactly what happened to Job. And if you go through those stories throughout those narratives in the Bible, I don't see where Satan was deceptive at all.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. The concept of God was always so much intertwined with parents and parental figures in my non-denominational church growing up that it does feel very easy to look at the Bible and see it as just a genealogy of parents kind of screwing up their kids.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, God's just a dad, and he was a bad dad to the devil and then kicked him out. Kind of feels very familiar as a trans person to me in this world.
Yeah, I say all the time, God needs some parenting classes or CPS called on him or something, because he fucks people up throughout this book. And the craziest part is that the Satan or Satan is a title, right? And it's a job. The job is to accuse, and that's what the figure or the character does throughout the story. I think there's been so much lore and tradition and culture and customs built around this belief system. We talk a lot about egregores in here, and I think that this is one of the bigger ones where people just assume that these things are true. You mentioned earlier that it's difficult for you to say that the God in the Bible is not true because of the fact that your parents still believe in it and you were raised in it, and I get that. And at the same time, it's not difficult for me because researching it, you see where the God came from. You see that the God was a part of a pantheon, just like Zeus was a part of a pantheon. And then when you look into how these God ideas form and the patterns that you see in terms of the areas that the gods develop in, it's a clear pattern sociologically. So these are things, and from my studies and from these conversations, it seems like these are ideas that bring people comfort, but that are not necessarily true. And again, anything that you have to believe on based on faith, for me, I've got to give it a side eye, because if it were true, I wouldn't need faith to believe in it.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, okay. I guess, would you allow me one question just so that I can take it into a conversation with my parents?
Yeah.
Thank you. One thing that my parents is terrified. They're terrified of screwing up, and often that makes them do the wrong thing. But they don't think it is, because they're following the Bible and they're allowed to be imperfect sinners. And I respect that from the perspective of they're people and they're allowed to screw up. But it also means that they very truly don't know how to let go of God and still be good people. So I guess my question is, like, looking at the text as a full-blown atheist who's been having these conversations with people all over the place, how do you have that conversation and make them not feel immediately unsafe?
You mean unsafe outside of the confines of religion? Yeah. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
We've had believers come in here and say the same thing or something similar, and some of us have asked, if you found out tomorrow that this God was not real, what would you go do that you wouldn't do today? And most of the guys are, of course, going to talk about having sex, because that's, I think, what this God is all about anyway. But the vast majority of them will say, I wouldn't do anything different. And that's because it's not the God. We know it's not the spirit of a God because it shows up so differently in so many people. If a person believes that God's spirit is the only thing that's pushing them to be good or make good choices, then they simultaneously have to admit that they are not good people. They are bad people on a God leash, on a thing that's holding them back from doing the heinous acts that they want to participate in. And most people are, there are some that are out there that's like that for sure, but most people are not like that. So I would ask that question. I asked my dad that question before he passed away. I share these stories often because my dad was very religious, and he and I talked about religious things a lot. So when I finally told him I was no longer religious and deconstructing it impacted our relationship greatly. And that was one of the things that he was concerned about. My son, how would my son turn out? He was going to be a delinquent, a degenerate, because I didn't bring him up in religion. And we had these conversations about character building. If you want me to be a good person because it's the right thing to do, then I don't need a constant monitor watching me. Because if I do need that by, in the form of an omniscient God, then you never get to develop or demonstrate the goodness that you claim to possess internally. So it can't be both ways. You got to have it one way or the other. And that was something I think that resonated with my dad, because he stopped asking me that question after that.
Man, I'm crying over here because I think I just realized I haven't had this conversation with my parents because I think I'm afraid they are bad people.
I get that too.
And and that's really not fair. That's really not fair to them.
Well, it's not fair to you either, right? It's not fair to you either. And I think one of the things, I say this all the time, one of the things that religion does that's so damaging, is it breaks down those authentic relationships with the people we should be the closest to. Right? We sometimes feel like we have to perform for our parents' approval, or you have to move in a certain way to stay away from this harsh reality. And that's exhausting. And if your parents love you, which I'm sure they do, they're working within the framework that they know. I say this all the time. You cannot read the label from inside the jar. So they're moving in ways that they think is loving. They're moving in ways that they think is kind and acceptable to a God, not realizing the entailments of those movements. And that's what religion does too, right? You ignore all the entailments of positions and beliefs. And we just don't live in that type of world. The true things are related to each other. And, there are ripple effects of the choices that we make and the positions that we hold. And I think those conversations are difficult to have because they do cause you to be really introspective. And introspection is hard. That shit is not comfortable at all.
Yeah. Rough.
It's interesting how believers believe that they're the ones that would be persecuted for their belief, but while ignoring that, it's people who have a lack of belief or identify as atheists that have to walk on eggshells around them because they're afraid of losing their love or their support. There are several people tonight who shared that they finally told their family that they're atheists, and they start trying to do exorcists on them. Or one person said their dad made them hold the Bible and asked them if the verses were burning their hands.
Wow.
Yes. And then somebody just commented that they had this same talk with their family and now they can't go home. And but they're still holding in their mind that they're the ones being persecuted for holding the belief while doing the persecution.
For people that don't hold the belief.
Yes.
Crazy. That's what I'm saying. It's so upside down. Like every single day we have people coming in here saying that they would kill their children, or, genocide is good, or rape is not that bad. Like, y'all are saying the things out loud and we're like, hold the fuck up. That's not good. But it is so inverted. That's crazy to me.
Die Biblical named it the King Flames version, and I'm done.
Somebody block that biblical now.
Oh my God, but that's the new name of that book, the King Flames
King
version.
Flames
Oh
version.
my gosh. He needs his phone taken.
He does. Did that answer your question, Jim?
It really did. Yeah. I mean, I grew up with I would say the typical queer experience where my parents were they detached the moment they knew I was a little bit different, and I admitted to my mom that I was interested in the same sex as I was born as, and we started having Bible studies every night. So they are the fear is there, and it's and I appreciate having this concept to walk into a conversation with them, because it is like I said, a disservice to not have had it to not have it after this.
Yeah. We have a very diverse community here, and we often talk about the impact that Thinker lays it out beautifully when she talks about how in the Mosaic Law, parents were told to stone disobedient or rebellious children, and that execution these days, it may not be physical. Sometimes it is, unfortunately, but it's definitely social, right? That lack of acceptance, that I don't know, denigration of identity. It breaks my heart, but that's what this religion does. So the directive hasn't changed. The form that directive is carried out in has morphed, but it's still just as damaging. And I think in some ways is more damaging, because now the rejection of the people that should be your soft place to fall, in guidance and acceptance, they're thorns, or they're just ambivalent to who you are as a person, and that is heartbreaking. So I'm sorry that you're having to experience that, but I'm glad you stumbled across this community. Like I said, we have a very diverse group of people here, and we talk about these issues that I think helps to empower people with things to say and things to go research, and ideas of approaching these conversations that hopefully will be, if not effective in reconciliation, at the very least effective in acceptance, so that you can find some peace.
Big Three Funny, don't tag anybody on the fucking stage. And why hasn't your God told you that that's not what that book says? Why hasn't your God told you that he never said that there was anything wrong with being gay? That was a forced translation by the translators. It doesn't match what's in the Hebrew. And neither did Paul say anything about that. Like, why hasn't your God told you that? Like, if your God knows all, like, you don't know Hebrew, you don't know Greek, but your God should. Why hasn't your God said, Big Three Funny, I never said those words?
Well, and might I just say, I held on to religion for a lot longer because I was different. I touted the things that the Bible said more than any of my peers because I was different, because it was so important for me to believe. The fear that my parents feel is because I felt it too. And I hope that you can find a place where you're not in fear of your God, because it's honestly really so much of a relief to live my life and not be afraid of everything that I think, not even say, think.
That's what I be pointing out. It's like they're in a prison in their own minds. They're enslaved in their own minds. And they don't realize that. Like, Jesus turns thinking into a crime when he says that if a man even thinks, right, to lust on a woman in his heart, right, if he lust on her in his heart, then they have committed adultery, just even thinking about it. Like, he's turned thought crimes into, things that they beat themselves up about. When I was a believer, I was always constantly saying, "Ooh, God forgive me. Ooh, Jesus forgive me. Ooh, I'm sorry, Lord." Like, all the time, just for thoughts. That's not peace.
Like, you can change that shit anyway. Like, who can decide what pops the fuck up into their minds. I do not understand it. Then you've got the lady and somebody in the comments saying like,
Linda.
you're not, yeah, you're not God. You don't know everything.
Except the thing about it is that they think they know everything because of the Bible. But what you don't know
Exactly.
about the Bible is that it didn't say the shit you think it said. Like, I don't have to know everything, but I know what I know. I know how to read Hebrew. I don't know why your God don't. Like, you're claiming that you have access to the God that spoke the fucking language to the people who wrote the shit in Hebrew. But your God can't tell you what he said in Hebrew. But I know what he said. And he didn't say the shit you claim he said.
And that's the other thing. Like, I think it's this mindset, this authoritarian mindset. Like, there's always something bigger than you that knows everything. But as Bash pointed out the other day, the only way you would know if God knows everything is if you knew everything. You're just making a claim. You're just making a statement that someone told you that you just simply accepted as being true without any evidence of it.
And they reject knowledge so they can hang on to their bigotry.
Well, or not respecting the evidence, quote unquote, that they've been given because just it being handed to them was enough. They don't have to read it.
That's true.
We
They
had,
outsource their thinking to people who they think have more knowledge or more anointing than them. And that's why these guys are still alive, because you have a lot of lazy thinkers. People don't want to read for themselves. They don't want to go and learn, the language that they need to learn in order to fact check what their pastors are saying. They're lazy thinkers. They want other people to do the work, and then they just go and like recite it like they came up with it, or like some Holy Spirit told it to them.
Clip notes is a thing for a reason.
Yeah.
Like we were talking to guess who on Mama Bash's live the other day, and we were like, let's look at the original Hebrew, see if it says what it says about men lying with men as with a woman, see if that is actually in the original language. And he couldn't find it because it wasn't in there, but he still held fast to this issue with the LGBTQIA community. And I'm like, well, that's just because you are a horrible person. Like, you are a bigot. If you are reading that in the original language, it does not state that. There is no comparative structure there, and you see that it's not there, and you still hold fast. Well, I just think it's wrong. Okay, well, that's just because you are you are vapid. That has nothing to do with you serving God, and has everything to do with your lack of character and your lack of compassion, and ultimately your ego. Because basically what people who hold that position are saying is that if you are not like me, and if you do not perform in the way that I want you to perform, then you are wrong. And that's all that this belief system creates. Billions of egotistical people who think that the way they see things is the way God sees them.
We had several people hold on to their bigoted beliefs. Like, they say that it's not me, it's God. But then the moment they learn that what they were told that text says, it doesn't actually say that, they still hang on to what they once claimed was God. And they have a hard time accepting that they are a bigot just because they want to be a bigot. They can't hide behind the God anymore once they learn that it doesn't say that.
And then the other thing that frustrates me is because you see the same shit over and over again. Like, Linda, not a true Christian. Go, and they couldn't tell you one logical fallacy. A cursory investigation into what a no true Scotsman's fallacy is would let Linda know that that's exactly what she's doing. They don't care. They want to protect their bigotry. They want to protect their ego. And they are some of the most, if not the most selfish people on this planet. People who gravitate towards the Abrahamic religions are either or both extremely intellectually lazy or extremely selfish. That is a through line that I have seen in the last 2-3 years that we've been having these conversations.
I think it's cowardice, right? Like, needing to hide behind a God so you can say harmful shit, so you can mistreat people and say, it's not me, it's God. I'm doing this because God. Did you see the video that I posted of the pastor, the woman pastor, saying Dolly Parton she think Dolly Parton went to hell?
Oh, yes. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I reposted that shit so quick. I'm like, are you kidding me? like that video you made of the people I think it pissed them off too when you were like, okay, well, you're talking about this sin, what about your sin? This is spoken of in the Bible too.
Yeah.
Like, they are so quick to ignore their own infractions under this same rule book. It's crazy.
While she's sitting there with lashes on, booty shorts on, makeup on, like the same Christians could take away your Christianity because of that, because they believe that Jezebel wear makeup. Women are supposed to be in modest apparel. Women aren't supposed to be pastors. Like your book says that you're supposed to be silent in the church. No, who the fuck is talking about you, Linda? Did you say Dolly Parton was going to hell, Linda? Listen, Linda.
Look at Linda.
Goodness. Like they have main character syndrome.
Yeah, speaking of Gossifana, if that's how you say your name, literally gossiping about Christians all day, every day, you came into this live. Hi.
Jim, we don't actually allow panelists to talk to the chat, but that was a good one though. But we don't, just talk to us up here.
Yeah, I've taken up a lot of time, and I really appreciate you guys so much. I kind of hope to pop back in some other time, but either way, I hope you guys live a great life, even if that doesn't happen.
Thank you. Same to you, and good luck on the conversation with your parents.
Now, how do I get out?
I got you. Linda, you are the rude one. Like, it's fucking ridiculous that you think that the conversation that we're having with a whole nother human being, you somehow think that that conversation is about you.
Hi, everyone.
Melly, hi, how are you? How old are you? And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing your belief, or are you an atheist?
Okay, so I'm a believer of God.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 42.
All right, there's 3 topics on the board. Do you see them?
Yeah.
Which one did you come up to talk about? Hey, Dugald.
Let me just see. Ultimate sin, ultimate forgiveness, contract is bad for humanity, or who's really the great deceiver, God or the devil? Yeah, I'll take number 3.
Okay, and what are your thoughts on that?
So I have a mindset. I know, like a lot of Christians, they would kill me, and a lot of atheists, they'd kill me too, because my thoughts are probably unique to myself and a few. I believe that, like, obviously, I would say, as someone who believes in God, and I know there's a devil perception. I think it's more than just the devil, because when you map it out, you realize that people talk about Satan a lot, but Satan is only guilty of evoking that which is within you. So that's your weaknesses. So without you falling prey to your own weaknesses, he has no power over you. Now, I believe that there's a creator who is God. And like people say, oh, there's many things taken out of the Bible. There's many things manipulated with the Bible.
I'm sorry, I still don't know your answer to the question. Like, which one is the deceiver, and then explain, because I'm a little confused.
So I don't believe. Well, I believe that Satan does have an impact on it. God is what he said he is.
I don't know what your God is. Like, in the story, in the Bible, which one of them is the great deceiver?
Well, the great deceiver is the devil in the Bible. Yeah? Satan. So that is who I would see as the great deceiver.
Okay,
Yeah?
and how do you see the Satan being the deceiver in the Bible?
By just, as I said before, he just applies to your weaknesses. So say, for example, in Genesis, when they talk about Eve and the fact that she ate the fruit and whatever not, yeah, her weakness was the fact that she wanted a position, and so it was her greed and her want of this affection that, you know, was allocated to God by her partner that made her sin. So that was her inner weakness. It wasn't the devil that come and said, okay, then I am this, I will give you this if you did that. No, that was her own yearning. It was her desire to have that position which she craved for. So she herself deceived herself. So when Satan comes to you, it's not that you don't have that weakness, it's because you have a weakness. So for me, my weakness is, say for example, lying. You know, when a situation crops up and I'm pushed to a situation, I tell a lie because I want to either protect myself or I want to hide something. That's within me to do that. If I'm not afraid of the repercussions, then I will tell the truth. And no matter how it impacts the situation, you know, I will be honest. Now, that is something to do with your personal integrity. Do you get what I'm saying? So for me, the deceiver is who God said the deceiver is. God has always said he's a jealous God. He will let his wrath show, you know, if you do contrary to what is holy. Yeah. And unfortunately, you know, most people don't want to hear that. But if you want to go to God and you want to worship in his kingdom, you're going to do what he requires. If not, then you choose something else, and it's our choice because he gave us choices. People have choices, and at the end of the day, we should respect each other in our choices because it's only us that have the consequences to deal with. So whenever I hear someone choosing whatever they choose, that's their willpower to choose it, and I respect that. I always just look from a perspective of why did you make that choice? Because for me, I've done probably everything under the sun, and I would chastise myself because I grew up religious, but then I choose to want to still worship God, and so then I have to try and relinquish my own inner weaknesses. So like I said before, whether it is fornication, whether it is whatever it is that I'm guilty of, wanting to be with a woman because men have hurt me so much, it is my own choices then that will lead me where I need to go. But if I know that I want to be with God, I'm obviously not going to do things that God don't want me to do, you know. So that's how I see it. So I'm a respecter of all, because if God saw it fit to take away your choices, we wouldn't have any more life. Or if the divine creator sees that we need no more time, then he would take that choice. But until then, we still have a choice. And I think it's only fair to respect those choices, because I'm not going to go necessarily where you've decided to go, or you're not going to go necessarily where I've decided to go. But still, it's our own choice and it should be respected, you know, as long as we're not harming anyone else with our beliefs and not forcing it onto them. You know, you can have a good discussion, but you don't have to push your own beliefs on someone. You can want well for someone, but you don't force it on them, you know?
So I'm gonna focus on like sticking to the topic of who is the great deceiver, and you said that the Satan was in the garden. Let me ask you a question. If someone says, like if there was a restaurant owner, and that restaurant owner said, "I don't have anybody to grow wheat for my restaurant," and then that restaurant owner goes and he hires you. Right? The restaurant owner hires you. Instead of putting you in a field to grow wheat, he puts you in an orchard. And the weed and everything is already growing on trees, right? And you don't have to cultivate the ground or anything. You're not growing the wheat is supplied. So he puts you in this orchard. And then you do something that gets you expelled from the orchard. And then he says that he tells you not to eat from any of the trees. Let me say that. He tells you that you can eat from all the trees except one. right? And he says, if you do, there's going to be serious consequences. You eat from that one tree, and then he kicks you out, and then he says, now you got to grow wheat for my restaurant. Would you feel like the restaurant owner deceived you?
Well, there's always a condition to something, but yeah, you'd feel heartbroken.
Not heartbroken,
Because
deceived. So if the restaurant owner is sitting down and he's thinking to himself, man, I don't have anybody to grow wheat for my restaurant. Like, what he really wants is a laborer to grow wheat. That's what he really wants, right? So he goes and he hires you, and he tells you, hey, you're going to be in this orchard. You could just pluck the wheat. I'm going to supply all the wheat, and all you have to do is pluck it. You don't have to grow it. Then he says, eat from any tree, just don't eat from this one tree. All right. And he knows that you're going to eat from that one tree. And in the moment you eat from that one tree, he says, your punishment is you have to grow wheat for my restaurant. Would you feel deceived?
because you're saying that basically your outcome will be the same no matter what, because he knew what was going to happen.
Not
But the
because he
benefit
knew.
of,
What did he start off with? What did he need in the beginning?
you said he needed wheat, right?
What did he
So
need wheat to
someone
do?
to
What?
pick
No,
them,
he
to
didn't
pluck
need
it.
wheat.
He
He
needed
needed some.
someone to harvest it,
No,
basically,
grow
right?
it. No.
To grow it.
He says, I don't have anybody to grow wheat for my restaurant. Then he goes and hires you. He puts you in this garden, and he says, all the wheat is supplied. You don't have to grow it. He said, you can eat from any tree in this garden except that one, knowing that you're going to eat from that tree, right? He says, the day that you eat from that tree, you're going to die. And instead of you dying when you eat from the tree, he kicks you out of the garden. He says, your punishment is you have to grow wheat for my restaurant. Would you feel deceived?
Well, not deceived, but you knew the consequences, isn't it? So it's not a deception, because you know that you would be kicked out, or you know that you would die.
Well, they didn't die. But like, it's interesting how those of you that claim morality can't even recognize deceit when it's in your face. The God said, I don't have a man to cultivate the ground. Cultivation is agriculture, right? He then creates a man. So what the God states from the beginning is that he needs a laborer to cultivate for agriculture, okay? So that was his need. He then creates a man and a woman, and he puts them in a horticultural garden and tells them that they can eat fruits, berries, nuts, right? He says, this one tree, don't eat on it, because when you do, you will die, right? He knew that was a lie. He also knew they were going to eat from it, right? Then he kicks them out when they don't die, after they eat from it, and he punishes them with the thing that he started off with, the need he started off with, which was to be a laborer for agriculture.
I can see what you're trying to say.
But that's the story. I didn't add anything to it. That's the story. Did I go off? Did I add to it, or did I miss something?
Okay, so we're then saying that the person who needed a thing, they made a thing to do a specific thing, and when that thing becomes faulty, they've decided, okay, to put it in a section that is faulty, right?
No, that's not what
Now,
I'm saying. No. Look, okay. So the God says, I don't have a man to cultivate the ground. That's agriculture, right? He says, I don't have a laborer to work the agriculture, right? That's a need that your God had,
but
right?
do you think that's really what he needed,
That's what
really?
he says in the beginning. There is not a man to till the ground. The word there is to cultivate it. Cultivation is agriculture.
So is
That's
it
what he
only, but
says.
then, and also to look after the things that he's created?
Well, that's when he puts them in a horticultural environment. But first, we're talking about the need what he said he needed. In Genesis 2:4, he says, hold on.
He saw.
Damn, I keep typing the wrong damn number in. He says, in the day that the Lord God made the heavens and made the earth and the heavens, when no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no vegetation of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain. You need rain for agriculture, right? On the earth, and there was no one to till the ground, right? Okay, this is agriculture. So the God needed a man to work the ground for agriculture, to cultivate it, and he needed rain. Okay, that was a need he stated.
Okay.
All right. Now, in order to fill this need, he creates a man. Then he creates a garden, right? And he puts them in this horticultural environment. Do you know what horticultural is? I'm going to say ho. Do you know what horticultural is? Well, horticulture, I can't say this fucking word. Horticulture. Do you know what that is? I cannot say this word. I swear.
It's an environment where we're saying that there is trees, animals, everything. To look after.
No, horticulture. I swear. Yeah, it's the R's. It's the two R's.
Yeah, horticulture.
Yes, horticulture. It is like flowers for decoration. It is trees that bring forth berries and fruit, nuts, like stuff like that. Not things that have to be planted like wheat and, it's like the scenic flowers, right? Like a garden, things that you would have in your garden.
Yeah, agriculture is different from horticulture.
Right. Right. So he builds this garden after saying, I need a man for agriculture. He creates the man. He then builds a horticultural environment, a garden, and puts the man in it. Right. And he tells them, you can eat from all the trees. He's like, I planted everything. All you got to do is pluck from it. Right? But there's one tree you cannot eat from. If you do, you will die. Right? So he gives them the command and the warning that they will die. While all the time knowing that they're going to disobey the command and knowing that they're not going to die. Then when he punishes them with the thing that the need he started off with, which is agriculture. He now has humans who believe that it is their responsibility to work the land.
Okay.
You don't think that's deceptive?
And it's also their fault, not his need. I had never thought about it that way.
So I don't know, because when you read from the Bible, and you're saying that this is in the Bible, but it was clear that it was not to be eaten from. So
I didn't say it
wasn't.
wasn't. I did not say it wasn't. I literally said he told them not to eat from it. I'm talking about him starting with a need and punishing the humans with that. Hey, I'm talking about him. We're talking about deception, okay?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Hold on, Melly.
If I clearly tell you,
Melly, you don't understand. You don't understand. We're talking about deception and whether what your God did. Listen, please. We're talking about deception and whether what your God did was deceptive, not whether they ate from the tree. We know they did. That's not the important part. What we're talking about is your God started off with a need and he punished them with fulfilling his original need.
So you're saying to me the deceit was, because obviously I told you not to eat from something. So my deceit is that you've ate from the thing and I am guilty of you eating from the thing because it's your choice.
No, Melly.
But I'm saying because you've told me
Melly,
that you've
if I
created
know,
everything.
if I say, Melly, if I say I need someone to clean my house, okay, and then I orchestrate a situation to where my children are going to, if I tell my children, if you disobey me, I'm going to punish you, right? And I put them
No,
in
you
a
say, okay, can I say this?
Melly. Oh my
Can I say
gosh.
something?
Let me finish the analogy, please. I'm trying to keep you on topic. You want to focus on whether or not they ate from the tree. Yes, they ate. That's not the important part here.
I'm not saying that. I'm
Oh my
saying that
gosh.
the deceit
I'm trying
happened.
to explain the deceit to you so you can understand it. If I say I need someone to clean my house, and then I put my children in a situation where I know that they are going to disobey me, and I know that I'm going to punish them with cleaning my house. Did I deceive my children?
No, you made know what you want. You made them do what you needed them to do.
Did I do
If
it
you
in a
have house,
deceptive way?
no, because you told them not to do something.
But
If I said
did
to
I
you,
put them in the listen? I put them in the situation knowing they were going to disobey. You missed that part. If I
no, but
say,
I knowingly gave you a choice.
Melly,
You have the
no,
choice
not
to
if.
choose to
Is your God
disobey.
all knowing?
It doesn't matter.
It
The
does matter. It
all-knowing
does matter. Is your
factor,
God all knowing?
the all-knowing
Is he
factor
all
comes
knowing? Yes
into
or no?
play.
Is he all knowing?
However, you still have choice.
Is he all knowing? Yes. Or did he know they were going to disobey?
You still have a choice. It doesn't matter
Cool.
what you're.
Okay, cool. Did he know that they were going to use the choice to disobey?
He knew.
All
He
right.
knew that they would
Okay.
disobey.
All right. Great.
He knew because he
Okay.
can see.
Okay, Melly, stop. You want to focus on the wrong part. He knew that they were going to choose to disobey. He started off with a need. He put them in a situation where he knew that they were going to use their choice to disobey him. And then he punished them with the thing that he originally needed. Is that deception?
No, it's not deception because you still chose.
Oh my
You
fucking
chose
God.
the wrong thing.
Oh, good. Cool. We chose the wrong thing. Your God knew we were going to choose the wrong thing.
So because you know that, okay, this is it, yeah. I know you're going to be upset with me if I do something and I do it. Does that mean, and you knew that I would do it?
How is
But
this
you still
analogous
left
to what
me-
we're talking about?
No, so no, I'm just saying.
Like
okay, you said
they cannot.
Let me just say.
They
okay,
cannot.
you said
They
in the
cannot
house,
get
right?
like we're not talking about that. Listen, I'm gonna go ahead and like soften it and give you what you want. Yes, Adam and Eve chose. Yes, Adam and Eve were guilty. Yes, it's Adam and Eve's fault. Are you happy now? Can we get back to the topic?
You said if the person.
Can we get back to the topic? Adam and Eve was wrong. They chose. It's all their fault. Now, can we get back to the topic? Because what
Which is
you're
the
focused on
deception.
isn't the topic.
You're saying if it's the deception, and I'm saying no, because it was clearly stated not to do something. So
we're not talking about what they did. The deception is in your God setting it up. Your God knew that they were going to make a bad choice. He punished them with the thing he originally needed. He set it up. He starts off with, I need a laborer for agriculture. So then he builds this garden. He puts them in a horticultural environment. He gives them a command that he knows that they're going to choose to disobey. He then punishes them with fulfilling his original need, which is agriculture, which is being slaves and farming the land.
Okay, I hear you. So now God is the great deceiver because he knew what our choices are. By giving us the choice, he knew that
he used that information.
He has the foresight to see
he
that
used that. If it's not because of your choice, he used that information in order to manipulate him getting what he originally needed. He needed, like, if he's really your God, if he says, I need a man for agriculture, why the fuck didn't he just create them to cultivate the land? Why trick them and put them in a horticultural environment and then punish them with his original need?
Okay, because it wasn't a need.
He
It was
literally
a choice.
stated it. I read it to you. He literally
But that
stated it.
wasn't the need. That wasn't the need.
I'm sorry.
The need was
In the
obedience.
day that the Lord God
The
made
need
the
was
earth and heavens,
obedience.
when no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no vegetation of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no man to till the ground. He
But the
could
need
not
was
he could
obedience.
not cultivate without rain or a man to work the ground. And he ended up punishing them with that very thing.
Mhm. So he needed obedience, right? And the fact
Hold
that
on,
he
stop.
was
Show me in Genesis 2 where it says he need obedience. Show me that.
do not do something
Show
and you
show
do
me
it is
in the text.
obedience.
Take me to the verse where it says he needed obedience.
Okay, so when you say
No,
do
not
do
not when
something,
you say. You should be saying go to Genesis such and such. Show me
Genesis,
in the
it's in
text. Which
Genesis.
verse?
It's in Genesis. Do
Which
not
verse?
eat from that tree.
Which
Yeah?
verse does he say I need obedience?
Well, it is a requirement. If someone says
Show
something
me
to you that
in the
created
verse.
you,
Show me
I
in the verse.
created you, and no, I'm just saying, I
No,
created
show me
you.
in the verse, Melly.
I've told you what is
Show me in
acceptable
the
in my
verse.
house.
Everything that you're
You
saying,
do not do it.
everything that you are saying, you are making up. Show me in the verse where he
Everything
says
that
I
I
need
say, I'm
obedience.
making up, but you've made up a lot to
I
say
have
that he's a
read to you
deceiver.
word for word what he said, and you reject what's in the book. Show me
I
in the
don't
text.
reject what's in the book.
So
I'm
did he
saying what
say?
he
Did
said.
he say
It
that?
says
Did he
that
say that
he
he needed a
told
man?
them.
Did
He
he
told
say?
them
Did
not
he
to
say that
eat
he
from the
needed?
tree.
Did he say he
Did he
needed
not
a
say
man?
that?
Did he say he needed a man to till the ground? Yes or no?
Did he not say?
Did he say that he needed
Yeah,
a man to till the ground?
that
Yes or no?
you should not do
Did he
something.
say
Is
that
that
he could not? Did he
obedience?
say that there was no agriculture because there was not a man to till the ground? Yes or no?
You know what? Yeah, it's whatever you want to
Answer the
see,
question.
and I
Like
and I
y'all are
get it.
so fucking dishonest. Like y'all so fucking scared of learning about your God. Like you want to hang
I'm
on.
not
You
scared
want
of
to hang
learning
on.
about
You
my
want to
God
hang
because I
on.
know
You
what my
want to
God
hang
is.
on. I'm
I
going
know
to.
who
My
He
voice is
is.
just going to get louder than yours. Every time you talk while I talk, I'm going to get louder. I just want you to
You
know
have
that.
been louder.
I just want you to
I
know
do
that.
not
There
speak
is
very
no reason you
loudly,
and I should be talking at the same damn time.
but
None.
you have been over
None.
talking me.
Because you talk every time I fucking talk. Every fucking
Okay,
time I open my mouth, you open yours.
okay. So I've not been listening to you all this time
No.
to respond.
No. You just want
Okay.
to talk about the same thing your
You
pastors have told you all along. It was Adam and Eve's fault. Adam and Eve was wrong. Even when I gave that to you. Adam and Eve disobeyed. Yes, they made the choice. It's all their fault. I even gave it to you and tried to get you back on topic. Like you cannot
I am
even
on
allow. Why are
topic.
you talking while I'm talking?
You said that
Why
I
are
was
you
on
talking
topic.
while I'm
I am
talking?
on
There you
topic.
go. Like y'all can't even point your fucking fingers at yourself.
You're
Like
getting angry for
every time I
nothing,
open my
though.
mouth, you open yours.
But
Every
you're
single
getting
fucking
angry for
time. Every
nothing.
time because you're so fucking scared of learning that your God is
But you're
deceptive. You're
getting angry
so
for
scared.
nothing.
There
I've
you go.
listened
There
to
you go.
you.
You're talking while I'm talking. You're so scared of learning that your God is fucking deceptive. Like you know damn well if a man said, man, I need to get my dick sucked, and then he put you in a situation where you end up being the one to suck his dick, you would say he fucking deceived you. You know how to recognize deception. You don't know how to recognize it when it comes to your God.
I mean, you
Are
when
you
you were
done?
when you
Can I say something? Because you've
hold
been
on
saying
hold
that
on
I've
a sec
been
hold on
over
a second,
talking.
Melly.
Yeah.
When you started and you talked for a really long time, you said a lot of things that were not in this book. A lot. You talked
Little
about
things
Eve's.
like what?
I am so sorry. Can you stop doing that? Like you talk about Thinker yelling at you because you keep speaking when people are speaking. That's so rude. You
Oh
talked about
wow.
Eve wanting
Okay.
a promotion. You talked about Eve wanting a position that Adam didn't have or Adam had. You talked about her internal motivations.
I
None
didn't
of
say
that
she
shit is
wanted
in.
a position that Adam
Can
had.
you stop doing that? Can you
You
stop
can ask
speaking?
to replay it.
Can you stop speaking while I'm speaking? This isn't difficult. You said that Eve wanted a position that Adam had. That's not in that book. You said that Eve wanted some sort of relationship with this God that Adam had. That's not in this book. None of that shit is said in this story, but every single thing that Thinker has laid out for you in this story is there. We can read it to you. You all read these stories through one very particular lens. One. And that's the lens of theology and dogma. That's the lens of my God is good. He can't do wrong. It's all their fault. Like y'all don't investigate this story and put any sort of pressure on it at all. And the reality is this was a setup from the beginning. The fact that you think your God is omniscient indicates that this was a setup. That should be the end of the story right there for anybody who's looking at this logically. But that's not what y'all do.
Okay. So you guys have said what you wanted to say. And the thing is that, yeah, I came here respectfully, respecting whatever choices you wanted to make. I never spoke out of turn to you guys. I only tried to interject because I did not say that Eve wanted a position which that Adam had. I said she wanted admiration that God had, which Adam gave to God. Yeah, which is different to saying that she wanted a position from what Adam had. And the next thing is, you said that the deceiver, I said to you clearly, I do not think that God was the deceiver because he made it clear that you shouldn't eat from the tree. And yes, it was a part of it. It was just the obedience. I think it mattered more about the obedience. And even though you didn't want to hear what I was saying, I'm just saying, at the end of the day, he to me isn't the deceiver because he said, do not do these things, do this for me, and he created them. So if I'm created by someone for a need, and and I say, please don't do this, yes, it is something that should be kind of respected. If you do it and you get thrown out, yes, you didn't even get killed, you got thrown out and you had to till, then that's a consequence of what's happened. And my consequence of being here and speaking is to get insulted continuously and saying that I said this. If you listen back from the beginning of the conversation and what I said, I didn't even say anything that you guys were saying that I said. I'm just saying that God to me is not the deceiver because he made it clear.
I've already addressed that. I've already addressed that shit. I've already told you, one, the obedience doesn't fucking matter because your God knew that they were going to use their choice to disobey. It was a part of the deception. I even asked you when you lied and said that your God needed obedience, I asked you to take me to the scripture where it says that, and you fucking could not. You rejected what was in the text for your made up imaginations. There also is nothing in the text that says that Eve wanted the admiration that Adam gave to your God. That also is a fucking lie. It says that Eve wanted wisdom, that she desired wisdom, not admiration for a fucking man. This is something that they're misogyny. I am talking right now. No one interrupted you while you were talking. And then you will then tell yourself, that you didn't interrupt anybody. You will then lie to yourself the same way you are lying to us and say that you've been respectful the whole time that you've been on this stage. I'm going to treat you the way you are treating me. I'm going to treat you the way you are treating me. Your Jesus said, do unto others how you want them to treat you. And how you are treating me is the way I'm going to treat you according to your Jesus. Every time we open our mouth, you open yours. We sat here quietly while you gave your answer. No one interrupted you. No one interrupted you. Y'all are just disrespectful as fuck. Y'all are scary, you're dishonest, and you're fucking disrespectful. Nothing that you say is found in this fucking book. There is nothing in this book that says Eve wanted admiration from Adam. In fact, she was punished with that shit. She was punished with wanting desire from him. That was her fucking punishment.
Are you done having a rant? Because you
I want
obviously
you to
need
fuck
to
off my
rant.
stage. Get the fuck off my stage. This
I
is not
don't
going to be
care.
a
I don't
bye.
care
This
because
is
you
not going to
just
be a
like
fruitful
ranting.
conversation. Get the fuck off my stage with your dishonest ass.
You like
Get the
ranting.
fuck
It's
off my
fine.
stage, you dishonest motherfucker. Bye.
She did say she lied a lot, so I guess she was just giving us a demonstration of that.
Bye.
Drop me. I don't care.
There we
Drop
go. Look,
me.
here we go. This is
Drop
the
me.
Christian behavior.
Drop me.
Just
Drop
y'all just
me.
look. Every time a Christian comes on here and they're disrespectful and we ask them to leave, they always do that. But Jesus says, love your enemies. Jesus says, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. Like they always throw Jesus out the fucking window when it comes to their fucking ego.
Yep. And I guess this is, she said earlier in her 15-minute dissertation that the devil only brings up what's already in you. I guess your ego right now is what the devil's playing with, because you're staying here when she's asked you to leave. Like, y'all come up here trying to pretend like you are the most kindest and nicest people on this planet, and you only do what God wants you to do, and y'all behave like assholes. You've been interrupting this entire time, and Thinker just asked you to leave, and you come up here with the same shit Christians always do. Drop me, drop me. Like, if you have God's spirit, how would it lead you right now?
Look,
What would
she
it
just
tell
said
you?
in the comments, I'm not kind. She does it. Remember
Of course she's
the
not.
Bible says the fruit of the spirit is kindness, gentleness, greatness.
Mhm.
She doesn't have it. Like
None of
that.
it.
Well, she just admitted that she doesn't. I actually think she does have her God spirit. This is some shit that her God would do because her God is deceptive, just like her.
I mean, he lies to them throughout this book. He lets them lie to themselves about who they are. Like, they do this all the time. I don't want any part of this God spirit at all, because y'all are horrible humans.
They're childish and immature.
Yep. I'm still
Like,
just sitting here.
yeah. And then the thing about it is that they don't know when they get up here behaving like this, that it helps people leave their God.
Oh,
Like
absolutely.
the thing that they say that the devil is doing, they end up doing it. Like it's not the shit that we say, it's the shit they do and say on this stage that makes people deconstruct. There was JB came up today and said that he was listening to Tuesday Nights Live while he was driving on his company retreat, and he heard something that a Christian said, and it solidified it for him to move forward to atheism. It's not
Well,
the
what
things that we say. It's the things y'all do that makes people leave your God.
did he say? What it was?
When the Christian said, okay, yeah, so what? I worship the God of white Christian nationalism.
Yeah, they all do. I mean, they absolutely all do, and they're gonna apologize for it. I say this all the time. Like, no matter what happens in this book that's fucked up that this God does, they're gonna find an excuse for it. No matter how these things are laid out and the entailments of these positions, they're gonna find and some sort of explanation for it. It is very clear, like that what you laid out about the analogy with your children. If you say, "I'm so goddamn tired, I do not want to clean this house," and you set your kids up with something that you know that they want to eat, and knowing full well they're not going to be able to resist this because you know what they like, and that is the way you got your house clean, that was deceptive. As opposed to just saying, "Hey, I need y'all to help me clean this house." The fact that you think a God, an omniscient God, needs obedience is ridiculous. It makes no sense whatsoever logically, because the God already knows who's going to be obedient or disobedient. So if anything, he just needed something to fucking do. And anything that is omniscient cannot give a test. Like, none of this shit makes sense. But instead of dealing with that, they just behave like this.
I'm going to let her ass stay there so as many people as possible can deconstruct. Like, she's doing the work of the devil. She's doing our job right now. Stay there. Deconstruct.
Deconstruct me.
Jetspiracy. Jetspiracy, are you there? Like, she's easy to fucking ignore. Ortep was crying on another live because the black community is deconstructing?
Who was?
Ortep.
Who was that?
Oh, he's a YouTube Christian that gets on my fucking nerves. Wow. Like, why can't y'all, like, worship your God by yourself? Why do y'all need the whole black community to worship this God with you? Like, that's some weird shit.
They gotta go learn some shit then. Like they have to actually to put some work into being decent people. They don't have this automatic backup that they have with the whole black community right beside them and aligning with this nonsense, this harmful nonsense that I think
But
they're.
aren't you in that community
Hold on,
that you
stop.
formed yourself
Stop.
Can
in?
you not do that? I
Ah,
was talking to
damn. Wait
Fabian.
a minute.
And that's the other thing. Like the entitlement is ridiculous. A full ass conversation was going on and they just pop up and just join. Like that is so rude. But no, I think the issue is that like we were talking the other day about the intellectual laziness that is allowed within these religious frameworks. You don't have to learn what is true. You just have to accept what they tell you is true. You don't have to pressure test any of the things that you say. You don't even have to demonstrate that you are a good person because number one, sin, rinse, repent, repeat. Like it is created this merry-go-round of trauma for so many people. And I think those of us who are hopping off of this saying this does not work, clearly this does not work, people are losing their shits behind it.
Can y'all mute Melly Bag? Don't type in caps in my fucking comments. Let's see if God, your non-deceiver, takes you off mute. Anthony, how old are you?
I'm 54.
And you are a believer, correct?
A believer in what?
In the God of the Bible. Quickly, please.
There's 1,000 gods in the Bible.
All right, I'm gonna take you down, and when you find out which God you worship, you can come back up, okay?
Jesus, people need help, man.
Yes.
It's because you want to be able to have a God and you know what I'm saying?
They think we gonna play with them. I ain't got time to play with y'all grown asses.
Good morning.
Good morning, also. Jay, are you up here on purpose or on accident?
Yeah, I'm here on purpose. Good morning.
Good morning. Which topic did you come up to discuss?
The deceiver.
Go ahead. Fee, you want to do this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
What are your thoughts, Jay?
Yeah. Yeah, I was listening to you guys' conversation with the previous
Don't
lady.
bring up a previous conversation. Have your own, please.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's an interesting topic. What I realize is, by the way, I'm a believer. I believe in God. I
We know
believe
that.
in.
We know that. That's why I didn't ask.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, I do I see. The way I see that topic about the if God is the deceiver or the devil, I believe the devil is the deceiver, and I don't see what would be the reason for God to create human being and play with them like a bunch of little puppet.
Give me just 1
So that
second. Baby boy, you are blocked. And to come in here on another account just to fucking complain is in fucking sane. But you're blocked again. Go ahead.
yeah, so I don't see the reason why a God, which is a loving God, would create human being and play with them, play with the emotions, feeling they being the reality. So this doesn't like make sense to me. So I feel like that there's things that are difficult to understand. I feel like that's probably one of them that's difficult to understand. That's why people probably misunderstanding and make God become the liar. But for example, in the scenario of God creating Adam and Eve and give them a task, yes, God created them to His purpose to multiply, cultivate the land. They had a mission, but I believe that they have their free will. And despite God all knowing, knew what they're going to do, but they had a role to play on the plan of God, which is their decision. So they were not created like robot. So they could choose to do what they decided to do. So, and I think that's how everything messed up because they make a wrong choice.
Are you saying that they could have made God wrong?
You said what?
Are you saying that they could have made God wrong?
Now I said they could make any choices they wanted.
God know what choice they would make?
Yeah, I believe so because God omniscient. He
Okay,
knows
so if
everything.
sure. So if he knew that they were going to eat the fruit, did they have the choice not to eat it?
Yeah, is I would say yes because the all knowing doesn't remove the ability to choose.
Well, you have to pick a side, Jay. If God knows, I use this now. If God knows that when I go downstairs this morning, I'm going to drink coffee, God knows that for sure because he's omniscient, correct?
Yeah,
Can I drink orange juice?
that's a very difficult question or difficult way to see it. So let me return to you. What do you think?
Oh, I don't think your God is real, but
If
I'm
God
trying to.
knows you're gonna drink,
Well, no, like if God is omniscient, if God, I'll explain to you.
yeah,
If God is
yeah,
omniscient and He knows exact, can you mute? Because it sounds like we're in your
yeah.
dishwasher. If God
Oh,
is
sorry, sorry.
omniscient, if God is omniscient and He knows exactly what will happen, and I do not have the option of making your God wrong, then no, I don't have that choice. If God knows for sure when I go downstairs, I'm going to make a cup of coffee and he is omniscient, there's no way I can make him wrong, then I do not have a choice to drink orange juice. Like that's an entailment. It's not difficult to understand. That's just a logical entailment of what omniscience means. And I think you all ignore that reality when we have these conversations. You say that why would God create humans just to play with them? That's a great question. Because if your God is omniscient, he knew exactly how all of this shit would roll out and play out, and he did it anyway. So how you all absolve him of any responsibility for transparency and honesty, I don't get. He didn't tell Adam and Eve that if they eat from that tree, they're going to get kicked out of the garden, and then Eve is going to have well, Adam's punishment was to do what the fuck he was created for anyway. He didn't tell them that all successive generations would be cursed and everybody would be born in sin. And as a result, preachers would touch children and abuse women. And he didn't say any of that. What he said would happen is in the day you eat from it, you will die. And that is not what happened. Y'all ignore that and create other narratives around these stories to try to make your God look good. That's just not what this book states.
So basically, God were playing with the. So basically, God were lying all along the story.
If we're talking about Genesis, your God says that a thing will happen after they eat the fruit. And that thing did not happen. In Genesis 3:22, he confirms that what the serpent said would happen is exactly what happened. How you all do not see that the God was deceptive in this story, I do not know. If I tell you, if you walk into my backyard, and I don't know, pick one of my tomatoes, the ground is gonna open up and swallow you. And Thinker says the ground's not gonna open up and swallow you. Like she sprayed some shit on it, so your tongue might itch for a little bit, but that ground is not gonna open up and swallow you. And you eat the cherry and you get an itchy mouth. I lied, not Thinker. That's exactly what happened in this story. But because it was presented to you and us as well through a lens of God is always right, God is good, he meant spiritual death, blah, 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 like all of these apologetics to cushion this story for the purpose of this God does not change what this story says. This is what the book says. And later in the book, the God tells you he is deceptive. He tells you that he uses deception. It is I, the Lord, who deceived you. There's nowhere in this book that this devil character is deceiving people or lying to people, unless you can point to a scripture that we can pull up and read. But I haven't found any.
Well, I do see your point. I do see your point though, but it's like I would say there's two school of thoughts or two perspective on seeing that narrative or the story that happened in the garden. Like you said, I agree with you. So when God said, "The day you eat of the day you shall eat of it, you shall die. You shall truly die." So I agree with you. When he ate, oh, they ate of it. They didn't die that very same day. I agree with you. But could we also say that because like that's your perspective, yeah, like that's your view. Yes, they didn't die. But will make it the person who said that was spiritual death wrong if they
Well,
disconnected with God?
yeah, because where are you indicating that there's a spiritual death? Like you're just adding that. When did they become spiritually alive?
Well, well, we can agree with that. Human being is not just a physical being because, like, you talking to me right now, you are a spirit in a physical body, and that's the case for all human.
That's not
When
true, Jay.
somebody,
That's
that's
not
not
true.
true.
You have to demonstrate what makes that true. I know I have a functioning brain that works and allows me to have this conversation with you. If you can show me a spirit outside of a body, then maybe we can have that conversation. But until you can demonstrate that, I don't have any reason to believe that. Every human I know that I can communicate with has a functioning brain. And those that do not have functioning brains do not communicate. You are positing that there's something inside of me without demonstrating that there is. I know how language works. I know how vocal cords work. I know that every single person that I've ever engaged with has been a person with a functioning brain. You calling that a spirit adds no explanatory power at all. And I don't know what you mean by that.
You know what, Fee? I think this whole idea of a spirit is ableist as fuck.
Tell me more.
I think that people who can communicate, like what they call neurotypical type, believe in a spirit, and they believe that the spirit is what's giving them the ability to have these thoughts and to communicate and to do certain things. They would either have to say that the spirit also has a disability in people who cannot communicate. Or
Great point.
you know what I'm saying? I think that the concept of a spirit is ableist.
It really is because I mean, or the spirit at the very least, the spirit can be corruptible as well. Because like that's a great point. I work with y'all know I work in disability community, and there are people with CP, there are people who are deaf and blind, there are people who are just blind. So are you saying that their spirit is the same? Like but the spirit is always able-bodied in their mind.
But for them to say that the spirit has a disability, they would have to be saying that their God is disabled.
Yep. And I know they're not going to do that.
It's an ableist ass concept.
It really and truly is. I had never thought about it from that perspective. And I mean, not to mention, they can never tell us what it is. It never does anything outside of what the human brain does. Jay, what is your thoughts on that?
Well, what I was gonna say is that, like, after God created Adam, that was the physical body. It was not a living being until he breathed into his nostril. Like, for example, somebody who passed away, that physical body is still there, but the person itself is not there. It's not present. What do you think?
Well, when have you seen an unanimated like y'all say this, but it doesn't make sense. If God created Adam's physical body, but he didn't come alive until he got his spiritual body, then how are you making a separation of two things? You're basically just saying that God animates the physical body without demonstrating that being something separate from the physical body. That doesn't make any sense. Like this story has fucked y'all up like so much because again, show me a spirit absent a body. Show me a conversation with just a spirit. Show me where one ends and the other begins. I don't, how does that work?
So, the example I was trying to point out is when someone dies, like the physical body is still there. You can no longer talk to the person. The person doesn't feel anything. You bury that person, but the person presence, you bury the person's physical body, but you don't really bury that person because what make the person a person, the character, the personality, the being itself, it was like in the physical body. But anything that happened, the person died, the true essence of that person is is no longer there.
No, that doesn't answer my question, Jay. I mean, I know people die. Like my dad died 11 years ago. I mean, I still remember him. Like I ran across the note he wrote me. I pulled up a picture the other day. Like I had for a really long time the last voicemail that he left me until something happened with my phone. So alive in my memory, sure. But something floating around or being conscious of me and what I'm doing, I don't have any evidence of that. So when you make these claims about the spirit being separate from the body and not dying with the body, you'd have to be able to demonstrate that. To what makes that true?
Guess what showed up on my floor today?
What?
My dad's motorcycle keys.
Really?
5 of them must have gotten into one of my memory boxes, and it was just laying on the floor. I haven't seen it in 19 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was cleaning up stuff downstairs after my basement flood, I ran across this note that I had written to my dad, and he wrote it back. I was like, oh my goodness, I forgot I had this.
Yeah, it was shocking.
But Jay, why are you saying that this thing or this spirit, which I still don't know what that is? I am bugged. I am baffled that Melly is still on the stage. That is insane to me.
So you don't believe that a human being has a spirit and
What is
them,
spirit, Jay? What is a spirit?
I mean, okay, let me use a different terminology, like a spiritual entity, or like we are not just physical, like structure. I don't know
Well,
how to explain it clear.
that's because you don't understand it. You're just anything that you understand, you can explain. I think believers and people who have spiritual beliefs say things without having the responsibility of explaining them or even understanding them. I know that I am alive right now. I know that I have experiences, I have memories, I have conversations. I know that that is the case. I also know that I will die one day. I have absolutely no awareness of me before I was born, which means I have no reason to think that I will have awareness after I'm no longer here. There was billions of years that transpired before my parents had sex and conceived me. My parents both had 32 and 28 years of life prior to me being even a thought in their minds. I have no awareness of that. So if you are positing that I have a spirit, you'd have to tell me when did it start? What does it do? How does it function? How is it different from my actual physical body? No one can answer those questions. And I'm not willing to accept something as true that I do not understand. I left that with religion.
No, I understand what you say, but what I was trying to explain is that a human being has not metaphysics, has a, like, for example, your character, your personality, your thoughts. These are not something tangible, palpable, or something that physical.
Well,
Those
they're
are
coming
like
from my brain.
yeah, but like
What can my spirit do that my brain won't have to control?
well, my point is, if you go to, if you somebody has a brain open surgery, they cannot see the thoughts that's in you. So where those thoughts came from? Are they come from directly from the physical organ called brain, or like?
Have you experienced a thought that didn't come from a brain?
I understand what you say, but what I'm saying, yes, your thoughts came from your brain in a sense to explain it. But I'm saying that there's a part in human that is not like that is not just physical.
Where is it?
For example, like you have reason. The animal doesn't have reason. You
No,
have logic. The animal doesn't have logic. That's
that's
what
not
makes
true.
us different from them.
That's not true, Jay. Like plenty of animals use problem solving strategies all the time. They pass logical tests all the time. I would posit that I don't know why humans think we're the most intelligent creatures on this planet, because I can guarantee you we are not. There are other animals that you live way more harmoniously than we do. Way more harmoniously than we do. So that's just not true. Like other animals experience emotions as well. Like these are all to me gaps gaps in knowledge that you are feeling with language that's extremely nebulous, that's extremely vague. You telling me I have a spirit without telling me what that spirit does, what it's comprised of, how it works, how it's separate from my body, can it do anything that my brain can't do? That does not make any sense to me.
What do you think differentiates us from the animals?
We are animals. We're just
I
a
know,
different type of
but
animal.
yeah, but there's a difference, right? We can agree with that. But what would you think the difference is? How do you explain it?
There's a multitude of
Opposable
different,
thumbs.
right?
I
I mean,
mean,
there's a
like that's like
multitude of
saying, is
different
there a
things.
difference between sharks and giraffes?
Yeah, like the list is endless. Like, what are you looking for specifically?
I was looking for like a cognitive ability, the ability to put thoughts together, make phrases, like speak, think. And you said like you said earlier, logic.
Every
So
single
I
one of
think
those. Yeah,
those are the
all of that you mentioned is functions of our brain. Animals have brains too, Jay. They just use them. I mean, do you realize that I don't know why we think we are the pinnacle. Like our eyesight is trash compared to other animals. Our sense of smell is trash compared to other animals. Our dexterity is trash compared to other animals. Like this is just human ego. Human ego. That's literally what this is. And the need to want to be special.
Because
yeah,
animals
I
build
understand.
colonies. Animals build colonies. They build houses. They gather food. They make babies. They give STDs. I mean, they don't speak the language you speak. They have their own communication system. You don't know how to speak their language, but they've learned how to speak ours. They know when your ass is talking to them and they know what you want from them. You don't know what the fuck they want.
Yeah, I can agree to that. But I would say the difference is we have critical thinking skills, and there are things that humans do that is impossible for like any age or generations for any animals to reach that point. So that's what I was referring to when
How
I
do you
said
assess
that.
that, Jay? Show me how you know that's true. You just made a very bold statement
Like what?
about humans compared to other animals.
Yeah, because they don't have critical thinking skills.
How do you know that?
So you think the animals can reason and think critically the way we're talking right now?
What makes you think they can't?
Because it's never been proven that animals have critical thinking skills.
Do you speak the animal's language to Thinker's Point? How do you know what type of communication they're having
Can
and the depth of that communication
can I
and that
Yeah,
read?
I agree.
collaboration?
I'm gonna read something right quick. Goats possess surprising reasoning and problem solving skills, allowing them to figure out complex physical tasks and remember the solutions for months. Research from the Queen Mary University of London shows that goats can learn multi step puzzles, such as pulling a lever with their mouths and then lifting it to get a food reward. Goats remember how to solve these tested puzzles up to 10 months after first learning them. Studies highlight that goats understand hidden objects still exist, outperforming other farm animals like sheep in spatial awareness tasks. Goats can read human pointing gestures and interpret human facial expressions and emotions.
Yeah, you only say
Okay,
this kind of stuff about animals when you don't have any idea how smart they are.
that part.
Yeah, I know some like I know dogs and dolphin. They have a lot of abilities, but the difference I was trying to point out is like when we looking at human today, the inventions that the human come up with, the science, the evolution. When I said evolution, I'm talking about what women producing from, like, if you take 1,000 years ago from now, like we have electrical cars, self-driving cars, airplane. We got all type of like science discovery thing. So that's the difference that I was trying to that's the line that I was trying to make.
Well,
But
I wonder why your Jesus call y'all sheep. It says goats generally outperform sheep in problem solving and environmental memory task, according to comparative cognitive studies. While sheep are smarter than their mindless follower, stereotype suggested, they have different mental strengths that favor social connection over independent problem solving.
Can I say something?
No, absolutely
No.
not. You're not even supposed to fucking be here. The fuck
I
off my
losing it.
stage. Y'all keep her ass muted. Yeah, so like it sounds like to me that your Jesus expects y'all to be like sheep who don't have problem solving skills, who can't think critically or understand complex ideas because he tells you not to be a fucking goat.
That'd be bad.
Oh, so no, you didn't.
Had to.
I wanted to say something. I wanted to say something on the deceiving thing, which the topic that I would like to say something on. I know you guys have a different perspective on it, on seeing like God is the deceiver instead of the devil. But I don't know if you guys believe in the New Testament literature or scriptures. But there was a portion of scripture in New Testament that says the same way Satan deceived Eve. I think it's in the book of Corinthians, 2 Corinthians chapter 11. It said the same way the devil deceived Eve by trick him. And Apostle Paul was talking to the people saying that I'm praying that that devil do not deceive you too. So which explains to me that Adam and Eve got deceived by the devil. Now, my question for you, Faye, why do you believe that it was God deceived them instead of the devil?
Because the devil didn't lie. The devil didn't say anything deceptive. What the devil said was that if God knows that you're not going to die when you eat that fruit, the day that you eat from it, your eyes will be open and you will be like God, knowing good from evil. And in Genesis chapter 3, verse 22, God says, let me block off this tree of life because now they might eat from it and become like gods because they know good from evil now. Where was the lie?
Well, don't you is it also true that it because of the disobedience that death come into the creation because they deceived by the devil and they disobey God, even though they did not die that very same day, but they were eventually died.
That's not what God said. Melly, stay on mute. We've already asked you not to try to participate.
I just want y'all to know if you're thinking about deconstructing, there is a example on the stage as to why you should. Okay? There is a clear example of what Jesus's blood fails to do on stage right now. Go ahead, Jay. Or Fee, who was answering before the devil Jesus interrupted?
That was me. Yeah, like I don't stay on mute
Mods,
now.
can y'all keep her muted for me, please? Thank y'all. Go ahead, Fee.
Yeah, like God didn't say any of that, right? Like you can't call it this. God said the day you eat from it, you will surely die. Can we agree?
Yes, 100%. That's what he said.
Okay. The devil said you won't die when you eat that fruit. Your eyes are open. You're gonna know good from evil. Did that happen?
Yeah, I
Okay.
agree.
So where is the lie? You're gonna have to go out. Stay on mute. You're gonna have to go outside of this text and pull in theology from humans, other humans, not the ones who wrote this shit, but other humans who worked to reconcile it. If I am to be honest with myself and put aside all presuppositions, put aside as much bias as I can, the question I have to ask myself is, what is the most honest reading of this story if I didn't already believe things about it? Would we agree to that?
Yes, I agree to that. That's why I do not want to come up with, because I already have a different understanding of that. But I want to go the same way you're going it with, like, verse for verse, to show where, like, for example, there was no death. We all can agree with that. They were alive, but later on in the story, Adam eventually died. I know you. It doesn't say
He
that you're
doesn't say
going to die eventually.
he doesn't say you will eventually die. He says
Yeah.
the day that you eat, you will die. The day. And they did not die the day. And then they were not created to be immortal. They were mortals. They were always going to die, which is why the tree of life was in the garden. They would have had to eat from the tree of life to become immortal. They were always going to die.
Can you prove that they were always going to die no matter what?
Yes, because one, in the Hebrew, it says mut to mut, which means you will die a physical death. He told them they would die a physical death. He also blocked off the tree of life in Genesis 3:22 so that they would not eat from it and live forever.
Yeah, that's after the disobedience, right?
If they had eaten from it before, then they could not die because immortal things can't die. And if you say that your God can take immortality away, then your reasoning for why your God has not killed your fucking devil falls flat.
Don't be so upset.
To all the Christians in here, just to let you know, the reason she can't speak is because we asked her 30 minutes ago to leave our stage and she refuses to. So your devil is currently on my stage defending your Jesus. And I would like to know why, Jay. Why does your devil keep showing up to defend your God? I'm not laughing.
Oh boy.
Why does
I
your devil
love you
keep showing up to
all.
defend your God, Jay? Why does
You
your
say
devil?
my
Yeah, why
my
does?
devil?
Yes, the devil belongs to y'all. This is y'all's story. Why does your devil keep showing up to defend your God?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
You don't know why the devil keeps bringing believers in here who are disrespectful, who refuse to leave our stage when we ask them to.
Well,
Because I love you
You
all.
don't know why believers behave like this. The same Jesus that you claim is love, the same Jesus you claim is peace, the same Jesus you claim that teaches you to turn the other cheek. Is this Jesus, Jay?
You can drop
Is
yeah,
this
me.
Jesus, Jay? I don't have to drop you. I told your ass to leave. You're up here to show people what Jesus can't do. Is this Jesus, Jay?
well, I understand your. I understand. Well,
Nope. Is this
like, to be
Jesus? Like
honest,
y'all can't puff your fucking
no,
chest
it's
and say that you gotta tell gay people that they're going to hell when you can't even tell your own sister in Christ whether or not what she's doing is of your Christ or not. Like y'all get scary when it's time for you to tell
no, no,
another
no. I
believer.
agree. I
So
agree.
is this Jesus or not?
I agree with you. I agree with you. I would leave. I would leave
No,
because
is this
if they ask
Jesus?
him,
Not asking you if you will leave.
eh,
Is this Jesus? Is this Jesus or is your
no, this is
devil
not
defending your
Jesus.
Jesus right now?
Devil defending Jesus.
Why do y'all get scared of each other? Like, why? Like, if you're gay and you're in
No,
this room, hold on, I'm talking right now. If you're gay, if you're trans, if you're non-binary, if you're in this room, I wouldn't give a flying fuck what another believer says about the way you live, about who you are. These motherfuckers can't even hold each other accountable. They can't call the so-called devil out of each other. What the fuck makes them think that they are entitled to call it out of you? I wouldn't give two flying fucks.
I say all the time, like, I'm not taking skincare advice from a motherfucker whose face look like a Star Crunch. So if these folks who claim to have this God cannot call each other out on the shit that they do and they can't regulate themselves, I'm not worried about what they think about me. They can't tell me shit. They are assessing me with tools that they have not calibrated at all.
Likewise. Likewise.
Stay on mute, Melly.
Mods,
No,
please
my
keep her
point.
on mute.
What I was gonna say is, I thought if I don't know, if I am on that platform, they ask me to leave, I would leave respectfully. But
Her ego
to
won't let
to
her
get
leave
back,
today.
you said what?
Her
But you're
ego
saying it
won't
like
let
you're
her leave.
scary, like you scared of her or something.
No, no, I didn't
Like you
understand what you
scared.
said at
Like y'all supposed to
first.
be bold in your God. Like y'all supposed to be bold. Like the thing about it is that y'all supposed to call each other out. Not y'all ain't supposed to be talking to those of us outside the church and telling us what we ain't supposed to be doing because we ain't in the contract. Your Christ Paul told y'all to hold each other
This is
accountable.
my
Your
behavior.
Christ
Why you
Paul
attack?
told y'all to hold each other accountable. But y'all always want to point fingers at people who ain't even in contract with your God. Y'all want to make videos about people being gay. You want to make videos about people using rocks or sage. You want to make videos about everybody motherfucking else but a motherfucking Christian. And then you got one right in the same damn room with you, right on stage with you, doing the exact opposite of what you say your Christ wants you to do, and you don't have the fucking balls to call her the fuck out.
Oh, I mean, I already said what
No,
I
you
would
saying
do
it like you
if it
scared.
was.
You saying it like you scared,
No,
Jay.
no.
I remember the first time. The only reason why I remembered you was a Christian, Jay, is because the last time you came in here, you was disrespectful as fuck.
Oh boy.
Now all of a sudden today, I don't remember people, but I remember the disrespectful ones. That's why I didn't need to ask you if you was a Christian. I remember you. So now all of a sudden you scared?
No, 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 no. By
Drop
the way,
me.
if I say anything disrespectful to you, I apologize. So I didn't understand what you said first. What I said if I was in her situation, I would definitely leave. But
Is that what I
I
asked you
cannot.
though? That ain't what I asked you. I didn't ask you that. I asked you if this was your Jesus, if she's representing your Jesus. That's what I asked you. Like y'all can't hold each other
I'm not
accountable.
representing
Y'all
anyone.
wanna like placate to each other. Like I'm telling you, y'all in a fucking cult. Y'all in a fucking gang. I've already told her to leave. I don't know how many times. Y'all heard her say, drop me, drop me. This is Jesus. I don't even think it's the devil. This is Jesus's behavior. This is how Jesus behaved. That's why he didn't pay his fucking taxes.
I don't know why you guys are
Nobody wants
like
to
this.
fucking talk to you. You are unwanted here.
Then drop me.
I don't have to, motherfucker. Y'all ass gonna sit right there and not be able to say shit. You gonna sit there and fight the fucking mute button the whole motherfucking time. This is how you choose to spend your fucking morning. You ain't gonna say shit. You gonna fight the fucking mute button. And you gonna help people fucking deconstruct.
That's fine.
Yep, keep doing the job. Thank you. Free labor. Jay, you can get back to the conversation with Fee.
All right, thank you. So, say, are you here?
My bad. Yeah, I'm here. I didn't realize I'm making coffee. But yes, I can hear you.
I am.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So, yeah. Um, what I was trying to explain, I know you have a different views of it. Like this is how I see it, honestly. It's basically I'm not trying to change the topic, but if I can give that example, just for the sake of the argument, it's basically like Democrat and Republican. Now they have different views of politics. Now, like they have different school of thoughts, they have different analogy, different views, different background, different upbringing on how they see things. I'm not going to say that the left or right or the right or wrong or the Democrats are the best or the Republicans are the best. I'm not going to say that. It's the way you stand that make you see certain things certain way. I do understand what you said when you said, okay, the devil said that, well, your eyes going to be open. You're going to be like God. You're not going to die for real. But because God knows that the day you eat of it, you're going to be like Him. Now, and God said something opposite to the devil. The devil said something opposite to God. So now, the reason why I think that's very, very important, because the entire belief system, which up to 2026, Christianity, Judaism, even all the other religions, that they take all this, the roots from that whatever happened in the garden that day. Now that's why we have Christians, we have believers, we have all that. So now, if God was surely a liar or deceiver, the entire faith is wrong. So all this Christianity, nobody gonna say for real. There's no paradise. There was no eternity. Everything was a lie, because if it was a lie in the garden, it has to lie. It has to be a lie today. So now you mean to tell me that billions of Christians lost, and there's no such thing called eternity, because God created us, lied to us, make us believe in something that is not true. What do you think about that?
Jay, I think that people believe what they are told to believe. I think that until like very recently, I would say, I mean, in the span of all human existence, have we been at a place where information is readily accessible to us? I think that the number of people believing a thing does not make that thing true. What makes a thing true is how well it comports with the objective reality that we all share. So when you talk about the number of people who have believed this and the number of people who have, preached these belief systems and all of that, you're right. It's a whole lot of people that believe this. But the number of people or the quantity of people believing something is not how we establish what's true. If I look at these stories and the claims in this book in the same way that I look at any other truth claim that's brought to me and posited as being true, I have to apply the same sort of skepticism to this claim and the same sort of analysis to this claim that I would do to any other. Do you think that's fair?
I agree with you, not because the quantity of people that believe on something make it true. I 100% believe on that. And
But
uh,
my question was about the application of skepticism and assessment. Do you think that this claim should fall under the same amount of scrutiny that any other truth claim should fall under?
I agree. I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
So, right. So when I look at these truth claims, I know that in objective reality, snakes don't talk. I know that in objective reality, humans are not made from mud. And I know that in objective reality, every human being on this planet came out of the hoo-ha of a woman. Not one of them have ever come from the rib of a man. That on its face alone, from a skeptical perspective, is going to give me a shit ton of pause. Now, it didn't as a believer, because that's what indoctrination does. Indoctrination tells you shit is true before you have the mental processes to critically think through the claims to see if they are true. The expectation is just to accept them as true. But when we start from the very beginning, my first question is, first of all, who the fuck wrote this? We don't know. Nobody can even tell you who wrote this story. Scholars have ideas. There's some hypothesis out there about the author of these books, but we don't know. I know in objective reality, people cannot write about their own death, but Moses does if he apparently wrote the first 5 books of this Bible. The point being, every single area of our lives that we have to make a decision about whether or not we're going to accept something as true. We go through a process. We ask questions. We test validity. And there are certain claims that I think can be just dismissed off the gate, especially those that don't comport with objective reality. And this is one of them.
yeah, I agree with certain things you say, and I'm trying to look at things the way you are looking at it, so I can make my point. Yes, I was not there. I agree with you. We were not there Why do we believe that the Bible is true? Who wrote the Bible? Who put that book together? Yes, different authors, different scholars talking about that. You have different translation and stuff like that. But I'm not even gonna go there. So let's test something. Now we all agree that we are spinning thousands of miles an hour around the in our solar system by the force of gravity. But where all this came from, could could it possible that that order that we all experience right now, could it possible that come out of nothing?
Let me ask you
Can
a question.
science? Uh-huh.
Let me ask you a question right quick. Like y'all always take the conversation to creation as if creation automatically equals worship. Like why? Why just because let's say your God did create all of this. So why does that then equal he deserves worship? That he deserves obedience, loyalty?
Well, if he created that for real, that would raise a lot of questions. One of the thing is he is a supreme being.
So
So one
there's
of the
that
thing that
according to your
he
book, there's all kind of super beings. So do they all deserve worship? Do they all deserve loyalty? Like I don't understand why y'all every conversation y'all take to this point. Who gives a damn?
God doesn't need
Who
to
cares?
justify
Like
who he is.
what does it matter what your God created? Mods, please stay on
okay.
her mic, please. What does it matter?
May I ask you your name? I want to address you by your name. Sorry.
You don't know whose live you're on?
Oh, thank you. Sorry, thank you. Your name didn't show up on my thing. I just said thank you.
You're welcome.
So yeah. The reason why I said that it because I'm trying to trace back. Let's say we have doubt about the book, which is called the Bible. But now, if we agree, or if there was an intelligence that designed that creation, um, wouldn't that make you see something different about that creator?
No.
Not at all.
Why not? Why not?
Why
Like
would it?
what I see in the world right now, even with you all positing a creator, doesn't make me think anything different about that creator. No. That creator doesn't do a damn thing now. Like, and I always give this analogy. If NASA came out with a big ass telescope, it was like, you can see Jesus on the throne. Okay. Nothing in the world's going to change. Nothing in my life is going to change. No.
Why do you think that?
Entire fuck up. Like nobody even, like you're not here to us. Shut the fuck up. Like you aren't going to be able to answer a fucking thing. No one's going to fucking respond to shit you say. You are trash on the stage right now.
Behave like
I'm
you're
not.
God and remain silent. Like just act like you're not there. Just be like Yahweh. Jay, can you answer the question? Because what would it change? And I agree with Thinker. If you came out with a 8x10 glossy of Yahweh sitting on the throne, I still wouldn't want to worship him. He doesn't do shit to help anybody. He lets children starve. He lets world powers kill each other, innocent children, and sit in his name, no less. For his glorification, no less.
Not in his name.
Stay on mute.
Mods, please stay on her mute button, please. I think we got 30 mods in here. There's no reason that she should be able to come off mute. Jay, can you
I
answer that
mean,
question?
yes, the reason why I said that would change the dynamic of things is because now,
No
like
manipulation.
Oh, there's a delay from the chat. I got it. Go ahead, Jay.
now, if a supreme being put all that together, um, that's that intelligent design. Now, the same way we as human, we have character, we have personality, we have plan, we have objective goals, stuff like that. Could it possibly have a plan too? And maybe the plan is not unfolding 100%, maybe that would ask me or raise question in my mind to talk to that being to say, okay, what is your plan for the creation? Why things are so messy right now? Is that what you want it to be, or do you have like a finished plan?
For what?
Can
Like
can can
why? Why? When the God isn't doing anything now, like what good is it gonna do to be asking a God questions like that you don't even expect answers to? You don't expect anything from your God. Everything your God doesn't do, you make it excuse for. So for what?
Think
the reason
Patrick.
why is because I do understand there are things that's really messed up and that can create confusion. To be
No,
yeah, as a Christian, I do believe 100% there are things in the Bible that can be contradicted. There can be a contradiction with others. Depends on how you're looking at it. I know there was a lot of confusion, and I know there are things that can cause somebody to not believe. I do understand that. However, if we want to be honest and take the whole thing, there are very good stuff too. There's a very good thing. We all agree that we're living in a beautiful universe, right? Yeah, I know there's
No.
death.
No. No,
There's
like
nothing
you
good
can't
about
you can't
universe.
make that decision for all of us. I don't know shit about the universe. I ain't never traveled that bitch. The only thing I know is the earth that I fucking live on. And the earth that I live on was decorated by humans. Humans planted shit. Humans created gardens. Human built buildings. Human created parks. No. There's no reason for me to attribute any of that shit to a god.
Okay, aside human, embellish it, make it beautiful, but the nature. So that question is for you, thinker. So do
No,
you
I
think
don't
the
go
nature
out in the
itself?
woods. No, I don't go out in the woods. Like when the earth was bare and humans were not here, I don't know what the fuck the earth looked like, but it sure as hell didn't have indoor plumbing. It sure as hell didn't have air conditioning. It didn't have television. It didn't have rollerblading. Like, no. And even the nature that we enjoy today, we enjoy it because of the architecture, because of the landscaping.
So you mean you claim that there's nothing that's good on the planet Earth aside, I mean, except what human make,
No, I
naturally
said,
speaking.
nope, that's not what I said. What I said was there's no reason for me to look at this earth and go, oh my God, the earth is so beautiful without taking into consideration what the humans' contribution to it. Before humans started building and planting and designing, the earth was just water and trees and rock and dirt.
Yeah, I can see what you're looking at, and I kind of agree with you to a certain extent. But if we want to
Now, when you
consider
say
the
to a
other
certain
side,
extent, that means that you have to tell me what else was here besides that.
okay,
Besides
when
the
you look
water,
at
like when you say you agree with me to a certain extent, you have to then fill in what that certain extent would be. Like what else was here besides the dirt, the trees, the hills, the rocks? Like what else was here?
I was talking about like the good things. For example, we have food, we have air, we
The
have
food that
water.
we have, we create. That's literally what the Genesis narrative is about. The Genesis narrative is literally about humanity going from a horticultural environment to agriculture. It's about the hard labor of agriculture. And it requires man. It requires humans and rain. But there is droughts. There's thorns and thistles and storms that destroys crops. And if crops are destroyed, if there's a drought, then you don't get the food. Like we're not fucking growing cornbread without agriculture.
A
We're not
cornbread tree is diabolical.
right. Like Lucky Charm tree. Like the reason we have Lucky Charms and Fruit Loops is because of agriculture.
I mean, if we're gonna vote, I'm gonna vote for a guacamole tree. I mean, I'm just saying, let's go and mix it all together.
Ooh, they should make like an apple tree.
They killed all them bitches.
Mm-hmm.
But man, for me, I enjoy the food that is. I do see a point though about that human come into the picture and cultivate the land. We need rain. But we do have like my point was there was like natural thing that's already
I thought he was
there
going to say
and
there was
both.
nachos there. I was going to say, what?
The nacho tree would be fire.
That's what I thought he's finna
Oh,
say. There was
as
nacho tree.
my accent, sorry. So I'm saying like there was like a
Fire,
fruits plants that was already growing,
fire.
but yes, Adam has to cultivate it, make it, even better. But yeah, so now
Like that.
my
Like, no. Like, you saying that we had fruits and, like, we don't live off of that shit. None of us do. She finally left, y'all. We don't live
Oh,
off of
damn
that shit. Like, none of us do. We live off of the agriculture. We eat food that is cultivated.
I mean, you probably wouldn't even recognize a natural banana if you saw one. They've been genetically modified for us. And like nobody is saying, Jay, that we have the answers to unknown questions. There's a lot of shit we don't know. But God is usually found either in our gap in knowledge or in the gutter when somebody's going through some shit and they hit rock bottom. That's usually where people find God. And I find it really interesting that throughout history there have been so many things that have been pointed to as the finger of God until we figured out the tools to investigate what their causes actually were. God is this ever decreasing pocket of the unknown. That's where it lies. And there could come a time where we realize that, oh, there is a force and it created all this. Sure. Then at that time, when we know it and we can demonstrate that it's real and that it's true, then we can have a conversation about that. But y'all add a whole lot of characteristics to this God, a whole lot of, oh, he likes this, he doesn't like that. He wants this, he doesn't want that. And completely ignoring that every single one of y'all have a God that agrees completely with your moral compass. If your God is cool with premarital sex, then God don't have any issue. If you're cool with it, then the God doesn't have any issue with it. If you're cool with the LGBTQIA community, then God doesn't have any issue with it. If you hate black people, then God hates black people too. Like the God matches the person. Y'all just think you're being led by God. You're dragging him right behind you.
Somebody just said they have a physical God they have an imaginary God that needs physical money.
That part. I say all the time, y'all be paying his bills and praying for him to help you pay yours.
I mean, they said invisible. An invisible God needing physical money.
I would agree with what you said in the sense that human being can picture a God according to they believe, according to the moral standard, according to what they know as far as knowledge. But like we Christian, including myself, we see creation because I truly believe in the Bible. I know there was things that can be in contradiction if you take it like in a different context. But I look at creation and I look at God because, like you said, it's going eventually it's going to require some faith because not just faith, it's going to require some faith evidence or faith based evidence, if I want to say it like that. There
Oh,
are
it better
things
be.
that make me believe in the Bible 100%. For instance, one of
Wait,
them
hold,
is
hold on, Jay. Hold on, Jay. Because faith-based evidence is an oxymoron. If you have evidence, you do not need faith. Faith is belief in things that you cannot see. It's the evidence of things that you hope for. If you have evidence, then you need to erase the faith. That is an oxymoron.
evidence of things not seen. That's what I meant.
Hey, but you said faith-based evidence. And I'm saying that phrase is oxymoronic to me.
Yeah, all right. Thanks for the correction. Evidence of things not seen. So here's one of the things that caught my attention. Now, we have archaeological facts about the Bible and the men that lived and the author of the Bible. Yes, men wrote the Bible. I agree with that. It's men that wrote the Bible. God didn't come down and write in a piece of paper. Well, I come to believe that men wrote the Bible under the direction of the Most High. Now, here's the scenario. What I was gonna say. Now, We have evidence that a man lived 1,000 years prior to Jesus and is describing the crucifixion of Jesus 1,000 years when crucifixion was not even existed at that time as an empire. And David in the book of Psalms wrote that about Jesus' crucifixion. Now, fast forward to 1,000 years after his writing, it came to pass exactly the way he said it. And I was like, now that has to be an intelligent that designed that that put that together, because that cannot be coincidence and that cannot go unnoticed.
That was an intelligent liar. David does not predict the crucifixion. There's nowhere in the psalm where David predicts anything. And in fact, the psalm isn't even speaking in prophetic languages about your Jesus.
Well, he's talking about they pierced my hand, right?
Is that in future tense? A prophecy is about the future. Is that in future tense? And if David is the one speaking, how can you say it's about your Jesus if he uses the word my?
Well,
Nope, come on.
I see what
You said Christians are critical thinkers. If he's giving a prophecy about another human that's in the future, why would he say my hand if he's writing?
If he said they
exactly.
will,
So now,
if he said they will pierce his hands, then perhaps we can have a conversation. That's not what it says.
no, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. So that's why he's talking about he using what is that personal pronoun to explain that it's as if he's talking about himself. But now, how would we know that he was not talking about it? Because we know how he died. He was never had
No,
his hand pierced.
Jay,
So,
that's not how.
not talking about himself.
Jay, do you not see the leaps that you're making here? Like you're ultimately retrofitting this story and trying to make what David said prophetic. There's nothing about his language that was prophetic. He said he was speaking in first person. He never gave any sort of indication this was about a future occurrence at all. Your theology and the dogma of your religion is doing that heavy lifting. If you can go to
Okay,
the prophecy that if you could go to the prophecy that or the what you're referring to as prophecy and read it, then we can talk about it. But that's not in this book.
okay, I agree with you. He used personal pronoun, as he's referring to himself. But let me ask you the question. I know you know how David died.
Hold on.
Was he?
Hold on. He says, for dogs have surrounded me. Did dogs surround your Jesus?
Yeah, can you continue to read?
No, I'm asking you a
No,
question.
no,
Did
that's not.
dogs
Yeah, no, no,
dogs surround your Jesus?
no. Go ahead.
So then how can Psalm 22:16 be about your Jesus if it starts with, for dogs have surrounded me?
Yeah, no. Can you continue to read? I
Hold
wanted
on.
to hear the rest of the
Hold on.
verses.
What is the point of continuing to read if the first sentence in Psalm 22:16 is not about your Jesus? The first sentence says, for dogs have surrounded me. If that's not about your Jesus, neither is the last sentence that says they pierced my hands and feet.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. So because dog, literal dog, didn't surround him, which I agree with you. I don't believe there was dogs surrounding Jesus on the cross. I
Who
agree
were the
with you
dogs?
there.
Who were the dogs that surrounded him?
He was talking about the people with
What
God's
people?
mind,
What
a
people?
woman,
Oh,
and
the Gentiles.
the Gentiles
Oh, so
and
wait. So Jesus, David
Mhm.
is calling Gentiles Jesus as he's prophesying about Jesus. I mean, he's calling Gentiles dogs as he's prophesying about Jesus. Is that correct?
Well, I didn't want to explain that. I wanted
I
to
know you
go
don't want to. I know
exactly.
you don't want to, but that's where we are because you're claiming Psalm 22 is about Jesus.
I agree.
So David is calling Gentiles dogs, right?
Not just the Gentiles, not just the Gentiles. I would say people that were there against Jesus to kill him. He called them dog, whether it's Jews
Okay,
and
so
Gentiles.
David is calling humans dogs.
Yeah, Jesus called human dogs too.
Jesus called a woman a dog.
No, I said Jesus called
Nope, Jesus
human.
called a Canaanite woman a dog when she asked him for help for her child.
And later on, he heals the woman child.
He heals the child, not the woman. But he called her a dog first.
Yes, yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean he was insulting the lady to
I'm
call
sorry,
her.
is David insulting the humans here?
I mean, those are
I'm
biblical
sorry,
language. I'm not
is
saying
David insulting the humans here?
it looks like it.
Oh, so David is insulting the humans when he calls them dogs, but Jesus isn't insulting the Canaanite woman when he calls her a dog.
No, I said it looks like it. Like you're
That's what
right. It looks like insult.
so when you say it looks like it, you are agreeing.
Okay, so this is you can explain how you understand it, but let me explain how you understand it. So using the term dogs, it was referring to their nature, but it was not like
It doesn't matter what he was referring to. Was he insulting them? Yes or no?
it looks like insulting. I would say
So
somebody
was
would
it
take it as an
insulting?
insult.
Yes or no?
That's this is not a yes or no question
It
to
is a
me.
yes or no question.
I mean, it
Was
might
he
seem
meaning
like
it?
that.
Was
So
David meaning it as a term of endearment, or was he insulting them?
he was not. He didn't write that to insult. As a matter of fact, I
Was
don't know
it
how I
as
would
a
get there.
term
That
of
was not the point.
endearment? Was
It
David
was
Was he dehumanizing them?
no, that was not an insult. It was describing
Are
the
humans dogs?
condition. No,
So
humans are
what?
not
So
dogs.
was he dehumanizing them?
I would not say that.
What's the
I would not
definition?
say
What's the
that.
definition of dehumanization?
I know what you. I'm not saying it is not in an insulting way. Yes, when you're
No.
calling a
What is the
human not
definition?
a human,
No. What is the definition of dehumanizing?
it's portrayed a human, not a human, or less than a human.
It's stripping the human of their
Yeah,
humanity, right?
I agree.
And
I agree. I
comparing
agree.
them with something that is not human.
100%.
So
100%.
does David strip the humans that you say he's describing that surrounded your Jesus from their humanity when he calls them dogs?
Yeah, it looks like it, but the
Not it looks like it.
context.
Did he do that?
You want me to say yes? Okay, yes for the sake of
Nope,
the argument.
nope,
Yes, it did.
no. I don't do for the sake of
Yeah.
the argument bullshit. This is what the fuck y'all do. I don't do that.
Oh boy.
Did he? Yeah, y'all don't like this shit. Y'all like to skate past shit, and so y'all can confuse shit. And in Psalm 22, when
Yeah.
he says for dogs, is he talking about humans there? Yes or no?
I'm sure. Think you're familiar with poetry, right?
Is he talking about humans there? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Does he
Yes. Of
describe
course.
the humans there as animals? Yes or no?
Yes.
Are humans animals? Yes or no?
No.
So did he strip the humans that he was talking about of their humanity in this sentence? Yes or no?
Yes.
And does he compare them to an animal? Yes or no?
Yes.
So did he dehumanize the humans in this sentence? Yes or no?
Yes.
Like why do y'all have to be so damn dishonest?
So we're clear on that, right? Right?
Nope. Now we're gonna go to your Jesus. Did your Jesus
Okay. Okay.
did your Jesus strip the Canaanite woman of her humanity?
Yes.
And did your Jesus dehumanize the Canaanite woman?
Yes.
Is it an insult to dehumanize someone?
I agree. Yes.
So your Jesus insulted the Canaanite woman.
But why he heals the baby after that,
That's
though?
okay. Did he insult her?
Yes. It looks like an insult.
Nope. Did
But
he insult her?
this is
Not
crazy.
did he insult her? Not does it look like an insult?
Okay. Let me. Can I say something, Tinker?
Nope. I need you to answer my question.
Oh man, you want me to say yes? Okay,
No,
I'll
I
say
want you to
yes.
answer the question. Did he
Okay,
insult her? Like the way that y'all are, whenever y'all say, I'm just gonna say yes so I can move forward, you are literally announcing that you're lying, that you're gonna lie to yourself.
I mean, not
Because you don't really believe what you're saying. So you're just
well,
announcing to all of us that you're gonna lie so that you can defend your Jesus.
not necessarily thinker.
Yes,
If
when
you, it's
you say yes, but you don't really mean yes, you are lying to us.
okay. So what I meant is, I see your point clearly. I see where you're coming from, though. Like,
It doesn't
if
matter if you
it's
see where I'm coming from. I'm asking you if dehumanizing someone is an insult or is it a
of
compliment?
course,
So when your Jesus
it's
dehumanized the Canaanite woman, he insulted her.
it's like it's like a control
Did he
conversation.
insult her? Yes or no?
Okay, yes,
Like I
yes,
don't.
he insulted her.
Yeah, y'all like
Yes,
the
it's
way y'all have to defend your Jesus. Y'all do more defending of your Jesus than he does of y'all. Like, and
I
that's just a
understand your
fucking
point.
shame. Like, this is why I say that there is no reason to worship a fucking God. And that there is absolutely nothing in my life that would change if NASA was able to charge y'all $1,200 to take a 5-second peek at Jesus on the fucking throne. Like, y'all defend this
So
God more than this God fucking defends you.
Hold
okay,
on,
I
Jay.
mean,
Hold on, Jay. Hold on, because I want you to consider something real quick, bro. You want us to believe you're up here telling the truth, and you can't stand the truth. Like, we had to walk this shit down so fucking hard, like so many extra steps for you to say the thing that you understood to be true the entire time. I don't know how you think you're gonna convince us that you're gonna be up here telling the truth when you are like lying and lying out in the open about the shit. Like, think about that shit, bro.
what did I lie about?
Do we have to go through all of that, or did you already know what she was saying before we went
No,
through
no, no,
every
no, no,
single
no. We
one?
don't. No, no, we don't have to go to all of that. But what I was saying is very
Did
simply,
she have to go through all of that, or did you understand it before we had to walk it down step by step?
she didn't have to go through all of that.
Yeah,
No,
because you
look,
understood, you just didn't want to answer honestly, so we had to.
no,
Right,
no. I
right,
see your
right, right,
point.
right.
I see where we have like the differences. It was more like a control conversation. So you want me to say something that I understand in a different way. Yes, it's look like
I
an
didn't
insult. And
ask
for
you
that
it.
lady,
I didn't. No, there's no. It looks like he insulted her. He did, and whether you think he did it for a good reason is a different thing. And that's not what the fuck I was asking you. And Melissa, if Jesus is lost, then that ain't my motherfucking fault. And if me not believing him makes me lost, then his ass needs to find me, not the other way around.
well, so we can. I like honesty. I like honesty.
No, you
However,
don't.
I do.
No, you don't. If you
But
did, then you wouldn't have made me go through all of that.
okay, I mean, I
Yeah,
see that. That's
you don't
the
like the truth. You don't like the truth. Not you. Telling me that I'm lost because I don't believe in Jesus, then that means Jesus needs to fucking find me. How the fuck I'm gonna find his ass if I'm fucking lost? That's his motherfucking job, not mine. He does like your scripture don't even say that I need to knock on his fucking door. It says he knocks on mine. He ain't knocked on my motherfucking door. Sound like his ass is lost.
so what I was saying is like when you're using poetry, sometimes you use trees, you use the nature to talk about human, you use the animals,
It doesn't
you
matter.
use
And when
different.
you call a human in a poem a dog, you are dehumanizing them. Doesn't matter.
Okay, so yeah, we I don't know how we got there. So anyway, we were in Psalm 20. I see you guys don't believe in the Psalm 22nd
That's not
about
about your Jesus.
the prophecy.
It's not. That's not a
Yeah.
fucking prophecy. Psalm 22:16 is not a prophecy. There is no prophetic language in it. It is not about your Jesus. It is not a prophecy.
Okay, simple question. What do you think it's about?
It literally tells you at the beginning of the thing. It's about a man who is being persecuted by people within his nation. Like if you start at verse 1, my God, why have you forsaken me? Far from my help are the words of my groaning. My God, I cry out by day, but you do not answer, and by night, but I have no rest. Yet you are holy, you who are enthroned upon the praises of Israel. In you our fathers trusted. They trusted in you, rescued them. To you they cried out and they fled to safety. In you they trusted and were not disappointed. But I am a worm and not a person, a disgrace of mankind and despised by the people. All who see me deride me. They sneer. They shake their heads, saying, turn him over to the Lord. Let him save him. Let him rescue him, because he delights in him. Yet you are he who brought me forth from the womb. You made me trust when upon my mother's breast I was cast upon you from birth. You have been my God from my mother's womb. Do not be far from me, for trouble is near, for there is no one to help. Many bulls have surrounded me. Strong bulls of Bashan have encircled me. They open their mouths wide at me as a ravening and roaring lion. I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax, it is melted within me. My strength is dried up like a piece of pottery, and my tongue clings to my jaws, and you lay me in the dust of death. For the dogs have surrounded me, a band of evildoers have encompassed me. They pierced my hands and feet. I can count all of my bones. They look, they stare at me. They divide my garments among them, and they cast lots for my clothing. But you, Lord, do not be far away. You who are my help, hurry to my assistance. Save my soul from the sword, my only life from the power of the dog. Save me from the lion's mouth, from the horns of the wild oxen you answer me. I will proclaim your name to my brothers. In the midst of the assembly, I will praise you. You who fear the Lord, praise him. All you descendants of Jacob, glorify him, and stand in awe of him, all you descendants of Israel. For he has not despised nor scorned the suffering of the afflicted, nor has he hidden his face from him. But when he cried out for him to help, he heard. From you comes my praise in the great assembly. I shall pay my vows before those who fear him. The afflicted will eat and be satisfied. Those who seek him will praise the Lord. May your heart live forever. All the ends of the earth will remember and turn to the Lord, and all the families of the nations will worship before you. For the kingdom is the Lord's, and he rules over the nations. All the prosperous of the earth will eat and worship. All those who go down to the dust will kneel before him, even he who cannot keep his soul alive. A posterity will serve him. It will be told of the Lord to the coming generation. They will come and will declare his righteousness to a people who will be born that he has performed it.
Amen. So
What about
who
that
do
is
you think?
future tense?
I mean, can I ask a question before I answer your question? So who do you think that described the most in the Bible? Who do you think that
Not
song
your Jesus.
fit? Okay,
Not
who?
your
Okay,
Jesus.
okay. Let's say it's not Jesus. Who else do you think that's fit the most in the Bible?
Like, explain to me what it means that your Jesus was a worm and not a person. What does that mean?
No, okay, let's forget about
No,
Jesus for
no,
now.
you no, no,
Since you
no.
said
You asked who does it describe? I say not your Jesus. What does it mean when he says, "But I am a worm and not a person"? What does that mean?
okay, so now I asked you a question.
I'm answering your question. I said
What
not
question
your
is this?
Jesus. You said no. So if it's about your Jesus, what does it mean when he says, "But I am a worm and not a person"?
Okay, I can tell you how I understand and believe it. You don't have to believe me,
No,
by the way.
answer the question. Tell us. I'm literally
Yeah,
asking you, what does it mean when it says, "I am a worm and not a person"? How does that attribute to Jesus?
yeah, that's what I'm going to explain to you. But I'm gonna tell you that's my views. You don't have to believe what I
Let's get
believe,
to it. How does that?
but
How does that? How does that attribute to Jesus?
it is, I believe, when he says that I'm a worm and not a man, is the very same the same context when Apostle Paul was telling that I'm a liquid offering. I'm ready to be offered. I'm a liquid offering, meaning that Jesus have no resistance anymore. He is ready to be offered. He's not like there's no structure.
Y'all just be
Again,
lying.
Talking about
What
a
does
no,
worm
worm.
mean
no,
here? What does worm mean here?
like no worm mean it compares himself to worm. Like he has he has nothing to resist, no structure, no bone, nothing.
Nope.
So
Nope. The Hebrew word here is toleah, and it has a meaning. What does it mean?
what does it mean?
I'm not. You're the one
No,
who's saying
no.
that this is about your Jesus. What does it mean? What is worm here?
I first of all, before I answered you, I said this is how I believe and understand it,
No, you're just
right?
making that up. You're just making
No,
that
I
up.
mean,
What
no, no.
if
I
a
can't
lu-
make it.
Yes, you are, because you can't even tell us what worm is. Like, where are you getting this interpretation if you don't know what the word worm is referring to?
We everybody know what's worm is,
It's
right?
it's not an animal, I tell you that. The word here does not
What is
refer to an
what is it?
animal.
What is it? What it says? What
You
did it
tell
say?
me. You're the one claiming to know.
I already tell you that I believe it's an animal. It's talking about an
But it's
animal.
not talking about
Is
an animal.
and I
It's not talking about an animal.
and I give you my
And you're
interpretation.
making it
Okay.
up. And what you're doing is proving to us that you are making it up because you have no idea what that word is referring to. It is not talking
Okay.
about the worm that crawls on the ground.
Okay. So you can explain the term. I don't know if you want to give me an interpretation.
No, I
You
don't.
might not
I
don't want an
don't. I
interpretation,
don't. I don't want to give
but
you an
but
interpretation. That's not my job. I'm
okay.
asking you
Okay.
because you are claiming that this is about Jesus. I know what that word is referring to.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I may not answer how you wanted me to,
But you can't
but
tell
I
us how
no.
you
I'm
got there. That's the problem. You have answered it, and we are asking you, how did you come to that answer? What does worm mean in this sentence?
100% is referring to the worm, that worm that's in the ground.
It's
That's
not.
what he's talking about.
It's
But that
not.
doesn't mean Jesus is a
It's
worm.
not. It's not. That word does not refer to an animal.
Okay. All right. So where you get that from, if
From
I
the
may ask,
Hebrew.
and what does it
I
means?
already told you. I'm not telling you what it means because you are claiming
Okay.
to know. But the word in Hebrew is toliah, and it's not referring to an animal.
Okay. So, well, I read that scripture many times, and I research about it. I've seen, and I read it in my language too. I'm not English is not my first language, and I research about and other interpretation, not interpretation, sorry, or the meaning of it. I believe, 100% believe, not make it up. It
You
might
are
sound crazy for
making
you.
it up.
Okay, so if
You're
okay,
making it up
like
if you can't say, here's why I say it means this. The word worm here refers to XYZ. And not being a person refers to XYZ. And this is why I say it's attributed to Jesus. You are making it up if you can't do that.
when I started to answer the question, I give you an analogy of Apostle Paul where it says that I am
Except,
a
except,
liquid.
except it does not mean that. You are comparing, the analogy that you gave is that the worm is an animal.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I'm telling you that's my belief and interpretation. You might
You're
not.
making it up. I didn't say anything. I didn't say that you're wrong for having that belief. I said you're making that up.
So I created it. So
Yes.
I'm making it up.
Yes.
Why?
Because you don't even know what the fuck is referring to for real. You think the worm is an animal. You can't point to
So
it and say, here's what this word means, and here's why I attribute it to XYZ. You are making
but
it up.
but thinker, prove me wrong. Tell me what it
I don't
means.
have
You
to prove
say
you wrong. I don't have to prove you wrong.
okay, okay,
You're the
okay,
one who's positing that this is about Jesus. And
okay, okay, okay.
I'm telling you, unless you can tell me what this word worm is referring to in the Hebrew language, you're making it up and able to even apply it to your
I
interpretation.
don't.
You're making it up. I don't
Oh,
have to
I
prove you
mean,
wrong. I don't have to teach you anything either.
well, I don't speak Hebrew, and even some Jews don't believe that. Like Judaism
I
people
don't
don't
care.
believe that.
I don't care. We're talking about what you said. I don't care what other Jewish people say. I'm not talking to other Jewish people. I'm talking to you right
No,
now.
you're talking about it doesn't mean like that in Hebrew. He's not talking about like that. It doesn't refer to Jesus. I was saying that some Hebrew scholars don't
I
believe
don't
also that he's
care
talking.
about that. I don't care about that.
Okay,
I'm
okay, okay,
asking
okay,
you
okay.
to explain how you came to your interpretation by explaining the context of Psalm 22:6.
Okay, okay, thank you. You said he's not talking about Jesus. Who is talking about?
I already told you that.
You say he was talking about a man, but you never explained who is that man.
It doesn't say who the man is. It's just a man that's being persecuted. That's all. And he's talking to the Israelites. He's talking to Jacob, to Israel, not to Gentiles.
Okay, so according to you, Psalm chapter 22 is not fit the description of Jesus. Well, that's how you believe it. I cannot be mad at you for what you believe
I
because
mean, you
you
were
have.
unable to tie Psalm 22:6 to your Jesus.
Well, because if you just read that they divided lots with my garment. They divided my garment. They played lots with my garment. And it's thinking about they pierced my hand and my feet. Man, throughout the Bible, that's the best description for Jesus. Because he went to that. That's how I believe it. I know you don't believe it like that. But
Does
I
Jesus have
respect,
Jay? Does Jesus have a soul?
yes.
When did Jesus get a soul?
Well, the soul, do you, what is the meaning of a soul?
Whatever you want it to mean. Like you believe that you
Well,
have this soul because you're picking the things in this text about this man that you think matches Jesus, and you're ignoring everything else. You're ignoring everything else, and that's dishonest. Because that's what is called motivated reasoning. That's what you're doing right now. You're trying to retroactively harmonize this. If I were to ask you, when was the book of, what are we reading? Psalm?
Psalm
yes.
22:16.
Yeah, if I were to
Y-
ask you, when was the book of Psalms written? And then when were the Gospels written? And did the writers of the
Well,
Gospels, hold on, did the writers of the Gospel have access to Psalms? Were they motivated to try to make it seem like this was pointing to Jesus in order to retroactively harmonize it? Is that a possibility? The answer is yes. And the fact that you ignore all of the points of data in that same text about that same character in this book that does not point to your Jesus, and you only zero in on the ones that do, you are doing a whole lot of heavy lifting for this to even remotely be prophetic, not to mention the fact that there's no future tense in any of the verbs in this story. None of it.
Jay, when people were crucified, were their hands and feet pierced? No matter who it was?
yeah, definitely.
Okay. And so according to the codified Roman law called the Panicularia, the massive compendium of Roman laws detail that the belongings of executed prisoners technically belong to the fiscus, the state treasury. It is customary for the victims who left behind very few physical traces because they were denied formal burials. The custom of soldiers claiming an executed person's clothes as a prereq. They don't say what? Perquisite? That doesn't say
Prerequisite.
prerequisite. It doesn't say,
Prerequisite.
it's not prerequisite though. It's
Spell it.
PERQUISITE.
They spell it wrong?
PERQUISITE.
Perky said, hey, Miley Perky's.
Is thoroughly documented across ancient literature. So it was customary, according to the codified Roman law, the Panicularia, that the Roman soldiers divided the belongings of the person being crucified. It is customary for people who are crucified to have their hands and feet pierced. It could be anyone because that was law.
You know that if you studied.
I agree with you, thinker. Yes, and Jesus is not the only person that died on the cross. He's not the only person that died like that on the cross. So right there, I agree with you. There's the Roman custom
Oh,
to they come up with that crucifixion.
you are saying because Psalm 22 says that they divided my garments, that has to be about Jesus. Like that was
No,
customary back then. Why do you think Naboth's vineyard went to Ahab after they executed Naboth? If a person is executed, their belongings go to the state treasury.
well, do they cast lot? That's the thing. But I know that Jesus is not the only person that crucified. But when you read that what the psalm says about that specific person torture, that specific person crucifixion, it's fit. It's fit
What bones did
Jesus.
he count?
It's
What bones did
because
he count? Remember, his bones were not broken. What bones did he count?
that's the point. That's the point.
What
He counted
bones
his
did he
bone
count?
because none of his bone was
What? So
broken
how did he count them?
because they were all there.
So how
They were
did he
all there.
count them?
That's what it means
How?
because
So how many bones
remember,
do you have?
it's not talking about like counting literally, but it's talking about you remember when they went to broke the another part of the crucifixion to make sure that you die for real. They pierce you and that break your bone because when you're on the cross, you have to make a movement so you can breathe. You have to push your feet so your lungs can get air. But
So did Jesus count his bones or not?
they
Did Jesus count his bones or
when they come
not?
to him, he was already dead.
So did he count his
Yes,
bones or not?
not literally, but all his bone
No, it says
was
I.
intact,
It says
was put in.
I can count all my bones. They stare at me. Did Jesus's bones look and stare at him? Were his bones on the
It's
ground
not,
that
come
he
on,
could
it's not
count them? And it
literally.
literally says, I can count all my bones. They stare at me. To mean that his bones are on the ground. Was Jesus's bones on the ground?
Well, of course not. Of course not.
Right.
Come on.
So that's not about Jesus.
But, well, yeah. So if you take it literally, words for word, literally, and off context, of course, he's not talking about Jesus. But if you put it in context,
None of it is about Jesus. You all cannot just pull one motherfucking verse just because it has the word pierced in it, which ain't even really there. The word there is cur, and it means to dig, to excavate. It does not mean to stab somebody. It doesn't even mean pierced. The word in the Hebrew there is cur. It says
anyway,
ka'ari. That means to dig, to excavate, to take out, not pierce.
I do see your point. I do see your point. Like it's to be that you read it and explaining in a literal sense. That's why it doesn't make
No,
sense
you
like, for,
said
for
that,
it to be.
no, you said this is about your Jesus because it says they pierced my hands and feet. But in the Hebrew, it's literally saying they dug out his hands and feet. It does not say they pierced him.
He said, "You digging at me?"
But anyways, the reason why I brought that Psalm 23, Psalm 22, sorry, because I was talking about the validity of the Bible in relation to the creation. Because I said the reason why I believe in the Bible is true because things that written over
Like
thousands years ago about a
stop.
man, and the
We
man
literally
came.
just went through this, and none of this is about your Jesus. We literally just went through this. Like all you're doing is just denying and rejecting and ignoring. Like even the part that says they pierce is not a true translation. It does not say pierce. It says ka'ari. And the root word there is kur. And that means to dig, to excavate. That means to take out, not pierce. And you are ignoring that shit.
Okay, okay. So I'm not gonna debate that with you if you don't believe it. That's I respect your
No,
belief.
what
That's
you're
you.
doing
But
is,
there
this
was
is the dishonesty that I don't like. You don't acknowledge. You just ignore. That, and then you lie
thank
and
you.
say that you like honesty. You aren't being honest right now. The text does not say they pierced my hands and feet. That is a
Okay,
forced
thank.
translation. They added the word pierce there. Go ahead,
Okay,
AG.
okay.
Hey, good morning, Thinker. Good morning, Lala, Second Samuel, Fee, and the Great Bear.
Morning,
How are you
AG.
guys?
Hey, AG.
Good
Hey,
morning.
good
Good
morning.
morning.
Hey, hey, Jay. Do you think that you
Yes,
were made in God's image?
100%.
Yeah. So thank you for picking number 3. He is the great deceiver, and right now you're showing everyone how you're trying to deceive us. So I'm glad that you proved that point. Now you said that the Bible was inspired by God. Is that correct?
100%.
Do you think a man could live in the belly of a big fish for 3 days?
Miracle. That's
Seriously?
miracle.
No, 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 not a miracle in reality. Do you think that's possible?
Well,
Let's be honest. You
it,
say you like honesty.
well, for our
Come on, be honest.
understanding,
Be honest. Don't be
no,
like the
no, that
God. Don't be the deceiver. Let's be honest. Can that happen?
can I be honest with you?
I hope so.
Yes, for human logic, it's impossible because there's no air, he'll die. But God's miracle, yes, it's possible.
Okay,
But
so
for
another
us,
fairy
human
tale.
logic is impossible.
So we live in reality, not in a fairy tale. So again, in reality, can a human man live in the stomach of a big fish for 3 days?
Completely impossible with a human understanding.
You see how you have to try and deceive and lie?
No, it's not this. I agree with you. Like, for example, like scientifically, it cannot prove for a human to live inside of a fish or a well belly is going to die because there was like what is that liquid called? It's gonna decompose the main body. That's science.
Okay, thank you. So your God would know that, wouldn't he, if he was all knowing?
You're cutting off. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Uh, if your God was all knowing, wouldn't he know that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so that means he's trying to deceive people with that passage, correct?
Well, that's where we have the differences. That's where we have the differences. I agree with you in one sense. Like, if you take the science part of it, it's impossible. But who created that well? That's the thing.
You guys link.
If
The
God
writers of the
created,
book, the
if
writers
God
of the
create,
book,
what do you mean?
that's who created that story, the writers of the book,
No, no, not yeah, the story. But I'm talking about the well. Where that well came from? Who created that animal?
the writers of the
Who?
book. They made the whole
So,
story up.
so the well not exist in reality. There's no well. But I'm saying, who created well? That
Well,
animal called
first,
well.
first, it wasn't called whale in the book, in your book of mythology. It wasn't a whale. It was just a big fish. But
Okay.
the whale's parents, in
But
reality,
not only
I'm
that,
sorry.
AG, what Jay is doing is you're ignoring the fact that every creator God ever worshipped has credit with creating whales and trees and streams and waters and all the things. You have no evidence that your God created it any more than they have evidence that theirs created it. So you appealing to the creation that you believe your God did without any demonstration that he did does not address AG's point. The reality is you all have to step outside of reality and go into this world of make believe as a whole ass adult and call it spiritual, to believe in shit that only happens in Shrek and Disney movies. That is ridiculous. That's what AG was asking you.
Yeah, like
So true.
your God's miracles don't step outside of this fucking book. Like we were talking earlier at the beginning of the live about a video we saw where a creator was talking about how God's miracles only go where science goes. But where what science has not yet been able to figure out or fix, God also is silent. So like the the God science hasn't figured out how to bring back a child from miscarriage or grow back a limb. So the God hasn't grown back any limbs or brought back a baby from miscarriage. Where
So
science
true.
hasn't gone, neither has your God.
That's a great point, thinker. Now, my next couple of lines of questioning for you, Jay. In 2026, is the Earth round or flat?
100% wrong.
But your Bible says that it's flat. Was your
What
God being
verse?
deceived? Was he being
What verse?
deceiving then too?
All right,
I
what
don't know
verse?
offhand right
What
now.
verse?
I'm driving. Do you think that there's
Oh,
a firmament around? I'm teleporting. My bad. Do you think that there's a firmament around the Earth?
well, I mean, to say that the Bible says
Let's be honest. Hold on. Let's be honest before you start making shit up. Let's be
no,
honest.
no. Well, it's something that you said. I want to repeat. You said the Bible claimed that the Earth is flat, but I would like to see that scripture.
Okay. Right now I'm teleporting, so I can't pull it up. But I'll move on. Is there waters above the Earth and below the Earth?
Absolutely not. There's no water above the Earth.
Wouldn't your God know that?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go back to Genesis, it says that God gathered the water that was above, and He put them in one area. He called them sea, and in dry land, He called them earth.
But he said he split the waters from above and below. Is there waters above the Earth and below the Earth?
No, there was no water above the earth. I said that.
Okay. Did you know, like last night, there was a lunar eclipse?
I was not aware of that.
Yeah, last night was a lunar eclipse. Does the Earth rotate or is it fixed?
The earth rotates around the sun.
Okay,
It's
but your
not
book
fixed.
says it's fixed. So is that another lie in the Bible?
Well, you say my book says it's fixed. Where is that it says it's fixed?
Didn't I
Are you
just tell
talking
you I'm
about?
teleporting? So now you're saying you don't know your book of mythology? Or are you lying?
So you mean the Bible is a mythology? It's a myth?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not real?
yeah.
So
That's what I called it. Uh,
okay. So the entire
So
Bible.
again, do you not know do you not know your book of mythology or do you?
Well, I mean, if you because you're looking at it from that lens, does it mean that's what it is for sure? Or is it where you're
You mean
standing?
uh, again, you mean
Is
from
it?
reality?
Yeah,
Is
because
the
no,
earth fixed? Does it rotate? Yes or no?
we all know the earth rotates around the sun and it turn
So why are
around.
you trying to gaslight me talking about from my lens? You see
No,
how you're
because
trying to
you
be the
no
great deceiver like your
no no
God?
no. You said the Bible is a myth. That's why I disagree with you. But I agree with you. The earth is rotate.
Okay. Now, if you have some cattle and you make them in front of a striped pole, will the kids come out striped?
I don't understand.
Oh, you don't know your holy book, huh?
I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know what you're saying. Can you explain?
To be fair, AG, they may have spots too,
Oh,
but from
yes.
something from the Bible.
So
Yeah.
true, so true. They
Yeah.
might have spots. So, as a believer and you love your God, have you not read his book?
Many times I read the Bible many times and every day.
So, are you trying to deceive and act like you don't know what I'm talking about? Or you just forgot?
No, no. The one you just stated right now, I don't know what you're referring to.
Oh, okay.
I'm being honest,
Okay.
100%. And there's I don't
Oh,
have. I already told you guys from the beginning. I know you guys don't believe everything I believe, and I don't believe what you guys believe. Like Faye said, she
Her name
said
is
like,
Fee.
oh my bad. Thanks for the correction. It says
Well,
that we don't have evidence to prove that God created animal. What if I apply the same logic to you, saying that what evidence do you have to say God did not create the animals?
Jay,
I
I don't
didn't
think
say
you
if he
know.
did or didn't. Go ahead.
But I
I'm sorry,
also
Key.
don't. No, you're good, AJ. I also don't think you know how evidence works. Evidence is needs to be attached to a positive claim. You are claiming a God did something. What I am saying is I don't see evidence of that. Point out where what makes that true. Nobody came up here and said that gods don't exist, gods haven't done anything. What we are saying is that what this book claims cannot be true. Humans cannot live in the belly of a fish. Animals don't get stripes or spots from fucking in front of striped poles. Those things are not objectively true. And some of us require to know what makes a truth claim true before we accept it as true. So this is not about seeing it from one perspective or seeing it from another perspective. This is about you accepting unfalsifiable claims and positing them as though they are truth claims. And those are not the same.
Wait, he was in a whale like a fish?
I never say I wasn't.
Oh,
I never
yeah,
say
no,
I
that
wasn't
couldn't happen.
aware
I
of the
thought he was talking
fish.
like a whale, like you dig a whale.
Yeah, you
Okay,
don't
I can
go.
see that.
Yeah. So Jay, I mean, an honest question. I really want to know before you start lying and you know that you're about to lie, what goes through your head? Is it to protect the God? Is it that you think that he's going to praise you if you lie for him? Do you not believe that lying is a sin? What goes through your head? I really want to
So
know.
you said before I start lying. So you already know I'm gonna lie. Why do you have that preconception about me?
Because we can all tell when you're about to lie. You guys do this certain thing where it's like you kind of like gasp for air and you take like 2 or 3 seconds and then you might say a certain word like if you see it that way or that's through your eyes, so you know that you're lying on the inside. You've even said that today.
You
So you're
see,
going to
you see.
demonstrate. Hold on. You're going to demonstrate that, and you give us a red flag. Hey, I'm about to lie to you, but you know you're lying to yourself. Is it because you're scared of the God, or you think that He's going to protect you if you lie for Him? What is it? Please help me.
See, that's interesting because I have not. You asked me a question. You already know that I'm gonna make up something to lie. So that's a bad stereotype that you have about a Christian, and that's why you guys use that term y'all
Not a
because you put
stereotype.
us
It's
in one.
experience. It's not a stereotype. It's experience, and we have thousands of hours of evidence of it.
But see, you're not even
So how would
answering
you
my
feel?
question. You're not
No,
answering my
no,
question.
no.
I want
For
to know
I'm
seriously
going.
what goes on through your head right before you know that you're going to lie to us.
That's the thing. Why would I? Why would I want to lie to you about something that I don't know? So how would you feel if I asked you a question? I said, okay, I know you're gonna lie, but here's my question. How would you feel about that?
Hey,
You
Jay, take
literally
those cleats off
admitted,
because you're trying to pivot.
yeah, you
Go
literally
ahead,
admitted to
Tigger.
Oso that you knew beforehand the answers to the questions that I was asking you, but you still made me go through all of that. You literally admitted that to Oso when he asked you that. You admitted to lying. You
I
even
have
When he
no
you
said,
reason
even
to
you even
lie.
announced that you were going to lie just for the sake of the conversation to agree to move the conversation forward.
I have no reason to lie, guys.
You
And
admitted that
the
you were getting ready to lie just to
well, you
agree.
probably
You literally said that
the
you just going to agree to move the conversation forward.
yeah,
no. So I explained. Okay, all right. Let me answer your question, sir. Let me answer your question. You say what's go to my mind,
yeah,
knowing that
please.
I'm going to lie. Is it I lie just to please God, or I'm lying
Yes,
to defend God?
exactly.
So
What
okay,
is it?
let me answer your question. I have absolutely no reason, but by the way, I don't know you guys. I have absolutely no reason to come up here to make up stuff and to say things that I
Except
don't
you
know
did.
or to lie.
You did.
To lie. Let me finish
No,
if you
no,
can
because you're lying
if you don't
now.
mind.
No, because you're lying now. You
You're
literally
doing it right
admitted to
now.
lying.
See?
Earlier in the conversation, you admitted to lying. You admitted to lying twice. You're doing it now.
So, Jay, you make it hard to think that you really believe in your God. Because if you're not scared to lie, knowing that it's a sin, why should I be scared?
So, what is, if I say something that you do not believe or you do not understand or you do not share that same logic, is that make what I said a lie?
Like, this is fucking ridiculous. Like, he admitted to lying twice, and we still got to go through this bullshit. This is the same bullshit he put me through about the dog shit.
Exactly. That's why, Jay, it's hard to believe in this sky daddy that you have because you're not afraid of him. You will sit up here and lie. Do you know that maybe there's a plot twist that maybe your God did do all this lying in the Bible just to test you to see if you will lie? You,
I clearly see, because here's the reason why I see where the problem is. I can see what you guys are looking at, but you guys cannot see from my perspective. And
We know you admitted to
that's
lying.
why, no, we can say
Yes, you did.
something.
You
That's
admitted
why
to
I give you,
lying. You, Jay, admitted to lying.
how?
You literally
How?
said you lied. You literally agreed with Oso. You agreed with me when I said you agreeing to agree is you telling us that you're about to lie. And you said, yeah, that's right. And you changed it. You admitted to lying.
No, what we were talking about, you asked me a question and you were pressuring me to say yes
I
or no, and you said that.
You literally lied and said, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to agree. And I said, no, that's you basically announcing that you're just going to lie because you don't believe what you're saying.
Thank you,
And you
Well,
agreed that you were
thank
just
you.
saying it. You agreed that you were just saying it just to agree. You lied.
No, thank you. What I said is, you said that Jesus insulting the lady by
I
calling
am
her a
talking
dog.
about you saying that you are just going to say yes to agree, even though that's not what you believe. You admitted to lying.
No, I said that from the woman perspective, calling the person a dog,
You
yes,
said
is an
you
insult.
literally said that you were saying it just to agree.
Oh man, it wasn't like that, thank you. So what I said is, from the woman perspective, yes, is an insult, but from Jesus' perspective,
Hold
he
on,
was
because I'm gonna
not
play it back. I
trying.
fucking hate when y'all lie. I hate
He,
liars. Y'all
he
lie and
was.
fucking lie for no reason. Like, at least
I
have a
know.
good reason for fucking lying.
and
And I
while
think, well,
Thinker go, I'm sorry.
oh,
Go ahead,
no,
Fee.
go ahead, Angie. You got it.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
I'm gonna say while Thinker's going back to look for that, Jay, there's 885 people on TikTok right now listening to you. I don't know
I
how
know.
many there are on you. I don't know how many there are on YouTube. There's some believers and there's some non-believers, but the most important people are the people that's wondering, that are deconstructing, or wondering should they believe in this religion anymore. And thank you for showing them that to believe in this God, you have to be a liar. You have to be a deceiver. You can't be an honest human being. So I appreciate you for that. You're helping a lot of people
That,
deconstruct.
well, that's your conclusion about what happened, but that's your conclusion. Now, if I would conclude myself, I would say that, is it like I give the example, like Democrat and Republican, which one is a liar, which one telling the truth? So now it's all about perspective. The way where you're standing and what you're looking at. I'm not standing where you're standing. I'm not looking at the same thing. You are probably right where you are because what you're looking at, that's not what I'm looking at. But if you can like move, come to stand where I stand, you would understand that yes, no human can live in the belly of a fish for 3 days. They would die. But with the miracle of God, if God able to create the whale, the fish, then he is able to have a man living there for 3 days. Now you call me a liar for saying that.
That's not what they called you a liar for saying, Jay. And like you keep insinuating that we don't understand this from your perspective, but you're talking to former believers. Like it's not that we don't understand, it's just that you have a conclusion that it has been produced by faith, not evidence. So I once believed that a man lived in the belly of a fish. I did. I believe that because I was told that it's true. But true things, once again, comport with reality. And if you are able to just lean on magic, if you're just able to lean on, oh, God can create miracles without explaining to me how that works, I'm under no obligation to accept that as true. That's not a lack of understanding your perspective. That is being in alignment with what is real and what is objective reality. Y'all always try to
Well,
pull. Hold on a second. Y'all always try to pull this. You can't see it because you don't have spiritual eyes. But spiritual is imaginary in every other domain except for religion, according to the believer. And you all like to ignore that when engaging in these conversations. That's why AG keeps pointing out that you're being dishonest. If you read in a book that Allah had a man swallowed by a fish and lived in his belly for 3 days, you would likely reject that claim because you don't believe in Allah. This isn't any different. Y'all aren't assessing these claims objectively at all.
to say yes. Okay. See, yes, I like for the sake of the argument. No. You want me to say yes? Okay. Yes, for the sake of the argument. Yeah. You want me to say yes? Okay. Yes, for the sake of the argument. Yes,
no, I don't do for the sake of the argument bullshit. This is what the fuck y'all do. I don't do that.
Oh boy. I don't. You want me to say yes? Okay. Yes, for the sake of the argument. Yes,
no, I don't do for the sake of the argument bullshit. This is what the fuck y'all do. I don't do that.
Oh boy.
Did he? Yeah. You lied. You lie and lie and lie and lie and lie. Now, can you answer AG's question? Before you lie, what goes through your damn head?
I don't like control conversation, and that's why I answered you the way I answered you. If we're having a conversation, you cannot pressure me to say yes or no. So you have to give me room to explain what I believe.
So you lied because you were pressured?
No, I didn't say. I never lied.
So then why did you lie?
I never lied, by the way. I never lied.
So this isn't you? Y'all don't like this shit yet.
Yes.
Did he do that?
You want me to say yes? Okay. Yes, for the sake of the...
Was that a lie or was that the truth?
Can I answer?
Answer. Was it a lie or the truth?
No, can you let me answer?
Was it a lie or the truth?
You see, you're doing the very same thing.
Was it a lie what? Was that a lie or was it the truth?
You're doing the very same thing right now.
Answer the question. Did you lie or were you telling the truth? This is why your God is a deceiver. Because y'all are the God. Y'all, the God speaks when y'all speak. Y'all are liars. That's why your God is deceptive. Because y'all are deceptive.
From your angle, yes. But from my angle, no.
Okay, Jay, are you ready to lie some more? Are you ready to lie some more, Jay?
That's a correct way to ask somebody a question, really.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. Do you think hurting babies are good? Do you think hurting a baby is good?
Absolutely not. Who's anyone who thinks that?
Okay, hold on. That person has a problem. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Do you think that grape is good?
No. Anyone who thinks that is out of their mind.
Okay, so when your God orders it and commands it, is he being good?
What? Can you explain me how God ordered that?
No, because you know your book of mythology. So again, you see, right now, you know how you said what? Because you was about to lie. So you were starting to glitch out. So hold on. So when you asked us, how do we know you're gonna lie? You just did a perfect example because you glitched out. What? So you don't know your book of mythology?
All right, can I answer?
Yes, please.
All right. God is God is a moral God. God is more moral than anyone who's listening to me right now. God is more moral. God has more moral standard
what are you
than
saying?
any.
Are you saying mold
answering the
like a
question.
A
fungus? Are
mold?
you saying mold like a
Mole,
fungus?
mole. He has more mole.
Mo
MORAL.
Moral.
morals.
Yes. Yes. So what I meant is God is a righteous God and is a merciful God. God doesn't play with sin, and he has no respect of person when it comes to his judgment. However, God is a loving God. I'm gonna say that. I might end with that too.
Hey,
So now
Jay. Yeah,
I'm
no, go ahead and
answering.
end because
I'm
now you're
answering.
being lied. You know what your problem is,
I'm
and what
about to
most believers
answer.
stop. No, no, no. The problem with
I
most believers is you can't be honest. You have these Christian flashcards. If I ask you what's 1 plus 1, Jesus loves you. If I ask you what's 2 plus 2, God is good. Be
no no
honest. But
no.
see, no,
I'm
no,
an
no. Stop. That's exactly no, no. Shut up, please. Because now you're aggravating the fuck out of me. Because now you're saying hurting a baby is good. Now you're saying grape is good because your God does it. Because if you could be honest and say, nah, God, that's some fuck shit. Because you just said any person that does that is wrong. Now you say you're fucking lying. Now you're a fucking deceiver. Now I
no.
don't like you. No,
There
fuck
was
you.
no
Because you will
God.
lie to, you will hurt a baby. You will
God
grape a woman
never.
if your God said so. So fuck
No no no
you.
no no never.
You know
God
what? Let
never.
me get down. I'm sorry. Hold on. Thinker, thank you very much. Panel, I love y'all, but this motherfucker's aggravated the shit out of me, and he's bringing out my dark side. So let me just get down. Love y'all.
I love you too, AG. It's a damn
That's
shame
anger.
how they
That's anger
expect us
issue.
to like just deal with their lies. Like they just lie to your face and you're supposed to ignore it. And that's what they call love. That's what they call truth. That's what they call goodness, lies, deception, manipulation, abuse. Like it's fucking ridiculous. No
That's anger
accountability,
issue.
no accountability whatsoever. Yes, motherfucker, I am angry because y'all are harming people and you don't give a fuck. You too selfish to fucking care about the harm you are doing to other humans. You goddamn right I'm angry about that shit.
But what harm I'm doing to other human? I was about to explaining the gentleman God's judgment. But okay, you guys want me to believe everything you guys said, right? I cannot see
Shut the
anything
fuck up. Nobody
different.
wants you to believe shit.
Don't
Like
talk to me like that, by the way.
shut the fuck up. Nobody wants you to
No,
believe
don't
shit.
talk
No,
don't
what
talk to me
or
like
what,
that.
Jay? Or what? We don't want you to fucking lie to us and you've been fucking doing that shit. Or what? You want people to fucking respect you? You want people not to say things that are harmful to you? Then you need to do the same to other people. But you don't fucking care.
Okay, what did I say? That's bad.
We have been fucking telling you, but you don't care.
See, you just follow the gentleman that left because he was upset and you upset because, by the way, I was not
Shut the
having the
fuck up, Jay.
conversation with you.
Jay, shut up. Like you are irritating the fuck out of me.
No,
Like
don't
you are
don't talk to me like
irritating the
that.
fuck out of me. You've said that like 3 fucking times. And I'm gonna say what the fuck I wanna say. You don't like it, you can leave. No one's gonna keep saying the same shit to you over and over again. Mind you, y'all notice how Jay all of a sudden has a fucking chest. But when Trash Bags was on stage, his motherfucking balls was shriveled up. And he was scared to tell Trash Bags that she was wrong. Look now, all of a sudden, Jay got some, don't talk to me like that. Now, all of a sudden, but you couldn't say shit to your motherfucking sister in Christ who was up here disrespecting my motherfucking stage.
You calling that lady trash bags has me weak.
Well, what I said is, I said if I was at her place and you guys asked me to leave, I would leave.
That ain't what we asked you, though.
So anyway, my point is, You guys have your own conclusion about God, about the creation, as we were stating, that if the universe can create itself, the animals can create itself, and I do see
Fee, are you done with
Fee.
him?
Oh, he's not listening. He's not listening at all. Like he's gotten to this point where he recognizes that he's using motivated reasoning. He's recognizing that his conclusion comes with him before he looks at the first bit of evidence. And no matter how many times we say to him that your conclusion is the problem isn't necessarily with the conclusion. The problem is the fact that you brought it with you. And you don't need any evidence to demonstrate what makes that conclusion true. And we're simply telling you we're not doing that. So you can call that a difference of perspective if you want to. It's a it's a difference in methodology. You don't care
But
that what you believe is true.
but what is faith though? What is I was not there when the Bible was written. I was not there when the world was created. Do you understand faith? What do you understand what is faith?
Yeah, I believe
What,
faith is believing in shit that you don't see. You don't need faith for things that are true because they are true. I
well,
don't, faith is not a reliable path to truth. It is a reliable path to things that are comfortable and things that are familiar. I don't care about comfort if it doesn't comport with reality. That simply doesn't matter to you, apparently. I know y'all utilize faith.
well, according to your analogy and your belief, so you mean tell me that God does not exist, the Bible is not true, and all the Christians that exist today, they lost. So what is the end of this?
What's the end
Didn't
of
we
what,
already
Jay?
do this?
I think we've come to the end of the conversation because you've turned your brain off. I don't know what you want
I'm
us to
saying,
say.
I'm
Is
saying, what is the end of this in terms of what is the end of Christian's life after we die? What is it? Is it over? Is it everything done?
Jay, how the fuck would I know that? I've never been dead. I know
That's the
that
thing.
before stop. I know that before I was born, I don't know what the fuck was going on in this world, and there was a whole lot of shit going on. I know that every person that has ever died, they've never come back and rung my doorbell, be like, hey, wait till you get here. That's never happened. Why are you adding narratives and stories and desires and Biggie and blenders and all this other kind of shit to a reality that you don't even know exists? I mean, just say you want to believe this shit. It makes you feel better and move on with it, but stop calling it truth because it's anything but.
So if you don't understand something, doesn't mean that thing is not true. Do you know the aerodynamic law? Do you know how an airplane fly?
I
If
don't
you
even know
don't
what
know
the,
that, if you
I don't,
don't know that, doesn't mean it's not exist or it's not true.
Jay, have you never seen a fucking plane? Have you ever been on one?
No, I'm saying, do you know how it flies? Do you know what is
Yes,
aerodynamic law?
I actually do. I actually do. And if you don't, you
Okay.
can hold on, stop. If you don't know it, you can learn it. Show me how God did anything.
No, no, my
Show me
point,
that a God can do anything.
yes, I understand what you say, but my point is if someone, let's say some know physics, right? If someone doesn't know law of physics, and because that person doesn't know the law of physics, does it mean that the law of physics is not real, is not true, is not exist?
No, and that's also not analogous because the law of physics applies to every single person in this universe in the same way. Your God doesn't. Y'all all have a different God. You're trying to make it seem as though because we don't agree with you, we don't understand. I fully understand what you're saying. And what I'm saying to you is that the methodology that you use to arrive at your conclusion is faulty because you brought your conclusion with you. You are using faith to lead you through this, and faith does not require evidence. This is not a matter of me having intellectual incapabilities of understanding what you're saying. I understand you fine. I disagree. Those are two completely different positions. And I don't know why you keep trying to conflate them.
Yes, I mean, I understand what you say, and I agree with your point you just make right now. But my question to you, do you believe that all Christians right now in the world, they're lost, according to your claim?
Did you
We
hear
all
me say
lost.
that? Did you hear me say that?
But no, I would like to hear that,
I
if you don't
believe that
mind.
I
If you
believe
don't
that
mind.
I believe that anybody that is utilizing faith to reach a conclusion is on treacherous ground. That is what I believe. Whether you are lost or not is dependent on where the fuck you're trying to go. That is not my business. That is not my concern. What I can tell you is that humans can't live inside the belly of a fucking whale. I can tell you snakes don't talk. I can tell you that for sure. So what a person has decided in their mind to reconcile this irreconcilable nonsense that y'all call truth, that's between you, your brain, and your God. Has nothing to do with me. What
See,
I can speak on is objective reality.
yeah, I agree with you right there because I do believe that too. I don't believe a serpent can talk. I don't believe a man can live inside of a big belly of a big fish for 3 days. But I do believe a supreme being that created the world that can do that. Except I
Well,
think we're on the same page.
no, we're
Except
not.
the
We're
faith part that we are different.
we're not on the same page, Jay. We're not on the same page because believing in things that don't comport with reality just because you want them to be true is once again not a path to truth. We are not on the same page. If you believe that there's something that you can't and why would you believe that? This God can't do shit in objective reality at all. So you're either going to have to look back at some words that other humans wrote in a book and attributed to a god, or look in the future of some hope that you think will happen after you die in order to see the fingerprint of your god. Why the fuck would I do that when that God can't do shit for me right now? Not only for me or to me. Why would I do that? I absolutely refuse to waste the only life that I know for sure I get on beliefs and promises and fever dreams of people that lived thousands of years ago. I don't want to. If I'm not going to take peer pressure from people modern day, why the fuck would I do it from old ass people? Why would I do that?
Well, the bottom line is that we cannot escape. We're living in a world. We're all getting older, and one day we're gonna have our last day on Earth, and we're gonna have our last breath.
Yep.
I believe, which is you don't believe, but I believe one day that I'm going to be resurrected and be with Jesus. Can I prove it like words for word, like scientifically? No, I cannot prove it scientifically. But I truly believe that because if I believe that a God, a supreme being created universe, and I also believe that God is smart enough to bring human back who believe in him. So
You
that's my
can,
conclusion.
and I can believe that my head of lettuce named Chauncey is going to give me a whole lot of nachos in the afterlife. That don't make that shit true. But what I do know is biological things die. You can go ahead and create these narratives and these fairy tales in your mind all you want to. That is just something I'm not willing to engage in.
Hold on. Hey,
Right.
chat. Hold on. Chat. To the super nerds. SEO. They're featuring us on the search screen right now. Can y'all hashtag it up? Keyword heavy and like use the type of keywords that describe what we're talking about in here. Go ahead.
By the way, Faye, it was a pleasure talking to you. I really enjoy our conversation, by the way. I like talking to you. I'll have to go, guys. Have a nice day. It was a pleasure.
These motherfuckers believe that they're gonna be resurrected while they asses could be dead for millions of fucking years. Like that don't make no goddamn sense. You already done experienced death. They've been waiting on Jesus to come back for 2,000 fucking years. Polo, like they don't, like they have no date whatsoever. Like he just leaves them hanging. Is like, no, the world may never know. They'll be dead for fucking millions of years, still waiting to wake the fuck back up. Polo, Marco, not lacrosse. Why did I think this person's name was Dolores? 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 Shecky, are you in the request on purpose or an accident? Omni? Omni 24, are you there? Thank y'all for hashtagging, for using SEO. I appreciate y'all. If you have not hit your heart me for today, tap that heart next to my name up in the left-hand corner at the top of the screen. A menu will pop up and you'll see send heart me. Go ahead and do that. That will add you to the fan club. As a fan club member, you do get stage priority, which means that you can skip the line. If there is a long line, you are pulled on stage before anyone who is not a fan club member. You also get access to the emoticons that the super nerds get access to. If you join and subscribe, you get your stage priority first. You are pulled on stage before anybody. You also have the ability after 30 days to go off topic and talk about a research question that you have or to discuss your deconstruction journey. You do not have to stick to the 3 topics on the that the room is discussing. If you are a super nerd, you get access to our Discord where we plan trips together. We have conversations and share relatable experiences, and then all of our research that we do together during our sub-only lives on Saturdays. You also will get access to our mutual aid. Oh my God, I forgot to post the link. I will post the link in my bio, Mama Bash bio, Ria's bio, and I guess, Fee, do you want to put it in your bio? The link for the mutual aid?
No, I don't want to do it, but also probably will. He likes humanity.
Why do you think Fee sounds like that? But I'll get the link posted. I'll get the link posted today, but as a super nerd, you are able to appeal to the community for like emergency funds if you need help paying rent, your lights, like your car may break down, medical bills, education, something like that. Maybe you need food, or if you're coming on behalf of a neighbor or a family member. It isn't something that you can do every month, but like it is like a emergency based type of mutual aid, but which is strictly for our community members. If you are also, we have 2 organizations that we support on that mutual aid form as well. The Ubuntu House, which is a couple of houses in Congo that houses and feeds and actually like take care of provide medical care for children in the Congo who are victims and survivors of the militia attacks there. And then Mutual Aim, which is a organization that partners with nonprofits, and they travel throughout the United States to do food drives, and they also work with organizations in Chad and Congo and Nigeria to help refugees. And so if you're looking for organizations that you can help, you can visit that mutual aid form, and you can give whenever you want to or like are able to. There's no obligation, but if you're looking for somewhere to give money to help out, those are organizations that we know, and we know where the money is going. So Ubuntu House and Mutual Aim, you can trust. Shaky actually says all hands on deck. No, all safe hands on deck, because she doesn't believe that all hands are safe hands, because of course, like she talks about this a lot of people will raise money for people on the continent, and they don't actually do anything for people on the continent. But Mutual Aim is actually boots on the ground over there. They're building a what is it called? She said the name, but it's a like a village that has they build houses. It has a school. It has a universal kitchen for displaced people in Chad, and they partner with restaurants over here that delivers food over there. to the people that lives in the displaced housing. So yeah, it's called a something infrastructure. I can't remember what she called it, but yeah, we've done some work with them in the past. All right, y'all. The guest box is open for believers deconstructing believers or non-believers, and atheists, agnostic atheists, or hardcore atheists. I feel like we've had a lot of the right in your face, selfish harm from the believers tonight. Like, not like they weren't advocating for slavery or genocide or rape. Their lies, and they're like, we had one guy come up here and just outright admit that he's sinful and does sinful shit, but he's still going to heaven because he believes in Jesus. And the way that he was talking about it, like he was bragging about it. Like, we've had a lot of that tonight. It's like they just don't care. And like the lack of care or compassion for other humans is just, I don't fucking get it. Like, it's just so selfish and right in your face selfish. Like, while at the same time saying that they're not doing it, but at the same time saying they are doing it with pride. Onyx, are you in the request box on purpose or on accident? Yeah, it's gross. Like, I don't even know how to articulate the way it makes me feel. Like, I can't understand a person just not caring about the harm they cause to other people. Like, it's so fucking selfish, while at the same time claiming that it's the way to go, that it's the path to goodness, it's the path to love. Like, it's sadistic as fuck. Dr. G? Dr. G? That guy? That guy, are you there? Honestly, with all the glitching that's been going on the platform, I expected last night to be a lot harder, considering that people have been struggling to get people in the lives.
Yeah, for the longest time, I've been having like I have to search go to your page to get into the live. Like, it wouldn't show me that you were live, not from scrolling the FYP, not from like having you on like the list of people that's live in my friends list. None of that. I had to like go find your shit, but then I deleted the app and re-downloaded it, and it worked for a bit, and then it went right back to doing that shit. I don't know what the fuck going on with it.
I wonder why that is. Like, I haven't had any trouble getting people in the lives, but Mama Bash has been having trouble with her numbers being normal, like what they usually are. And then today she could barely get anybody to come up because it was mostly, the community in there. But it's because of the glitches. On Tuesday night, there was a major glitch where I couldn't see the comments. And then the numbers, like it was saying 3 people were in the live. And so like I ended up doing an update, but the numbers on my main page are messed up. And like it'll say that I have 100 likes on a video with like 10,000 views, and then 2 hours later the likes will show up. Like the likes were correct. Like I think there's a analytics bug right now, like a glitch with their analytics. That guy.
Good morning.
Good morning. How old are you, and are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
I'm a believer. I am 21. I am 28. I'm a believer of the God of the Bible.
Okay.
And
All right, one moment.
okay.
Also, do you have time to lead a conversation?
Yeah.
Okay. That guy, pick a topic.
Give me 1 second. My wife's calling me. He trying to make me jealous. But guess what? I don't even care. 1 second, please. I don't know why you felt the need to come back and tell us that. But okay.
Right, Miss J. I'm over here confused in the motherfucker. I'm like, what is Oso talking about? Everybody is confused. I thought Oso could throw his voice like that and be two people on stage at one time, but we figured out that he actually cannot. Well, Oso, that one left. Maybe you can try this one. Maybe he won't have a wife.
Thanks. I needed to hear that.
Why?
Just don't worry about it. Jay,
You hold on. You want a wife?
nah,
Do you?
nah,
Huh?
nah,
If you do, just say you do.
nah. I want to be a wife guy without having a wife. Is that too much to ask?
I don't know what that means, Oso.
I don't either. And that's why I'm upset. Jay, do you have a wife?
Hell no.
Okay, that makes me feel better. How old are you?
Yeah, we
Jay?
got to find Oso a wife because I think he does want a wife. I think he does. I think we just found out what Oso wants, and we got to help him find a wife.
Hello?
Nah, man, I'm chilling. Jay, how old are you, bro?
43.
Swag. You believe in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, atheist?
Yeah. I
I
believe in
named.
God. I
Oh,
believe in
okay,
God.
okay. Tight shit. You need a wife?
Do I what?
You need a wife?
No. I don't need nobody. I just need God.
Oh, you're gonna be fun. Pick 1, 2, or 3.
1.
Beautiful. What do you think?
What do I think? Unlimited sin, unlimited forgiveness. Well, God died on the cross for our sins, right?
Okay.
So we all good. We good. We can do what we want.
Don't eat in our ear, Jay. Okay. Somebody said Oso doesn't want a wife. Wives want Oso.
That's good.
Who is that talking?
Oh, Jay, you're not one of those, are you?
No. I'm just trying to figure out you guys.
Oh yeah, my name is well, I've never said my real name on here before, but something about you, Jay, is just bringing out the truth in me. My name is Tharnold.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Jay.
You just lied. That's not your name. You lied. You lied to me. You just lied. You just lied, dude. That's not your name.
Whatever you say, Jay, if that's your real name.
That is my real name.
Okay. You were saying about topic 1?
Who?
You were saying about topic 1?
Yeah, Jesus died for our sins.
Yeah, that's in the topic, sure. But do you understand it? Do you need me to break it down for you? Do you not get what the question is talking about, or what's going on with it?
I'm a little slow this morning. I actually need a nap. I got to take a nap for real. I shouldn't even came up. I wasn't ready for y'all. This is not even. I'm not even ready for y'all. You know what the truth is. The reason why I want to come out because I wanted homegirl to cuss me out. I love her voice. I love how she be cussing people out. I swear.
Hey Jay, can I ask you a question?
I'm serious. I'm dead serious.
Yeah, I get that, Jay. I get that. That's cool.
Because I love how y'all.
No. I'm laughing with you. I'm laughing with you.
Y'all be going off on people.
But Jay, let me ask you a
Y'all
question.
so
I want y'all to
weird.
cuss
Like,
me out.
why are the fucking men so fucking weird on this app? The fuck is wrong with you?
Lala, don't give him
He
what he
wants
wants.
to.
Don't
Yeah,
give
he
him
wants
what
to
he
have that happen. All right, Jay. Let me ask you a question though. Did God fail you when He made you bald?
I was born with hair, though. What you mean? You don't know that don't even make no sense. I was born with hair, and I had a big ass fro.
And now what you got?
That's my choice. I don't want hair.
Jay, you're a grown man saying you don't want hair.
I want to talk to one of the women.
I know you do, Jay, but you're stuck with me, and I might get extra freaky with your ass. Speaking of your ass, you
Come on, man, don't do
shave that
Don't
too,
do
or
that.
what?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do
Don't
what?
do that. Come
I'm
on,
just
man.
wanting to talk. I'm just wanting to talk with you, Jay. We could be chopping it up. I gave you my first name, Mr. Tharnold, talking to you
That's
live
not
in the
your name.
flesh.
That's not your name.
But speaking of shave and ass, you shave your ass, or?
All right, let's get back. Let's get back to Jesus. Let's get back to Jesus.
No. Jesus can wait.
No,
Jesus can
man.
wait. But we trying to make that connection
No.
from earlier. Remember,
Nah,
we
you
was bonding over the fact that we don't like women. Blah. Women.
Nah, you
Blah.
can't.
But
Nah,
I mean,
man.
Jay, you
I
got a
wanna talk
booty,
to a
and I'm trying
woman.
to see what it do.
I want to talk to a woman.
So you be like, what you use, Nair?
I want to talk to Thinker.
What you use to get down in there?
Where's Thinker? I want to talk to
You
Thinker.
see what I did there, Jay? I'm asking though, because you said you like to shave. You shave everywhere, or you got
I didn't say nothing about shaving.
a little fur or something?
I didn't say
What's
nothing
wrong with
about
it?
shaving. I didn't say nothing
No.
about
You said you shave your hair. You said you bald by choice. You be shaving.
I don't shave it.
I'm asking where all you be shaving.
Man, dude.
You got a little landing strip. You got a little something underneath your belly button,
Oh.
Huh?
Oh, wow. Come on, man.
That sound like a yes, Jay. You ashamed of it?
Come on, man.
What? I'm just curious, man. I want to know. What's your phone number, Jay? Maybe we can exchange some pictures and stuff.
Man. Let's talk about Jesus.
Nah. You just told us you couldn't come up here and do that. You weren't ready for that. But you know what you sound like you're ready for? You sound like you're ready for the bear. Let me ask you a question. How do you feel about
what is the bear?
Baby oil.
Oh, come on, man.
You pro baby oil, anti? Do you need like a water base? Like
Come on, man. Let's talk about Jesus.
what you into?
Come on,
Do you
man. Let's
have
talk
like
about Jesus.
do you have like a latex allergy? These are just random questions, Jay. I'm just trying to get to know you, Jay.
He said, dude, you said a latex allergy.
Yeah, do you have a latex allergy, Jay?
That was a good one. That was a good one.
I mean, it's just a question I need to know about you, Jay.
That's funny. That was a good one. A latex allergy. He break it out. He starts sneezing. Eyes
You know what they
red.
say, man. When he make you laugh, it make your pants fall off. Keep laughing, Jay.
Oh, dude.
Keep laughing, Jay. My pants falling off. Ooh.
You
like
know who
that.
you remind me of? You remind me of that. What's that dude
Daddy,
name?
probably Daddy, right?
Oh man, dude. What's his name? Suwap, whatever his name is.
That sounds like a human.
That's a fake name, like your name. It's a fake name. They be talking that crazy.
What the fuck was that frail body laugh? I thought you hate women.
I never said that.
Oh, okay. You just implied it heavily.
No, you asked me if I wanted a wife, and I said hell no.
Right.
I don't want no wife.
You want daddy. I get it.
He's gay.
Oh, Jay's gay. I'm just being what he wants.
This shit backfired on me because I wasn't even. This shit backfired on me. I wasn't even trying to do all of
Jay,
that.
there is a lot of ways that you
I
can
wanted to
my
get
phone
cussed
number.
out by Thinker. One of
Oh,
them
I don't even believe that anymore. The
cussed
way
out,
we've been
and
having
you,
this little back
man,
and
you
forth,
messed
this
up
little
my whole.
tete-a-tete.
Man, you messed
I
up my
honestly
whole.
can't even believe that you came up here for women. I think you wanted to just have the experience with me. Jay, I know you might have a question or two, and here's the answer: yes.
No, seriously, I wanted to get cussed out for real.
Seriously,
I wanted to get cussed out by Thinker, one of the women, because they be going off on people, and I love it.
Yes. It's okay. I'll bring all the goodies that we mentioned before. You didn't say you had any allergies, so we can have that good time that you've been thinking of, Jay.
Man, you wasting time, man. You wasting time.
I can't wait to spit on your head and then kind of just smear it all over your head. You know what I'm saying?
Ew.
It's disgusting.
No. That's a good time, Jay. Have you ever had that happen before?
Yeah, you nasty.
I'm just going and then just kind of smear it in for you, and then I'm gonna grip your back of your head. Jay, you don't even want to know what's coming next. I might tell you though. Shit, I might show you. What's up?
This shit backfired.
Where
on
you
me.
live, Jay?
This shit straight up backfired on me.
Uh-huh.
I live in a DNA level C. You know what that is?
I don't know, but I'll find it.
It's a word spelled backwards. It's DNA level C. It's spelled backwards.
Oh, okay. So you live in backwards. Cool.
No. Listen to what I said. DNA level C is spelled backwards.
Right.
Now pronounce it forward. Is what it say.
Okay, let me see. And I'm just gonna make sure I'm on the same page with you. Jay would like to put it backwards so that I can push it forwards. And you trying to say you not trying to fuck? I don't understand, Jay.
You belong on the stage, man. You belong on the stage, man. You don't belong on. You don't belong on this podcast.
Is it because you got company in front of you? You don't want them to know?
You don't need to be on TikTok. You need to be on stage, man.
Whoever is in there with Jay,
funny.
Jay likes it like that. And if you can't support him in that, then you a lame. Jay like when I spit on his fucking head and I smear it in with my. Jay
You
like
from
that
Jersey?
shit.
You from Jersey?
Jay like that shit.
You from Jersey?
Jay like that shit.
You from Jersey?
Jay shaved his butthole just for me. Whoever in there with Jay.
He from Jersey. He from Jersey.
Jay know I like it a particular type way.
You from Jersey? I know you.
You see? He know me. You see?
Jersey.
You see? Jay like that. You little freaky frog.
You from Anchor, Jersey?
Sure.
You from Anchor, Jersey?
I'm from wherever I need to be that you call me daddy, man. That's all.
Where the women at? I want to get cussed out.
Cussed out? I just talked about spitting on your head and then gripping that bit. What
She said men are weird. She said
we just doing what men do, ain't that right, Jay?
She said men are weird. Men are
yeah, man. We just doing what men do, right, Jay? You know, being homoerotic and everything. Right? Jay.
All right, I'm cool, man. I'm gonna drop off, man. I wasn't
All right.
expecting this. I wasn't expecting this. I'm dropping off, man.
Hey, close your eyes for me 1 second.
I'm good, man.
And then
I'm good.
imagine me kissing you on your forehead after I
How
spit
do
on
you
it.
drop off? How do you drop off of this?
I don't think you can. I think you just in here. I kind of like this.
I just turned my phone
The
off.
other, yeah, nah, that ain't gonna work either, Jay. I'm gonna still be on your phone talking to you, asking you about if it's shaved. Do it wiggle a little bit, Jay. Do it jangle. All right, bye, Jay.
That guy.
Yes. Oh, great. I'm here.
All right.
Damn.
Pick a topic.
My wife keeps calling me. Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah. So you're saying, all right. Okay.
Which
So,
topic?
I guess we could start with the first one.
You can only choose one topic.
So the first one.
Go ahead.
So you're saying that Jesus allows all of this unlimited sin, unlimited forgiveness, and contract is, I don't even know what that red word says. I can't see it.
Says bad.
Oh, bad. Contract is bad for humanity. All right. So,
How is it that you chose topic 1 and you didn't know what it said?
I just saw unlimited sin and unlimited forgiveness. I didn't really read all three, but I can deal with.
That's not all three. That's one sentence. What do you mean all three?
There's commas, so it's three different. Like it's separate, but there are commas in between each.
No, that's one
right?
sentence. There's only two things in the contract.
Okay. Well. Okay. Sorry for not knowing how to.
Then you probably should read it like a sentence so you would know what that topic is discussing.
Okay. Jesus' unlimited sin, unlimited forgiveness. Contract is bad for humanity. Can you read it to me, please?
Yeah,
like the way you want.
I'm gonna read it like AT&T's unlimited minutes, unlimited data contract is bad for humanity. What did I just say?
Gotcha. Okay, understood. So you're saying all of that is bad for humanity. Well, I mean,
I think it's interesting that you got it when I replaced Jesus with AT&T. Like, is Jesus blocking your comprehension? Like, why is it that? And I'm not trying to be smart.
Why is this
I'm not
the
trying
topic?
to be because the topic in here is deconstruction. Everything is a conversation. And what I'm noticing is that you could not understand the main idea of the sentence until I replaced Jesus with AT&T, and I'm just wondering why that is. Is because the topic is about Jesus that it blocks your comprehension? Because you got it as soon as I replaced it with AT&T.
Well, you could have replaced it. You didn't have to replace it with anything. You could have just read it the way it was.
But you read it. But you read it.
But I didn't. Okay, so right now I have like these dark shades on, and they're like chromance.
Yeah, but
so
you
I
read
can't
it.
really.
You read it out loud. We heard you say every word, and you still didn't get it.
I understand. I didn't understand that it was a complete sentence. I thought it was. I didn't read the. I just. I don't know how to explain this to you. I just wasn't able to comprehend it fully off first glance. Plus, I am moving right now.
I understand that you didn't comprehend it on first glance, but when the second glance, when you read the whole sentence, you still didn't understand it, right? So I'm asking, like, is it because it's about Jesus that it blocked your comprehension? Like, were you already on the defense or something? Is that what stopped you from understanding it?
Oh no, there is no defense. I was just I mean, no. I mean, I don't think it blocked my understanding. I feel like I understand it perfectly. I just needed to read it to understand it. I needed to read it the way it was written to understand it. So if I didn't read it properly, I wouldn't understand it.
But you
So the
did
fact
read it
that you
properly the second time. You read it out loud properly the second
can we
time as a
can
whole
reset that?
sentence.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what's making me ask the question. Like the first time I get it, you didn't understand it because you didn't know what the word in red meant and you thought these were three different things, right? So the second time though,
Yeah.
you read it out loud as an entire sentence and you still didn't get it until I replaced Jesus with AT&T, and I'm just wondering why that is.
It's because of the way you read it. It's not the way my brain was reading it.
Okay.
The way you read it is the way it was supposed to be read. The way my brain was reading it was not the way it was supposed to be read. I don't know how else to
Yeah, I get that. I guess I was asking
relay
why.
that.
Yeah, I get that. I guess I was asking
Okay, so
why,
I
but
don't
that's
know why.
okay. Go ahead.
So yeah, you're basically saying that all of this is bad for humanity because Jesus forgives. I wouldn't say he has unlimited forgiveness because there's certain sin that is unforgivable. But I feel like he does have grace. I feel like grace is coinciding with forgiveness, and I feel like people in general know that, and so with their intellectual minds, they know that for for the time that they're alive and living on this earth, they can quote unquote take advantage of the grace and forgiveness that Jesus provides. Not everyone takes the grace and forgiveness as what it is there for. They take advantage of it, and that's a big thing that actually my church is actually talking about right now. Is the fact that a lot of people take God's grace and forgiveness for granted, and they take advantage because they know that they'll be forgiven. But if you think about it, if you truly, if you think that way, then God already knows that your heart isn't in the right place if you're just doing something because you'll be forgiven. You know what I'm saying? So unless you unless you change inwardly, because God is he sees the heart. He doesn't really see what a person does physically. I mean, yes, what they do physically has consequences, but in hindsight, God looks at the heart behind what a person does. The intention and all that good stuff that actually matter. So I don't believe that it's unlimited, but I believe that it's definitely taken for granted.
So you said that there are things that your God would not forgive that pertains to humanity. I know you can't possibly be talking about blaspheming because there's no harm to humanity if a person blasphemes, correct? You can't possibly
Not
be talking
necessarily.
about that,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
When the topic is bad for humanity. You can't possibly be talking about a person blaspheming your God's spirit when that apparently offends your God. When you say that there are things he won't forgive?
Yeah.
You are or you're not?
Well, I mean, you make a good point. The blasphemy is not necessarily impacting humanity, which is the topic. So, I mean, I guess I can just leave it as, people take advantage of God's forgiveness and God's grace.
Hold on,
And,
hold on, because it's my turn to respond. I don't want you to go into a whole nother explanation. I got what you said about the taking advantage part. But what I need to understand is there anything in your God's contract that affects humanity that your God will not forgive?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
Is there a limit on the amount of times that you can ask your God for forgiveness?
Well, yes. And I'm only saying yes because in the scriptures, Jesus forgave a man, it says that he forgave a man 70 times 700. So yes, it's very, I don't know how, but I feel like it's very peculiar that they that the scriptures have a math equation to kind of basically say how many times someone has been forgiven, because I feel like everyone with a sincere heart deserves, more chances, just more, I feel like everyone deserves more chances, you know what I mean? But sincere chances, not, like not trying to, take advantage. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah,
but
but the
did I
book
answer the
doesn't.
question? Or?
No, because the book doesn't say your Jesus forgave anybody 77 times. What you're talking about is when Peter asked him, if my brother sins against me, how many times shall I forgive him? And your
And
Jesus
then,
said not 7 times, but 70 times 7 or 7 times 7, right? And he's basically saying as many times as you need to, right?
well,
That's 490 times per person. How many times do you think in your lifetime one person will come to you and ask you for forgiveness?
well, it hadn't been that much. I can
Right.
tell you that. I don't know.
Yeah. So that's referring to humans forgiving humans. Where is the limit on how many times you can go to your Jesus and ask for forgiveness?
Well, in the scriptures, it says that if you do not forgive, then Jesus won't forgive you.
Right. So if you
And so
forgive, how many times can you go to your Jesus and ask for forgiveness?
I believe you can go and ask him for forgiveness, however many times you need to.
So an unlimited number of times?
I mean, I guess you can say, I guess you can say unlimited, but I don't think it's bad for humanity, though.
Okay. So unlimited forgiveness creates the opportunity for unlimited sin, correct?
No.
Why would you need our unlimited forgiveness?
Unlimited,
I'm
it's
sorry.
the
I'm
other way
sorry. Do you hear
around.
me speaking? Why would you need unlimited forgiveness if you could not sin an unlimited amount of times?
Okay, makes sense. All right. Okay.
Now we
If
can
you
talk
put a
about
question
why
like,
you don't think that's bad for humanity.
okay, cool. Yeah, I don't think it's bad for humanity because there are people in humanity that benefit from being forgiven rather than some people in humanity that don't benefit from being forgiven, that are just trying to, like I said, take advantage of the forgiveness, so you have both sides.
Well, if it's there for them to use, I don't see why they wouldn't take advantage of it, right?
Abuse, rather.
Right. It's there for them to abuse it. I mean, it's offered by your God. And he
But not
paid the
for
cost.
abuse.
I'm sorry, he doesn't say it's not there for abuse. It's unlimited. You can go to him an unlimited amount of times and ask for forgiveness. And you said that you don't think that it's bad for humanity, yet you brought up a really good point that unless you forgive those who harm you, your Jesus won't forgive you. So when a young child is raped by their father, they're told that if you don't forgive your father for raping you, then you're going to go to hell because Jesus won't forgive you for your sins. You think that's a good thing to put that type of guilt on a victim of abuse?
I don't think it's a good thing, but I think it is necessary for the what do you call it? I think it's necessary for the future of the child, you know, because me, for one, if that happened to someone, like my first thing wouldn't be, oh, forgive them, you know, but when I see something or when I see someone that is struggling with unforgiveness, it's only harming them because the person that did the deed isn't harmed. So unforgiveness isn't for the other person, it's for the victim.
Like, who told y'all that? Like, forgiveness does not require, forgiveness does not institute any type of healing. Like, therapy institutes healing, right? Doing the work institutes healing. Like, forgiveness does not do that. And how quickly would you forgive a man for raping you?
I wouldn't do it. It would not be quick. Like I said, that wouldn't be my first thought to forgive them. That would not be my first thought. And I'm not telling anyone to just go out, forgive them and act like nothing happened, because that's not realistic. But
so you would be without your Christ for how long? How long would you give up Jesus?
Can I land a statement?
Like you go, do you realize that you go really long? You are really long-winded, and a lot of things that you say don't have anything to do with the topic. And so I'm trying to keep us on topic and move it forward. Do you realize that you're doing that?
I feel like I'm responding to everything you're saying on topic.
If you're reading the comments, well, you probably can't because you're driving, but like you're long-winded. And you're not addressing the topics. Like you're saying things, right?
Okay.
But they're not pertaining to the topic. So I need your answers to be more concise, right? So that we can move forward.
Okay.
And if, like you said that you would not forgive, does that mean that you would be without your Jesus until you are able to forgive?
I did not say I would not forgive.
You said you wouldn't do it immediately.
Yes.
Right. Does that mean that you would be without your Jesus until you are able to forgive?
I don't understand the question.
Jesus will not forgive you of your sins until you forgive, correct? Okay. So while you are forgiving this man for raping you, then you cannot go to your Jesus and seek forgiveness, correct?
I mean, if you put it like that.
Well, that's how you put it.
I mean, that's how the scriptures put it.
Right.
Not me.
Right.
But
so if you don't forgive him,
you got to read it in context as well.
Well, you just said that if a child was raped, you said that it makes sense, right, for that child to forgive their father for raping them because it would be bitter, right? You brought up the fact that unless you forgive your brother, then you cannot get forgiveness from your God. So while you are working on forgiving the man who rapes you, you would be without your Christ, right?
I mean, for the argument.
It's not for the argument. I think it's interesting that when it's your ass being raped, like there is some confusion there. But when it was the child, you were ready to answer. And yes, it makes sense to have that child forgive her father or his father for raping them. But now there's like some hesitation and some confusion in that answer.
You said where's the confusion? I mean, you're making it seem like when I say that, I mean like for someone that has already made up in their mind that they're not going to forgive somebody. Like When you harbor unforgiveness as a lifestyle, you've already made up in your mind that you're not going to forgive this person no matter what, then that's a different story. But like, if you're trying to like, and then like if you're not a Christian as well, like it's even harder. Like if you're not a Christian, you're not gonna know that this unforgiveness is hurting you or is harming you inwardly. You know what I mean? You're gonna just live with it your entire life. But then as a believer, you know what I'm saying, you ultimately have to understand that at some point in time you have to forgive the other person for your own sake. Like what does forgiving someone do? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't do nothing for the other person.
So my question to you was, while you are working on forgiving the man for raping you, are you without your Jesus? I didn't say anything about harboring a life of unforgiveness. I didn't say anything about making the decision that you will never forgive.
But I already
I'm
answered
sorry.
that.
I specifically said, while you're working on forgiving the man that raped you, are you without your Jesus?
No.
So you can go to your Jesus and ask for forgiveness of the things you do while you're working on forgiving the man who raped you.
Yes.
So then you go against what your Jesus said.
But you're working on it.
Unless you forgive. He didn't say work on forgiveness. He actually said before you come to him, go and reconcile.
Yeah, but you got to understand that there's humanistic aspects to everything. Like, Jesus is saying this, but he also understands that you are a human being.
Can you show me that in the text?
Show you what in the text?
That Jesus understands that you're working on forgiveness and that you can still get forgiveness.
I mean, he knows
I'm
everything.
sorry. Let me finish, please. Can you show me in the
You don't let me
text? Can you
finish.
show me in the text where he says, I know you're working on forgiveness and you can still come to me and be forgiven while you're working on forgiveness?
I've never seen that in the text.
So you just made it up?
You asked me while I'm working on forgiveness. You asked the question.
Yeah, and
about
you made
while
up the answer?
No, I answered you.
You made it up. It's not biblical.
Yeah, but that question isn't biblical either.
Yes, it is. He literally says, forgive your brother so that your father may forgive you. That's biblical.
Yeah, but but also it says that God looks at the heart. So if in your heart you want to forgive this person, but you're struggling, God sees that.
It doesn't say that he will forgive you if you haven't forgiven.
I'm just telling you what else the Bible says as well.
But it does not say that he will forgive you if you have not forgiven. Like, you all make the rules according to whatever suits you. Like, when it was the child, you were gung-ho for, yes, that child needs to forgive. When it was your ass, now all of a sudden, you need to work on forgiveness, and you can still be forgiven while you work on forgiving that man for raping you. Like, that's crazy. And this is why I say that this contract is bad for humanity. It's not well defined. You all can do bad shit and then go to this Jesus and you forgive yourself, because you're not getting some postcard from your God that says, I x-rayed your heart and I can tell that you really are sorry. Like, or I can tell that you really aren't sorry, forgiveness denied. Like, you decide whether your God has forgiven you or not. No one else decides that for you.
I feel like he decides it.
Who speaks to the God? Who speaks for the God to you?
Who speaks for him?
To you.
He speaks for himself.
How do you know he's speaking to you?
I mean, it's just you just, like, when you have a relationship with him.
Right. Who tells you God is speaking to you? How do you know?
The scriptures.
So the scriptures ring you and say, that guy, God is speaking to you right now?
Well, when I read the scriptures, then I get spoken to.
Who tells you that it's your God
I don't
speaking
have to be
to
told.
you? Who? My fucking gosh, like, I swear. How do you know
Jonathan.
that the voice in your head or the thoughts you are getting come from your God? Who decides that?
Phone number?
They're so fucking arrogant. It's ridiculous.
Hold on, I'm cashing something out. I don't want to talk to people at the same time.
Why do they join the live when they're fucking busy? Like, it's so inconsiderate to put everybody else on hold while they do their shit. Like, come back when you're done.
I'm here.
No, you're
I'm
not.
listening.
No one
Okay.
wants to be keep being put on hold while you handle your shit.
I'm just dropping something off at the store.
Well, you
for
put
my
us
boss.
on hold. That is inconsiderate.
How is it inconsiderate? And I'm telling you, you're on hold.
We're not at your behest. When you are done, come back.
Yes, we have this in this color.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Fuck.
How's it inconsiderate if I'm telling you I'm being inconsiderate?
Praying ground.
Oh, hello. Good morning.
Good morning. How old are you?
35.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a Christian and I'm a believer in the
Okay.
of Jesus.
All right. There's 3 topics on the screen. Which one did you come up to discuss?
Question 1. Jesus unlimited sin, unlimited forgiveness. Contract is bad for humanity.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. If you read Romans chapter 6, it says you cannot take God's grace for granted, like continue sinning and expect grace to abound. So that Romans chapter 6 talks about you can't continue sinning and continue expecting grace.
What's the cutoff?
The cutoff of what?
Of how many times you can sin and get grace.
That's the humanistic perspective. You are expecting a time.
Yeah. How does a person know that they're no longer getting grace for their sins?
How does a person knows? It's in your heart because
Who decides what's in your heart?
Please let me finish.
No, we need to move fast. Who decides what's in your heart?
Okay, so you and God, you are the one in that relationship.
Right,
And
but who decides, who speaks for the God to you?
Can I finish, please?
Who speaks for the God? You answered the question. Who speaks for the God to you? No, y'all come up here wanting to preach. It's not the place to preach.
I'm not asking
you answered the question. You said it is you and God. Who decides? Who decides who decides God is speaking in your heart? Who decides that?
Did you hear your question?
Who decides who's speaking? That when God is speaking to your heart, who decides that?
The other party of the contract.
Which is you?
You are the one that commit the offense. God is the one that is other party.
Who decides what God is saying to you?
God, what did that have to do with me?
Who decides that God is speaking to you?
What are you saying? Who decides?
Is the conversation between you and God audible?
Yes.
Or is it? What did I just ask you?
And God.
What did you said yes before I finished the fucking question? What did I just ask you? What was my question?
Please be respectful.
I don't owe you any fucking respect. You started talking while I was talking. Respect went out the window the moment you fucking did that shit.
Didn't you just cut me off when I was answering your question?
What was the question I asked you?
Please be respectful.
I don't owe you any fucking respect. The moment you started talking while I was talking, that shit went out the fucking window. So you can stop asking for it. You didn't earn it. What question did I ask you?
Please.
I don't owe you any fucking respect. I'm going to tell you the same shit over and over again. The moment you disrespected me, you are getting back exactly what you dished the fuck out. I don't owe you respect. You didn't fucking earn it. What question did I ask you? What question did I ask you?
Yelling doesn't make you.
What question did I ask you? Right, yelling doesn't make me right. What I say makes me right. What question did I ask you? Y'all don't have to mute him. What question did I ask you? You men trip me out coming up here just expecting fucking respect that you don't goddamn it give. You're on mute. You have to come off mute. If you're done, then leave.
I don't know why they start freaking out every time they realize that they're forgiving themselves. Like, you're basically talking about an internal process from start to finish, and then trying to say that you don't have unlimited sin. Like, they're just lying to themselves.
Like, it's ridiculous. Like, the whole please respect for fucking what? You didn't respect me? And then how you gonna hold on to a belief, do unto others as you would have others do unto you? And the moment you disrespect me, I disrespect your ass back. That's your motherfucking worldview. You need to take that up with your Jesus. That's what the fuck he told you to do. How you treat me is how I'm gonna treat you. Remember, if you are in the guest request and you are a fan club member or a super nerd, I need you to put a nerd emoji in the chat. That guy, are you done with your errands?
Yeah, I'm yeah, I'm doing my errands.
Go ahead.
So can we agree that because I feel like, you know, on the basis of like respect and stuff like that, like
I'm
I feel
sorry,
like
you were not a part of that conversation, and so I'm not going to talk about that with you.
no, but
I'm not
kinda,
going to talk about that with you. You were not a part of that conversation, so no.
okay. So okay. All right. All right. What do believers taste? Okay. So I forgot where we left off, but
You were talking about how it's different for you when you get raped versus a child when it comes to forgiveness.
well, I feel like forgiveness is something that it's like something that you have to grow to understand. You know, like I feel like as a child, you can't expect the child to forgive somebody because the child doesn't really know what it means to truly forgive someone, you know? So it's like you got to let them be emotional. You got to let them go through their humanistic things that, you know, grief and resentment and blah, blah, blah. Like you got to let the child grow up and grow through those things and hope that they can encounter the true meaning of forgiveness, you know, because something like that is it's very traumatic, you know. I don't think there's a difference between me and a child. Well, yeah, the only difference between me and a child is the age gap and knowing what forgiveness actually means and what it means to forgive, you know.
You said that you don't think that is bad for humanity, yet you brought up a really good point that unless you forgive those who harm you, your Jesus won't forgive you. So when a young child is raped by their father, they're told that if you don't forgive your father for raping you, then you're going to go to hell because Jesus won't forgive you for your sins. You think
Well,
that's
it's
a
not.
good thing to put that type of guilt on a victim of abuse?
I don't think it's a good thing, but I think it is necessary for the what do you call it? I think it's necessary for the future of the child, you know, because me, for one, if that happened to someone, like I wouldn't my first thing wouldn't be, oh, forgive them. Hello? You know, but When I see something or when I see someone that is struggling with unforgiveness, it's only harming them. But I have future of for the what do you call it? I think it's necessary for the. I think it is necessary. Don't think it's a good thing, but I think it is necessary. I don't think it's a good thing, but I think it is necessary for.
So your original answer has changed. Oh, well, he left.
He
Well,
was trying to
then.
pretend like he couldn't understand it was a playback of him talking.
Well. It was no longer necessary when it became his ass.
Bruh, I don't know what's going on with TikTok, bruh.
Mm.
All I'm doing is hearing myself play back what I said freaking
Yeah, I played it back on
20 minutes.
purpose. I played it back on purpose, and then you left when I explained that your.
Because I thought it was
I played it back on
glitching.
purpose, and then you left when I explained that your answer has now changed.
I thought it was glitching. My answer didn't change. I would have said the same thing again.
You
I
said
don't know.
it
I
was
thought
necessary when it was the child. You said it was necessary for the child to forgive their father for raping them because in the long run, it will affect the future of that child.
yeah, it is
Right?
necessary.
hmm When I quoted the scripture that your Jesus said that you have to forgive those who harm you, forgive your brothers and who sin against you, so that your father can forgive you. You said it was necessary, but the moment that the rape became for you, it was, well, it's not necessary for me to forgive them in order for me to be forgiven, because Jesus knows that I'm working on forgiveness.
Yeah, forgiveness doesn't just happen in one day. You know, it's not like you turn on a switch and now you're forgiven. It's just that's not how it works.
Yeah,
If
you
you think that's how it
changed
works,
it. You
that's
changed it from you need to forgive your brother so that Jesus can forgive you to now Jesus will forgive you while you work on forgiveness. You changed it.
well, you asked me a question and you said that if you're working on forgiveness, would God forgive you or something like that,
Yeah,
right?
that was after you were the rape victim. But when a child was the rape victim, it was you
hmm
have to forgive so that Jesus will forgive you. You then
Yeah,
changed
eventually.
it. You then changed it to you don't have to forgive so that you can get forgiveness because Jesus knows that you're working on it. You changed it.
Okay, I changed it. I mean, there's more nuance to the answer. I mean, you're just trying to make me say something like it's black and white, and it's not. And whatever, you can replay what I said every time. It doesn't matter. There's more nuance to answering these type of questions. And if you think that being forgiven happens in a day, or then that's you. But it's not like that. You know what I mean?
So you changed.
Okay.
You are the
Yes,
one
I
who
changed it.
brought up that you have to forgive your brother so that Jesus will forgive you. You brought that up. And the moment you became the rape victim, that was no longer the case. You changed it.
You asked me the question. Like, I didn't just go outright and change my answer. You asked me a different question.
I did
And I,
not.
and I so you
I
didn't
did
ask
not.
me while I was working on forgiveness?
Because you brought up the fact that you have to forgive so that Jesus will forgive you. And so
Okay.
I asked you, so while you're working on forgiving the
hmm
person who raped you, are you without your Christ?
Okay.
You changed it to, no, you don't have to forgive so that you can be forgiven because Jesus knows you're working on forgiving.
Okay. You're right. But I didn't change my answer to like something completely opposite of what I previously said. It
You
was just
did, because
an addition.
previously you said that you have to forgive in order to be forgiven. You changed it to you no longer have to forgive to be forgiven, because Jesus knows that you're working on forgiveness.
Yeah, but we see, when Jesus, I brought up the scripture, right? And then in the scripture that you said that they were talking about that someone else had to forgive someone else. Like basically you're talking about two people that are of age. You know what I'm saying? Like they're having a conversation. They're like grown people in a sense. You know what I mean? And they're
Where does it say
having
that?
I mean, that's just what the scripture implies. Like
It
there's
doesn't.
men. So the scripture implies that they're children.
It could be children. And
And they could be men.
in antiquity, 12-year-olds left their home and went and followed their teachers. Like Jesus's
Okay.
disciples could have very well been kids, could have very well been 12, 14, 15, 16, 17. Like, I don't know why y'all think that y'all read this book through a modern lens and you think that adults are 18 and over or 21 and over. These young girls in this text that were being married off and having babies were 12, 14, 16, 17 years old. They were minors. Because in antiquity, the moment
But
a
they weren't
young girl,
minors in
the
antiquity.
moment a young girl got her period, she was married off in antiquity. A young boy was considered a man at 14 years old in antiquity. And they were married off or sent to a pederistic relationship at 14.
Okay. So in antiquity, they weren't minors.
Oh my fucking gosh.
I'm just
Did she
asking.
not just explain that to you in detail? Why do you feel like you got to tell her?
No, what I'm saying is she's saying that they were minors, but that's like for like
They
America.
are minors, but they were
Yeah,
not
for
classified
American.
as such, is what she said.
No, they weren't classified as minors where they were from.
Right. She said they are minors, but were not classified as such in that time.
So basically in hindsight, that they weren't minors in that area.
So a 12-year-old is an adult just because a community, a culture says they are.
That's what they say.
So this is
Answer
talking
the
about
question, though.
talking about adults then. So it's including 12-year-olds, correct? A 12-year-old mind should be able to forgive their rapist. Is that correct?
It doesn't matter if you're 12. No, it's not correct.
Right. It does exactly. So a 12-year-old mind is no different than a 12-year-old mind today. Back then.
That's arguable, but
make the argument. What's different about a 12-year-old's mind, their mental development in antiquity versus today?
their environment.
I said their mental development.
Yeah, their environment. It helps. It's a product. Their environment forms their mental development. Like all
So
that
a
matters.
12-year-old. So a 12-year-old back then could
Did I answer your
handle.
question?
No, it didn't. A 12-year-old back then could handle a 40-year-old man pouncing up and down on them. Is that correct? They didn't have any fear, any pain. They didn't hope for somebody to save them because they were 12 and they desired it. They wanted it. They were
this is
okay
a
with
different
it.
question.
I'm sorry. They were okay with it because they were in that environment, right? Is that right?
I don't know.
Well, that's what you just said.
No.
You just said that their environment is what makes them more mentally mature. That's what you just said.
It forms their mental development. That's what I said.
Okay. So in Sudan, young girls are still married off to older men, and that's their environment. Are you saying that little girls in Sudan today can mentally handle being married off to 40-year-old men?
I didn't.
50?
Okay,
I'm sorry.
yeah, so
You
like-
are saying that the environment is what makes their mental ability, their mental development different than a 12-year-old today. So in Sudan, the environment is still that young girls are married off to older men. Are you saying that those young girls in Sudan are mentally more developed than the 12-year-olds in America?
No. What I am saying is that the environment forms their development. Meaning,
that's the same thing.
Hold on. Their environment forms their development. That basically just means that due to the environment that they're living in, their mental development is forced to go like fast to be fast forward, like
right.
Yeah, but that doesn't
that's
mean
what
that
you're saying.
But that doesn't mean that they like it or accept it. But
You're
that's just
saying
how
that
it
they can
is.
handle it. You're saying that a 12-year-old can handle being married off to a 40, 50-year-old, 25-year-old man just because that is their environment. And their mental capabilities are more developed at 12 versus a 12-year-old who is not in that culture. That's what you're saying.
I said it the way I said it.
Yeah.
I asked around and they said they were negotiating my dowry. My mother was in agony. But my father said, it is the only way out of poverty. I'm seated in the corner of my room. Too young to understand. Too scared to say no. I keep asking myself. How can I marry a man who is as old as my father? But my aunt told me, it is our culture, and I had to abide by it. The same tiny hands that held my father's hand. Tiny hands. Are now holding my so-called husband's hand. I'm too embarrassed. Because when my
What is
class
playing?
studies,
Is this another glitch?
I'm forced to be a wife to a stranger. They washed away my dreams and sucked my destiny. Because poverty couldn't set me free. I am seen as a liability whose man can be traded for cattle. As my classmates carry their bags to school, I was made to carry out my house duties. My body is so tiny, that I can't even stretch across a king-size bed. And yet, nobody came to rescue me. My story should not be another guy's story. Let girls learn, let girls dream, let girls grow, not as bright but as future leaders.
That is a school of young girls in Sudan talking about how they are scared when they are married off to these older men, how their bodies are tiny and tired, how they wish that they could go to school, they could be children. They're not even tall enough or large enough to spread out across a king-size bed, but they're made to lay down with grown-ass men who take advantage of their... I'm sorry, I'm talking. And you think this shit is funny?
No, I said I would be scared too.
Why the fuck are you laughing?
It's because every time you say I'm talking, you don't realize you do that to the other person.
Then maybe you shouldn't talk while I'm talking.
And maybe you shouldn't do it either.
I will do what the fuck I want to do.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That's why I'm laughing.
Yep. Then bye. Who gives a damn?
I mean, I'm listening. I'm listening.
You will not be. You will not do what I do on my motherfucking stage.
Oh, okay. I mean, I can laugh.
Who gives a fuck if you fucking laugh?
You do, obviously.
Like, I swear, y'all are childish than a motherfucker. Like, y'all are selfish and childish, conceited, narcissistic, and liars. And like I said, you changed the fucking commandment regarding forgiveness when it was your ass on the fucking line. Y'all don't give a fuck about children. You don't give a fuck about women. You don't give a fuck about young girls. You only care about your motherfucking self. And to protect your motherfucking booty hole, you change the words of your God and you add to it.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that people that have kids, or like, why would I not care? I don't understand. Why would I not care about children?
I mean, you just fucking showed us that.
You played a video.
You just fucking showed us that. And as I was explaining to you what the fucking video was, your ass was disruptive and laughing about it.
I didn't know what was playing.
I was explaining it to your ass the same way I had to explain to you how to read the fucking topic you chose.
Okay, so you explained to me what the video was, which I understand. And you're saying that this is a video of women or little girls basically saying that they're scared. And that's a normal reaction. I would be scared too. What is the problem? Why? Like, I agree with the video. What's the?
I swear, when motherfuckers try to enter an intellectual conversation and they expect that the person that they want to talk to be both sides of the conversation, to be the only intellectual person conversing in that conversation, it is fucking tiring. Out as tiring as these little girls are saying their bodies are being married off to grown ass men.
I'm literally agreeing with you though, ma'am. Like, I agree with what you're saying. I completely share the same sentiment that it should not be like that. What is the problem?
The fact that you keep fucking asking what is the problem, like, I don't have time to give you a synopsis of where the fuck we were in the conversation.
Bro, you brought up the video because we were talking about their minds being mentally whatever. Like, I said that, yeah, it's not their minds forming or being mentally developed, blah blah blah. Like, it could be mentally developed in a bad way. Like, that stuff can mentally corrupt a kid's mind, but their mind is developed, and it's developed in a way where, you know,
you were literally saying they were adults. You were saying a 12-year-old could have an adult mind because of their environment. That's what the fuck you said.
You said that.
You said that. You said that the scripture were about adults. And I literally said, no, it's not. In antiquity,
no, you said it could
literally
not
said,
be.
no, it's not. In antiquity, these were people that were 12, 14, 15, 16. I said Jesus' disciples could have been all teenagers. You are the one who said that it was about adults.
Okay, so what's wrong with me saying it's about adults? Like, you're saying that they could have been children? I'm saying they could have been adults. What's wrong with me saying that?
You literally said it was only adults. Did you forget why you even said that shit?
Bruh,
did you forget why you
just
said
that? We don't know how old they were.
Did you forget why you said it was only adults? Did you forget why you even posited that?
No, I didn't forget.
Why did you posit that?
Because when we were bringing up the scripture, you were like, I mean, the scripture had said that like, basically you should forgive the other person that harmed you 70 or times 7 or something like that.
Why did you posit that it was about adults?
Because he's talking like intellectually with somebody else. I just would assume that it was about adults.
Why did you bring up that it was about adults? You don't even remember, do you?
I'm the one that brought it up. I'm the one that remember. How are you going to tell me why I brought it up?
Why? Why did you posit that it was about adults? You don't even remember.
Okay, are you going to let me tell you? I just told you.
I asked you 3 times. The first answer you gave me was wrong.
How is it wrong? And I'm the one that brought it up for my reason.
Because you brought it up because we was talking about a child being raped and a child forgiving their father.
No, but we were talking about the Bible scripture.
You said that the forgiveness, you said, is pertaining to adults, not
in the
children.
Scripture.
You said exactly. That's why you brought it up. Because you were trying to say that the scripture was about adults and not children.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. What's wrong with that?
Except the people back then, the young girls back then, who were being married off were children. The students, the people who were assigned to teachers in pederistic relationships, the males were children. And you said because of their environment, like they're still adults.
You said they could have been children, so you don't know.
Their ages back then, a girl was married off as soon as she got her period.
Are you 100% sure that they are children or not?
What's it? What? Hey, thinker. Hey, y'all.
Hey, Rhea.
What's the average age that a girl or a female would get her period?
I'm not a female. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. So you shouldn't be having. You see what I'm saying? Like, you shouldn't then go on. Your question should have been, "Hey, what is the average age?" Or you could have went and looked it up on fucking Google.
No, she
Because now
told me.
you're arguing and asking, "How do you know they're all adults?" If it says that by the time you hit puberty, you're considered an adult, don't you think you should use your quote unquote intellectual mind to go look up what that average age would be?
So do you agree with that statement? By the time you hit puberty, you're adult?
Why would I agree with that?
So why are you bringing that to my face?
Because your Bible, your belief system says so.
What? My belief? Okay.
Your Bible considers.
My Bible says what exactly?
Your Bible considers a woman of period age to be a girl of period age to be an adult.
Where does it say that in the Bible?
Okay, I'll get you the verse.
That a woman, a girl that reaches puberty or whatever is automatically an adult. Where does it say that?
So you can find it in Ezekiel 16 when your God is describing his chosen ones, right? When he starts to talk about when they hit puberty, he comes back and looks at her and says she's ready for love and she's ready to be married. So that's you. And then Thinker is literally telling you, that in the cultural belief, they also saw children at puberty age or getting their period as quite literally being an adult. So what exactly are you arguing with?
Where in Ezekiel? Can you give me the scripture?
I said 16.
Can you read it for me?
No.
Oh, okay. Then you don't have a scripture.
Yeah, I'm not your mother. I gave you the scripture and I told you a synopsis of what the scripture is saying. You are going to have to go do that work. So that is your God describing, right, that the Israelites were now ready for marriage. They were now ready for him to take them after she hit puberty.
Can anyone else read the scripture?
No, I'm not. I don't know why the fuck. Like,
1 Corinthians 7:36. If any man thinketh he behaveth himself uncommonly toward his virgin, if she has passed the flower of her age and needs so require, let him do what he will. He sinneth not. Let them marry.
Okay. The flower of her age. What is that?
That is her period.
Okay.
Okay, so that is your book, right? Multiple verses that affirm what people want to do with other children that hit puberty. So is there something else you would like to contest?
But that's not like, okay, so when you say it's so okay, can you read it one more time for me? The Corinthians, right?
If any man thinks that he behaveth himself uncommonly toward his virgin, if she pass the flower of her age and need so require, let him do what he will. He sinneth not. Let them marry.
Hello?
Do you need permission to speak or something?
Oh no, I kind of was looking at something, trying to, figure out what that meant because I didn't know what that meant.
So you can look. You can't look up the verse, but you can go and look up an apologetic for it. That's great, and
I'm in the
that's why I didn't
Bible.
read it to you.
I'm in the Bible, actually. I don't know what you're talking about. I just can't be on my phone in the Bible and on the live at the same time, which I forgot. So, but yeah, so based on what you've just read, like I don't have any like context to it all, but based on what you just read, and you're saying the flower of her maturity or whatever, or virgin, like the Bible or God does not, like if the Bible says that God, like basically God has a strict rule about, harming children, and
Where?
well, it's in the Bible. Basically, like God doesn't want, like basically, the Bible. God does not want anyone or people to harm children specifically.
Your God tells you to stone disobedient children. If beating kids with stones is not harmful, I'm not sure what is.
Beating, he says, spare the rod. If you spare the rod, you spoil the child. I don't know what are you talking about, stones.
It's in the Levitical law that
That's
disobedient children should be stoned. What are we talking about?
the stoning specifically.
And
is in
Jesus
Deuteronomy.
brings it up.
He does.
Right.
So does Jesus not bring up if you spare the rod, you spoil the child? Like, do you know what that means?
I mean, you tell us, does Jesus bring that up?
But do you even know
I mean,
what
I've
it
seen
means?
it.
Do you know what it
I've
means
seen it
to
in the Bible.
spare the rod? Do you even know what that saying means? Do you even understand when they say that, what they're saying to do to the child?
Beat the
Spare
child.
the rod from
Yeah.
damage, from hitting the child. Spare the
Exactly.
rod from damage, from getting the child beaten. If you don't damage that rod, then the child is gonna be spoiled. Are you
Yes.
okay?
That basically means that giving your child a beating for like if the child is deserving of a
Spare
beating.
the rod. Spare the rod. Do you know what it means to spare something?
Yeah, to not use it.
Right.
Yes.
So what would you be using the rod for in that equation?
To beat the child.
So when it says spare it,
yes.
This is an
It says
He's
spare.
saying it's better to beat the child than to stone the child.
Exactly. It says spare the rod or you'll spoil the child.
And
so
that's
if you
not
don't,
harming the
Oh
child
my
at
God.
all.
it's
I'll be back, y'all. I gotta use the bathroom.
Can we
if you
just set the
beat.
baseline? I'm sorry. Can we just
Oh
set
my
the
God.
baseline that you should not be hitting on children? Can we just say that? Like, I don't know why in
I will
2020.
beat
Hold on,
my
hold on,
child. I
hold
don't know
on a
about you
second.
and yours, but I
Hold
will
on.
beat my child if he deserves a beating.
Well,
So
that's because you are a dangerous person. That's
really,
just it. Yes, absolutely.
so it's
Anytime you hit,
dangerous to beat a child.
I am so sorry. Can you stop speaking over me?
I should beat you for that. I should hit you
Exactly,
upside
Rhea.
your fucking head for that. I should
Yeah.
slap you every time you come off fucking mute. I wish I could.
The only thing you teach children when you beat them is that older people and more powerful people have control over them. Hitting children is always about the emotions of the person that's hitting them. Hitting children does not teach them anything other than violence. And you all learn this from your violent ass God. Children know languages that you communicate with them in. If you don't realize that in 2026 that an effective form of discipline is not hitting your fucking children, I don't think you should have children. What is wrong with y'all?
And beating your chest to hit another human being that can't defend themselves. A
Exactly.
smaller person.
You got a
a person that's
3-year-old.
half your size.
Right. And what you're basically showing this child is that you have no emotional regulation, that you don't know how to communicate effectively. Because if the only way I can communicate to a child not to go across the street or run in traffic is to beat the shit out of them, the problem is not with the child. The problem is with the adult.
Well, you're saying, I mean, to like my definition of beating my child isn't what you guys are envisioning.
Are you hitting them?
Yeah, I am.
Are you causing pain?
them? Yeah, are you causing them physical pain?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
That's a
so you're
problem.
beating them. Like,
You're
what the
beating
fuck?
them.
You're abusing
I
them.
said that already.
That is
though.
literal abuse.
But no, it's not.
Yes, it is. Causing physical harm to another person that did not do shit to you. That child didn't do a fuck thing to you for you to cause them physical harm. That is abuse.
Okay, so have you ever gotten beaten before?
Yes, that's how I know it's wrong to do it to a small child. Even a human, even right now, when you go and hit another adult, whether they're living in your house or not, you get arrested for fucking assault. But when you're hitting a child that's defenseless, y'all get to do that. Congratulations.
What's the address, please?
1588 Southwest 24th Street.
1588?
Yes,
Yeah,
1581.
that is Rhea. Lala's not on stage right now.
Southwest, it's 24th. Yeah. There you go. All right. Kate Plumbing.
He lied about his errands being done. He came back and he's still doing errands while he's having a conversation with us.
And
he should be beat for that. I should beat your ass for fucking lying. I should cause you physical pain because you're an adult that's lying.
Rhea,
I wish I
Don't
could.
get violated. Don't get violated. Because TikTok will think you're threatening him and violate you.
So if I tell my child to do something, see, like my first instance is not to beat my child. Never, ever am I gonna, that's gonna be the first thing to do. If I tell my child, because children are naturally defiant. They're gonna want to ask you why. They're gonna want to not do it. They're gonna want to do what they want to do.
How
That's
is
just
asking
children.
why defiance? What the fuck is
Those are
wrong
two
with
different
y'all?
things. Those are two different things.
I'm
I
sorry.
said defiant, and then I said they're gonna want to ask why. Those are two
You
different
said
things.
asking why is an example of defiance.
No, I did
Asking,
not.
what
That's
did you
what
just say?
interpreted.
What did you just say?
I said that children are gonna want to do what they want. They're gonna want to ask why. I'm listing things.
Thinker, can you roll it? Can you
Yeah.
roll that sentence back?
Please.
Yeah, roll it back. Roll it back.
Please. Because I got
mean,
whoopings on deck.
Roll it back.
To be this adamant about wanting to hit on a child that's smaller than you is not the flex
Just
that
roll
you
it
think
back.
it is. Can you stop speaking over me?
Are naturally defiant. They're gonna want to ask you why. They're gonna want to not do it. They're gonna want to do what they want to do. Fine. Oh, okay. If I what does that say? Tell my child, because children are naturally defiant. They're gonna want to ask you why. They're gonna want to not do it. If I tell my child, because children are naturally defiant. They're gonna want to ask you why. They're gonna want to not do it. They're gonna want to do what they want to do. That's just children.
So you said exactly what she said you said.
No, no, I didn't. She said it was an
We're
example.
giving examples of defiance.
No, that's your interpretation. I'm just
So you're telling me
listing
that
things.
you're telling me that first sentence about defiance is completely detached from the examples that you started giving?
Defiant is its own word.
Oh wow.
So if someone is defiant,
What
and
were
if
you
someone
giving
does-
examples of?
characteristics of a child.
You weren't. you would have said,
Oh my gosh.
children have these characteristics. They are defiant. You said that children are defiant. They're going
I
to
said
want to
they're
ask
going to
why.
want to be. So exactly.
That's what
So
you said. Just
that's
own
a different way of saying characteristics. Yeah, I
You
didn't use
lie
the
a
word
lot.
characteristic.
You lie
They
a
lie
lot.
so quickly and so easily. It's insane.
Bro, you're
But they will go and physically harm a child for doing the same thing. Children that don't even have the same brain capacity as them. But you lie so flippantly.
bro. It doesn't matter about brain capacity. The Bible says train a child up in the way that they should grow, so they will not depart from God.
It
So like
doesn't
if
matter about brain capacity. And this is why y'all will continue to vomit shitty human beings. It doesn't matter about brain
what makes
capacity.
a human being
Children
shitty?
do not have the capacity. People, human beings, don't have the capacity to reason until they're 7, until they're about the age of 6, 7. They don't have the capacity to reason because that part of their brain has not developed yet. It doesn't matter about brain capacity.
Okay, so what's wrong with beating a child at 6, 7?
What
I don't
was that
understand.
last part, Rhea?
It doesn't matter about brain capacity.
What does it matter if I beat a child at 6, 7? What does it matter?
What did you just say?
If I beat my kid at 7 or 6 years old, then would that make it okay
No,
to you guys?
dumbass. Are you fucking okay? They're
What are you
just
giving me
learning
ages
how to
for?
reason. Why would you then beat them for that? Are you fucking all right?
Yeah, I'm coming in now. Yep, just give me a second. All right, man, I'm coming right in. Yeah.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
Hey, Lords.
Hey, Lord.
Do you know that according to RAND, um, between 30 and 50% of child abuse
Mm-hmm.
uh, is done by a household, a family member, and 68% of child abuse is done by a household member, right? 90% of abuse of children is done by people they know. Only 10% of child abuse is done by strangers, right? I just want y'all to remember this when this guy is talking, right? Just remember this because the chances of him getting his ass knocked between a washer and a dryer when he was 7 years old is like 90% or greater, right?
Mama, he
And that's
literally
why he
asked
said
me if
he
I
will.
was beaten. He
And
asked
if you
me if
know,
I was beaten,
and
like it
if you
was a normal
notice, he
thing.
doesn't say I will spank my child. He says I will beat them. He keeps using that word. I will beat them.
I
Right?
think
That was
That's
the
what he
that's
word
a
that
said.
was
different.
being commonly
That's
used
it.
throughout the conversation.
But I even
No,
think
you
that
brought it
that
up, sir.
spanking,
I'll use the term spank, whatever you want to use.
spank,
I don't care.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Spanking
Exactly.
and well, can you stop? Like, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, because his
You're
mama
making
used
a
to knock him
distinction.
between a washer and a dryer. This is the
You're making
proof.
you're pointing out a difference without any distinction whatsoever. You may say spank to make it sound a little less brutal and a little less violent. You are still physically hitting a child that cannot protect themselves against you because you lack the emotional regulation or the linguistic capacity to articulate what you need that child to do and why. That is a failure on the adult's part, always. Y'all don't read shit. Y'all don't care about the type of children that you are creating because they become the adults who don't know how to emotionally regulate, who don't know how to solve any problems without hitting someone. Y'all are setting the precedent because that precedent was set for you by your God.
You know, that's how it starts, though, right?
Because they have no patience. Their self control is supernatural, so they never actually really develop it. They don't know
Yep.
how to deal with a 2 year old with terrible twos. They don't know how to deal with a curious 5 year old who's just now learning about the world around them and knowing how to actually comprehend the sentences that they are forming. Like they don't have the fucking patience for all the questions. Why? They don't know how to deal with a teenager who's learning about their body or learning about the world. They lack self-control. So they take it out. All the problems that they have at work, all the problems they have in their marriage, all the self-hatred they have by them not accomplishing whatever dreams they had when they was fucking 9 years old, they take it out on their children.
That sounds like someone that's living a very hard life. Me,
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing.
you're
Because guess
supposed
what?
to
You
you're
don't,
supposed to
because
take it
guess what? That
with a
physical
grain of
harm that you
salt.
caused, did you do it one time? Did you do it once and then that behavior was completely corrected? You
No,
just
what
hit the
happens
child
is
once. Okay, so you've been continuously causing this child harm. The
what
same
happened.
way you can have patience and continuously talk to the child, but you're choosing physical harm. That is what you have to deal with, nobody else.
But what happens is, like I was saying before, if I the immediate response is not going to be to the immediate response is going to be talking, constant talking, and then sometimes and also it depends on
Sir,
how
and I
old the
could
child
tell.
is.
I could tell because see how excited you're getting when you're talking about this. This is what you do with your
What are you
children.
talking
And
about?
then listen, because you say, and
I'm a passionate
sometimes
speaker.
listen,
I've been
that's how
this
you
excited the
hold on.
entire time,
Hold on.
and you just cut me off though.
Hold on. But that's
I
how you
wasn't
get
even
with your
done.
that's how you get with your children. Listen, a major study by the National Institute of Justice found that 68% of
You gave
incarcerated
us all of the statistics
68%
already.
of incarcerated adult male felons reported early childhood victimization, such as physical abuse, SA, or neglect before the age of 12. 68% of adult male
That's
felons
unfortunate.
say that they were beaten less, like your child gonna be a felon.
Okay,
Reported that they were beaten,
that's
some type
unfortunate.
of abuse before the age of 12, with some targeted studies of violent offenders showing rates as high as 73 to
Mhm.
94%.
Y'all
Wow.
realize that their God gives them grace and mercy that they don't give their kids. And then they swear up and down that they're no longer under the law, but they go and they grab verses in the fucking Old Testament that makes it okay for them to beat their kids. Like they're incapable of giving their children the same grace and mercy that they say their Jesus gives them for fucking up. And what made me think about this is that somebody on YouTube said, "Why are you
Jesus
beating?"
beat
I'm
people.
sorry, I'm talking. Somebody on YouTube said, "Why hit the child? They are just using their free will that your God supposedly gave them. Your God ain't beating
Right.
y'all's asses today."
Right. But actually he do be
Jesus
beating
beat
their
people
ass.
though, guys.
He actually God do be beating their ass. If you notice every story they got be a story of just fucked up itness. Every story they give before they get to their God be a story of a bunch of fucked up itness. They be at the lowest of the motherfucking low. God be beating their ass and then waiting for them to say uncle.
But in all actuality, Christians go through the same shit that non-Christians go through. They ain't getting their ass beat no more than a non-believer.
Yeah, that's true. But but they will say it's because God was doing that to teach me something. Will do and I want to say I really came up here to say that the people here that even with the nerd badges, y'all have to deconstruct from more than just religion. Because if you say I'm not religious, but if my kids get out of line, I'm whooping that ass. So you mean to tell me if you get out of line at work, your boss can whip your ass, your manager could whip your ass? Because if getting out of line, right, is the only stipulation that a motherfucker need, then that means when you get out of line at work, your boss ought to be able to stomp you out.
I'm
You
looking,
shouldn't say
Muffy.
anything.
I'm trying to find out,
But
Muffy.
your boss don't own you.
You don't
You
own your
own your
kids,
You
bitch.
child.
own your children.
Let
What
me
is
tell
wrong
you
Own
with
your
something.
y'all?
children.
Oh
No,
my
you don't own
God.
your children. And let me tell you how you know. Because if you beat your child
Mm-hmm.
in front of a fucking mandated reporter, we gonna see how much you own your children. People get their children taken from them every day because they do not own their fucking kids.
Because
You
they don't
think
act
you
like they own their kid.
listen? You think you own
What
your
the
That is
kids?
fuck is
crazy
wrong
You
as
with
think
fuck.
you
y'all?
own your kids? Beat that motherfucker in front of a mandated
Own?
reporter and let's see.
They are not okay. Like y'all don't
If you,
realize
if
how
you, if
fucking
you,
can you stop? Did you hear me speaking? Y'all don't realize how fucking unokay y'all really are. Because you think the fact that you can tell that you've modeled your parenting after the God in this Bible because he is abusive. He thinks he owns everything, and you have replicated that template in dealing with a whole ass human being that you are supposed to love and nurture. Y'all don't deserve the children that you have.
what's saying that I don't
And
love them?
the fact that you are fighting in this conversation right now for your right to fucking abuse them, and you
No,
don't
no,
even
no.
care what
Beating
they,
and
well, you
abuse
don't
is too
even care.
different.
No, it's not. You don't even care to
Beating
look
and
at the,
abuse are two different.
they are not fucking okay. Like I can't with this man.
But will want us to go out there and put our lives on the line when the police beat y'all.
Yeah.
It's crazy that
Okay.
when one authority figure, you're an authority figure. When you beat your kids, that's okay. But when the police, who is an authority figure, beat y'all, that's not okay.
Like
That's not okay.
that's literally the definition of defiance. That's what they say y'all are doing on the street is defying them.
Exactly.
Like
Defying
you are
them.
not okay.
Yeah, but you're also not a child.
Right.
So you
Only
think
children
The
deserve
entire
that.
fuck.
so
You
you
as a
think
Right.
grown
children
ass adult, as a mature adult, think that
That's where
nobody
abuse
shut
comes
the
into
fuck up.
play,
You
though.
think that nobody should be hitting your grown ass, but it's okay for you to beat the shit out of a child? Whose
That's
body
not.
is
See,
weak,
you're
whose
saying
body
beat
is
the shit
weaker
out
than
of them.
yours,
That's not doing
whose
that.
body is weaker than yours. Like, this is what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, you motherfuckers will come in here and whine about us yelling at you or cursing you the fuck out, but you'll go and yell and curse at your fucking kids and beat your
I'm
kids and
not
take your
whining.
fucking frustration out on the kids. You literally just sat there and said, yeah, when Lord said, but you expect us to fucking get in the streets and fucking protest if a cop beat your fucking ass while you go home and beat your fucking child.
So
Like
did I beat my child
y'all
like
are
how the cop beat
insecure.
me?
Y'all are insecure and
There's a
dangerous as
difference.
fuck. Y'all are insecure and dangerous as fuck.
There's a difference.
And y'all should not be parents.
But you don't see the difference, though?
Bro, there's no difference. You are an adult literally exerting physical harm on a child. That is you and a cop. They have more physical, like they're literally physically subduing you in that moment because they have authority over you. That
If
is
you're
what you're doing
handcuffed
to your child.
and
You're
unable to
causing them
move,
physical pain so they can be scared of that pain and not do that thing anymore, even though you have to then beat them again tomorrow. You're literally trying to explain, oh, I've talked to them already. Instead of you doing some self-reflection and saying, well, maybe my talking style is not working, you result to physical harm. Like I said, you choose that because you're lazy. You're a
and
lazy
Rhea
parent. So you
and
rather
Rhea.
beat the
most
child into submission. You rather cause them physical pain into submission instead of looking at yourself and trying to figure out why your child is not listening to you. You're a lazy fuck.
And this is exactly what
child
the police.
naturally doesn't
This
want to
is
listen,
exactly
though.
what the police say. He didn't listen to me, so I just pulled out my pew pew and let that nigga have it. He
A
was
child naturally
resisting
doesn't want
arrest.
to
Shut
listen.
up! Shut up! He was
Okay, mom.
resisting arrest. He was resisting arrest. So I just pulled out my pew pew and let that nigga have it. And you know what the Supreme Court says? Good for you, sir. Good for you, sir. That's what they say.
But you're comparing
I think
your physical strength to the physical strength of a child, an adult, a full-grown man hitting a child. You think you're gonna feel the pain the same way.
Dang, I feel like I'm being
You
jumped
think
right
your
now.
physical makeup does not
Look
play
how
in
weak
part
he
to
is.
how that violence would like
Like I'm feeling like I'm being jumped right now, like a grown ass man
I can't
can't.
even
You like
talk.
he can't even fucking take this shit. Yet a child is supposed to be
Oh,
able to take him
I
beating
can't
them.
talk, though.
Like what the entire fuck?
You guys are just
the
listening to
why
child
would
can't
they
yourselves.
talk
let you
either.
talk?
The
Every time
child
I
can't
talk,
talk
bro.
either.
Good
This is what
morning,
happened
y'all.
when there's no men in the chat.
That
There's no
guy, be
order.
quiet real quick. Hold on. That guy, be quiet real quick. I have something I came up here to say. How's everybody doing this morning? I will hope y'all was doing well
Amen.
before he came up here. I want to mention when you look up, is beating or spanking your child abuse? The first thing that comes up is yes, and there are multiple institutes and different psychologists that back the fact that this is abuse. And it's crazy because I bet he got his ass whooped as a child. And as we can see, he still has no self-control. He still don't know how to be respectful. He still don't know how to stop talking when somebody else is talking. So we know that
Exactly.
shit don't work. We know this does not work. And I've seen firsthand that you do not have to beat your child. I literally helped my mom raised my younger brother. I never had to put my hands on my younger brother. All you have to do is just reinforce what you're talking about. And that does not have to be physical. There are different ways to teach a child discipline, right? Like we could take away something they like he likes to watch Teletubbies. Okay, if he won't listen to me, you cannot watch Teletubbies today. And I will explain it to him. And my little brother is perfectly fine. He's 5. He knows how to talk about his emotions. He isn't scared of me or my mother. When he does something wrong, he's honest about it and he tells us he did that wrong thing. What beating a child does just makes them lie to you more. They're scared of you. They don't want to get a whooping. So this is also enforcing your kids. When they do something wrong, they're going to hide it from you. They're not going to tell you the truth and they're going to lie. And kids are not naturally disobedient. I don't know where the fuck you read that from, but they're not. What a kid is they're curious and they're inquisitive. So when you tell them things, of course they're going to wonder, why are they telling me not to do this? And that's when you need to explain, okay, this is why you don't do this. This is what happens. And if they go and do that, they will see what will happen, but you do not need to beat them. All you need to do is say, see, that's what happened. That's why I told you not to do it. Beating a child does not enforce anything. All it does is makes them scared. Like they will not want to talk to you about anything.
Can I say one
Or
thing,
something. No, I'm
please?
not done talking. See, look, that's how you know your mother beating you and your parents beating you did not help you. I'm
I'm
not
just
done
asking a
talking.
question.
I said no.
Okay, Mom.
You can wait till I get done talking.
All right.
Thank you. Like, what the fuck? Your mom beating you did not even help you. Like, you still disrespectful. You don't know what the fuck no
Are you
means.
done
Like,
talking?
no. Do you still
All
hear me
right.
talking?
Go
Do you still hear
continue.
me
Do you
talking,
ask?
bitch? Go
Do
on
you
mute.
ask your mama
The fuck?
if she done talking? No, because she gonna slap the piss out you. That's why you
Right.
don't ask that
Beat the
hoe that.
shit
Don't
out your
ask her.
dumb ass.
Because I
Cause
don't
you'll
have
be
respect for
scared.
anybody that doesn't have respect for me.
Why the fuck would
Like
I
your
have
mama,
respect for
that hoe
you
don't
and
have
you
respect for you. She used to beat your ass.
hold on, Lords?
She used to
Why would I
beat the piss.
have respect for you and
Mm-hmm.
you up here defending beating 6 and 5-year-olds that can't defend themselves?
I
They don't
didn't
even
give
have the
no age.
mentally capacity. Hey, shut the fuck up. Yes, you
I
did,
didn't give
bitch.
no, I did not.
Shut the fuck up. Yes, you did, bitch. Because when
I
we're
did not
talking
give
about
no
children,
age.
we're
Age.
talking about toddlers, bitch.
I
We're
didn't give
It's
no
talking about
age.
applicable at any
toddlers.
age.
We're
But it's
talking about
applicable at any
toddlers.
age,
I
though.
didn't
Like
give no
let's not
age.
forget that the age doesn't matter. It's a
I'm looking for
child.
what
It's
I
a
need.
power dynamic. The
You
age
said
does
that
not
the
matter.
clog is still there? Yeah.
Bitch, I
Nigga,
don't give a
why don't
fuck.
you
You
go to
shouldn't be
work,
beating
bitch?
nobody. Could you
Go send him. Go deliver
Yeah.
them people they food,
I'm gonna use
bitch.
the
Make
same
sure
thing I
my
use because, to be
sir, make
honest,
sure my Cokes is on the fucking shelf tomorrow when I go to the fucking store. Cause seem like you need to be at work. Seem like you need to be giving somebody something, bitch. Go unload that goddamn truck and leave us alone, bitch.
And is this not defiance? Are you supposed to be able to be doing this while you at work? This is why I say, you know what? Bosses now should be allowed to whoop y'all asses. Beat them.
but again, if somebody was to punch the fuck out of him every time he opened his mouth and interrupt one of us, he'd be looking dumb as fuck. He want to go press charges, but he can defend himself, right? 6-year-old, even like a 17-year-old, cannot defend themselves against a fully grown ass person that has on them. They cannot defend themselves. And Crystal, you pick me ass bitch. I hope somebody slap you across your fucking head, bitch. Sitting up here gifting him and he defending beating children. Are you okay, bitch? But I don't have respect for you because you sat up here and defended hitting kids and then also defended 12-year-olds getting married to fucking grown ass men. That is gross. And they sitting up here gifting you. But if you hit one of their fucking kids, they will want you in jail. That is fucking sick. That is sick as fuck. And y'all gifting him, that money y'all gifting him also goes to Thinker. He don't even get a big portion of that, you fucking idiots. Y'all are gross as fuck. And all of y'all need to be in prison. Who the fuck would beat a child that barely even understands?
I never
Brains
gave an
aren't even
age.
fully developed until our late 20s. And you don't have to get an age. When we're talking about children, we're talking about people that are under
Bye,
18,
Oso.
But
bitch.
he
Have a good
did,
day.
Maddie. He did. He
The
said, "Is
fuck?
it wrong to beat a 5 or 6-year-old?" He did give an
Like,
age. He said,
No,
"Is it
they
wrong to
brought up
beat a
the
5 to
age.
6-year-old?"
you stupid
You
ass
guys brought up
bitch.
the age first.
You nasty
I
bitch.
brought up the age of 7 to explain to oh my fucking god. You don't even understand the conversation that you're fucking having. You were asking me that after I told you that the brain capacity matters. Are you fucking okay?
But you brought up the age
Furby
though. I didn't
loves
bring up any number of
that
age.
guy. That
And then you
guy.
asked me if it was okay for you to beat a 7-year-old. Do you not
Furby.
remember that?
Yeah, but I'm
That
asking you
guy.
because
Someone
why are you
asked you a
bringing up
question.
age?
Someone asked you a question. It doesn't matter how old they are. It doesn't matter how old. If it's okay to hit children, do you hit other people's children?
I mean, if I get hit first, you know.
Nah, you
No,
stupid
I'm not
ass
talking.
bitch. Will you
I'm
discipline
no.
somebody else's
I'm,
child?
Oh
I'm
no, I will
asking.
not.
Will you hit other people's children? What do you
I
mean
will
if you
not.
get hit first?
I
Why
will
would a
not.
child hit you?
And then why the
Why would
fuck
a
would
child
you
hit you?
Hold on,
backhand a
Is it
Maddie.
because
child
you're
Hold
if
on,
they
Maddie.
short?
hit
Let
you?
Lord ask her question.
Why would a child hit you? Is it because you're short and you look like a child yourself? Why would a child hit you? Why would a child hit you? I mean, children have hit me, but they fucking kids. Like, but why would a child hit you? That nigga must
You're
be
on
short.
mute. That
Now this
guy.
nigga wanna go on mute.
Why would a child hit you? That guy.
Like, imagine a child and you turn around and backs like you
Right,
smack the
Jennifer.
shit out of you.
Listen, let me tell you something.
What the fuck is
One of
wrong
my
with
best
y'all, bro?
friends, her oldest granddaughter, she 18 now, 17 now, but when she was a little girl, that little girl did not like me. That motherfucker used to bite me. She used to hit, she could not stand me. She used to say I talk too loud. Every time I come around, that girl used to bite me. She used to do all kinds of stuff, but she was like 3, 4. Why would a
That's
child hit you?
understandable.
Okay, so why would a child hit you?
Why would a child hit me? I don't know. Why would a child hit me?
Yes. So that's what I'm asking. I asked you, would you
I
hit
don't know.
somebody else's? Would you hit somebody else's child? You said, well, if they hit me, why would they hit
No,
you?
you said, will I discipline someone else's child? I said no. I
No,
said
no. I
no.
said, would you hit? Initially, I asked you, would you hit someone else's child? And you said, if they hit me. And I'm asking you, why would a child hit you?
Well, I thought you just said someone else. I didn't hear you say someone else's child. I
Sir,
thought you
you
said, why would
Yes,
I
you
hit
responded. You
someone else?
said
did.
they. Yes, you did. Stop
You,
lying, bro. You're
bro,
such
I'm
a liar.
telling you
You
what I'm
must be
hearing.
short. That's why the fucking kids hit you, bitch. You must be little.
Like,
You
yes, you did. You
Go look at
literally
my
said
page.
if
I'm
they
not
hit
little.
you first. You literally said if they hit you first.
you
And
just a
we've caught you
liar,
lying
bro.
multiple
I did not
times.
hear you say, would you
Yes, you
hit?
did,
I heard
bitch.
you said, would you hit someone else?
You
That's what I
said a
heard.
child. Oh my gosh.
Well, that's what I heard. I swear to God.
You one lying ass bitch. And that's why I said beating your kids don't work. You still a lying ass motherfucker. And
Would
I
you
bet you got
discipline?
whoopings your whole life. You're still a liar.
All right. Can I just say something without anybody saying anything?
No, no, you can't. You really can't because you interrupted me the whole time I was. Go back to what Lorch was saying about when we look at our prison population of our men, and
Okay.
Hold on. Are
68%
y'all
of
done
them.
with him?
Yeah, I'm done with him.
I
I
mean, you
mean,
could drop
you
him. He
you
don't need
up
to
here, you
respond.
up here condoning rape. You up here beating your kids, bitch. I hope they take them away from you.
All
I
right.
haven't even got to say anything really.
Yes, you
You don't
did. You
need to,
said a
boo.
lot.
All right. Later,
Yeah.
guys.
Maddie, go ahead and say what else you got to say, and then I'm gonna drop you back down.
Yeah, but what Lords was saying when we look at our prison population, I believe you said 68%, right, Lords? I think that's what
68% of adult males said that they had some type of abuse before the age of 12. Yeah.
exactly. That's proof enough that beating your children don't fucking. They were getting physically harmed, still went to jail, still contribute to our population. And as we saw up here, beating your child does not work. That motherfucker was still acting a donkey. And the believers, as we can see, anybody up in here that was deconstructing, when he was defending little girls getting raped and children getting beat, other believers were gifting him. And that's what you're supporting. You're supporting children getting beat that do not comprehend why they're getting beat or what is going on. And you're also supporting child marriages. Thank you for letting me up, Thinker. Y'all have a nice rest of the live. Y'all got about 30 minutes left.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
You too.
I mean, even some nerds was like, because if I'm not religious.
But if my child get out of line, I'm whooping ass.
Was it a super
What the?
nerd or a fan club member?
No, he had the nerd
Which one?
thing next to his.
Well, there's multiple
I
people with the nerd badge, but the ones
okay.
that
He
are
had the one.
the
He had
smaller
the one
ones are
without the
not super
swoop.
nerds.
Yeah, he had the one without the swoop in it.
That's probably a Christian. Like there are some Christians who have the nerd badges.
Well, he said he wasn't. He said, I'm not religious,
That
but if
don't
my
mean they don't
child get
believe
out
in
of
Jesus,
line,
though.
right, then I'm whooping ass. What 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 line do you have? This is what I want to know. When people say their children get out of line, what line do you have that a child could cross where you would have to whoop their ass? I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure that out. Because I didn't used to beat my child. My parents didn't beat me, so I don't know. My parents never hit me. I never hit my child. What's the line?
I don't think there is one. It's just them not wanting to, like they have no patience, and then they feel like they own their children, and that their children need to obey them the way they think Adam and Eve should have obeyed the God in the garden. If the child has, like, if the child don't want to hug the parent thinks that that's okay to hit the child for not wanting to hug them. Like if the child is having a bad day, they don't want to go somewhere. If the parent wants to take the child somewhere and the child don't want to go, that's a reason to whip the child. If the child asks why they can't do something, that's a reason to whip the child. If the child makes a mistake, that's a reason to whip the child. Like they think that children should obey them the way they say Adam and Eve should have obeyed the God.
But Thinker, do you know how, like, when I be making the comments about the type of people that we live with on this planet, right? I don't know if you ever seen those videos where like a couple month old baby, like, will move their hand some type of way or have like a knee jerk like reaction and kind of hit you in the face, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
not like they're trying to harm you, right? So they just like maybe slap you across the face or something like that. And it's the mother or something will look at the baby like, why you do that? And then I'm thinking, oh, that's funny. She don't actually think, that the baby trying to harm her, right? And then I go in the comments and I see people like, oh, I would have hit her back. I would have, oh, heck no. Oh, no, not my baby cannot. Huh?
Yeah, they're immature. They have no self
What?
control, and they're immature. They think that these children are supposed to
Girl.
see them the way they see their God.
I see.
Kurt
I
with
see.
the go ahead.
Sorry, I was saying I seen comments that were like, "Oh, that's how it starts. That's how you grade that gentle parenting shit is not for me." This is a couple month old baby. I said, "Oh no, ma'am."
Yep. Kurt with the $4.99 super chat said, "When you rewind the live to play back their words, it floors me every time. They're so full of shit." Yep, and they hate that shit. Hominid Logic with the $5 super chat says, "Caller, you are evil, disgusting, and someone should show you the harm you are giving to your child. You are disgusting." I agree. Kurt again with the $4.99 super chat. "Caller gonna find out the hard way. Keep thinking you King Doodoo. That world is gonna crumble around you." Kurt again with the $4.99 super chat. "What's messed up? I hate cops. Caller is a cop to his kid." Yep, I had to. I agree. And Kurt again with the $4.99 super chat. "Caller got smacked up between the washer and dryer and now thinks, oh yeah, watch this. Punk motherfucker." Exactly. No respect. I agree. Thank you, Kurt. And Hominid Logic. Hustler.
Hello, ladies. How are you doing?
Good. Can you speak up for me? I can barely hear you.
Really? Can you hear me now?
Try one more time.
I don't know what's wrong with
Is she low for the rest of y'all? Or do I need to change out my headphones?
It's a bit low.
Yeah, she
Hello?
sounds far away.
Yeah, I can kind of make out what she's saying, but it sounds far away.
Oh my goodness. Can you not hear me? Like, seriously?
That's better.
Can
Whatever
hear
you
me
did
now?
just now, yeah, that's better.
Okay. Okay. So hi, my name is Paloma. I specialize in child development. I'm a pediatric and also in child psychology. I study human behavior, and I also grew up as a African, South African household, Christian household. So basically, I would like to know your guys' stance in terms of basically how do you discipline your child if it's
That's
not
this isn't the yeah, this isn't the topic, and we don't carry over from previous conversations. Like if you came up to share some information regarding what we were talking about as a expert in the field, I will allow that. But like asking us like how we discipline the child, like an interview type thing, I don't allow that. Like we don't typically carry over from previous conversations, but as an expert in the field, if there was something that you came up to share regarding the topic, I will allow that.
Okay. Can you hear me, right? I am clear.
Yes.
Okay. So firstly, I heard if I'm pronouncing the name right, Ria had said that she saw a video of basically a child who had jerked their hand into hitting their mom. So basically, at the age of 3, toddlers at the age of 3 to 5, toddlers are starting to learn boundaries. Not boundaries, should I say, but it's the
I
time where
wasn't
you.
talking about a toddler though. I was saying like babies that are a couple months old.
Oh, okay. But let me just explain it. For those who had thought so.
Like what? I'm sorry.
Basically, at the
What
age
is
of
it that you're wanting to share though? Like, are you promoting hitting children?
no, I don't promote hitting children. I think that the way that our parents grew up shouldn't be the way that we grow up. But I do think that in certain situations, especially depending on the environment that you grow up in and the type of kid that you raise, sometimes it is needed. But I'm not saying in an abusive manner.
Okay, no, I'm not going to allow you to do that on my platform. No, ma'am. No. No.
I mean, this is really weird for a person with that has education in this field, right?
Exactly. Like what?
This is a really weird position to hold. We are talking about hitting children. I, I don't get that.
I don't know what the fuck made her think that we was going to allow that shit.
Yeah, I was waiting to see because I was like, okay, maybe she's trying to give information. Like I'm like, I don't know if Thinker wants her to go on, but
Pola, not Pola. Stir, are you in the request box on purpose? Pink Rose, I know you're not. The original, Ray, Big Face, and Augie, are y'all in the box on purpose? Please remember, if you are a nerd or a super nerd, I need to see a nerd emoji in the chat to know if you're in there on purpose. If not, I will not automatically add you to the live. Polo? Okay. Hey,
yeah.
sir.
Hello, lovelies. Hi.
How are you?
Hey,
I'm
sir.
good. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. So the topic, and I just kind of wanted to address this kind of quickly. I guess what do believers have against thinking? Just the emotional dysregulation that I see they exhibit on a regular basis, and just expecting people to absorb that. Like, just expecting people to take it, especially their own kids, right? And it really makes me sad. And, I think about a personal anecdote of mine where there was a family member that I literally defended her children. And I said, like, you can't treat them like that. You can't talk to them like that. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you acting like this? And she took it as me, like, I guess being defiant toward her or just being critical toward her parenting. And I'm like, I mean, yeah, do I not have a right to? And it's just really awful and painful to see that the love, quote unquote, that these parents exhibit is hurtful, it's harmful, it's mean, it's like it's just not fun. It doesn't feel good. And like, it really would take just taking the other person's perspective, just thinking from their shoes, would I want to be treated this way? Would I want to be like corrected this way? It just takes a little bit of time to just sit there and think about that. And they refuse. I don't even think it's denial anymore. It's straight refusal. Like that guy, my goodness. Like he's triggering, legit. And it's upsetting to see. This is why I say I'm too compassionate to be Christian. I'm too empathetic to be Christian. I'm like, my standards are too high to be a Christian. Because what is y'all talking about? Mm, I stopped there.
And it's not even like one off. Like this is the expectation. But I mean, when you think about the way that they were exposed to this idea of God as a parent, he's a loving father, but he gonna fuck you up if you don't do what he says. Like
Mhm.
he cares so much about you, but he's gonna open the ground up and have you swallowed if you don't do what he says. Like they literally, this belief system has these people believing that their children are their possessions. That it's my job to create who you are, as opposed to it being my job as a parent to foster who you are and be those guardrails to make, if you go too far to the left, this is what's going to happen. If you go too far to the right, this is what's going to happen. And giving those guidelines and giving that direction, not ownership. I'm not creating a clone of myself. If I create a clone of myself, I have no idea who my child is. None. I know how he knows how to perform to
Mm,
satisfy my expectations, but I haven't met them. So I think of the number of believers who have never met their children. I
mm,
think of the relationship that I did not have with my parents because of this belief system. The fact that I couldn't show up authentically and share my fears, my concerns, the things that brought me joy, the things that I was interested in, because it did not fit in the framework of who they wanted me to be. And this is the template that this God and this belief system has created for not only parent to child relationships, but just romantic relationships too. You're supposed to perform to another person's expectation. And I think that's the thing that creates so much discord with relationships. You get mad at me for not showing up as the version of me that you want me to be, not who the fuck I am. And
mm,
I don't think that they are able to, like Rhea was saying, or Loris was saying, they don't know how to problem solve. They don't know how to resolve conflict. They think that conflict is an indication of a problem that you need to solve by not being who you are and just by putting on this mask of who I want you to be. That's not a relationship. That's an act insane. And I think that that's evident in the society that we have today. We have so many people walking around performing their lives instead of living their lives, trying to be for other people what other people want them to be and never showing up authentically. And I am so glad that I did not foster that type of relationship with my child, because I don't want him to be who I want him to be. I want to meet him. I want to know him. I want to know the good and the bad and be able to talk about, well, when you think about it, this perspective, have you thought about this? This is the other side of it. And missing out on that is just heartbreaking. But so many believers do that because of this God.
mm. And that's beautiful to hear. And again, like, why are your standards so low? Why are they so low? Why would you not want to foster a relationship with your child that's built on trust, that's built on like regulation and healing and helping them be like a powerful force in this society? Why isn't that the way that you want to raise up your child? But instead, you want them to fear you. You don't want them to defy you. You want them to fall in line, and you want them to just like obey, you know? And this same person that I had to defend her children, you know, we don't talk anymore because homegirl blocked. She was upset about that too. But anyway, like, you know, I am nosy. I can admit to that. And, you know, I did my little peek and I did my little, you know, I was trying to see what was going on. And I see one of her kids posting a video talking about oh, when I get in my mom's business. And it was supposed to be a funny joke, right? Of her, like, you know, jumping and kind of like rubbing her butt because, you know, she just got spanked. She just got popped. And like, you know, I feel like most people would see that and be like, yup, it'd be like that. Yup. And even in the comments, her auntie was talking about I'm glad you know. So you mean to tell me you're gonna pop a child for simply being, again, curious? What's going on here? Why does curiosity bother you so? Why does it shiver your timbers? I need to know.
Well, that started in the garden. Curiosity is not allowed. Questions are not allowed. Obedience is love and compliance is affection. Like that they've created this framework where the only way to show love is for you to become who I want you to be. And this is the template that they use. This is the way that God engages with them. This is the expectation. Think about how that guy was saying, like, you know, we do own our children. The fuck? Like, what are we saying? But that most of them never stop to ask themselves, okay, if this is true, then what is the entailment of this? What am I creating? Am I nurturing a mind and a heart and a character that's going to bring something to the world that's beneficial, or am I priming this child to comply and obey with whatever authority figure tells them? And that's the standard that they're setting. So when they have a situation where their daughter or their son or their non-binary child gets into a relationship with someone that's controlling and abusive, don't look crazy because you set this up. You wrote the recipe that they are following. So do not be surprised when the fruits of that labor that you did at the beginning in the developmental stages of this child comes to fruition. That is what they are doing. And they don't seem to want to interrupt that cycle because that requires, like Thinker was saying, that requires emotional regulation of your own. That requires introspection. Why do I want to control my child so very much that I don't even know who they are? I just know who I want them to be. They don't trust themselves.
Y'all, look what Rome used to do to their infants.
Oh no.
Rome, it says, though Rome loved their kids immensely, they believed children were born soft and weak. So it was the parents' duty to mold them into adults. They often engaged in such practices as corporal punishment, immobilizing newborn infants on wooden planks to ensure proper growth and routine bathing the young child in cold water as to not soften them with the feel of a warm water.
I'm too
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? Back home, that's a thing that you're soft when, like, they call you when you have access to warm water back home, they refer to you as what we call ajebota. It means like you're soft, you know, you had a nice life, right? But if you, like, when we're in boarding school, like, you know, you bathe with cold water, or just like, you know, the average Nigerian bathing with cold water, like they're like, oh yeah, like, yeah, those are the, like, you strong, you know.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. I hear you. I get called soft for getting angry at a man not letting his wife, you know, like go have a time with the girls. I get called soft for saying sorry. I'm too empathetic to be Christian, I guess. Like this is the conclusion I've come to, because at this point, like, what else are you teaching me? What else? The way that they're doing these children, like, I think what do believers have against thinking is such a valid question, because that really is what it boils down to. You're not thinking. You simply just have to put yourself in someone else's perspective. It's really not hard, but apparently it's a battle. It's a chore for them, and it just baffles me. It truly does.
Akhenaten used child labor to build Amarna.
Say it again.
Akhenaten, the pharaoh that introduced monotheism to Egypt,
Mm-hmm.
He used child labor to build Amarna, which is so Akhenaten, which is Amenhotep IV. He adopted the Sumerian god Aten when he was introduced to his Sumerian family. This is why some scholars, including Sigmund Freud, think that the story of Moses is really based off of Akhenaten. And Akhenaten was half Hurrian and half Egyptian. And when he became king, he was introduced to his Sumerian family, and he adopted their god Asher and renamed it Aten, and replaced the Egyptian pantheon with Aten and introduced monotheism. While he was pharaoh, he moved away from the palace in Egypt and built Amarna. And it says he used child labor to build it.
I mean, because you own them, so why not?
Oh, and those are the people that's why I be wanting to talk to these Hebrew Israelites so much, because which one are you? And those were children that were already enslaved. Those are children, those are slaves, those are black people. Black children.
Egyptian child slaves.
Yes, the indigenous people of that land. Those are people y'all want to be. I just the way this topic pisses me off.
Same. I say it again. I'm too empathetic. I'm too empathetic to be Christian. And there's this one comment I saw like fly by earlier. It was like, oh, y'all gonna like curious yourselves to death or something like that. And I'm just like, again, what do you have against thinking? Why is curiosity like a 4-letter word to you? Why? Even me just asking why right now. Again, shivering their timbers. Y'all scared? The word why? It just too empathetic, too humane. Yes.
Like, I don't understand. Like, they give themselves more grace than they give children. Like, if they are adults and they were beat when they were a child by their parents, but when they get older, they still need grace from their God because they still fuck up. That means that the beatings didn't work. Like, if you need to enter a contract where your God gives you mercy and forgives you for your fuck ups because you still fuck up, because you're not perfect and like you still fall down, that means that the beatings that you are pulling from the Old Testament didn't fucking work. So why are you doing it?
Facts.
Like, it's insane. Like, children can be a lot, because Five and Harmony, yesterday, they were a fucking lot. Like, I made a video of Five Ass. Like, he goes from hug grandma to I love you to I'm sorry, I give you a hug when you sad to ripping pages out of a fucking book and doing an evil laugh.
They just got here. Like, that's the thing I don't understand. Like, most of us as adults, I've been on this planet for 52 years. I'm still figuring this shit out. What the fuck is a 2-year-old gonna know? Like, why is it that they expect children to respond to like verbal commands immediately and understand the dangers of the world and all of this shit when y'all don't even understand it? Like, I just think it is so disheartening to hear adults fight for the right to brutalize children and then call that shit love. That's the part that like you, sir, like, I guess I'm too empathetic to be Christian either, and too empathetic to be just so myopic in the way that I see things. Like, you are fighting for brutalization. And instead of calling it that, he wants to go to spare the rod, spoil the child. And to Ria's point, I don't even think he knew what spare the rod meant. Like, it's maddening because these children didn't do anything to deserve any of this. None of us know anything we haven't been taught. None of us.
So if you want to be taught at the end of a stick and know what that feels like, but instead of remembering that when they were growing up, they romanticize this idea of, oh, I got beat as a child and I turned out fine. No, the fuck you didn't. If you still think beating children is okay, you absolutely did not.
Like, one thing I noticed is that, like, when you're saying, don't do that, Five, and he say, don't do that, Five. And like, don't hit your sister, Five. Don't hit your sister, Five. Like, they're just repeating what you say. They're not comprehending those words. But like, if you're hitting them, what makes you think that they're correlating the hit to the thing that they did 5 minutes ago? They don't know why you're hitting them. They can't even comprehend the words that you're saying to them.
Bruh, my daughter is about to be 5, and she be telling me the jokes to tell her so she could laugh. Yeah, those are the people that y'all are beating. Yeah, yeah,
Exactly, Rhea.
yeah.
They don't know how any of this shit works.
Like,
And then
Harmony would be like, "Where'd Daddy go?" And he'll be right in her face. "Where'd Daddy go?" Like, he right in your face, Harmony. And she'll ask 2 minutes later, "Where'd Daddy go?" Like, they just knowing that they know how to talk. Like, they don't know what they're saying or what they're doing. And then they're just learning how to use their bodies, right? Like, they don't know that jumping on somebody out of the blue and it's harmful. Like, it's hurting. They don't know that. They're just having fun.
Exactly. And again, just think. Like Fee said, they just got here. They just got here. And like, if you just settle down and think for a second, you know what? This kid is really getting on my goddamn nerves, but they're figuring life out. They're trying to do this or whatever. Let me take a breather. Let me take some space, or if you can, or whatever, right? And come back when I'm good so I can tell this child to please tighten up, because what are you doing, right? It's really as simple as that. But they don't want to think. They just want to do. They just want to react. And it's really frustrating to be around people like that, because, as you say, Thinker, ignorance breeds violence. And I'm tired. It's tiring. It's exhausting. And it's hurtful.
I hate seeing those videos on the FYP of adults, millennials saying, "I thank God for my beatings." No, I wouldn't be who I am today if I didn't get beat. Motherfucker, if the beatings would have worked, you would have been a better child. You would have been a better teenager. You wouldn't have had to keep getting beat. Like, you are who you are today because life whooped your ass. Responsibility kicked in. Bills were due. Your boss threatened to fire your ass. It ain't because you got your ass beat. I can honestly say the discipline that I have about being on time, about active listening and relating, that didn't come from my parents. AT&T disciplined my ass. And I got my ass beat. I got kicked out at 14. My mama slapped me in my face, put my shit in a trash bag, and kicked me out. That didn't make me who I am today. That actually sent me down a path of D-rugs. That didn't make me a better teenager. I got kicked out of high school my senior year for kicking my principal in the back. My whoopings didn't stop me from making that decision. I can't stand when adults claim that their beatings make them who they are. That's a damn lie.
Thank you for sharing, because that's so real. And this person that I'm thinking of, I had a lot of empathy. I had a lot of sympathy for her, because she had a similar story in which she was kicked out of her home at her most vulnerable time. Teen who is pregnant. And instead of people thinking about her perspective and thinking about how a teenage girl is going to care for this child, okay, they done kicked her out, gave her trauma, and now this same woman, who's a woman now, is walking up to me talking about my parents did this to me and I turned out fine and I turned out all right. No, ma'am, you didn't, because you're telling me this through gritted teeth. You're angry, rightfully so, but why are you taking it out on me? Why aren't you thinking about your anger right now and what you should be doing with it.
Y'all remember that lady that said her child got an orange and he didn't know what to do with the peel? Like he was a toddler, he didn't know what to do with the
Yes.
peel. Yeah, and he put it in the toilet and it stopped up the toilet. And she tried to plunge it and that didn't work. So she called the plumber. And when the plumber came, he handed her the bill and that made her mad. And so she went in the room and beat her son's ass. Not until she got the bill and saw how much she had to pay to fix the toilet did she decide to whip him.
Yep. That's why I say every single time an adult hits a child, it is about the emotions of the adult. It is never about teaching the child anything. Because what lesson are you teaching as you're swinging with a belt or a switch or your hand? You're teaching them that power equals abuse. You're teaching them that authority equals abuse. That is all you're teaching them. And you hit them because you are mad, you're frustrated that you have to spend this money, or you are scared that they almost ran out in the street. It is always about mitigating the emotions of the adult every single fucking time. And they are damaging the psyche of children while they do this.
And mind you, she said she was in there asleep and he came and asked her and she told him to leave her alone. Like it was her fault. Like she was in there asleep. The child was awake by himself. And she beat the child for throwing the orange peel in the toilet instead of in the trash.
I'm just shaking my head.
Like it's crazy. And then for that woman to get up here thinking that I was going to let her condone hitting.
What was that?
I don't know.
I don't know. I when it started, I'm side-eyeing like a motherfucker. I'm like, where is this going? Because and to be a person who professes to be in the field and say, what other options do you have? I'm sorry, what? What are we saying right now?
Right, like how do you say, no, I'm not promoting hitting a kid, and then let the next words come out of your mouth to say that sometimes it's necessary? Yes, you are promoting it.
Yeah.
Ew.
If you weren't promoting it, I think the point of view would have more than likely been, oh, we should be educating them, not saying, oh, well, they don't know no better. So, I don't understand that. Like, if this is because I can understand that, like, some people do this because this is how they've been, conditioned to think. Like, even back home, schools are still allowed to beat our children. Like, if you go put your kid in one of them schools, they can beat your kids. Right? This is like a generational thing that Black people have been conditioned into thinking this is normal, right? I don't understand why your take with them be, well, that's what they know. So, they don't have any. I think the point of view would have more than likely been coming as, hey, we should be telling them, or we should find some type of way to educate people, let them understand that a 3-year-old does not have the same brain capacity as you. Right? Just because they can say words and make sounds like you and they can walk like you does not mean they have the same capacity to understand things like you. I think that's where that would have been coming from, but that's not what you said. That's my opinion.
No, she said they need to learn boundaries. She was like, that's how you teach them boundaries. Like, what? Like, y'all don't even fucking understand boundaries. How the fuck are you going to teach a child boundaries by hitting them?
That's not the lesson that's being taught, right? Like, you're not teaching morality when you hit a child. Like, you're teaching them to obey whoever has power over you so they don't hurt you. And again, if it worked, like Lord said, if hitting children was an effective way to make people better, then adults should be able to do the same thing to other adults, but they don't. And they don't because it is a disrespect of bodily autonomy. It is violent and it is ineffective. And we know that when it comes to, but the problem is, I think most specifically believers in the Abrahamic faith, they don't see children as humans. They don't see them as individuals. They don't see them as people. I think they literally see them as possessions and chess pieces to move across this board game of life that apparently they're engaged in with the model that they're using from their God. It's nothing but violence and domination. And the moment we realize that the moment we move as a society from accepting this oppressive type of way of engaging with children, the better our society will be. Like, look at the countries that don't utilize corporal punishment. Look at the ones that have outlawed like the teaching of these detrimental and harmful ideologies like hell and all this fear-based shit to children. They thrive. And they thrive not because their world or their society is just chaotic because you can't teach children discipline or you can't teach boundaries without corporal punishment. No, because they are using evidence-based approaches to engaging with children in ways that are psychologically not damaging. But they don't give a shit about that because it is all about power for them.
I originally started out whipping my kids because that's what was done to me. And then I was like, why the fuck am I doing this? This didn't help me. And I was like, I stopped. And my children are all adults now. And they are respectful humans. They're not out here, running rapid, fucking up the earth and fucking up the world and harming other people. Like, you do not have to beat your kids to raise decent human beings.
You really don't. I remember Justin's dad and I got divorced when he was around 7. And I remarried when he was, I think, 11 or 12 or something like that. And my second husband was very much patriarchal in the way. He was very smart, like academically, but he had some very harmful ideologies that he had not unpacked. And that was one of them specifically for boys. Because like I shared with y'all, I thought about what I didn't have in terms of a relationship with my parents. And I knew the type of relationship I wanted to have with Justin. So we talk about everything. And he would always say, you can't do that with boys. You got to keep a foot on their neck. Like, I remember the first time Justin he got in trouble for something at school, and his dad came over to the house for us to have a conversation with him. And when the conversation was over, we told him what his punishment was. John was getting ready to go back home. He was like, all right, kid. He was like, all right, son. He gave him a hug and he kissed me. He was like, I love you. And my husband at the time went out he was like, John told me this later. He was like, that's weird to me. He was like, what's weird to you? He was like, you're telling him you love him after you just disciplined him. He's like, I do love him. He's like, I don't love his behavior because it was the wrong choice, but we addressed that choice. I don't need to withhold my love and affection from my child just because they made a mistake. That's not what discipline is. But you have so many people who have been raised in environments and soil that teaches them that the only way to direct a child or correct a child is with harshness, is with hatred. You can be firm and still be loving. You can erect boundaries and maintain those boundaries without making your child the enemy or making them feel bad about the fact that they made a mistake. And it just breaks my heart that so many children are being raised in environments where they can't even feel safe around their own parents. Like, they can't even feel safe to make a choice. Like, it can be paralyzing for the child because they want to figure things out on their own, but they don't have the space or the opportunity to do that because of the ramifications of the way that people parent these days. It's insane.
Sons of Clippy said, when the spanking didn't work, my parents resorted to removing my bedroom door. It's always about violating boundaries or teaching that you shouldn't have boundaries. He said, guess what I do with most of my time now? Sit in my room with the door fucking closed.
Wow.
Oh,
Yep.
wow.
And that's what they're creating.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. What are you setting these kids up for real? To accept abuse as love, to ignore boundaries, to have lower standards. Like, again, let's talk about it. But I thank you, ladies, for this discussion, and I really thank you for sharing your stories. And I'm gonna hop back down and listen from the comments.
Thank you,
Bye,
Star.
thank you for the gifts.
See you, Star.
Bye, y'all.
It's a secular. Thank you so much for the $5.99 super chat. Says 70 countries, including all of Europe, have laws against physical or psychological violence against children at home, but not the U.S.
Not surprised at all.
Nope.
I wanted to add on to what Staher said about, like, how you keep saying, Thinker, ignorance breeds violence and stuff. Like, apart from the people that, I think there is a population of people that just beat children because they have, like, issues with their egos and have a power trip going on. I think there's also like a educational part that we need to, as a society, focus on, because this ignorance breeding violence, right, is the way my brain is picking up patterns with that is like, when, like, something like my daughter does, right, she will repeat some shit over and over and over and over again. Okay, and she's gonna keep saying it. It don't matter how many times you don't laughed about it. She gonna keep saying it over and over, right? And for somebody that, like, I know, I'm aware and I'm educated enough to know, like, I have sensory issues sometimes. I have issues where I can't keep listening. I don't want to keep hearing that over and over again. But as a parent, I would have to be educated, and my brain will have to have that information for me to know, okay, well, as a person, I don't like when I don't like loud noises. It makes me overstimulated. I don't, like, being able to, like, identify these things in ourselves instead of projecting that on our children, getting upset that children are loud, or getting upset that children are talking, or getting upset, like, you have to be able to regulate yourself, and you can't regulate shit that you don't know nothing about. You can't regulate something that you have not identified. You cannot regulate something that you have never heard of before, and you don't even know that you even have that problem. So the minute you get upset that, oh, I done fell asleep. I'm somebody that just lacks responsibilities. I fell asleep with the toddler at home. I don't know that toddlers don't have the same capacity as me. And you fall asleep, and then now you're projecting that anger on the child. You should have done some kind of self-reflection, but that's not a thing in our society, right? You're not supposed to know nothing about the way the brain functions and how you might have issues that you haven't dealt with. That's where, like, at that point, I'm like, we can bridge that gap when it comes to ignorance breeding violence. We can kind of figure that out, but for some reason it's just not a thing, and I don't understand that.
Yep. It's because a lot of them are still dealing with trauma from their parents. Like, they have a lot of unresolved trauma. Rocks, were you still trying to come up? Rocks the locks. Have a great picnic, Hank. Chris, I think America Wilson, are you in the guest box on purpose? Hex, Ray, the original.
And to Rita's point, I think you're spot on, but I think a lot of the reason that our parents don't do that is because that requires introspection, and it requires honesty with self about the things that may be things that you need to work on. Like, I know I am not a morning person. Like, don't talk to me in the morning. Like, I don't like to hear, just be quiet. But when Justin was young, he would wake up, "Hi, Mom, good morning. What did you dream about? Let me tell you about my dream." And he would just get to talking. And when I tell you, I'm like, okay, so how can I deal with this? Because I cannot fuss at this child for just wanting to talk to me as his mother. So I needed to get up earlier. How can I mitigate this? Okay, get up a little bit earlier, have your time, like write in your journal, do whatever it is you need to do to get your mind right so you can show up in a supportive way as a mom. But I think it's that honesty, like Thinker was just saying, they most people do not have the skills to address their own issues. They have the directive to not have those issues, because that if you do have them, then that means you're a bad person and you're not approved by God. So the internal work, it's all a bypass, and I think the children are paying for that.
Exactly. Hey, Rocks.
Hey, lady, how you doing?
I'm good.
Hey,
How are
Rhea.
you?
Hey, Fee.
Hey, girl.
Hey, Ross.
I'm doing good. Man, I don't know. It's like these conversations explain exactly what believers got against thinking. It's about submission and control. Like, their holy book teaches them not to think. It's a proverb that says, lean not on your own understanding. And then another one that says, whoever trusts their own mind is a fool. What believers are doing when it comes to parenting is following their fucked up God's example. God wants blind obedience without questioning. If you don't do that, he wants to torment you for eternity. So if your child asks you why, you call that talking back and beat their ass. And y'all wonder why these kids grow up and beat the hell out of their spouses. Why they resort to violence when they feel hurt or jealous or confused. It's because they're being godlike. And we need to just keep it a stack and call it what it is. It's about control and dominance and raising up individuals to exist how you want them to exist. And we bleed this same bullshit into our romantic relationships. Just like these idiots think their own children are their property and they own them, they think their significant other and spouses are their property and that they own them. And the minute their significant other behaves in a way that doesn't align with their own needs and desires and insecurity, it's a problem. The minute you can't control their steps, it's a problem. And this religion and just its fucked up principles, it's like it's infiltrated its way up into every crevice of our society. And it's time to wake up. It's time to be honest. And just time to learn to love, man. Not control, but love. And especially these babies. Because imitating God's love, it's got us all fucked up. Abuse is love. Control is love. Violence is love. Submitting to authority is love. And it's not. It's fucked up. And the religion, it feeds all of this. And it's just so sad to listen and actually hear people defending this shit in action. It's just wild.
Yeah, that's why love, the word love don't even mean shit anymore, because the harmful shit they do, they convince you that you are to forgive them because they love you, or they did it because they love you. I never understood when my parents would say, this hurts me more than it hurts you. No, the fuck it don't. No, it don't. Literally, my legs are stinging right now. I have a whip on my leg, and you're telling me you're hurting more than me?
Right.
Or I'm doing this because I love you. And that, I think our parents actually believed that part. I think they actually believed that, I think a lot of them were scared of, if I don't do this, then my child is going to go to hell. If I don't do this, then, or my child is going to go to jail. If I don't do this, her belly going to swell. Right? I think they really did believe that. Because they
What was the
don't know
last
what
one?
love is.
What was the last one? You said what? What was the last one?
If I don't do this, her belly's going to swell.
Oh my goodness. And they would say some shit like that.
Yep.
You're right. And they're being, in their minds, they're being godlike. They're following these religions, these Abrahamic religions. And that's what the God does. If you do something he doesn't like, if you disobey him, he beats your ass. It goes from doing what I say to murder. This group of people isn't, their actions aren't pleasing in my eyes, so go kill them all. It's the same shit. It's just a watered down version of the same stuff. And it actually leads to people losing their lives in real life. It's men out here right now that are justifying why they strangled their wife. Because she knew, I told her, she brought me to this point. I warned her. They will rationalize that stuff. And that is why belief systems are so harmful when they're teaching stuff like this. When you have a God that's like this, and this is you're being taught from, a child that this God loves you, and this is how he reacts when you do something that he doesn't like. And again, we mimic it in our parenting, we mimic it in our relationships.
Yeah, I think another thing that they don't think about is that it creates adults who are indecisive and not able to make decisions for themselves. I think that contributes to it, along with the fear mongering of a God that's going to punish you. The parent has done the punishing for the God to create a indecisive human being. Like, they're scared of making decisions and being held accountable for their decisions because they don't know how to deal with their own fuck ups. Because they're like, if they mess up, it's the end of the world for them. And that's what parents make children feel like. Like, it's not okay to make a mistake. And they don't take the time to teach the child how to learn from their mistakes, right? How to get back up and continue to go. They beat the shit out of them, and they feel like making a mistake will end their whole entire world.
Right. And it's crazy because it's like we ask more out of our children whose brains aren't developed than we can goddamn do. You know, it's like, do you make mistakes? Do you make bad choices? Is your thinking faulty?
But you know how
But
many
you expect
times
your children to be better.
you know how many times while I was pregnant, like I spilled stuff. I was like, imagine hitting a kid for this.
Yep.
Like you just like like I realized how clumsy I actually was. And I'm just like, but this is what like I would have been beat for. Right? Like I
Yeah.
just started to think like as a, what kind of mom am I gonna be? And like I think my brain was just kind of doing all the introspection and all the calculations and everything. So when I spilled something, I was just like, this is kind of what I would in my head I would have probably gotten a whooping for just like spilling. So, like I don't want to actually spill it.
Or called a dumb fuck.
Right.
Yeah.
Man, my
Right,
ex-husband
like-
did that to my youngest one time. I wasn't there. Like, they were out to dinner with their dad, and they said my youngest spilled the water, and it got on their dad. They said he was calling him all kind of stupid motherfucker. Like, I went the fuck off.
And should.
And I'm not surprised. Like, did
should.
you hear the guy that was up here championing hidden children? He was like, "Yeah, that's because this panel's full of women. Y'all don't have no men in here." Like that mindset of men, and this pairs right along with it. That mindset of domination and shame. Like, why would you call somebody a dumb fuck over spilling some water? Like
Right.
that is about the embarrassment that you feel as an adult. That's about the fact that some water or whatever got on your clothes. That's about you not being able to control your own emotions. And
Yep.
that's all it will ever be about. And children don't deserve that shit. They deserve parents who have done their work. They deserve parents who are able to be honest with themselves about their emotions and their tendencies. And they just don't get that. And I don't see how this belief system that so many people are convinced is the only way to raise good children could ever create that, because the God in the Bible doesn't do that. This God in the Bible don't teach shit ever. Like Rox was saying, it's like, it's either do what I say or you get fucked up immediately. There's no opportunity for learning. There's no opportunity for guidance. There's no opportunity for correction. And that is how people parent. And the world reflects that.
Atheist.eve, I'm so sorry that you went through that. You're not a dumb fuck for crying, for being hurt, for being bullied. And I'm sorry that you're being bullied. Like, parents don't take that shit seriously. Like a young girl, a 7th grader, just took her life. Her mother took it seriously, but the school did it. The school did it. Like, they say words don't hurt. Yes, the fuck they do. They hurt. I honestly think verbal abuse, both of them are harmful, but I think verbal abuse is more harmful than the physical. The physical harms, yes, it heals. It takes longer to get over that verbal abuse.
Absolutely. And with the religion, we are abusing these children from infancy, teaching them, verbally abusing them, teaching them that they are worthless, that they come here sinful and dirty and evil. And God should kill you for the way that you are, but he's not. Like, that's emotionally abusive. Why would you say that to a child? Why would you say that to a child? It's like the bullying starts with the book.
their tongues, like when I was in my marriage, like I always described the verbal abuse like their tongue was beating my brain. Like I was physically abused, but the verbal felt like my brain was being beat in. And that shit is hard.
Yeah, my mama said, when I told my mama I was getting bullied, like, coming here and everything, she told me some bully them back. I said, what? Oh, man. Like, the type of shit that we've been conditioned to just tell, like, smaller adults. What the fuck you mean bully them back?
Right.
What? And please.
That shit's crazy. Do you have anything else, Rox?
No, that was it. That was it. Good conversation, though. It was just that guy. It was just so disheartening to hear that and hear people or read people in the comments like bigging that up. Just being abusive to children. It's wild. But yeah, that was it. I just kind of wanted to come up and kind of, circle back to this is what the religion breeds. This is what the principle of the religion breeds. Like the way we are to relate to God as our Father, we're relating to our children in the same way. And it's just disgusting.
Mm-hmm. They think they're
Like,
you know how they say, they always ask us, well, who created you then? When we be like, we don't believe in a God. And they're, trying to figure out why we aren't worshiping, why we aren't obeying the thing that created us. They think the same thing with their child. Like they believe that they created the child, so the child should give them reverence the same way that they give the God reverence.
Yep, that's it. That's exactly it. Exactly it is follow the leader. That's why I said they're being godlike. They really are.
Yep, they always be like, Adam and Eve had one command. They say it don't matter if they understood. It don't matter if they had knowledge. They just, all they were supposed to do was obey. They didn't need to understand. Like, that's how they treat their children. Like, you don't need to know why. You don't need to understand. Just obey.
And that's why when the children grow up and like we're talking about the example of the spilled milk and the parent goes to fuck off on the kid, it's not even about, them spilling the milk or, it's more about you're now inconvenienced. You now have to clean this up, and that wasn't in your plan to do. Now you have been inconvenienced, and they haven't learned how to emotionally regulate when they've been inconvenienced, when they've been disappointed, when something doesn't go their way. They've been cultivated and groomed since a child that when something doesn't go your way, you spaz the fuck out. You get violent.
But the other day, I'm on the phone with my daughter and I spilled some water on my table. She's like, oh, what happened? I said, I spilled water on my table. She said, it's okay. That happens. I said, what?
Exactly.
I said, huh?
Oh, she low-key told you to chill out.
Yeah.
For real. She said, relax. Okay. Relax.
She's like, chill, mama. I will never skip the videos of the parents who are showing that they're breaking these generational curses by trying to get their children to complete the sentence. Have y'all seen those? Like,
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah, like
Yep.
that to me is what parenting should be. Like your children do not have to be afraid of you. And
Yep.
I don't see how they think love and respect can coexist. I'm sorry, fear and respect can coexist that way. Like I feel like the ones that are showing that example of they raise their hand and the child doesn't flinch because they haven't been
Yep.
exposed to an adult beating them or hitting them to correct them. And I don't know why there's such, I won't say I don't know why, I do know why. I think the reason that there's so much pushback is because it's a way for them to avoid doing that internal work.
Well, you on live yesterday with Harmony said, fuck.
Yes.
I said,
Yes.
But to them, it's a word. They don't know what that means. They have absolutely no idea what that means.
I don't know because she did, like, what did she do? She dropped something and she just said, fuck. Like, she
Yeah.
said, like, I think she know.
She heard it.
That was
We
so
had to tell my daughter, like, okay, these are the words that you use at home, and then these
yeah.
are the words.
Man, when we was in Florida, she said, who did she call a bitch?
No, she was.
Who did she call her? She was in Florida and she called somebody a bitch. We was like, whoa.
No, I
Were
think
they
she
being
said
a
she's a
bitch?
boss ass bitch. She said she's a boss
Oh,
ass
she's a
She
bitch.
was.
boss ass bitch.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, she been
Yeah.
listening to Cardi and listen. Look.
I want to know y'all opinion on that. This is off topic, but like I kind of look at it differently. Like what I teach my children is like I don't really care if they curse.
Yeah, I
I
let my
want them
kids
to be
curse as long as they didn't
respectful.
curse around me.
I
Like,
just want them to be respectful. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Like I told them, you can use curse words and not be hurtful to someone, and you could not use a single curse word and be completely disrespectful. Like you can using a bomb. I could be like, real man, bomb ass bitch, okay, or I could be like,
Right.
you stupid ass fucking bitch. Two completely different connotations. So that's what I try to teach them. Is like, you shouldn't be using your words to try to like break people down, tear them up, and be harmful to them. But I keep it a buck with them too. I explain like, your daddy don't agree with me on that, and your grandparents don't agree with me on that. If they're asking you not to curse around them, I think you should respect their wishes. But I don't teach them that cussing is bad as long as they ain't like, cussing. Like I don't want them cussing me out or cussing their siblings out. But if they,
Yeah, I taught them
if
not to
I hear them
use
say a
it.
cuss word, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I taught my kids. Like, you can curse, don't curse around me, and don't, disrespect older people. So one day,
Yeah.
y'all know I got a crazy ass neighbor. Like, this lady is fucking crazy. She stopped my son jogs right every day because he's boxing. He's learning how to be a boxer. So when he does his mile runs around the neighborhood, she stopped the other day and just started calling him Joseph. Like she said,
Huh?
yeah, he said, Mama, she just pulled up next to me, rolled down her window, started going, Joseph? And then he said, lady, you better keep on driving. But he didn't curse her out. Like, that lady doesn't, like, if 5 gets out the car and he might step in, the grass in between the driveways, he might accidentally step 1 inch into her side of the grass. She'll be like, keep the kids off my lawn. And like, my son cannot stand this lady. So one day we were outside and she said something and my daughter was out there. And my daughter, she balled her fist up and she put her fist behind, both her hands behind her back. Like she about to like take off running like Superman or some shit. And she just said, you have a nice day, ma'am. Like she's a grown ass adult. Like my daughter is grown, but she still didn't cuss this lady out. Like,
Right.
yeah. She's like, you have a nice day, ma'am.
She said it with her chest though.
Yes.
For
Like, if
real.
y'all could have seen her hands. And balled up, they go behind her back like she about to do the Superman or something.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
That's great. Like Justin curses like a fucking sailor, but I curse like a fucking sailor, and it's the same. Like he never curses at me, but my mindset is I don't want him to mask, right? Like I've said this before. I want to be able to have a relationship with the authentic version of my child, and if he has to edit himself around me because of this, I don't know. For me, I see it as just like this convention of conformity, like this. Oh well, society says that these words are like what if we're not directing them at a person for the purpose of demoralizing them or making them feel bad, then they're just ways of expression. Like that's what language is. And language morphs so much. What's considered a curse word in the 20s is considered common vernacular today. So I think for me, and I don't think that there's one right way of doing it. We all see things differently the way we see it. But for me, it's like, no, like express yourself. Like expression is part of your identity. And if that's how you express yourself that way. Like my sisters and I will say a word. If I say something around my mom, I'll be like, my bad. She's like, don't worry about it. But I'm grown now. But I think it's these customs and these norms that we've been trained in and grown up around that we think we just have to perpetuate them. But like we were saying earlier, why? What's the reason behind that? And if the reason behind that is societal expectations, fuck society. You don't get to set expectations for me because you are not me.
I just did it because, like, the way I raised them was that, like, I'm your guardian. I got here before you. And like I don't know everything, and my job is just to show you what the fuck I do know, so that you survive, right? Like you don't end up dead.
Yep.
And so
I like that.
to set the some limitation, right? So that there are times, and I told them there's going to be times that you are not going to like me. In order to remind them, right, of this guardianship, there had to be some boundaries. But like the way I raised them, like we were like damn near roommates. We were like friends, but also like I was the dorm leader, if that made sense.
The dorm mom.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Yeah.
and speaking to like, like how we, Fee, you were talking about your children are not your clones. They're their own people. Like, you see how my daughter said that in Florida, right? Now she's about to be 5. Even though we let her cuss, like with us, now she be like, that's a cuss word. Don't say that. I'm like, what you mean? Like now she will like regulate us and be like, you're not supposed to say that word. Or she'll say, don't say that, say crap or say darn. And I'm like, who is the parent, first of all, right? But but even because we gave her that freedom, now that she's realizing what the words are, she's making her own personal decision to say, oh, okay, I don't want to be using these words, so don't use them with me. So now, we regulate when we're talking to her, when we're talking to each other. Yeah, we be going, we're sailors on the same goddamn ship. But when we're talking to her, we regulate ourselves now, because at 5, she's like, I'm not with it. Now that I understand, I just don't want to deal with it. And we respect that for her,
Yep,
Yeah.
my
And I mean,
6-year-old daughter's like that. She doesn't like cursing, and so I don't cuss around her. I don't. I respect that boundary that she's
and
expressed. It she doesn't like it. It makes her uncomfortable, so I don't do it, and her brothers don't either.
I love that, Rox. I love that. And I think like as our children grow and develop, the more mature they become, that's when our relationship with them morphs. Like the relationship I have with Justin at 22 is not what it looked like at 12. There were way more boundaries. There was way more like structure because it was still formative. But I think the concept of parents having the thing that I keep thinking, or the picture that comes into my mind is like the puppet master. Like I think sometimes parents see themselves as this puppet master and their children are attached to the strings. And I don't think that for me, that wasn't a healthy way. That's not the type of parenting dynamic that I wanted. I wanted to be able to, like I say all the time, our children come here as blank canvases. And it's my job to frame that canvas, but it's not my job to paint on it. I can have conversations with him and let him have experiences and let him make mistakes and let him fall down and hold him responsible for the things that he needs to be held responsible for. And that to me is more of a framing, as opposed to taking his hand and putting this paint in this corner and this flower in this corner. That's too much direction, because ultimately, again, that would be me making a clone of myself, or a clone of what I think an effective member of society, or what the right version of Justin should be. And I just didn't want that. So like you were saying, Rock, like we can respect our children's boundaries. We could absolutely, and that teaches them, that models them how to have them and hold them. So you put a boundaryless person out in this world, they are going to get taken advantage of. And I don't
Yeah.
think a lot of parents realize that that's what they're priming their children for when they treat them that way.
I totally agree.
Well, Rox, thank you so much for coming up, love bug.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't go to the office today, but I got stuff I need to be rocking and rolling on. So I'm gonna drop down. Y'all take care. Love y'all.
All right, love you too.
Love you
Have a good
too.
one.
I was gonna say, eventually, like if she grows up, turn 10 and she wanna cuss, look, I'm going with the flow. This your shit, girl. I done live my life at this point. Like I'm not gonna police at what point. Like at that point, I'm like, what else can I police? Like what else am I gonna say you can't do? Like you might as well just let me know whenever you feel like cussing. We'll cuss. If you don't feel like it, oh well, I won't do it.
Like when my kids came to me and told me that they were thinking about smoking ganja, I just told them, I said, okay. I told them ahead of time, if you ever, feel like you want to do that, come let me know. And I didn't tell them why I wanted to know. I said, just come let me know. And then whenever they would come and let me know, I would talk to them and I would say, can you wait until you're 18? And they say, yes, ma'am. And when they were 18, I let them smoke. Like,
Bruh. Me and my wife literally talked about that, like, cause we be making up like, different scenarios. Like, what do you think we gonna do when this and this happen? Like, and we were like, okay, what if they want to smoke? Like, or what if, our only kid wants to smoke? Like, what you gonna do? So we were thinking like, we'll have to do it with them, like you just said. But we were thinking like 16, cause we don't know what kind of world that's gonna be. Cause now like 14-year-olds be smoking. So I don't know, like the pressure gonna be on. So
And
that's why
I
we're
think
like,
that
maybe at 16, we're going to try it. Be like, hey, do you want to keep going? This is what it is,
But I got so much respect for the way you handle that, Thinker, because like the reality is kids are going to be curious. And if you set up an environment where your children cannot bring those curiosities to you, then they're going to go try shit that is damaging for them. So being able to have that open dialogue where there's no taboo subjects. If you are curious, Justin told me, I think he was in middle school. He was like, Mom, what is lean? I'm like, shit, I don't know. So I had to go look it up. I'm like, let's look into it and see what the effects are. Like, so we researched it together. I'm like, is that something you're curious about? He was like, kinda. And so we talked about why and we talked about timing. We had those conversations. He is not a drinker. He never even tried it, by the way, after we researched what it was and the effects that it had. The curiosity went away. But he is a smoker. And we talked about the fact that, okay, well, where are you getting it from? It's part of the reason why we grow all the shit now. But like, it's being able to have those conversations and being authentic with your children, being real about the shit that you tried growing up, the mistakes that you made growing up, the lessons that you learned. And the reason that we're guiding them in the way that we are is to see if maybe you can avoid some of those pitfalls. You're still going to find your ass square in the middle of some of them because that's what growing up and learning is about. But if you create an environment where they don't even feel comfortable being honest with you about who they are and the things that they're curious about, you're guaranteed to drive a wedge between you and your own child.
yeah.
Oh my
And I told
God.
my kids everything that I did. And when I got them to agree to wait until they're 18, it's because I share with them, my journey with D-Rugs and let them make the decision. Like, if you want to, that's up to you. But here's what happened to mom. Like, if you can wait until you're 18, that would be best. And they agree. Like, they know every dumbass thing I did when I was a teenager. And I wanted them to know all the mistakes that I made so that they can make their own decision on whether or not they wanted to try the things that I tried. And then when they turned 21, I made sure that I was the one that took them out to get their first drink. And, now that they're of age, when I learned about the liquid IV, I told my girls, hey, here's how you don't get a hangover. Hey, here's how you need to make sure that your drinks are covered. Like, they're going to go to the clubs now that they can. And I want to make sure that they know how to do it safely. Like, I don't want them hiding anything from me.
I think that seals it for me because me and my wife have been going back and forth on like, you just like, what do we talk to them about? Like, talk to our children about, right? Like, it's just, and I like, that's fucking funny because I was on lean without even knowing what it was. Because right now I can't tell you like 50% of my high school because I was high for most of it. I was taking whatever anybody could give me because I didn't like my whole traumatic period. I just wanted to forget. So like, you're speaking of like, oh, your son, Fee, coming to you to ask you that. I was on that shit. Like, I can't even remember how I got it. Somebody on the bus just had it for me like almost every day. I don't even know. And then later on when I grew up, I was like, oh, that's what I was fucking drinking.